Li Hanzhou, who had spent half his life as a Taoist priest, won the lottery. He thought he was finally about to reach the peak of his life, yet who would have imagined he would instead be transported into a world where the Taoist path had long since fallen into decline. He even became the acting sect master of a third-rate Taoist temple. Li Hanzhou speculated that as long as he achieved ascension he would be able to return to earth. Unfortunately, his own aptitude was abysmal and he could only pin all his hopes on his disciples. In the Xiantian realm stood the Changxing Temple. The incense there had long since gone cold. Decay and dilapidation spread in all directions, with weeds sprouting from every crack between the blue bricks on the ground. To call this place a Taoist temple was generous. Slum would have been more fitting. Within the temple, in a desolate little courtyard, Li Hanzhou sat in a cramped room staring blankly into space. He could not fathom how things had devolved into their current state. He was not a native of the Xiantian realm but came from a place called Earth. Orphaned from childhood, he had been picked up by an old Taoist priest and raised within a temple. The old Taoist taught him geomancy and physiognomy, fortune-telling and divination, talisman drawing and exorcism, as well as the inner cultivation methods of the Taoist path. Yet in Li Hanzhou's eyes all of it was nothing more than trickery for deceiving people out of a meal. How could there possibly be demons and monsters in this world? As for that Taoist cultivation method, the old Taoist had cultivated it his entire life without producing even the faintest wisp of spiritual energy. After the old Taoist passed away and the temple was demolished, Li Hanzhou had no choice but to rely on these skills to swindle enough for a bite to eat. At night he streamed online telling fortunes and reading feng shui for people, while during the day he ran a small repair stall fixing household appliances and the like. Though his days were poor, they were still barely manageable. Then 3 days ago heaven finally seemed to show him favor. His lottery ticket actually hit the jackpot, a full 30 million. The money had already been deposited into his account. Amid his elation he discovered that the Taoist inner method he had practiced for years had actually given rise to a wisp of spiritual energy within his body. This discovery left him both astonished and overjoyed. He had never imagined that all his fortune would arrive on the same day. Yet with the appearance of that wisp of spiritual energy his vision went black, and when he next opened his eyes he found himself here. He had transmigrated. Li Hanzhou dearly wished he could curse the heavens for toying with him so cruelly. With 30 million in hand and a bright life just about to begin, he had been flung into this ghost of a place. Shirshu, are you finished yet? The assessment for Taishan Sacred Land begins tomorrow. Have you completed your spirit treasure? At that moment an anxious urging sounded from outside the door. Peering out through the crack, Li Hanzhou saw 3 figures standing in the courtyard, 2 boys and a little girl. Almost just wait a bit longer, Li Hanzhou could only answer perfunctorily. Turning back he felt a headache coming on. The Changxing Temple was nominally a sect, but it had already fallen into utter ruin. The sect master had left a year ago and never returned. No one knew where he had gone. With the sect master gone, only Li Hanzhou, the vice sect master, remained. Yet the body's former owner had been utterly useless, possessing no talent for cultivation. His cultivation level was low, and on top of that he was addicted to gambling. He had become vice sect master solely because he was the sect master's junior brother. In the sect master's absence, the former owner had gambled away everything of value in the Changxing Temple. The number of disciples had dwindled from several hundred to the 4 that remained now. Now they were on the verge of being unable even to afford food. The temple still owed an external debt of 800 taels of silver. In less than 7 days the repayment date would arrive. If they could not repay the debt, the creditors would come and break both of Li Hanzhou's hands. A few days earlier Taishan Sacred Land had announced a grand sect competition. All disciples of the sects under Taishan Sacred Land whose cultivation had reached the 5th grade could participate. Any who placed in the top 1,000 would be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. The sect's senior disciple was away, and the second disciple, Lu Dongyue, had only just reached the 5th grade. Barely meeting the qualifications to participate, the former owner had coaxed Lu Dongyue into joining the competition for Taishan Sacred Land. But Lu Dongyue was no fool. With his level of cultivation he had virtually no competitiveness and might very well lose his life in the process. Other disciples had equipment if they needed equipment, pills if they needed pills, and spirit treasures if they needed spirit treasures. He by contrast was so poor that only his wits remained. Why should he participate at all? In the end the former owner promised to forge a spirit treasure for Lu Dongyue, and only then did Lu reluctantly agree. Yet while attempting to craft that spirit treasure the former owner died suddenly of an accident. All that remained was Li Hanzhou, recently transmigrated.
Cultivation before was like a trickle, now.
Li Hanzhou could not help but admire the former owner's reckless courage. In this world those capable of crafting spirit treasures were called spirit treasure masters, a title reserved for those with exceptionally powerful souls. Otherwise, if one's soul strength was insufficient and one forcibly attempted to forge a spirit treasure, the treasure would drain the soul dry, leading to instant death. The former owner had absolutely no experience in crafting spirit treasures. Using only a common spirit treasure crafting manual of unknown origin, he had simply started working. Drawing on his past life experience repairing washing machines and electric fans, Li Hanzhou had spent 2 days studying and discovered that a spirit treasure was essentially first fashioned into its external form, after which soul power was used to inscribe runes upon it. Once all of the runes were completed, the treasure could be driven by infusing it with true qi. At this moment a red gourd sat in front of him. It was called the Seven-Treasure Gourd, and its function was to forcibly draw an opponent's weapons into the gourd. However, the power of a magic treasure was determined by the soul strength of the person who forged it. For the past 3 days Li Hanzhou had tried every method he could think of to return to Earth, but all had come to nothing. At this very moment only 2 paths lay before him. One was to wait for the creditors to arrive and have his hands crippled. The other was to send Lu Dongyue to participate in the disciple competition of Taishan Sacred Land, win 1,000 taels, and use it to resolve their immediate debt crisis. Either way it's a dead end. I might as well give it a try. He picked up the red gourd, then following the instructions in the manual calmed his mind and focused his concentration. Dipping a finger in cinnabar he continued inscribing the remaining runes on the gourd. He wrote for 2 full hours. Only after the final rune had been inscribed did he emerge from that state of deep concentration. Strange. Li Hanzhou found it odd. The manual stated that when a spirit treasure master crafted a spirit treasure, excessive soul expenditure would cause headaches and even dizziness, yet he felt nothing at all. Moreover, he had completed the Seven-Treasure Gourd in a mere 2 hours. Let me give it a try. He tapped the body of the gourd with his finger, channeling that single strand of spiritual power within him into the gourd. In an instant the Seven-Treasure Gourd in his hand began to tremble. A faint green radiance spread out from the gourd. So it's been activated. Li Hanzhou was pleasantly surprised. He had actually crafted a legendary spirit treasure. Did that mean he was now a spirit treasure master? Something seems off. Comparing carefully with the crafting manual, he saw that the page on the Seven-Treasure Gourd stated that once it was completed it would emit a red light. Yet he clearly remembered that his Seven-Treasure Gourd had just emitted a green light. What was going on? Had he made a mistake somewhere? He carefully examined the runes he had inscribed, wondering if he had mistyped a line of code. But after checking 3 times in detail he could find no problem at all. Shirshu, is it still not ready? At this moment another urging call sounded from outside. What are you rushing for? Li Hanzhou pushed the door open and saw the 3 anxious youths outside. The one with the highest cultivation was naturally Lu Dongyue, now the sect's second senior brother. The slightly younger boy beside him was called Shiming, and the girl was Yun Xianzhu. Here Li Hanzhou said, tossing the Seven-Treasure Gourd to Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue's eyes lit up as he caught it. The Seven-Treasure Gourd. It's really the Seven-Treasure Gourd. Shiming and Yun Xianzhu crowded in, delighted. For disciples of major sects or great clans, such a postnatal spirit treasure might not be particularly rare. But for the disciples of Changxing Temple this was sheer luxury. It was something far beyond their means. Li Hanzhou had just considered selling the Seven-Treasure Gourd outright, but only spirit treasures crafted by renowned spirit treasure masters could find buyers. No one would recognize something forged by an unknown like him. A shoddy spirit treasure was hardly worth anything. Second senior brother, hurry and try it. Shiming urged eagerly. Try what? Lu Dongyue shook his head. Postnatal spirit treasures have a limited number of uses. A spirit treasure can only be used 9 times. It's extraordinarily precious. How could we waste a use now?
Boom. Nan Gong by Shui was hurled hundreds of zhang into the distance, crashing violently onto the ground. Ugh. She spat a mouthful of vital blood, staring up at some.
But today Lu Dongyue remained firm. This spirit treasure had been hard-won and could not be used recklessly. In truth, Li Hanzhou also wanted to suggest that he test it. Thinking back to that green light, he felt that something about this spirit treasure was off, though he could not say exactly what. Seeing that Lu Dongyue refused to test it, the 2 juniors soon lost interest and turned away to prepare dinner. Lu Dongyue thanked Li Hanzhou, then hugged the gourd happily as he returned to his quarters. Watching his disciples in patched Taoist robes, Li Hanzhou could not help but sigh. The former owner's gambling addiction had nearly stripped the temple of everything of value, and soon they would not even have money to buy rice. Before considering how to return to Earth, he first had to think about how not to starve to death. Perhaps he should set up a fortune-telling stall again tomorrow. At dawn the next day, Lu Dongyue came to bid farewell to Li Hanzhou. Shirshu, after I leave I hope you will take good care of junior brother and junior sister. Lu Dongyue hesitated for a moment, then added, try to go out gambling less. As a junior of the sect he had no right to say such things, but he feared that Shiming and Yun Xianzhu would continue to suffer under Li Hanzhou's care and could not help but voice a reminder. Don't worry, said Li Hanzhou, who was no longer the man he had been and would naturally never gamble again. Then this disciple will take his leave. Wait, take this with you. Li Hanzhou produced a talisman and handed it to Lu Dongyue. Taking it in surprise and examining it, Lu murmured, a Vajra talisman. Be cautious in all things while you're out. I have no travel funds to give you. This may not amount to much, but take it as a protective charm, said Li Hanzhou. The previous day, seeing that there was still some cinnabar left over from crafting the spirit treasure, he had casually drawn a Vajra talisman to give Lu Dongyue for safety. Changsheng Temple did possess talisman arts, but with Li Hanzhou's cultivation only at the 6th grade, the talismans he drew were barely at the entry level, possessing almost no real power and serving more as tokens of goodwill. Yet Lu Danyue suddenly felt that this talisman was different from any he had seen before. The brushwork upon it flowed like dragons and serpents, profoundly intricate. More importantly, a faintly perceptible steady force seemed to emanate from the talisman, as though it were restraining a towering mountain, unshakable and immovable. Was it just his imagination? "Thank you, Uncle Master." Lu Danyue carefully put the Vajra talisman close to his chest, then sullenly bowed to Li Hanzhou and turned to leave. "Second senior brother, keep it up." Yun Qianzhu also waved and shouted. After Lu Danyue had walked far away, Li Hanzhou asked, "Did Zhou Qianlin say when he would be back?" "The senior brother went down the mountain to slay demons, but didn't mention when he'd return," Shi Ming said. "Hoof." Li Hanzhou sneered, "Slay demons?" Every time the sect encountered trouble, Zhou Qianlin, the sect's senior brother, would go down the mountain to slay demons and only return once the crisis had passed. This time, hearing that debt collectors were coming, this sect's senior brother again went down the mountain to slay demons. Enough. Looking at the meager remaining food on the mountain and his two hungry disciples, Li Hanzhou found a wooden stick and a piece of cloth in the Changsheng Temple, made a fortune-telling banner, and prepared to go out to earn a living. Having been here for several days, Li Hanzhou hadn't even eaten meat. On Earth, although life was frugal, he could have meat every meal. After arriving here, every meal was just vegetable leaves, turning his face almost green from eating them. "Uncle Master, where are you going?" Shi Ming and Yun Qianzhu asked hurriedly when they saw Li Hanzhou leaving. Their master had been gone for over a year. Could it be that Li Hanzhou was also going to abandon them? Although Li Hanzhou was usually unreliable and treated them poorly, having him around gave the two young ones a sense of security. Now they were very afraid that Li Hanzhou would also abandon them. Seeing their expressions, Li Hanzhou understood what they were thinking. He smiled and said, "I'm going out to earn some money to buy meat for you. Stay in the sect and I'll be back by evening." Earn money to buy meat. The two youngsters exchanged glances. Was this something their uncle would do? They feared he was just going down the mountain to gamble again. Relying on Li Hanzhou to buy them meat was like expecting meat to fall from the sky. An hour later. White Cloud City. This was the nearest city to the Changsheng Temple. This was the first time Li Hanzhou had stepped out of the Changsheng Temple. The things in the city were also interesting. Li Hanzhou found everything novel along the way. He touched the few copper coins in his bosom. Yun Qianzhu had given him all her savings before he left to buy lunch. Despite Li Hanzhou's behavior, Yun Qianzhu couldn't bear to see him go hungry. This genuinely moved Li Hanzhou. On a lively street in White Cloud City, Li Hanzhou found a corner, set up a small stall and erected his fortune-telling banner. But after waiting an hour, no customer had come. Li Hanzhou wasn't worried. He had experience and knew that in such situations he had to take the initiative. Circulating his internal spiritual energy, a trace of cyan aura flickered in Li Hanzhou's eyes. This was the Wang Qishu aura observation art he had cultivated. On Earth, without spiritual energy he couldn't use it, but in this world, having cultivated qi, he found he could actually perform the art. In Li Hanzhou's eyes now, the passing people had different colored auras above their heads representing their fortunes. Li Hanzhou observed the passers-by. Most had decent fortunes. He planned to find a clear target to make his first successful hit. By noon, Li Hanzhou bought 2 steamed buns from the stall next door. While eating the plain buns, he sighed. After 2 lifetimes, people's hearts weren't easy to fool. He had only told 2 fortunes all morning. Fortune-telling was by donation. One person just said thanks and left after hearing his fortune, while another aunt gave only 10 coins and had even rubbed Li Hanzhou's hand for a long time, drool almost dripping. Just as Li Hanzhou was wondering whether to pack up, a luxurious carriage slowly approached on the street. It seemed to belong to some authority or noble. What shocked him was that above the carriage roof dark clouds gathered with a bloody tinge spreading within. Good heavens! Li Hanzhou was greatly startled. Such ferocity! Whoa! The driver suddenly saw someone appear in front and hastily pulled the reins, then cursed, "Are you looking for death? What's the matter?" The curtain was rolled up and a young man's head poked out. "Kind sir, you are about to encounter a bloody calamity." Li Hanzhou stepped up and said to the youth. "Nonsense!" The driver cursed, but the youth's eyes lit up. He jumped down from the carriage and grabbed Li Hanzhou's hand excitedly. "You can see it." Li Hanzhou was taken aback by the youth's big reaction. "Senior, to be honest, my family has been haunted by a monster recently. I didn't expect you to spot it at a glance. Please save me." The youth looked at Li Hanzhou earnestly. Li Hanzhou was a bit dumbfounded. He had already prepared a full set of persuasive spiels, but before he could say anything, this youth was already begging him to save him. Was it too easy to trust people? "Young master, this guy looks like a swindler," the driver said helplessly. "Ha!" The youth looked at Li Hanzhou in surprise. "Are you a swindler?" Li Hanzhou quickly shook his head. "Of course not, I am a Taoist." See, he says he's not, the youth said to the driver. Li Hanzhou. Driver. Ahem. Li Hanzhou felt that meeting such a simpleton was too good an opportunity to pass up. But while he could read auras, he didn't know how to exorcise demons. The Changsheng temple had preserved many techniques, but each required 30 to 50 years to master slightly, and he was too lazy to practice. The original owner's cultivation was also terribly weak, which was why he feared those debt collectors. If it were other matters like avoiding misfortune, he could think of something, but exorcism was truly beyond him. But since he had finally encountered a big spender, he couldn't let him go easily. Rest assured with me here. Li Hanzhou picked up a brush, dipped it in cinnabar, and drew a talisman on yellow paper. This is an evils dispelling talisman written with our sect's secret method. Stick it on your headboard and it will keep you safe. Li Hanzhou handed the talisman to the youth. Wonderful. The youth cherished it like a treasure. Li Hanzhou sighed inwardly, just wish you good luck. How much? The youth asked. Li Hanzhou waved his hand grandly and stretched out 5 fingers. This youth was clearly rich, charging him 5 taels of silver wasn't too much, right? Only 500 taels. So cheap. Here you go. The youth directly pulled out 5 banknotes and handed them to Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou's mind went blank. 500 taels. Was money this easy to make? Thank you, senior. After I go home and destroy that monster, I'll come back to pay my respects another day. The youth grinned. Let dad know he'll definitely praise me. Li Hanzhou was still in a daze when the youth had already boarded the carriage and left. I'm rich. Staring at the 500 tael banknotes, Li Hanzhou swallowed hard. But just then the sweet potato vendor beside him sneered, buddy, you're done for. What do you mean? Li Hanzhou couldn't help asking. Do you know who he is? The vendor laughed. He's Yi Yun, the son of the White Cloud City Lord. Cheating him might be okay, but he has a sister named Yi Ziyin, a disciple of the Shangqing sect with a hot temper and a hatred for fraud. If she finds out you swindled her brother, she'll break at least 30 of your ribs. Well, this. Cold sweat dripped down Li Hanzhou's face. Debt collectors threatened to break his hands, and now this Yi Ziyin threatened to break 30 of his ribs. Could life get any harder? But looking at the 500 taels of banknotes, Li Hanzhou decided to take the risk. He could just not come here tomorrow. These 500 taels would last the Changsheng temple a long time. So Li Hanzhou swiftly packed up and made his escape. In White Cloud City he bought a lot of meat rice and also grabbed 2 sugar-coated hawthorns for Shi Ming and Yun Chenju before leaving the city. While Li Hanzhou was making his getaway, Yi Yun had also returned to the city lord's mansion. Young master. The guards respectfully greeted him. But Yi Yun had no time for them. He ran inside excitedly. Dad, I bought something amazing. As soon as he burst into the hall, he saw his father Yi Qingbei sitting and speaking with a young woman. You're grown up but still so impetuous. Yi Qingbei reproached, then said, can't you see your sister is back? Come and greet her quickly. Sister. Yi Yun had to go up and called cautiously. His sister had been a genius since childhood, early enrolled in the Shangqing sect, always her father's pride. Yi Yun had grown up hearing look at your sister echoed in his ears. Where have you been playing again? Yi Ziyin frowned. With such a big crisis at home you still go out running around. At your age you should help father share the burden. I didn't. Yi Yun felt wronged. I went out to find a way to solve the family's problem. Father said he's been having nightmares lately with splitting headaches, so I went to find a solution. And I've already found one. No need. Yi Qingbei waved dismissively. What solution could you possibly have? Your sister is a Shangqing sect disciple with formidable cultivation. Even if there's a demon, she'll handle it. I really did find a way. Yi Yun stubbornly took out the talisman Li Hanzhou had given him. I met a senior master. He said this talisman can destroy that monster. Looking at the ordinary piece of talisman paper in Yi Yun's hand, Yi Qingbei sighed and shook his head helplessly. Taoist talismans. Yi Ziyin extended her hand and the talisman flew from Yi Yun's hand directly into hers. Examining the talisman, Yi Ziyin sneered. Since the cataclysm 800 years ago, when the spiritual sea was sealed and no more chi could be drawn from heaven and earth, Taoism has long declined. Their talismans are utterly useless. Even their disciples have dwindled to 1 in 10. You've been cheated again. How much did you pay for this? 500 taels. Yi Yun stammered. Poof. Yi Ziyin narrowed her eyes. Fine, very fine. After I deal with the monster in this house, I'll go find that swindler and settle the score. How dare he cheat the White Cloud City Lord's residence? Watch me break 30 of his ribs. On the road back to the mountain gate, Li Hanzhou inexplicably felt a chill. He had an unsettling sense that someone was plotting against him from behind. Recalling the expression of that fortune-telling aunt who seemed reluctant to leave Li Hanzhou shivered all over. Upon hearing Yi Ziying finish speaking, Yi Yun was also utterly disappointed. He had thought that this time he would finally be able to help his family to assist his father, but unexpectedly he was deceived in the end, so he casually placed the talisman on the table and left in disappointment. At your age, how could you be easily fooled by a roadside scammer? How did I end up with such a useless son? Look at your sister. When she was your age, she was already a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Yi Qingbei lamented, frustration evident in his tone as he spoke to Yi Yun's retreating figure. Yi Yun walked out numbly, having heard those words so many times that his ears were almost calloused. What could he do? He was simply not as good as his sister. Yi Ziying said nothing, seemingly equally disappointed in her brother. Father, don't worry. Yi Ziying spoke calmly. There is indeed a faint aura of demonic presence at home. I haven't found out where this monster is exactly, but as long as it appears again, I will definitely make it experience the martial arts of the Qingyun sect. Good with you here, I can rest assured. Yi Qingbei nodded with satisfaction. By the time Li Hanzhou returned to the Changsheng temple, it was already evening. Back. Li Hanzhou shouted. Shi Ming and Yun Qianzhou reluctantly emerged from their rooms upon hearing his voice. So upon hearing Li Hanzhou's voice, they both felt a chill. What are you staring at? Come here and lend a hand. Seeing the two hiding behind a stone stump watching him, Li Hanzhou smiled. The two walked over awkwardly, only to realize that Li Hanzhou didn't seem to be drunk. What is this? Seeing the meat and rice Li Hanzhou was holding, they could hardly believe their eyes. Since they could remember, Li Hanzhou had always taken things from the sect to sell. When had he ever brought anything back? Did he win a bet today? Rice and meat, go take them to the kitchen. Li Hanzhou ordered. Yes. The two hoisted the meat and rice and headed for the kitchen. Although they were young, they each had attained the second rank in cultivation, and their strength was far superior to that of ordinary people, so moving these items was a breeze. He'll show you a trick tonight. Li Hanzhou had slaughtered a plump sheep and was in a great mood, deciding to cook himself. He was truly tired of the vegetarian dishes from the past few days. With that, Li Hanzhou handed the candy hawthorns he bought to Shi Ming and Yun Qianzhou. One for each of you, don't fight over them, he said before heading into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Shi Ming and Yun Qianzhou stood dumbfounded in place, staring at the candy hawthorn in their hands, their faces showing signs of terror. Third senior brother. Could it be that the master is unable to pay debts outside and plans to sell me off? Yun Qianzhou was trembling all over. Shi Ming swallowed hard. He brought back food, is cooking, and even has money to buy us candy hawthorns. I'm afraid I might get sold too. They probably already discussed the price and paid a deposit. Junior sister, we can't just sit here and wait. Since the senior brothers aren't around, we have to save ourselves. Shi Ming resolutely spoke to Yun Qianzhou. Third senior brother, the candy hawthorn is really sweet. The following morning. Taishan Holy Land. Taishan Holy Land is one of the strongest holy lands in the Divine K Kingdom, renowned even throughout the entire Dongyan Prefecture. Martial arts are divided into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Surpassing the 9th rank means reaching the legendary Transcendence realm, truly transcending the limits of mortals, and Taishan Holy Land has many powerhouses who have reached this realm. Under Taishan Holy Land there are dozens of sects and countless families, so this time the disciple competition of Taishan Holy Land attracted thousands of participants. The entry requirement is a cultivation level of at least the 5th rank. All the disciples who came this time are elites from their respective sects, with some even reaching the 8th rank. In some small sects, such individuals could easily become elders. As he ascended the mountain with the throngs of disciples, Lu Dongyue felt quite anxious. Usually he practiced peacefully in the temple and rarely engaged in combat. The thought of having to compete with so many experts today made him very nervous. However, feeling the 7-Treasures Gourd at his waist, Lu Dongyu's anxiety diminished significantly. He had a spirit treasure refined by his master, so what was there to fear? Look, there's someone in a tattered Taoist robe over there, a disciple laughed. Indeed, a pure Tao cultivator. It's rare to see anyone practicing Tao techniques in this era, isn't it? Very rare. Lu Dongyue felt quite annoyed at being pointed out, but given his weak influence he said nothing and pretended he didn't hear. His purpose for coming here was to qualify in the top 1,000 and win 2,000 silver coins. As for the 5,000 silver coins for the top 100, and the even better rewards for the top 10, Lu Dongyue didn't even dare to think about them. He was very self-aware those things had nothing to do with him. The content of this disciple competition in Taishan Holy Land is very simple. At this moment a high elder from Taishan Holy Land stepped forward, his voice instantly overshadowing everyone. Everyone hurriedly listened attentively. Soon everyone will be teleported to our Taishan Holy Land's wind and sand valley. The valley extends northward all the way to the depths, where there is a mountain of 100 withers. The first 1,000 disciples to reach the Mountain of 100 Withers will receive rewards bestowed by our Taishan Holy Land. The elder continued, along the way you may engage in combat with each other, but killing is prohibited, otherwise you will be disqualified. The first disciple to reach the Mountain of 100 Withers can challenge the subsequent 3 checkpoints. The disciples from Taishan Holy Land will spar with you at the 3 checkpoints, but only in a way that allows you 3 moves, and they will suppress their cultivation to match your level. If you can defeat the 3 disciples of Taishan Holy Land, the Prajna axe at the peak of the Mountain of 100 Withers will be yours. The High Elder of Taishan Holy Land smiled and said, even if you do not pass the assessment, the top 10 will still receive unexpected rewards based on their rankings. Prajna axe. Everyone gasped. On the divine weapon ranking, the Prajna axe ranked 47th. Only the most deserving divine weapons could make it onto the list. To think it would be awarded to the first place. Upon hearing this, some elite disciples' eyes lit up. They were eager to claim the Prajna axe. Only Lu Dongyue wore an indifferent expression. Prajna axe. What does that have to do with him? His goal was merely to get into the top 1,000. The assessment will be based on the first 1,000 who arrive. The evaluation will end then. The elder of the Taishan Sacred Land scanned the crowd and declared, now the assessment begins. With the command to start, a gigantic teleportation array appeared in the entire square. Golden light flashed over the array and all the disciples in the square vanished. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in a valley. Looking at the empty square, the high-ranking members of the Taishan Sacred Land and other sects took their seats. With a casual gesture, the elder of the Taishan Sacred Land made the ground of the square appear as if it had fallen into a droplet of water, followed by the emergence of an enormous mirror that displayed the current scene in the wind and sand valley. The mirror of flowers and water of the Taishan Sacred Land. Such incredible martial arts. The crowd sighed in admiration, envious of the supreme martial arts available in the Taishan Sacred Land. At the same time, they searched through the densely packed crowd for their sect's disciples, hoping to catch a glimpse of them. Is that kid Tianqing going to be alright? Another elder of the Taishan Sacred Land slowly spoke up. Don't worry. Elder Lu Tianqing is a rare genius in our Taishan Sacred Land. At just 16 he has already cultivated the Pan Axe technique to the 4th level. Such a feat has never been seen in our history. Otherwise, do you think the Sacred Lord would go to such lengths to obtain this Prajna axe? Today's disciple assessment is precisely to create momentum for Tianqing. Once he acquires the Prajna axe and improves his strength further, he will have no rivals among the younger generation, even in the Divine Hall and the Cloud Wilderness. He even has the potential to bear the heavenly mandate in the future. The crowd smiled slightly. The grand setup today was indeed all for Lu Tianqing. As for anyone else taking first place, that was utterly impossible. At just 16, Lu Tianqing had already reached the 9th rank. No disciples from these minor sects could compare. Moreover, even if someone else took first place, they would not pass the 3 assessments of the Taishan Sacred Land. It could be said that the first place had long been predetermined. At this moment the assessment had begun and thousands of disciples surged towards the direction of 100 Withering Mountain like a mighty army. Each sect had already formed their own small alliances. This was not merely a race for speed but also a test of strength, otherwise they could easily be eliminated halfway. Damn, how is that Taoist so fast? Only at the 5th rank, yet his lightness skill is so impressive. This person will definitely secure a spot. We need to take him down first. Lu Dongyue was weaving through the crowd, showcasing his exquisite agility. In terms of direct combat ability, Lu Dongyue fell short. The techniques from Changqing View were too difficult to master. Over the years he had only learned the Changchun sword technique, while most of his time was spent honing his lightness skill. His cultivation may not be the highest, but his lightness skill was undoubtedly top-notch. The Yubu 9-star technique from Changqing View was one of the finest lightness skills. Lu Dongyue stepped on 9 stars, his figure flowing gracefully, and in no time at all he had dashed to the front. The top 1,000 is within reach. Lu Dongyue's eyes brightened. Where did that smelly Taoist come from? Get lost. At that moment a furious roar accompanied by a flash of a blade came at him. The speed of the blade was astonishing. Lu Dongyue was startled and drew his sword to defend. However, the immense force caused him to be knocked back a dozen steps. The Overlord Blade. Lu Dongyue was shocked and looked up to find that the area was already surrounded by disciples of the Overlord Blade sect, with 7 or 8 of them encircling him. The sword in Lu Dongyue's hand trembled, numbed by the blow. First disable him. The leading disciple of the Overlord Blade sect, a young man with a beard, commanded clearly, the sect's champion. The other disciples looked at Lu Dongyue with cold smiles. Kill. As everyone rushed towards him, Lu Dongyue's 7-Treasures Gourd suddenly appeared in his hand. The 7-Treasures Gourd. The disciples of the Overlord Blade sect exclaimed in surprise, instinctively halting their steps. Even the chief disciple was taken aback. They never expected a down-and-out Taoist disciple would possess a 7-Treasures Gourd. Retreat quickly, or don't blame me for sucking away your weapons. Without your weapons it will be hard for you to escape this mountain range. Lu Dongyue, adhering to the principle of conserving resources, chose to intimidate rather than use the spiritual treasure. One cannot deny the deterrent power of spiritual treasures. Even small sects like the Overlord Blade sect could not afford such items. If Lu Dongyue were to suck away their weapons at this moment, they would have no chance left. Alright, you can go. The chief disciple of the Overlord Blade sect thought for a moment and decided to let Lu Dongyue go. Lu Dongyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, who would have thought that the people from the Overlord Blade sect are not only cowards but also a bunch of dimwits. At this moment a contemptuous voice drifted over. Who? The Overlord Blade disciples turned around to see a young man in white approaching with a folding fan, looking like a scholar, accompanied by several disciples. A member of the Zhao family. The chief disciple of the Overlord Blade sect clearly recognized the newcomer and snorted coldly, "Zhao Xian, are you looking for a fight?" Zhao Xian shook his head. "I'm not interested in fighting you, I just can't stand your foolishness any longer." Look at him, a Taoist disciple dressed in rags, utterly destitute. How could a poor wretch like him afford a Seven-Treasure Gourd? Moreover, the Seven-Treasure Gourd is supposed to emit a red light. Have you ever seen one that glows green? This is fake beyond belief. Zhao Xian couldn't help but exclaim. The crowd looked closely, and indeed that Seven-Treasure Gourd was emitting a green aura, turning Lu Dongyue's face green. Damn it, I almost let you fool me. Trying to trick us with a fake gourd. Just wait, it'll break your hand. The disciples of the Overlord Blade sect pressed closer, all furious. Now Lu Dongyue was genuinely panicking. After hearing Zhao Xian's words, he even started to doubt the authenticity of his own Seven-Treasure Gourd. The Seven-Treasure Gourd indeed emitted a red light, but his was glowing green. Could it really be fake? Master, oh master, you are going to get me killed. Whether it's real or fake can be determined with a test. Lu Dongyue gritted his teeth and took the Seven-Treasure Gourd from his waist, infusing it with true qi, and shouted, "Suck." As soon as the words fell, the Seven-Treasure Gourd erupted with an intense green light, illuminating Lu Dongyue's head. In the moment of distraction, a powerful vortex of air surged from the Seven-Treasure Gourd, drawing in everything around it. Holy crap, this spiritual treasure is real. Not good, our weapons are being sucked away. The disciples of the Overlord Blade sect and those of the Zhao family panicked. They had witnessed the Seven-Treasure Gourd's ability to suck away weapons, and they were astonished that a down-and-out Taoist disciple actually possessed such a treasure. Swish, swish, swish. They could no longer hold on to their swords and blades, all flying towards the gourd. However, at that moment a ripping sound was heard, and one disciple from the Overlord Blade sect found his clothes suddenly torn apart, and in the next second even his underwear was ripped off, turning into rags sucked into the Seven-Treasure Gourd. That disciple stood there naked, stunned. What the heck? His face changed dramatically. Lu Dongyue was also dumbfounded, wondering what was happening. It was well known that the Seven-Treasure Gourd was a treasure for collecting weapons, but he had never heard it could also collect clothing. Before anyone could react, the clothes of everyone present suddenly burst apart, and in the next moment they were all sucked into the Seven-Treasure Gourd. At this moment the disciples of the Overlord Blade sect and the Zhao family stood completely naked in the wind and sand valley, staring blankly at each other. Aha! There's a pervert. A female disciple nearby saw the scene and immediately threw down her sword, quickly covering her eyes. All the disciples in the wind and sand valley involuntarily stopped fighting, staring in shock at this spectacle. Is this how intense the fight gets? What is the world coming to? Lu Dongyue looked at his Seven-Treasure Gourd, swallowing hard. Master, what exactly did you make for me? Damn Taoist, I am going to kill you. The chief of the Bad Blade sect was furious, roaring at Lu Dongyue like a rabid dog. Kill him. Damn it, I will use you as a sacrifice for my blade. The disciples of the Zhao family shouted in anger. Yet everyone was merely shouting, none dared to approach, for they were all squatting on the ground, one hand covering their buttocks and the other their They simply couldn't spare a hand to kill Lu Dongyue. Feeling the gazes and screams from those around, they wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. But they still didn't dare to stand up. I don't know what happened, everyone, I'm sorry. Lu Dongyue felt extremely awkward. What kind of spiritual treasure was this? Not only did it take people's weapons, but it also stripped them of their clothes. After saying this, Lu Dongyue broke free and dashed towards Baiko Mountain. Bastard, come back. Give me back my clothes. I will definitely kill you when I get out. The people from the Zhao family and the Bad Blade sect were roaring loudly. The people around were stifling their laughter, continuing their fights, ignoring the Bad Blade sect and Zhao family members. They were destined to be eliminated. However, at this moment in the plaza of the Taishan Sacred Land, the upper echelons of the Bad Blade sect and Zhao family were blushing with shame. Their disciples had actually been stripped of their clothes. Disciples from both families were huddled naked in the wind sand valley, their pale flesh exposed as thousands passed by them, fighting as if it were a display. Such a scene was simply eye-watering. Ha ha, your disciples from the Bad Blade sect are quite fair. That Zhao Xian from the Zhao family has quite a perky bottom, ha. The mocking voices around made the upper echelons of both families wish they could turn around and leave right then. But if they left, what would happen to their disciples? Even a few elders from the Taishan sacred land felt a bit awkward and quickly turned the camera of the illusory mirror to another place. That little Taoist must be a disciple of the Changxing Du, right? His Seven Treasures Gourd is quite strange. How can it take people's clothes? One elder muttered. Others nodded in agreement, unable to understand. They had never heard of such a spiritual treasure before. However, they didn't pay much attention as such assessments were nothing but childish antics to them, hardly worth noticing. Moreover, this assessment was merely paving the way for their own disciples of the Taishan sacred land. At this moment Lu Dongyue was running madly, relying on his profound lightness skill, and he noticed that there were surprisingly few people ahead of him. Could it be that I have a chance to compete for that 5,000 taels of silver? Lu Dongyue's face brightened. There was a reward of 5,000 taels for the top 100. At that time I can take out 800 taels to pay off the gambling debt to Li Hanzhou, keep the rest for myself to cultivate, and buy some clothes for my junior brothers and sisters, leaving some for living expenses. Thinking of this, Lu Dongyue felt even more motivated. Where did that Taoist come from such lightness skill? At this moment a thunderous voice exploded, and then a figure blocked Lu Dongyue's path. The person exuded a powerful aura with a curved knife at his waist, particularly sharp. Shenzongao of the Yu Mountain sect. Upon seeing the attire of the newcomer, Lu Dongyue's heart sank. The other party's aura seemed to be at the 7th rank. He was simply not his opponent. A fallen disciple of the Tao sect can actually chase into the top 30, quite capable. However, the spots ahead cannot be taken just because a mere 5th rank martial artist runs fast. Shenzongao said slowly. I'll fight. Lu Dongyue did not hesitate this time. He knew he was simply no match for Shenzongao, who was the chief of the Yu Mountain sect and well-renowned among the younger generation, far beyond his capability. So the Seven Treasures Gourd flew out, directly illuminating Shenzongao's face with a green glow. What is this? Shenzongao ran forward, having been at the front of the group, completely unaware of what was happening behind. He merely looked at the Seven Treasures Gourd and sneered. It looks like a Seven Treasures Gourd, but a Seven Treasures Gourd cannot emit green light. You, a mere 5th rank martial artist, even if you have a Seven Treasures Gourd in hand, what can you do? Shenzongao did not believe that Lu Dongyue's Seven Treasures Gourd could absorb his weapon. Unless crafted by a top-level spiritual treasure master, otherwise with Lu Dongyue's strength he could not shake the weapon in his hand at all. Looking at Lu Dongyue, whose Dao robe was tattered, he naturally did not believe that the Seven Treasures Gourd in his hand could be that powerful. Collect. Lu Dongyue also knew that he might really be in trouble this time. His Seven Treasures Gourd might indeed be useless against Shenzongao, but at this point he had no other choice but to take a gamble. Whoosh! The Seven Treasures Gourd trembled violently, a powerful suction emanating from it pulling towards Shenzongao. Poof! Shenzongao snorted coldly, a golden light bursting forth from his body. 1,000 Jin body. Shenzongao's body felt as heavy as 1,000 Jin, and the curved knife in his hand was firmly locked in place. You can't absorb my weapon. Shenzongao sneered. Ha! However, at this moment, before Shenzongao's curved knife could fly out, his clothes suddenly ripped apart with a whoosh, and before he even understood what happened, his clothes had turned into rags and were directly sucked into Lu Dongyue's gourd. In the blink of an eye, Shenzongao stood before Lu Dongyue completely naked. What the hell? Shenzongao squatted down sharply, hurriedly covering his private parts, while the curved knife in his hand also flew out, sucked into the gourd. Lu Dongyue looked at the familiar scene before him, not expecting that his gourd would even absorb the clothes of such a master. What the hell is wrong with you? What spiritual treasure are you using? Are you a freak? Shenzongao cursed angrily. Give me back my clothes. Shenzongao was almost crying. He was also a renowned genius among the younger generation. How could he show his bare bottom to others and still mix in the Jianghu? Sorry, your clothes are torn. I can't give them back to you. Lu Dongyue quickly apologized, then said, I will take my leave now. If you see your fellow disciples later, ask them for a piece of clothing. Saying this, Lu Dongyue swiftly left, using his lightness skill. Bastard, come back. Shenzongao cursed angrily. Ha ha ha. At that moment someone caught up from behind, and seeing Shenzongao squatting there completely naked couldn't help but laugh out loud. Laugh all you want, I will kill you when I get out. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The disciples who followed behind were stunned for a moment upon seeing Shenzongao's appearance, then all burst into laughter. At this moment Shenzongao had no strength left to curse. He felt like betraying his country altogether. Leaving this land and finding a place where no one knew him to live. Lu Dongyue's lightness skill grew increasingly swift, and at this moment he was not far from Baiko Mountain, beginning to leave the others behind one by one. As the number of people ahead dwindled, Lu Dongyue's heart raced with excitement. Originally he only aimed to place within the top 1,000, take the silver and leave, yet he never expected to reach this stage. Though his methods might be deemed unworthy, there was no time to care about that now. As a martial artist, Lu Dongyue's fervent heart was ignited. He was now among the top 10 with 3 or 4 individuals still ahead of him. This meant that he had a chance to compete for first place. If he could secure the top spot in the Taishan Sacred Lands assessment, how much reward would he receive? 50,000 taels. Or perhaps 100,000 taels. With such a substantial sum, his junior brother and sister would never go hungry again. They would have meat to eat. This little Taoist is remarkably fast. The Tao sect possesses such formidable footwork. At that moment the third-ranked Zhang Nanyan noticed Lu Dongyue about to overtake him, frowning and preparing to take action. However, just then a voice suddenly whispered in Zhang Nanyan's ear, "Do not obstruct him." The tone was urgent. Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Nanyan was momentarily stunned, watching as Lu Dongyue surpassed him. Father's voice. Zhang Nanyan did not understand why her father forbade her from confronting this little Taoist. After all, he was merely at the 5th rank while she, the esteemed daughter of the Zhang family, was at the 7th rank. How could she possibly be unable to defeat him? Seeing Zhang Nanyan let Lu Dongyue pass, Jiang Yan on the Taishan Sacred Land Plaza finally breathed a sigh of relief. Several elders behind Jiang Yan also wiped the cold sweat from their brows. Fortunately, the young lady did not take action otherwise. They dared not imagine the consequences. If Zhang Nanyan had acted and Lu Dongyue used his 7-Treasures Gourd to collect her clothes, how would it reflect on a young lady? How could she ever hope to marry? The Zhang family would face a significant loss of face. The second-place contestant was a disciple of the Sword sect who was also halted from acting against Lu Dongyue by his family elders. This made Lu Dongyue feel exceptionally fortunate. These two had been quite benevolent after all. They had not acted against him, otherwise he would have wasted another chance with the 7-Treasures Gourd. Lu Dongyue smacked his lips, feeling a twinge of regret over Zhang Nanyan. There's still one person left. Spotting Lu Tianqing not far ahead, Lu Dongyue's eyes ignited with passion. Now he actually had hope of competing for first place. Naturally, Lu Dongyue wanted to give it a try. What if he succeeded? The reward for first place would certainly be greater. With this thought, Lu Dongyue's heart brimmed with motivation, and the Yubu 9 stars technique flowed more smoothly as he soared forward like a shooting star. His speed was astonishing, surpassing his usual limits. Even his 5th rank cultivation showed signs of loosening, as if he were on the verge of breaking through to the 6th rank. Lu Tianqing, firmly in first place, suddenly sensed a presence chasing from behind, leaving him somewhat astonished. He had been first from the beginning, with his footwork also among the best. How could someone catch up to him at this moment? Lu Tianqing instinctively turned to see which sex prodigy was pursuing him, but upon realizing it was merely a lowly 5th-rank Taoist, he displayed an incredulous expression. A mere 5th rank. How could he possibly catch up? What had everyone else been doing? Why had no one acted against this little Taoist? Tianqing, be careful. Just then Lu Tianqing heard the collective warning of the Taishan Sacred Land Elders in his ear. Their tone was extremely urgent. A magical artifact at his waist is somewhat peculiar, do not underestimate him. Lu Tianqing scoffed, focusing his gaze. He discovered that Lu Dongyue indeed had a gourd at his waist. A mere 7-Treasures Gourd, only usable by a 5th-rank martial artist. What threat could it pose? Lu Tianqing sneered. He was the most outstanding disciple of the Taishan Sacred Land in a century, while Lu Dongyue was just a 5th-rank fallen Taoist. Such a person was hardly worth considering. At this moment Lu Tianqing stood directly on a rock face of the cliff, and a battle axe behind him broke free from its binding and flew out. The sound of the axe echoed through the valley. Behind Lu Tianqing an indistinct phantom emerged, colossal like a giant, radiating a pressure that swept across all directions. 4th level of the Pan Axe technique. Many experts outside the arena were taken aback by this scene. To have cultivated the Taishan Sacred Land's Pan Axe technique to the 4th level at such a young age, no wonder the sacred master of Taishan brought the Prajna axe. One expert suddenly realized. It turned out that the disciples of their sect were merely a backdrop. The Taishan Sacred Land sought to create momentum for their most outstanding disciple. In an instant everyone understood the intention behind the Taishan Sacred Land's actions, yet they dared only to seethe in silence. The Taishan Sacred Land was simply too powerful. At that moment all eyes were focused on Lu Dongyue. They sincerely hoped he would take action to humiliate the Taishan Sacred Land. However, they also understood that it would not be easy. Lu Tianqing was too outstanding, quite different from their disciples. With his 9th rank cultivation, Lu Dongyue's 7-Treasures Gourd might not even work. At this moment Lu Dongyue was also shaken. He sensed an overwhelming force ahead, akin to an endless tidal wave, the pressure making him feel as though he faced some ancient beast. So strong. Lu Dongyue was taken aback. With this axe he would surely be gravely wounded, if not dead. Instinctively he reached for the 7-Treasures Gourd at his waist. I won't give you the opportunity. At this moment Lu Tianqing stepped forward, executing a profound footwork to its utmost, and the battle axe in his hand came crashing down, the massive axe light sweeping down like a whirlwind. That axe fell like a meteor. The speed was simply too fast. Lu Dongyue had no time to activate the 7-Treasures Gourd. It's over. Feeling the sharp force bearing down on him, he knew he was doomed. My belongings shall not be touched by anyone. Lu Tianxing's cold eyes were filled with a fierce desire for victory. Boom! The axe light shook the heavens and the earth, and under the overwhelming true energy the ground began to crack. The disciples behind them all turned pale. In comparison to Lu Tianqing, they were far too inferior. However, just as Lu Dongyue felt he was finished, the Vajra talisman within his body suddenly trembled. Immediately a golden light enveloped Lu Dongyue with runes swirling around it. Lu Tianxing's axe struck fiercely against the golden light surrounding Lu Dongyue. The terrifying force shattered the ground beneath him, yet it failed to harm Lu Dongyue in the slightest. What? Lu Tianxing's expression changed. His axe felt as though it struck against iron. No, it was even harder than iron. What is that? The many experts on the Taishan Sacred Land Plaza were equally astonished. What was that golden light that could withstand Lu Tianxing's axe? It should be noted that among these experts most were not at a higher cultivation than Lu Tianxing. Even those with equal 9th rank cultivation would not necessarily withstand Lu Tianxing's axe. To withstand it would certainly entail injury. Yet a mere 5th rank martial artist like Lu Dongyue could withstand this axe without sustaining a scratch. This was utterly absurd. Taoist talismans. Several elders from the Taishan Sacred Land suddenly stood up. They recognized that what Lu Dongyue possessed was a Taoist talisman. However, after the Taoist sects declined, the power of Taoist talismans had greatly diminished and they had long been eliminated from use. For a Taoist talisman to appear on Lu Dongyue's person and for a mere small talisman to withstand Lu Tianxing's 9th rank strike. Which master created this talisman? Was it possible that the Taoist sect had produced some expert? The Vajra talisman has activated. Lu Dongyue at this moment could hardly believe his eyes. He had thought the Vajra talisman was merely a keepsake from Li Hanzhou, yet it could actually block Lu Tianxing's attack. How could this be? With my master's cultivation, how could he have done this? Lu Dongyue was baffled. Yet now was not the time to ponder this. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Tianxing was momentarily stunned, Lu Dongyue raised the Seven-Treasure Gourd in his hand and shouted, "Collect!" A tempest erupted. Lu Tianxing stumbled, unable to hold onto his battle axe as it flew away, and was then sucked into Lu Dongyue's Seven-Treasure Gourd. "Tianxing, run!" At that moment the Taishan Sacred Land elders shouted urgently in unison. Their tone was filled with alarm. "Run!" Lu Tianxing snorted coldly. "Even if my weapon has been taken, I have no reason to fear a mere 5th rank. His talismans won't last long. Once they dissipate, I can crush him with my fists. I, Lu Tianxing, possess unyielding pride. I shall only die in battle, not flee." Lu Tianxing's arrogance was palpable. The elders of the Taishan Sacred Land could not help but cover their eyes at this moment. Before Lu Tianxing's arrogance could last 2 breaths, a tearing sound was heard and he realized his pants had split. Lu Tianxing. Lu Tianxing, oh my god. Lu Tianxing, you're a freak. Lu Tianxing, my underwear. You freak, don't run. Come back here. Lu Tianxing, master, save me. The entire plaza of the Sacred Land fell into a profound silence. The face of the Taishan Sacred Land was utterly humiliated. Lu Dongyue. The Grand Elder of the Taishan Sacred Land glared at Lu Dongyue's silhouette in the water moon mirror, gnashing his teeth in hatred. Where did this ancestor come from? Where did his bizarre spiritual treasure originate? And that Vajra talisman, who on earth threw it to block the 9 grade 4th layer's pan-axe technique? Find out for me. The Grand Elder of the Taishan Sacred Land bellowed. Investigate where this Lu Dongyue came from. Yes. The people behind hurriedly went to investigate. You 3 make sure to treat this Lu Dongyue well. At this moment the Grand Elder sent a voice transmission to the 3 disciples responsible for the assessment. At Baiku Mountain. At the foot, the waist, and the peak of the mountain there stood a disciple each. They had originally been meditating, but upon hearing the Grand Elder's voice transmission they all opened their eyes, confusion evident in their expressions. Who is Lu Dongyue? Wasn't the one coming their junior brother Lu Tianxing? Although they were all disciples of the Taishan Sacred Land, the 3 of them were far superior in cultivation to Lu Tianxing, each having surpassed the 9 grades and reached the Transcendence realm. They were also among the elites within the Taishan Sacred Land. Originally, according to the script, when Lu Tianxing arrived they would let him pass the assessment with ease, reaching the peak of the mountain, and then grant him the Prajna axe in front of everyone. However, unexpectedly it was not Lu Tianxing who arrived. The elders had previously instructed that if an unexpected event occurred and the person was not Lu Tianxing, they were to treat him harshly. They absolutely could not let him obtain the Prajna axe. No one in the square of the Taishan Sacred Land had anticipated that the final assessment's first place would be taken by an obscure disciple, and merely a 5 grade at that. How ironic. Today the people of the Taishan Sacred Land had truly faced a great disgrace. Everyone's hearts reveled in schadenfreude, and they did not mind seeing the Taishan Sacred Land humiliated to the end. At this moment the Taishan Sacred Land hurriedly arranged for someone to send clothes to Lu Tianxing in the Sandstorm Valley. Meanwhile Lu Dongyue had already arrived at the foot of Baiku Mountain. At the foot of the mountain a disciple of the Taishan Sacred Land was already waiting there. Leaning against an ancient tree he was taken aback. At the foot of the mountain a disciple of the Taishan Sacred Land was already waiting there. Leaning against an ancient tree, he was taken aback upon seeing Lu Dongyue approach. Dressed in tattered robes and judging by the realm of true qi, this young man before him was merely at the 5th grade level, right? How could such cultivation possibly take first place? Was this a joke? You are the first. The Taishan disciple stepped forward, sizing up Lu Dongyue. Yes, senior brother, I am here to take the assessment, Lu Dongyue said, still somewhat excited. Ha! The Taishan disciple sneered. Alright, let's start the assessment. According to the rules, I will suppress my cultivation to match yours and you will strike first. After 3 moves I will then counter. In that case, my senior brother, I apologize in advance. Lu Dongyue clasped his hands in salute. It's not certain who will be at a disadvantage, junior brother, give it your all. The Taishan disciple smiled. Then I will take offense. Lu Dongyue certainly had no intention of truly competing with the Taishan disciple that would be courting death. What he could rely on was the Seven-Treasure Gourd. Though the function of the Seven-Treasure Gourd was somewhat devious, it was indeed effective. If it stripped someone of their clothes who would dare to charge in and continue fighting in front of so many people while baring their buttocks. Absorb! A loud shout rang out. The Seven-Treasure Gourd radiated green light. The Taishan disciple was taken aback, not expecting Lu Dongyue to use a spiritual treasure right away. How ridiculous, I didn't even bring a weapon. What can your Seven-Treasure Gourd do against me? Ah! Before the Taishan disciple could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized that his clothes had been torn apart on the spot and even his pants were sucked into the Seven-Treasure Gourd. In the blink of an eye, the Taishan disciple looked like a plucked chicken. Outrageous! You little thief, how dare you humiliate me! Don't you run away! Stop right there! Lu Dongyue paid no mind to the Taishan disciple cursing from the bushes behind him, treating it as if he couldn't hear. After all, he had already endured countless insults on this journey. His ears were practically calloused. A few more curses wouldn't cost him a piece of meat. I will remember you, kid. On the mountainside. The second Taishan disciple, seeing Lu Dongyue come up, looked even more incredulous. A mere 5th grade, not only taking first place but even able to walk up from the foot of the mountain. Junior brother Mahong is truly a waste, unable to deal with even a 5th grade. You go first. According to the rules, I will let you have 3 moves. Ha, what can your Seven-Treasure Gourd do to me? Even if I don't use a weapon, I can easily defeat you with my fists. Damn you, shameless scoundrel, what is that thing? Come back here. If you have the guts, return my clothes and let's fight again. Don't pretend not to hear, you shameless scoundrel. At this moment, everyone in the square of the Taishan sacred land was dumbfounded. What kind of spiritual treasure is this? How terrifying it was. It made them all want one. This was simply a humiliating artifact. Though it was a bit too unethical and indecent. The faces of the Grand Elders of the Taishan sacred land were as dark as the soles of shoes. Grand Elder, what will we do if even the last round's Gu Yanji loses? The Prajna axe. A senior figure of the Taishan sacred land said with a grim expression. The Grand Elder stared intently at the water moon mirror, remaining silent. That was the Prajna axe that the Taishan Saint Sovereign had painstakingly retrieved. If it were handed over to an outsider like this, the Taishan sacred land would truly lose face. No matter what, we cannot let him pass in this last round. A glint of gloom flashed across the Grand Elder's eyes. Gu Yanji, you must not embarrass the Taishan sacred land in this round. The Grand Elder transmitted this directly to Gu Yanji at the peak. At that moment, on a piece of green stone at the summit, a young man was lounging, holding a wine cup and savoring wine. Hearing the Grand Elder's transmission, he smirked disdainfully, then slowly shook his head. Rest assured, Grand Elder, I, Gu Yanji, will definitely not disgrace the Taishan sacred land. Saying this, Gu Yanji extended his hand and a nearby massive stone exploded, revealing a war axe shimmering with silver cold light which flew directly into Gu Yanji's hand. The war axe hummed and trembled as if sharp enough to cleave mountains and rivers. That is the Prajna axe. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement upon seeing the axe. That was a divine weapon ranked on the divine weapon list. Even those who did not cultivate axe techniques couldn't help but want to abandon their own weapons to learn the axe method upon seeing such a divine weapon. Possessing such a divine weapon was not merely a simple enhancement of strength. Such divine weapons were rare and hard to come by. Only a major force like the Taishan sacred land could possess one. Moreover, it was ranked within the top 50 on the divine weapon list. Good, let's use the Prajna axe against him. The Grand Elder nodded, revealing a hint of approval. He did not know whether Lu Dongyue had the Vajra talisman, but even if he did, it wouldn't matter. Gu Yanji was a master of the Transcendence realm, and with the Prajna axe in hand, any Vajra talisman could be cleaved apart. Moreover, the rules did not state that the Taishan disciple couldn't use the Prajna axe during the assessment right. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Dongyue finally arrived at the peak. Oh. Gu Yanji saw Lu Dongyue and smiled. 5th grade. Yes, Lu Dongyue nodded, then clasped his hands and said, "Senior brother, are you the examiner for the last round?" "That's right," Gu Yinji replied slowly. "I saw your battles with junior brother Ma Hong and junior brother Su Yun from the peak. I must say your Seven-Treasure Gourd is indeed interesting." Lu Dongyue frowned. This person had seen his Seven-Treasure Gourd and remained so calm. It seemed he had a plan in mind. This was troublesome. This person must have a countermeasure. Having reached the final round, was he really going to lose here? "Alright, senior brother, let's not waste time. Let's begin now," Lu Dongyue cautiously asked. "Previously your rules allowed me to strike first with 3 moves. That rule hasn't changed, right?" "Of course not. Our Taishan Sacred Land's word is our bond. How could we go back on our word?" Gu Yinji raised his chin, speaking with pride. Then good Lu Dongyue took a deep breath and picked up the gourd. However, at that moment he saw a hint of a curve appear at the corner of Gu Yanzi's mouth. Suddenly, in front of the astonished and bewildered gazes of everyone, Gu Yinji knelt directly before Lu Dongyue, raising the Prajna axe above his head. "I concede the Prajna axe is yours." "Put." The Grand Elder of the Taishan Sacred Land spat out a mouthful of old blood. This brat directly conceded. Everyone else was completely stunned. What kind of operation was this? Even Lu Dongyue was dumbfounded. He hadn't even made a move and Gu Yinji had already conceded. Lu Dongyue stared in disbelief at the Prajna axe before him, then picked it up. It felt warm to the touch, giving off a cozy sensation. Gu Yinji also got up laughing heartily, then turned to leave. He had seen clearly from above that Ma Hong and Su Yun had their clothes stripped by Lu Dongyue and could only hide in the bushes, exposing their buttocks while cursing, utterly humiliated. Gu Yinji was a person who cared about his image. He did not want to run naked. Furthermore, the Grand Elder had also stated that they must not lose face for the Taishan Sacred Land, so he naturally had to hand over the Prajna axe. After all, if he were also stripped, wouldn't that be a disgrace for the Taishan Sacred Land? With Lu Dongyue obtaining the Prajna axe, the assessment officially concluded and the ground beneath everyone's feet glowed with the light of the teleportation array. Moments later, everyone returned to the square of the Taishan Sacred Land. At this point, all eyes were focused on Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue felt an extremely complex gaze directed at him, filled with envy, jealousy, hatred, murderous intent, dissatisfaction, resentment, and fear. Lu Dongyue felt as if some people wanted to devour him. His gaze swept over and found that those who harbored murderous intent and hatred toward him were nearly all the ones who had just stripped and bare in the Wind Sand Valley. It is no wonder they bore such intense hatred for Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue chose to pretend he did not see it, as he had no way to explain. "Master Uncle, your spiritual treasure is indeed quite useful, but it has truly brought me to ruin." Lu Dongyue thought bitterly. He could only plaster a thick face and shift his gaze elsewhere. The elders of the Taishan Sacred Land looked at Lu Dongyue with expressions full of dissatisfaction. The Taishan Sacred Land had put in tremendous effort to organize such a grand assessment, only to end up dressing this Taoist boy in wedding clothes, even losing the Prajna axe in the process. How could they possibly find Lu Dongyue pleasing to the eye? However, in front of all the sects they could not say anything. Otherwise, where would the Taishan Sacred Land's prestige be? Even if they had to swallow broken teeth today, they had to do it. The assessment is over. First, congratulations to the disciples who entered the top 1,000. Next, we will begin distributing the rewards. The Grand Elder of the Taishan Sacred Land stepped forward, his chest stained with the blood he had just coughed up. From the 101st to the 1,000th place, the reward is 1,000 taels of silver. "I hope you all continue to work hard," said the Grand Elder of the Taishan Sacred Land. "Thank you, Grand Elder." The many disciples were exceptionally happy. 1,000 taels of silver was a significant sum for them. It could buy some cultivation pills. Disciples ranked from the 11th to the 100th place can receive 5,000 taels of silver and a gathering spirit pill. Upon hearing this news, the crowd erupted in joy once more. Such rewards along with the gathering spirit pill would be enough to elevate their strength. At this moment, Lu Dongyue's eyes burned with desire. Wasn't the reward for the top 10 even better? 10,000 taels. Or 50,000 taels. Ahem. The Grand Elder coughed twice and then addressed the remaining people. The rewards for the top 10 are even more generous. Hearing this, the eyes of the crowd lit up. Disciples in the top 10 will become inner disciples of our Taishan Sacred Land, personally taught by the elders of the Taishan Sacred Land, and will receive the top martial arts resources for inner disciples. When you wish to leave in the future, you can still return to your original sect, the Grand Elder of the Taishan Sacred Land said with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. To enter the Taishan Sacred Land. Was such good fortune possible? They could hardly believe that such a golden opportunity could fall upon them, as with their qualifications they were entirely unqualified to enter the Taishan Sacred Land, let alone enjoy its cultivation resources. For them this was a chance to completely change their fate. Only Lu Dongyue was stunned at this moment. Was that it? No money. Lu Dongyue awkwardly stepped forward and said, "Grand Elder, as the first place, is there no additional reward?" "You greedy person. An angry disciple of the Taishan sacred land stepped forward and said, "You've already received the Prajna axe from our Taishan sacred land. What more do you want?" Lu Donyue felt like crying. He had thought the first place reward would be better, yet all he got was a broken axe. He didn't want this thing at all, he would rather have it exchanged for money. Lu Donyue wanted to ask the high-ranking members of the surrounding sects if anyone was willing to exchange silver for his Prajna axe, but he could clearly see that many were envious yet wary of the axe. He understood that although they were tempted, very few dared to take it. After all, this item was originally a treasure designated for the disciples of the Taishan sacred land. Lu Donyue was naive, but they were not. They dared not take such a hot potato. How am I supposed to explain this to Master Uncle? Lu Donyue shook his head helplessly. As for becoming an inner disciple of the Taishan sacred land, he had no interest at all. Changshang View Library. Li Hanzhou had been soaking in the library for a day and a night. Previously he was someone who never read books, but he discovered many interesting books in the library, and he found something recorded in the books that piqued his interest. That is ascension. According to the books, the vast universe is filled with infinitely large worlds, and when cultivation reaches a certain level, ascending to immortality means leaving this small world to travel to other worlds. Upon reading this, Li Hanzhou was thrilled. If that were the case, could he not return to Earth? He still had 30 million to spend. Luxury cars, lavish mansions, beautiful companions, that was the life he should be living. How could he waste his youth in this desolate place? At noon, Li Hanzhou came out for a meal. At the dining table, Ming and Yun Qianzhuz were devouring meat. Yun Qianzhuz had a satisfied expression while Ming looked worried, feeling that every meal they ate might be their last before someone came to take them away, fearing that Li Hanzhou would sell them off. Ming. Li Hanzhou spoke at this moment. Here. Ming stiffened. What do you mean? Li Hanzhou asked in surprise. Nothing, Master Uncle. And listening, Ming quickly sat up, trying to appear obedient. Do you know how to ascend? Ming blinked, wondering why Li Hanzhou was asking about something so unrelated to him. However, Ming still explained seriously, to ascend one naturally needs powerful strength. I have heard that one must also compete for destiny. Only by obtaining destiny can one have the qualification to ascend. Several seniors from our Xiantian realm have already ascended, including the first emperor of the Divine K Kingdom, who ascended to immortality after breaking through to the supreme shattered realm, ascending in broad daylight under everyone's gaze. Thus the Divine K Kingdom has its current unshakable position. Supreme shattered. What realm is that? Ming put down his chopsticks and said seriously, after the 9th grade comes transcendence, and above transcendence is the Tao of mysteries. Further up is the understanding of heaven and earth, entering the Tiangang realm. Li Hanzhou felt overwhelmed by the complexity. Was there hope for him to ascend with his current 6th grade cultivation? Master Uncle. Yun Qianzhuz couldn't help but say, isn't it just hiding from gambling debts? There's no need to ascend, right? Eat your meal, Li Hanzhou replied, speechless. Master Uncle, forget about ascending. Even the 7 absolute sword immortal, known as the first genius of the Xiantian realm, took over 400 years from cultivation to family ascension. Wait, family ascension? Li Hanzhou widened his eyes at Ming. Are you saying one can bring their family when ascend? Yes, Ming nodded. Then Ming, if one day you ascend, would you be willing to take your Master Uncle with you? Li Hanzhou seemed to see a glimmer of hope. He may not be able to do it in this lifetime, but his disciple could. He could hope for his son to become a dragon. Upon hearing this question, Ming was taken aback, then nodded blankly. As long as Li Hanzhou didn't sell him off, he would agree to anything. Good. Seeing Ming agree, Li Hanzhou decided to find a way to help his disciple improve his strength. In the end, whoever ascended, he could leave this place and return to Earth to enjoy his life. Ming saw that Li Hanzhou was happy and also breathed a sigh of relief. However, he felt that Li Hanzhou was somewhat delusional. How could a third-rate Taoist temple like Changshengview have someone who could compete for destiny? Just wait for Master Uncle to make a lot of money. He'll buy you pills and weapons. I don't believe I can't turn you into experts, Li Hanzhou said emphatically. Yun Qianzhuz and Ming exchanged glances, feeling quite helpless. Making money. Master Uncle was probably going to gamble again, right? They dared only to smell the pie Li Hanzhou painted, not eat it. Li Hanzhou had no other choice. He didn't understand cultivation and could only consider using this method to produce an expert. After all, in any world, money is hard currency. Making money is very important. Calculating the time, your second senior brother should be back soon. Li Hanzhou looked into the distance, realizing the day for collecting debts from the gambling den was not far off. As night fell, the Lord's mansion of Baiyun City. Yi Ziying was currently cultivating in her room. She practiced the jade reflection skill of the Shangqing sect. With every breath the true energy within her body automatically circulated. At this moment the true energy glowed around Yi Ziying, enveloping her in a pure white aura resembling a holy spirit. Although Yi Ziying was not considered a genius disciple in the Shanqing sect, her qualifications were still above average. At a young age she had already reached the 7th grade. She had also cultivated the jade reflection skill to the 3rd level, making her one of the few rivals among the younger generation of the Shanqing sect. It had been a day since she returned home, yet the faint demonic energy in the house remained without any sign of showing itself. Yi Ziying had no choice but to wait quietly. However, at that moment she suddenly heard a scream from Yi Qingbei. "Here it comes." Yi Ziying stepped out and rushed toward Yi Qingbei's room. With a loud crash Yi Qingbei's door shattered and he ran out looking utterly tormented, clutching his head as if life was worse than death. The guards in the Lord's mansion rushed in, but upon seeing the situation they were completely at a loss. "Everyone disperse." Yi Ziying's eyes flashed with a purple lightning and she immediately saw a shadow on Yi Qingbei gnawing at her father's soul. Dream demon. Upon seeing this creature Yi Ziying's expression changed and she circulated her true energy, slapping toward Yi Qingbei. Gathering purple thunder in her palm, it seemed capable of dispelling all evil. Bang! With a dull thud the dream demon was knocked back by this slap, its black ethereal figure retreating several steps. Then it looked up and sneered, "Jade reflection skill. But your cultivation isn't sufficient. I thought I had encountered a master from the Shanqing sect, yet it turns out you are nothing special. Humph, taking care of you will be sufficient." Yi Ziying coldly glared at the dream demon, saying, "I see you wouldn't appear here without reason. Who exactly is behind you? You ask too many questions." The dream demon grinned widely and said, "I have yet to taste what a disciple of the Shanqing sect is like, let me have a taste." Upon finishing her words she transformed into a gust of demonic wind and engaged in battle with Yi Ziying. Yi Ziying also unleashed her true chi to the fullest, fighting against the dream demon. However, Yi Ziying was only at the 7th rank while the dream demon had already reached the 8th rank. Utilizing the Yuzhou skill she could barely contend with the dream demon, but as time passed Yi Ziying's stamina began to wane and even her true chi was running low. Gradually Yi Ziying began to fall behind. "Father, you must leave." Yi Ziying realized that she might not be able to stop the dream demon, so she urged Yi Qingbei to leave quickly. At this moment Yi Qingbei's expression was extremely tense. However, abandoning his daughter to flee from here was something he simply could not do. Bang! The dream demon unleashed a palm strike, and at this moment Yi Ziying was unable to block it. She was forced back and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Disciples of the Shanqing sect are nothing special," the dream demon said with a smile. Then she moved toward Yi Qingbei. "Father." At this moment Yi Ziying felt a pang of regret for overestimating herself. Before leaving, her senior brothers had asked if they could help, but she thought that the demons in Baiyun City were merely minor ones. She believed she could easily handle them without even bringing any spiritual treasures. Yet she never expected that the dream demon in Baiyun City would be an 8th rank being. Moreover, it had come specifically to deal with her father. "Don't touch my father." Just then a dull sound echoed as Yi Yun appeared behind the dream demon, wielding a long staff and striking down fiercely on the dream demons. However, given Yi Yun's strength, it was nearly enough to tickle the dream demon. "Kid. You really are quite brave." The dream demon turned back and grinned, then merely raised her withered hand, sending Yi Yun flying into the room. Yi Yun spat out blood on the spot, crashing to the ground in a daze. "You Yi Qingbei exclaimed loudly. "Enough." The dream demon turned to Yi Qingbei and said, "I originally planned to enter dreams to find something. But now I can't be bothered to search myself. You tell me, where is the 9th prince?" Hearing this, Yi Qingbei's expression changed and he replied, "How could I possibly know the whereabouts of the 9th prince?" "Is that so?" The dream demon nodded, then turned and walked toward the house. "If you don't know, I'll kill your son to remind you." Upon saying this, the dream demon grabbed Yi Yun, who was struggling in pain on the ground, with one hand gripping his neck. Yi Yun's expression was one of utter agony, while the dream demon's grip seemed capable of crushing him at any moment. "Stop!" Yi Qingbei roared, his veins bulging as he struggled internally in anguish. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time." The dream demon's hand slowly tightened. Yi Ziying watched helplessly as her brother was held in the dream demon's grasp. However, at that moment she noticed that Yi Yun, who was turning red in the face, seemed to be saying something. "What did you say?" The dream demon leaned in curiously. "I said, you, go, die." Yi Yun shouted these words with all his might, then suddenly raised his hand. Unbeknownst to him, when he fell, a talisman had appeared in his grasp. Taking advantage of the dream demon's complete lack of defense, Yi Yun slapped the talisman directly onto the dream demon's forehead. When Yi Yun had fallen, that talisman was right beside him. Although he believed Yi Ziying's words that this thing might be a scam, at this moment Yi Yun still chose to take a gamble. Buzz. In an instant a dazzling light erupted from the talisman. Under this light it seemed as if all demons and evil spirits were being purified. The 8th rank dream demon didn't even let out a scream before being utterly purified by this talisman. In the incredulous gaze of the onlookers it turned to ashes. Bang! Yi Yan fell to the ground coughing violently and then looked at the ashes on the ground in astonishment, saying, "This talisman is effective. Father, sister, this talisman works. That Taoist did not deceive me, this talisman is real. He truly is an exceptional master." Yi Ziying stared blankly at this scene, utterly overturning her previous beliefs. The Taoist sect has declined. It has long lost its former glory. In fact, there is no longer any orthodox Taoist sect in the world, nor have there been any reports of Taoist masters reaching the transcendent state. How could a single talisman possess such tremendous power? That was an 8th-rank dream demon. Merely a talisman turned the 8th-rank dream demon to dust in an instant. What level of master could have drawn this talisman? It would be immensely beneficial for Baiyun City to befriend such a master. Yuner. Yi Qingbei nodded. "Well done. Tomorrow you will go and find that senior to express your gratitude for saving your life. Be sure to invite him to the Lord's mansion as a guest. Leave it to me." For the first time being praised by his father, Yi Yun felt incredibly happy. Why hasn't he returned yet? In the Changxing Temple it was supposed that Lu Dongyue would return today, but as of now there was no sign of him, which left Li Hanzhou without the mood to read. Additionally, there was another matter that left Li Hanzhou utterly speechless. Originally he had true qi at the 6th rank, but as his spiritual energy increased, that energy had domineeringly devoured all of his true qi. It was as if his true qi had turned into nourishment. Thus at this moment Li Hanzhou bore no trace of true qi, he appeared to be an ordinary person. However, what Li Hanzhou did not expect was that according to the explanation in his cultivation method, the Bedi scripture, he had now reached the qi refinement stage. He was practicing an entirely different system compared to others. Unfortunately, his Bedi scripture was merely an inner sect mental method and did not include any spells. "Master Uncle, the second senior brother has returned." At this moment Yun Qiances quickly ran in from outside. He finally returned. Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up. Lu Dongyue returned with 1,000 taels of silver. However, when Li Hanzhou stepped out of the courtyard, he saw Lu Dongyue with a mournful expression carrying a large silver axe on his back. "What's wrong?" Li Hanzhou was taken aback. "Did you not make it into the top 1,000? "Ah, yes." Lu Dongyue had already thought about it on the way back. Rather than saying that he got first place, it would be better to say he didn't even make it in, which would feel a bit better. Who would have thought that the first place wouldn't reward anything at all? With my 7-Treasures Gourd I still couldn't make it into the top 1,000. Li Hanzhou's expression was very dejected, seemingly unable to accept it. 1,000 taels of silver were gone. The day to repay the debt was approaching. In the Baiyun City gambling house there are indeed masters, and with the entire Changxing Temple counting him, the weak and the sick as well as minors, how could they possibly compete with them? Where did that axe come from? Li Hanzhou looked at the large silver axe in surprise. Since when did Lu Dongyue start using an axe as a weapon? "Oh, it's a souvenir gift from someone," Lu Dongyue quickly replied. "Ha!" Li Hanzhou picked up the Prajna axe weighted in his hands and couldn't help but say with a hint of exasperation, "In the Grand Taishan Holy Land such a vast place of participation prize is just a broken axe. Sigh, it's all fate. Please punish me, Master Uncle," Lu Dongyue said as he clasped his fists together. "Forget it, I can't blame you." Li Hanzhou had no intention of punishing Lu Dongyue. After all, he believed Lu Dongyue had done his best. The Changxing Temple was impoverished, barely providing enough nourishment for its disciples. How could they compete with those outstanding disciples who had everything at their disposal? Lu Dongyue was also somewhat surprised. When he returned he had prepared himself for a scolding from Li Hanzhou, yet Li Hanzhou did not reprimand him. How strange. By the way, Master Uncle, is there an issue with the 7-Treasures Gourd's refinement? Lu Dongyue couldn't help but ask. Issue? Li Hanzhou's heart skipped a beat. He had sensed something might be wrong with the gourd when it emitted a green light. It seemed that the 7-Treasures Gourd was not functioning properly, which was why he didn't achieve a ranking. Lu Dongyue hesitated for a moment and recounted the events, but omitted the part about winning the championship. He feared Li Hanzhou might not be able to handle it. Sucking people's clothes. Li Hanzhou was taken aback. The instruction manual did not mention that the 7-Treasures Gourd had such a function. There was nothing wrong with the code he had written. How could such a thing happen? So you mean the Zhao family members and the disciples of the Ba Dao sect, did you strip them of their clothes? Li Hanzhou was momentarily stunned. Yes, Lu Dongyue said awkwardly, and also Lu Tianxing from the Taishan Holy Land among others. Li Hanzhou's face darkened. Not only did he not recover the money, but he also offended so many people. What if they came to demand an explanation? Perhaps it would be better to disband. I'll just return to my Gao Laozhuang. Seeing Li Hanzhou's expression turn grim, Lu Dongyue quickly said, "But Master Uncle, the talismans you drew are truly impressive. Even Lu Tianxing, a 9th-grade cultivator, couldn't break your diamond talisman with a single strike. When did you become so powerful?" Before he could finish, Lu Dongyue was left dumbfounded. At that moment he realized that there wasn't a trace of true energy on Li Hanzhou. He seemed like an ordinary person. What's going on? Though his cultivation wasn't high before, he at least had 6th grade cultivation. How could he be at the 1st grade now? Sigh, how will he get by? Li Hanzhou completely ignored what Lu Dongyue said about the diamond talisman to him. It was merely Lu Dongyue changing the subject. How could he not know what he had drawn? How could that thing possibly be useful? Blocking attacks from 9th grade warriors. Just hearing about it was enough. What on earth happened to Master Uncle? Seeing Li Hanzhou return to his small courtyard, Lu Dongyue asked Shiming and Yun Xianzhong beside him, but both merely shook their heads, unsure of what had happened to Li Hanzhou. Master Uncle said he wants to ascend, Shiming told Lu Dongyue. Put. Lu Dongyue almost choked on his own saliva. Could it be that Master Uncle is ill? Lu Dongyue speculated. Not long after, Li Hanzhou took his Pingjin fan and left. He could only make another trip to Baiyun City and see if he could encounter a few more gullible people to earn some money and pay off his gambling debts. You all stay at home, I'm going out to earn money. With that, Li Hanzhou left Changxing Temple. Earn money. Lu Dongyue sighed softly. It seems Master Uncle is seriously ill. He arrived at the familiar Baiyun City. Li Hanzhou first casually inquired about the city lord's mansion. On that day his fortune-telling technique revealed a fierce disaster looming over Yi Yun, leading him to believe the Yi family would be wiped out. Could it be that my fortune-telling technique is faulty? With that suspicion, just as Li Hanzhou was about to set up his stall, he heard numerous footsteps approaching from behind. This made Li Hanzhou's heart skip a beat. From his memories he recognized these as people from the gambling den. Li Hanzhou, I didn't expect to find you here. This made Li Hanzhou's heart skip a beat. From his memories he recognized these as people from the gambling den. Li Hanzhou, I didn't expect to find you here. How's the money coming along? The scarred face sneered. 3 days left until the repayment date. If you don't pay us back, you can forget about your hands. But there are still 3 days, right? Li Hanzhou frowned and said, I will definitely return the 800 taels to you after 3 days. 800 taels. The scarred man raised a finger and shook his head, then said 800 taels is just the principal, you haven't accounted for the interest. Including the interest it totals 4,200 taels. Upon hearing this, Li Hanzhou fell silent for a moment. He did not argue, for he understood that the other party was being unreasonable. Arguing would be futile. It seemed he really had to run away. 4,200 taels. Where could he rob that amount? 800 taels and the interest is 4,200 taels. What an audacious claim. Who gave you the right to calculate money like that? At that moment a voice came from behind the scarred man. Who is so bold as to meddle in our Baiyun gambling den's affairs? The scarred man barked angrily and turned to look, only to see a young man on a carriage behind him smirking at them. Yi Yun. The scarred face was startled. So it's young Master Yi Yun. The scarred man quickly became polite. How much does this senior owe you? I'll pay it for him. At that moment the curtain of the carriage was drawn back and Yi Ziying emerged slowly from inside, her powerful aura instantly overwhelming everyone. The people from the gambling den were taken aback, not expecting Yi Ziying to come personally. Miss, they all said respectfully. The scarred man awkwardly smiled and said, he owes us 800 taels which he hasn't paid back. Yi Ziying wasted no words, directly taking out a silver note and throwing it in front of the scarred man. Here is 1,000 taels. Take the money and get lost, don't disturb the senior's mood. Yes, yes, we'll leave right away. The scarred man hurriedly picked up the silver note and took his people away. Li Hanzhou watched, his heart bleeding. He only owed 800 taels, why didn't they ask for the extra 200 taels? Yu Qingzong disciple Yi Ziying paying respects to the senior. Yi Ziying approached Li Hanzhou and respectfully bowed. Yi Yun pays respects to the senior. Yi Yun also quickly came forward to pay his respects. This left Li Hanzhou somewhat astonished. These two were not here to cause trouble for him, but had helped him pay off his gambling debt and were being so polite. For what reason? No need for formalities. Li Hanzhou activated his fortune-telling technique and looked at Yi Yun, only to find that the ominous aura above Yi Yun's head had completely disappeared. The ominous aura has dissipated. Could it be that someone helped them defy fate? Thank you for bestowing me the exorcism talismans which saved my entire family. My father asked us to invite you to the city lord's mansion as a guest. Please do come and allow us to show our hospitality. Yi Yun hurriedly said. Invite me as a guest. Li Hanzhou looked at their expressions and pondered for a moment. These two wouldn't have discovered that I tricked them and want to lure me to the city lord's mansion to take advantage of the opportunity to break 30 of my ribs, would they? But that's not right, I only tricked them out of 500 taels. However, they just paid back 1,000 taels for the gambling debt. That doesn't add up. Could it be that my exorcism talismans really helped them solve their problems? Could it be? Li Hanzhou couldn't help but recall some web novels he had read in his past life when he was bored. Could it be that he was a master but just didn't know it? Could it be that the talismans I drew are genuinely powerful? Am I actually a genius? While Li Hanzhou was lost in thought, Yi Ziying was also observing him and noticed that she could not detect even a trace of true energy on him. She became even more certain that Li Hanzhou was an extraordinary master. She had once seen the ancestor of the Qingyun sect who had reached such a level it was equally unfathomable, and she could not sense the presence of true energy. Has this big shot already reached that level? This is my father's invitation. Yi Ziying took out a small cloth bag from her waist, and as her palm gently brushed over it, an invitation appeared in her hand. A storage bag. Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up. This item is incredibly convenient. It belongs to the category of acquired spiritual treasures and can store items in a storage space. Li Hanzhou also desired one and decided to buy materials to make one himself later. Alright, since City Lord Yi has extended the invitation, I shall humbly accept. Li Hanzhou smiled as he took the invitation. Regardless, the person had just helped him repay his gambling debts, and it would be inappropriate not to go. Yi Yun and Yi Ziying invited Li Hanzhou into the carriage and then headed to the city lord's mansion. I wonder which sect you come from, senior. Yi Ziying respectfully said in the carriage, perhaps you have some connection with the elders of our Shangqing sect as well. Li Hanzhou did not know anyone from the Shangqing sect, but he was aware that it was a significant sect. I come from the Changqing Pavilion, Li Hanzhou answered truthfully. Yi Ziying recalled but did not recognize such a place. The Changqing Pavilion was far too small, ranking amongst the bottom of the third-rate sects. Yi Ziying had indeed never heard of it. Senior is truly modest. With such cultivation you remain so low-key, even your sect is so secretive. Yi Ziying thought to herself. So it is an elder from the Changqing Pavilion. I have long heard of you. Yi Ziying exchanged a few pleasantries. The carriage quickly entered the city lord's mansion. Li Hanzhou lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked outside. The city lord's mansion was so extravagant that compared to his own Changqing Pavilion it seemed like a doghouse. He must earn a lot of money and renovate the Changqing Pavilion properly. Father, the senior has arrived. Yi Yun called out hurriedly. How old are you to be so loud, making the senior laugh? Yi Qingbei came out first, scolding Yi Yun, then approached the carriage and respectfully bowed. Yi Qingbei greets the senior. City Lord Yi is too polite. Li Hanzhou stepped out and sized up Yi Qingbei, not sensing any aura of a strong person from him. To be the lord of Baiyun City he must be a local lord in the Xinqiao kingdom, but Li Hanzhou's divine sense scanned the entire city lord's mansion and found no experts present. This was somewhat strange. How could a dignified city lord's mansion have no experts at all? No wonder there was such a heavy atmosphere of bloodshed earlier. Please come in, senior. Someone bring tea. Yi Qingbei warmly welcomed Li Hanzhou. Thank you for saving my life, senior. If it weren't for the divine talisman you granted me yesterday, my life would likely have been lost here. Yi Qingbei said with a smile. No need for such politeness. Li Hanzhou simply nodded at these words without probing further. Li Hanzhou knew that to cause the death of a local lord must involve very complicated internal matters. He did not want to get involved in such things, so after giving a perfunctory reply he began to sip tea. The tea was quite good, much better than the tea in the Changqing Pavilion. I have heard that the Taoist sects rarely interfere in the affairs of the martial world nowadays. Yi Qingbei asked seriously. Even tasks posted in the martial world are seldom accepted, is this true? Yes. Li Hanzhou nodded. It wasn't that they rarely interfered in martial affairs, the disciples of their Taoist sect simply did not have the qualifications to begin with. Other sects could still take on some commission tasks for profit, but the Changqing Pavilion was on the verge of losing its incense offerings. Who would be willing to pay them for services? Senior Li is clear-minded and seeks only to cultivate. I admire that, Yi Qingbei said, clasping his fists. He. Li Hanzhou awkwardly smiled. He felt that Yi Qingbei must have something to discuss with him but was unable to say it directly, thus wasting time here. The tea is quite nice. Li Hanzhou put down his teacup and said, I also want to thank City Lord Yi for helping me today. I see it's getting late. If there's nothing further I shall take my leave. Seeing Li Hanzhou preparing to leave, Yi Qingbei became somewhat anxious. Senior, please hold on. Yi Qingbei hurriedly said. Is there something else? Li Hanzhou looked at Yi Qingbei. Yi Qingbei waved to the surrounding servants and made signaling them to leave. Yuner, you go out first. Yi Qingbei instructed Yi Yun. Yi Yun did not expect to be asked to leave as well, which made her somewhat unwilling, but seeing Yi Qingbei's stern expression she could only pout and leave. Yi Ziying stayed behind. Senior, I have a matter I wish to ask for your assistance with, Yi Qingbei said solemnly. You may speak. If I can help, I will certainly do so. Li Hanzhou nodded. But if it involves danger, I would have to decline. I know your skills are unparalleled and your cultivation unfathomable, so I would like to ask you to help me send someone out of the city. Yi Qingbei began. I am unparalleled. My cultivation unfathomable. Li Hanzhou was taken aback. Where did this rumor come from? It's only a 1-hour journey to the city gate. Does City Lord Yi need to sneak around to send someone out? Li Hanzhou laughed and said, moreover, I see your daughter's cultivation is quite good. Can't she escort them? Senior, please don't joke. My modest cultivation is nothing in front of you, Yi Ziying said with a bitter smile. Yi Qingbei sighed. Perhaps you may wonder why there are no experts around the Lord of Baiyun City. In fact, there were several 9th grade experts in my city before and even some transcendents, but they all perished in battle 6 months ago. I thought everything would be fine for half a year, but troubles came again. Now Baiyun City has no one to rely on, so I can only ask the senior for assistance. My Baiyun City has long been targeted by others. To send someone away without alerting anyone, only a master like you can accomplish it. After Yi Qingbei finished speaking, he stood up and respectfully bowed to Li Hanzhou. City Lord Yi truly overestimates me. I do not possess such abilities. Li Hanzhou quickly refused. Are you kidding? Your people have all perished in battle and now you're being targeted. How dangerous must the person you want to escort be? With my abilities, escorting the person you want to send would be tantamount to seeking death. Li Hanzhou expressed that he could not assist and had to decline. If the senior agrees to help, I am willing to offer 20,000 taels of silver as a reward. Yi Ziying spoke at this time. Previously, since Li Hanzhou had been pressured for debts at the gambling house and his Taoist robe was tattered, Yi Ziying guessed that Li Hanzhou might be short on money. However, a strong person lacking funds must be due to being too low-key and unwilling to do evil, thus he could be fully trusted. Yet Yi Ziying was also gambling, hoping that Li Hanzhou was indeed willing to act for money. Otherwise Baiyun City truly had nothing else to offer. What exactly do you need to escort? Li Hanzhou felt tempted. 20,000 taels. That would be enough to renovate the Changxing Pavilion properly. Seeing that Li Hanzhou had softened his stance, Yi Qingbei and Yi Ziying's eyes brightened. It is a young man, Yi Qingbei said quickly. As long as you can send this young man to the pine forest 30 miles away, that will suffice. Li Hanzhou pondered for a moment. Did my talisman really eliminate that monster? Yes. Yi Ziying did not understand why Li Hanzhou asked this, but still replied that 8th grade dream demon was instantly annihilated by your talisman with no ability to resist at all. Alright, I agree to help. Li Hanzhou nodded. Thank you, senior. When shall we begin? Yi Qingbei asked, somewhat excited. No rush. Li Hanzhou extended his hand and began to calculate some matters. Although his strength was lacking, he knew that the Taoist techniques he had learned in his past life could now be utilized. Since his talismans could work, he would prepare some special methods to send the person out of the city. However, it still required some favorable timing. After pondering for a while, Li Hanzhou said, in 3 days I will escort this person out of the city. 3 days. Yi Qingbei fell into contemplation for a moment, then nodded solemnly. Then I entrust this matter to Senior Li. He clasped his fists in deep respect. These 2,000 taels of silver shall serve as the advance payment. Yi Qingbei produced 2 banknotes, each worth 1,000 taels, and handed them to Li Hanzhou. How could I possibly accept such generosity? Li Hanzhou murmured even as he smoothly accepted the notes and tucked them into his sleeve, his face breaking into a warm, effusive smile. Yi Qingbei was utterly flustered. He sensed that Li Hanzhou was unlike any cultivator he had ever encountered. Truly extraordinary. Li Hanzhou departed from the city lord's residence, pledging to return precisely 3 days hence. Only after Li Hanzhou had vanished from sight did Yi Ziying gaze at his retreating figure and murmur, Father Senior Li's temperament is rather peculiar, he bears not the slightest air of a venerable elder cultivator. Yi Qingbei said nothing, merely withdrew several sheets of paper and laid them upon the table. What is this? Yi Ziying picked them up, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Her expression shifted instantly. The pages detail Li Hanzhou's background, information easily obtained by a city lord determined to verify a stranger's identity. Yi Qingbei said nothing, merely withdrew several sheets of paper and laid them upon the table. What is this? Yi Ziying picked them up, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Father, how could Senior Li be such a person? And according to this his cultivation realm is merely 6th rank, but... Yi Ziying frowned deeply. If he were truly only 6th rank, she should have discerned it effortlessly. I do not know, Yi Qingbei replied, shaking his head. The Li Hanzhou I investigated bears little resemblance to the one I met today. Yi Qingbei continued, that talisman severed an 8th rank dream demon in an instant, surely he possesses extraordinary ability. Yet the dossier paints him as a charlatan. Sigh. I have no choice but to gamble everything on him, hoping he can spirit the 9th prince out of Baiyun City. Father, if all else fails I shall return to my sect and beg my master's aid, Yi Ziying urged urgently. Absolutely not, Yi Qingbei interjected, firm and immediate. The ninth prince's whereabouts must remain secret. Yi Qingbei's brow furrowed. The Divine K Kingdom teems with tangled factions, even your Supreme Clarity sect shares murky ties with the Imperial House. Should word of the ninth prince's location leak, his life would hang by a thread. He is the future sovereign. Were calamity to befall him under my watch, I would become the greatest criminal in Divine K history. Though the dossier on Li Hanzhou appears utterly unreliable, the Everlife Temple has maintained absolute neutrality for decades, no alliances with any sect or the royal court. Li Hanzhou is at present the only untainted candidate. But Ziying. Yi Qingbei turned to his daughter. When Li Hanzhou escorts the ninth prince beyond the city walls, you must accompany them, better safe than sorry. Should you detect treachery, should he prove a hollow fraud, his gaze hardened, flashing with lethal intent. He mimed a swift clean slit across his throat. Yi Ziying nodded once. Understood. With coin in hand, Li Hanzhou did not hasten back to the Everlife Temple, instead he made straight for the Divine Mechanism Guild. The Divine Mechanism Guild spanned the entire Divine K Kingdom, a vast formidable power famed for supplying anything one might desire. Li Hanzhou had originally intended to purchase a spatial storage pouch. Yi Ziying's casual use of one earlier that day had left him thoroughly envious. Yet even a modest 1 incubator pouch cost 50,000 taels of silver, so exorbitant a sum that Li Hanzhou nearly dropped his jaw. Even his full reward would fall woefully short. Just as despair began to settle, he spotted semi-finished storage pouches, intended for spirit treasures artificers who could inscribe their own formation arrays to complete them. Each cost a mere 500 taels. Without hesitation, Li Hanzhou bought one. If I cannot afford the finished article, I shall simply craft it myself. Next he ordered copious provisions, meat, vegetables, rice and seasonings, and instructed the guild to deliver them directly to the Everlife Temple. He also purchased a new set of robes for himself. He briefly considered buying outfits for Lu Dongyue and Shi Ming, but having no idea of their measurements, he resolved to give them silver upon returning, letting them descend the mountain to shop themselves. I'm back. Upon re-entering the Everlife Temple, Li Hanzhou called out. Shi Ming and Yun Xianzhu were nowhere to be seen. Lu Dongyue stood chopping firewood. His cleaver's edge was nearly curled from overuse. Senior uncle. Lu Dongyue brushed his hands clean and sprang upright. Didn't the Supreme Profound Holy Land bestow that axe upon you? Why resort to this dull blade? Li Hanzhou gestured toward the gleaming, untouched axe beside him, amused, assuming Lu Dongyue feared damaging the new tool. Ah, this. Lu Dongyue blinked, stunned. Use the Prajna axe, the 47th ranked artifact on the Divine Arms list, to split firewood. Surely not. The Supreme Profound Holy Land's sovereign would surely hemorrhage rage upon hearing of it. The axe was only lent, not gifted, its eventual recall inevitable. The Holy Land delayed retrieval solely to avoid scandal so soon after its presentation. Lu Dongyue dreaded chipping it. Even selling the entire Everlife Temple wouldn't cover the loss. Look at you, so stingy. Li Hanzhou chuckled. Let me tell you, your senior uncle is now a man of means. From now on the Everlife Temple's fortunes shall rise. He tossed 10 taels of silver into Lu Dongyue's arms and added, gather Shi Ming and Young Yun Xianzhu, will take your junior siblings down the mountain tomorrow to outfit them properly. Thank you, senior uncle. Lu Dongyue's eyes lit up at the gleam of silver. Truly the sun had risen in the west. Li Hanzhou had given him money. Train diligently, strive to reach that legendary realm of ultimate shattering, then ascend with your senior uncle riding upon your shoulders. Li Hanzhou clapped Lu Dongyue heartily on the shoulder. Ha! Lu Dongyue froze, bewildered. 10 taels and he was expected to achieve ascension. That was absurd. Senior uncle, please stop jesting. He sighed. Our temple's cultivation manuals and martial arts are largely defunct, nearly all unusable. What remains is mundane, utterly incapable of supporting ascension. Li Hanzhou knew Lu Dongyue spoke truth. With spiritual energy sealed across the land, most Everlife Temple techniques, designed to channel chi, had grown inert. Yet one mystery nagged him: why could he still cultivate spiritual energy when others could not? Was he perhaps endowed with a Onsen physique? Li Hanzhou realized resolving this was paramount, not only for ascension but for returning to Earth, where over 30 million credits awaited his enjoyment. Leave it to me, I'll investigate. With that he strode indoors, drawn by a far more urgent pursuit. Crafting a spatial storage pouch. For the semi-finished pouch he needed only inscribe formation arrays using his divine sense. Having previously forged the Seven-Treasure Gourd, he approached this task with practiced ease. Within 2 hours he exhaled in quiet triumph, his storage pouch was complete. A wisp of black smoke rose from within the pouch, signaling completion. Such vast capacity, Li Hanzhou mused, impressed. At least 10 cubic meters. But... He glanced at the instruction scroll, puzzled. It states completion is marked by azure smoke, not black. Why does mine emit black fumes? Let me test it with something. He reached for a banknote, then
owed. Even as such calamities unfolded, the original Yi Chen had behaved as though
he shook his head, deciding to seek a worthless item instead. Just then Yun Xinzhu's voice rang out from beyond the door. Senior uncle. Senior uncle. Dinner is ready. We're having chicken legs tonight. When Li Hanzhou walked out of the room, the table was filled with a variety of delicious dishes. Today he had brought back a lot of tasty food, and Yun Qianzu and Shi Ming, the two little ones, had worked hard for half a day to prepare this feast. Lu Dongyue had not seen such a sumptuous meal in a long time. The three of them were drooling. However, since Li Hanzhou had not yet sat at the table, they naturally could not start eating. Go ahead and eat. Li Hanzhou sat down and after speaking broke off a chicken leg and placed it in Yun Qianzu's bowl. You eat first, senior uncle. Yun Qianzu hurriedly picked the chicken leg back. In her view, these good things were all brought back by senior uncle through hard work, regardless of whether it was through gambling or some other means. It was only right for Li Hanzhou to eat first. All right. Li Hanzhou smiled. Although this little girl Yun Qianzu was young, she was truly very sensible. He took a bite of the chicken leg. Yun Qianzu and Shi Ming's culinary skills were limited. The dishes they made weren't that delicious, but fortunately the ingredients were good and they were edible, at least better than the vegetable leaves Li Hanzhou ate every day when he first crossed over. Looking at the chicken leg he had bitten into, Li Hanzhou suddenly had a whimsical idea and took out a storage bag. Storage bag. Seeing the storage bag, Lu Dongyu's eyes lit up. This thing was a good item. Sometimes when he saw disciples from large sects with such good items, Lu Dongyue was also envious. Senior uncle can refine a storage bag now? Lu Dongyue asked anxiously. Well, it's a kind of success. Li Hanzhou gently placed the chicken leg at the opening of the storage bag, and then a puff of black smoke emerged from the bag, swallowing the chicken leg directly. It worked. Li Hanzhou's eyes brightened. Wait, senior uncle, hold on. Lu Dongyue quickly waved his hand. I've seen other people's storage bags and they all emit blue smoke to collect items. Why does your storage bag emit black smoke, senior uncle? Lu Dongyue thought of his own Seven-Treasure Gourd that emitted green light and felt that Li Hanzhou's storage bag was somewhat off. Your Seven-Treasure Gourd was just an accident, but this is a storage bag. This item doesn't have any offensive power. How could there be something wrong? It's just a different color, right? Li Hanzhou said with a smile. If you don't believe me, I'll take out the chicken leg I just put in for you to see. After saying that, Li Hanzhou gathered a surge of spiritual power in his palm and then sent his divine sense into the storage bag. He was about to take out the chicken leg to prove it. However, it was gone. Where's my chicken leg? Li Hanzhou was taken aback. His chicken leg was missing. However, at this moment there was a strange object in Li Hanzhou's storage bag. Li Hanzhou did not remember putting such a thing in his storage bag. A flash of light appeared in his hand and black smoke rolled over, revealing a complex lotus-like object. It felt icy to the touch, giving off a haunting aura, and the intricate components on it were astonishingly detailed. It was heavy, exuding a faint killing intent. The appearance of this object shocked everyone present. What is this? Where's my chicken leg? Li Hanzhou was bewildered. His chicken leg was gone and this strange object appeared instead. Senior uncle. Lu Dongyue suddenly stood up, instinctively taking 2 steps back, his face filled with terror. This is the first killing weapon of the Tang sect, the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus. Where did you get this? There is only one of this thing in the entire Tang sect. It is rumored to be one of the sect's treasures. How could it be in your hands, senior uncle? The Tang sect's treasure. Li Hanzhou examined the object in his hand, unsure of how it ended up in his storage bag. Senior uncle. Yun Qianzu looked at Li Hanzhou eagerly. You suddenly have so much money, did you steal it from the Tang sect? Junior sister, you think too highly of senior uncle. Shi Ming shook his head, expressing disbelief. Li Hanzhou said nothing. He set the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus aside and casually picked up a bowl from the table, placing it into the storage bag. Sure enough, after the bowl entered the storage bag, it disappeared again. However, the next moment Li Hanzhou took out a Dan furnace from the storage bag. The entire Dan furnace was entwined with a green dragon exuding an imposing aura and contained the scent of Dan. Green Dragon 100 Flames. Lu Dongyue was taken aback. Isn't this the Dan furnace of the nine-fingered divine Dr. Sun Yao from the Medicine King Valley? Senior uncle, not only did you steal from the Tang sect, but you also stole from the Medicine King Valley. Lu Dongyu's eyes widened in fear. Neither of these sects was something their Changxingdu could offend. Strange. Li Hanzhou did not understand why his storage bag had such a problem, so he attempted to pick up some food from the table again, but Shi Ming and Yun Qianzu quickly moved the dishes in front of themselves. Senior uncle, if you take more we will go hungry. Yun Qianzu stared at Li Hanzhou intently. All right. Li Hanzhou had no choice but to go into his room. He looked at some of the books on the shelf and unexpectedly found a picture book titled The Years I Spent Dual Cultivating with My Master and Master's Wife. What a mess. Li Hanzhou couldn't help but spit, realizing that his previous self truly had no serious business. He then unhesitatingly tossed the picture book into the storage bag. As usual, the storage bag emitted black smoke, and soon after Li Hanzhou took the item out. This time it worked. Li Hanzhou took out the picture book, pleasantly surprised that his storage bag had finally returned to normal. However, Li Hanzhou suddenly realized something was off about this book. Before he could collect his thoughts, the storage bag in his hand suddenly shattered with a loud bang. My storage bag. Li Hanzhou's expression changed. How could the storage bag break? Although it was an acquired spiritual treasure, it had no limit on usage. How could it shatter? Senior uncle, are you alright? Hearing the noise, the three hurriedly entered the room and saw Li Hanzhou standing there in a daze, still holding a book in his hand. I'm fine, it's just that the storage bag inexplicably broke. Li Hanzhou said somewhat speechlessly. Was the quality of the thing he refined really that poor? He casually tossed the book on the table and decided to thoroughly investigate what the issue was. What is this? Lu Dongyue curiously leaned in to take a look at the book, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Great Celestial Phenomenon Technique. Senior uncle. This is the national technique of the Xinglua Kingdom. Where did you get this from? Lu Dongyue almost choked on his breath and fainted. Xinglua Kingdom. Shi Ming was also shocked. Is it the Xinglua Kingdom that was defeated by the Divine K? Yes, the Xinglua Kingdom was immensely powerful. Although it was defeated by the Divine K, there are still some people from the Xinglua Kingdom who are alive today, hiding in the Yunhuang. This great celestial phenomenon technique is their most formidable technique. It is said that cultivating it enables one to summon wind and rain, possessing extraordinary power. Lu Dongyue explained. So powerful. Li Hanzhou looked at the book, still puzzled about where this technique had come from. After experimenting several times, he found no regularity in it. It was as if his items randomly transformed into these things. However, the storage bag shattered after 3 uses. Suddenly Li Hanzhou seemed to have a good idea and said, since this technique is so powerful and you cannot cultivate the techniques of our Changxingbu, why not cultivate this instead? This way our Changxingbu will become stronger and your hopes of ascending in the future will greatly increase. Hearing this, Lu Dongyue's expression changed. Senior uncle, don't talk nonsense. This is the technique of the Xinglua Kingdom. If we cultivate this technique and are discovered, we will be recognized as the remnants of the Xinglua, and we will likely be hunted down by the entire Divine K. So troublesome. Li Hanzhou felt a bit disappointed. He had thought it was an opportunity for Changxingbu. There are even more troublesome things. Senior uncle, you should return these items to their rightful owners. Li Hanzhou looked at these items and felt somewhat troubled. Return them. That sounds easy. How do you return them? Should I refine another storage bag? What if something even more terrible comes out when I put things in? What if the Imperial Jade Seal of the Divine K appears? Let's talk about it later. Eat first. Li Hanzhou had no solution for the moment. The others ate with anxious faces, saying nothing. Every so often they stole glances at Li Hanzhou as if trying to guess what he had done. At that moment a voice sounded. Is Lu Dongyue here? They looked up to see a man in purple entering from the doorway. He's from Zhouyuan Biaoju, Shi Ming told Li Hanzhou as he observed the newcomer. I am Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue hurriedly rose. He was puzzled. Messengers from Zhouyuan Biaoju were usually for delivery, so who would be writing to him? In all these years this was truly an unusual occurrence. Could it be a letter from senior brother? Yun Qianzhu asked with curiosity. The man from Zhouyuan Biaoju rummaged in his pack for a long while and finally produced 3 notices. Lu Dongyue, please sign for these. He handed a slip to Lu Dongyue. This one is a formal envoy from Ba Daomen, this one from the Zhao family, and the other from Yushan Zone. They say these are challenge notices. In 7 days they will come to Changxingguan to duel and spar with you. What? Lu Dongyue's hand trembled. He dropped his brush. Ba Daomen, the Zhao family, and Yushan Zone were coming to his doorstep to spar. He had thought the matter closed, but now they were coming to issue a challenge. Was this not nothing less than a vendetta? He was only a 5th-rank cultivator. How could he possibly defeat them? This was disastrous. He imagined being beaten to death in the Taishan Xingdi. He had torn them apart, and if they did not make him soil himself this time, it would mean he had retained his dignity. After the man from Zhouyuan Biaoju left, Lu Dongyue sat on the floor as if life had lost all meaning. Challenge notices. Li Hanzhou examined the 3 slips and immediately understood. The 3 sects had come for revenge. Changxingguan had not been this lively in a long time. Master uncle, save me. Lu Dongyue looked at Li Hanzhou with imploring eyes. It's because of your Qibao Hulu that I've offended so many people, you can't abandon me. Li Hanzhou sighed helplessly. What can I do? I can't beat them either. Why don't you practice this? Li Hanzhou produced the De Tianxianju Great Celestial Phenomena Manual and handed it to Lu Dongyue. Master Uncle, don't joke. Lu Dongyue dared not train with such a thing. If he did, he might not only be hunted by the people of Shank but perhaps even experts from Xingluoguo would pursue him. Then use this. Li Hanzhou handed the Qianming Guilian to Lu Dongyue. Master Uncle, if I used that, the consequences would be unimaginable. Anyone from those 3 sects would surely die. Lu Dongyue could only laugh through his tears. Of course, this was Tang Men's top hidden weapon. If their disciples were slaughtered, would the 3 sects not unite and wipe out Changqing Wan? That won't do, and neither will this. Li Hanzhou frowned, then glanced at the Qinglong Baiyan. Suddenly he said, there's also a furnace here. What if I refine some pills for you to take to boost your strength? Then perhaps you could stand a chance against them. What? Lu Dongyue's eyes widened. Master Uncle, you can refine pills. Li Hanzhou pondered for a moment. Does stewing braised pork count? Don't joke. Lu Dongyue did not expect Li Hanzhou to be in the mood for jokes at such a time. I am not joking. Li Hanzhou turned to the shelf and took down a book titled Lian Dan Shuji Jinan Beginner's Guide to Alchemy. Look, I have this. If you follow the methods within, it's not actually so difficult. Wait and see. I even managed to forge a spiritual treasure. Making a pill should be nothing, Li Hanzhou said confidently. Master Uncle, the spiritual treasure you made had problems. Lu Dongyue hurriedly explained the spiritual treasure issue was minor, nothing serious. But a poorly refined pill could kill me. Your Jingang Fu last time was powerful. Why don't you draw a few more of those for me so they can't kill me? Talismans. Li Hanzhou suddenly remembered that skill, yet he shook his head. The Jingang Fu can guarantee you don't die, but it won't stop you from getting beaten to a pulp. Do you have any offensive talismans? Could you give me some? Lu Dongyue looked at Li Hanzhou with hopeful eyes. Li Hanzhou still shook his head. He did not truly know the extent of his talisman's power. Yi Yan, relying only on a single Bixia Fu, had slain an 8th-ranked dream demon. He did possess offensive talismans, Wu Lei Fu, Jingwan Fu and so on, but their actual force was uncertain. If one of those talismans reduced an opponent's disciple to ash, would that not summon even greater enemies? It would be terrible if by accident Changqing Wan were blasted to ruin. Moreover, seeing the Qinglong Baiyan had indeed aroused Li Hanzhou's curiosity about pill refinement. Ah, there's no hope. Lu Dongyue walked out in a daze, feeling his life had lost all meaning. Night fell. Beichuan Chang. A small tavern on a street still kept its lights on. Inside, a middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat sat drinking alone. One man and a pot of wine, his silhouette was lonely. The tavern emptied as the evening deepened. Even the street outside sank into silence. Waiter, another pot. The man called to the shop. But after a long while there was no answer. He snorted. Suddenly he thrust out his palm and countless flying needles shot from his sleeve toward the opposite building. Each needle condensed formidable inner force and pierced straight through the house opposite. Screams followed. Move. A command, and in an instant a storm of arrows rained down. The man leapt, palm raised to the sky, blasting a hole through the roof, and the next moment he had already ascended onto the rooftop. But his opponents had clearly anticipated this. Hidden weapons swarmed like a sudden torrent. He snorted and with a wave of his hand unleashed a flurry of his own talons and needles that met the volley in midair. His movements were smooth and precise, without a trace of hesitation. Everyone out, he shouted. At his call, 3 figures appeared on the roof facing him. 3rd Elder, 4th Elder, and the Enforcement Hall Master. Seeing the 3 approach, the man laughed. Tang Men truly values me, 3 Tangshuan realm experts attacking together. It seems today you've decided to take me. The Enforcement Hall Master stepped forward, frowning. Zhou Ziyin, you were once our most outstanding disciple. You betrayed Tang Men and killed your master. You are worse than a beast. Today we will purge you from our ranks. Zhou Ziyin suddenly laughed wildly. Outstanding disciple. If I were truly the best, why was the method of making the Qinji Kongke Ling taught only to the junior brother and not to me? I resent it. Over the years every blessing went to the junior brother and not to me. If that is Tang Men, then I will not remain in it. As for that old man, if he refuses to give his daughter to me, then kill him. Why should I be denied when I am so excellent? Zhou Ziyin's face contorted with rage. There is no saving you. Surrender now. The 3rd Elder shook his head. Ha ha ha. Zhou Ziyin sneered. If this were any other time, the 3 of you together might overwhelm me, but now. It's the perfect chance to test the Qianming Guilian's power on you. Qianming Guilian. At the name their faces changed. The 4th Elder thundered. The Qianming Guilian vanished. You stole it. Indeed. This top hidden weapon of Tang Men is now in my hand. Let me try it on you three old men. Zhou Ziyin roared. A glow flashed from his storage pouch and an object appeared in his hand. See what my Qianming. Hench, Zhou Ziyin began, then his expression abruptly shifted. He had clearly meant to produce the Qianming Guilian, but what he held was a chicken drumstick and it bore the marks of having been bitten. What the hell? Where was his hidden weapon? He stared in disbelief at the bitten drumstick in his hand. Damn it, where had the real weapon gone? Seeing Zhou Ziyin raising a chicken leg and threatening to kill the three of them, the head of the Tang sect's law enforcement hall was furious, his beard bristling. Zhou Ziyin, dare you insult us? Die. With that, the head of the law enforcement hall stepped forward, his true energy swirling, instantly shaking the surrounding space. His palm technique burst forth like the wind, the Tang sect's white jade palm striking down. Zhou Ziyin's expression changed. His opponent was a strong practitioner of the transcendence realm, while he had just barely reached the state of detachment, making it impossible for him to be a match for this old thief. To make matters worse, his greatest reliance, the 1,000-life ghost lotus, was not at hand. At that moment his first thought was to flee. However, as soon as he turned around, the figures of the third elder and fourth elder appeared behind him like ghosts. Their hands pressed down on his shoulders, and the overwhelming true energy instantly made it hard for him to breathe. Bang! The white jade palm struck Zhou Ziyin's back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His entire bodhis meridians were shattered by this blow. Zhou Ziyin, hand over the 1,000-life ghost lotus, the head of the law enforcement hall shouted angrily. At this moment Zhou Ziyin gritted his teeth tightly, staring at the chicken leg in his hand. He could not understand how the 1,000-life ghost lotus in his storage bag had inexplicably transformed into a chicken leg. I hate. Zhou Ziyin roared loudly. Speak quickly. The third elder's hand, claw-like, directly grabbed onto Zhou Ziyin's shoulder, and with a crack Zhou Ziyin's collarbone was crushed by the third elder's grip. Zhou Ziyin was sweating profusely from the pain. He still could not comprehend how things had turned out this way. According to his original plan, once he obtained the 1,000-life ghost lotus, even if strong practitioners from the Tang sect came after him, he would have nothing to fear. With the 1,000-life ghost lotus in hand, he could kill as many Tang sect members as they sent, and once he escaped the heavenly tower and fled into the cloud wilderness, he would be free as a bird and he would have nothing more to do with the Tang sect. But now some idiot had stolen his 1,000-life ghost lotus and replaced it with a chicken leg. The most infuriating part was that the chicken leg had already been bitten into an utter humiliation. Kill or maim, do as you please. Zhou Ziyin glared fiercely at the three of them. He knew that if he claimed he did not know where the 1,000-life ghost lotus was, these three old geezers would never believe him. The third elder and fourth elder exchanged glances, both revealing anger in their eyes. Take him back, the head of the law enforcement hall said calmly. There are countless punishments waiting for him in the Tang sect. I don't believe we can't pry open his mouth. Zhou Ziyin was taken away. Such a powerful force as the Tang sect was already being monitored by countless people in the shadows, so once this incident occurred, it quickly spread throughout the martial world. Zhou Ziyin of the Tang sect betrayed his sect and stole the 1,000-life ghost lotus. This caused quite a stir in the martial world. However, far away Li Hanzhou was unaware of this matter. For the past few days he had been reading as usual, studying alchemy, figuring out how to help Lu Dongyue improve his strength. Yet Lu Dongyue had been feeling down lately, unable to sleep well, always sensing that Li Hanzhou's gaze toward him was strange, as if he were looking at some experimental lab rat. This made Lu Dongyue consider running away from home. In the White Cloud City Lord's mansion, Yi Qingbei sat in the hall with a serious expression, deep in thought. Father, at this moment Yi Ziying walked in. Father, you called for me. Yes, Yi Qingbei said in a deep voice. Today is the day. According to Li Hanzhou, he should come to escort the 9th prince out of the city today. Father, escorting the 9th prince will definitely have to wait until evening. There are too many eyes during the day, Yi Ziying said. I have had people watching the Changxing temple for several days now. For the past 3 days Li Hanzhou has not left the Changxing temple at all, nor has he prepared anything. He has just been reading in his room every day. I am beginning to suspect that Li Hanzhou is playing me. He said he needed 3 days to prepare, but in the end he did nothing. Escorting the 9th prince out of the city is a major event, and thinking back, I was really too rash. Father, this is unavoidable. Yi Ziying thought for a moment and said, how about this? I will go to the Changxing temple now and see what Li Hanzhou is up to. Go ahead. If Li Hanzhou intends to cause trouble, then do what needs to be done. Yi Qingbei's heart was also spurred with murderous intent. Rest assured, Yi Ziying said, and after turning around she left the city lord's mansion, heading towards the Changxing temple. A swift horse took only a quarter of an hour to arrive at the entrance of the Changxing temple. Is this the Changxing temple? Yi Ziying looked at the mountain gate where the 3 characters for Changxing temple had become almost indistinguishable. She could hardly believe that such a place could also be a sect. Who are you looking for? At that moment a voice rang out. Yi Ziying looked up and found a little girl nearby at the mountain gate. The little girl was wearing a Taoist robe and looked particularly cute. Hello, I am looking for Li Hanzhou. Senior Li. Yi Ziying stepped forward and said. Oh, you are looking for Uncle Master. Then I will take you there, Yun Xinzhong said with a smile. Thank you. Yi Ziying smiled and asked, are you also a disciple of the Changqing temple? What is your name? My name is Yun Xinzhong. Yun Xinzhong looked Yi Ziying up and down and said, sister, you are so beautiful. No woman dislikes being complimented, so naturally Yi Ziying felt happy inside. After thinking for a moment, she took out a long sword from her storage bag. This sword is for you. Yi Ziying handed over the sword. Wow, such a beautiful sword. Yun Qianzhan's eyes were fixated on the sword. This sword is forged from Yunjian iron. It can cut through iron like mud. Yi Ziying handed over the sword, which was specially made for her when she first began her training, but now she had no use for it. Thank you, sister. Yun Xinzhong quickly expressed her gratitude. Looking at Yun Qianzhan's appearance, Yi Ziying thought to herself that the Changqing temple must be very poor and this little girl probably hadn't seen many good weapons. For the Changqing temple, a sword made of Yunjian iron should be considered a divine weapon. Third senior brother, look at my sword. It was given to me by this sister. Yun Xinzhong excitedly showed off to Shiming, who was walking over. Oh, quite beautiful. Shiming looked at Yi Ziying unexpectedly and then clasped his fist, saying, thank you, miss, for giving my junior sister a divine weapon. You're welcome, Yi Ziying replied. Third senior brother, what are you going to do? Yun Xinzhong asked. I need to chop some firewood. I'm out of firewood. You should go back first, Shiming said. Alright, senior brother. Yun Xinzhong said to Yi Ziying's sister, let's go up ahead is where Uncle Master lives. However, at that moment Yi Ziying was completely stunned, her gaze fixated on the axe that Shiming was carrying. She even couldn't help but rub her eyes. The Prajna axe. No way. Yi Ziying could hardly believe her eyes. Wasn't that the Prajna axe ranked 47th on the divine weapon list? She had heard that the Prajna axe had been in the hands of the demon clan, and not long ago the Tai Xian personally intervened to create a ruckus in the demon clan and snatch back the Prajna axe. How could it be here at the Changqing temple? Qianzhong, where did that axe come from? Yi Ziying couldn't believe her eyes and hurriedly asked Yun Xianzhong. The axe. Yun Xianzhong blinked, unsure why Yi Ziying was asking about a broken axe, but still replied, it was brought back from the Taishan Holy Land. Indeed. Yi Ziying exclaimed, I heard that the Taishan Holy Land held a grand competition for disciples not long ago. Did you all participate in the Changqing temple? Yes, Yun Xianzhong said. Second senior brother participated. Uncle Master told him to go. Yi Ziying's heart was shaken. The grand competition of disciples in the Taishan Holy Land was not to be taken lightly. Yi Ziying had heard at a high level that it was meant to pave the way for Lu Tianqing along with strong practitioners like Shen Zhongao, the best among the younger generation. She never expected that it would ultimately fall into the hands of a disciple from the Changqing temple. Was Li Hanzhou behind this? Why did Li Hanzhou want the Prajna axe? Knowing that the Taishan saint was paving the way for his disciples, how could Li Hanzhou interject? Did he have some secret plan? Did he have a grudge against the Taishan Holy Land? At this moment Yi Ziying was even more convinced that Li Hanzhou was not simple. So many talented disciples had participated in the assessment, yet even Lu Tianqing had been defeated by a disciple from the Changqing temple. So it seems your second senior brother is quite impressive. Yi Ziying said nonchalantly, appearing to engage in casual conversation while secretly probing the depths of Changqing temple. Second senior brother. The young girl Yun Qianzha had no ulterior motives. His strength isn't very strong, he only has a 5th grade cultivation level. If it weren't for Uncle Master crafting a spirit treasure for him and giving him a talisman, he wouldn't have gone at all. Yun Qianzha pouted. In the end he just brought back a broken axe. Hearing this, Yi Ziying was greatly shocked. A 5th grade cultivation level. How could someone with such a level have passed the assessment of the Taishan Sacred Land? Wait a minute. Did you say your Uncle Master crafted a spirit treasure for your second senior brother? Yi Ziying doubted her hearing. Yes, Yun Qianzha blinked. Yi Ziying could tell that Yun Qianzha didn't seem like the type to lie. At this moment her gaze drifted afar. It turned out they had all underestimated Li Hanzhou. Not only was he exceptionally strong, but he was also a spirit treasure master. Moreover, his prowess as a spirit treasure master was not weak. A 5th grade disciple using Li Hanzhou's spirit treasures could actually dominate the masses, even suppressing Lu Tianqing of the younger generation, which spoke volumes. Who exactly is Li Hanzhou? He doesn't reveal himself at all. Over the years no one in the entire Dongyan prefecture has even heard of such a figure, and for so long he has been pretending to be a fool, playing the role of a waste. What could his purpose be? Why did he suddenly take action this time, and why did he set his sights on the Taishan Sacred Land first? No matter what, once they return to the Qingyun sect this matter must be reported to the sect. Thinking of this, Yi Ziying also dismounted. In the presence of such a prominent figure, riding up would be exceedingly impolite. Sister, we've arrived. Yun Qianzha led Yi Ziying to a small courtyard ahead and called out, inside, Uncle Master, we have guests. Yi Ziying stood at the entrance of the small courtyard and looked inside, not expecting that Li Hanzhou's residence would be so impoverished. A person of such transcendent cultivation who can even craft spirit treasures lives such a life. Could this be the legendary return to simplicity? Looking for me? Who? Li Hanzhou walked out from within, then saw Yi Ziying standing at the door. Miss Yi. Seeing that it was Yi Ziying, Li Hanzhou quickly invited her in. Sorry to bother you, senior. Yi Ziying said respectfully, clasping her fists, and then stepped inside. Qiansa's go make tea. All right, Uncle Master. Yun Qiansa's ran off. Seniorly, today you promised the city lord's mansion to escort someone out of the city, do you remember? Of course I remember. Li Hanzhou said with a smile. Since the escorting is scheduled for the evening, I didn't rush. I was planning to wait until after dinner to head to Baiyun City, but I didn't expect you to come first. Senior, please don't misunderstand, I didn't come to urge you. Yi Ziying quickly said, it's just that my father has always admired you, saying that seeing you in action would definitely be a great learning opportunity, and he wants me to follow you to learn. I wonder if you would mind. Are you sure you want to follow along? Li Hanzhou's expression suddenly turned strange. If you mind, I won't impose. Yi Ziying quickly stood up and said. I'm indifferent to it. Li Hanzhou said with a smile, it's just that my methods are somewhat. I'm afraid they might scare you. Senior, you needn't worry. Yi Ziying smiled too. Being a disciple of the Qingyun sect, what had she not seen? Even a sword immortal, what could possibly frighten her? All right, then after dinner we will make preparations. Li Hanzhou said. Yes. If there is anything I can help with, please instruct me, seniorly. Yi Ziying said. Then help me pick some vegetables. Yes. Wait, pick vegetables? Yes, it's time for dinner. That kid Sherming has gone to chop firewood, so I have to cook dinner myself. You can help me wash and pick the vegetables, and I'll make something delicious for you to taste tonight. Li Hanzhou said with a smile. Okay. Yi Ziying awkwardly agreed. As the young lady of the city lord's mansion and a disciple of the Qingyun sect, she had never done such things. After picking 2 bowls of vegetables, Yi Ziying felt more exhausted than after fighting with several people. Li Hanzhou, however, moved with ease, chopping meat and stir-frying dishes in one smooth motion. His movements were even more skillful than a chef. Watching from the side, Yi Ziying found it hard to believe that such a high-level person could also cook and do it so well. Originally, Yi Ziying didn't plan to eat, as she usually didn't eat much, but she couldn't resist the enticing aroma of Li Hanzhou's cooking and ultimately gave in, eating 2 bowls. After eating, Yi Ziying couldn't help but wonder if Li Hanzhou had worked in some tavern before. He truly was a mysterious man. Gradually the sky darkened. Li Hanzhou returned to the house, seemingly preparing something, while Yi Ziying waited outside. Waiting until quite late, Yi Ziying glanced at the time. Noticing it was nearly midnight, she couldn't help but anxiously say, seniorly, it's getting late, shouldn't we leave? Wait a moment. Li Hanzhou's voice came from inside. Yi Ziying had no choice but to continue waiting. After nearly an hour, Li Hanzhou's door finally opened. Senior, let's head back to Baiyun City. Yi Ziying said hurriedly. No, we will first go elsewhere and then return to Baiyun City. Li Hanzhou carried a cloth bag on his back, unsure of what was inside. Where are we going? Just follow me. Li Hanzhou instructed Sherming and the others to remain at the temple while he went out to handle some matters. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yi Ziying, filled with curiosity, followed Li Hanzhou out of Changsheng Temple. They headed west. As the two walked westward, the once silent night became eerily quiet. No figures could be seen on the official road, and Li Hanzhou had not spoken a word. Yi Ziying felt an inexplicable chill creeping in. Senior, where are we headed? After half an hour, Yi Ziying finally couldn't help but ask. Just ahead. Li Hanzhou pointed ahead. Yi Ziying focused her gaze, and in front of them was a grove of trees. Everywhere were desolate willow trees, and in this grove there was not a single sound. The atmosphere felt somewhat eerie. Senior, what are we doing here? Although Yi Ziying saw nothing, she felt that something was off. Borrowing something. Li Hanzhou led Yi Ziying into the grove, looking at a wide path ahead. He pinched his fingers and looked up at the moonlight, which was now obscured. The surroundings were silent and pitch black. It's about time. After saying this, Li Hanzhou took out a willow leaf from the cloth bag, ran his fingers over the leaf, and in an instant it seemed as if golden words condensed on the willow leaf. Before Yi Ziying could see what was written, Li Hanzhou rubbed the leaf against his eyelids, and at the same time another willow leaf was rubbed against Yi Ziying's eyelids. Li Hanzhou formed a seal with his hand and shouted, open. As he shouted, Yi Ziying trembled all over, unable to suppress a shiver. At that moment, a mournful sound of a swana echoed in Yi Ziying's ears. This sound resonated through the night, sounding extremely desolate. In just a moment, Yi Ziying felt all the goosebumps on her body rise. What is this sound? Why does it sound so chilling? However, before Yi Ziying could ask, the next scene left her legs trembling. In the previously empty willow grove, a procession suddenly appeared. The leader was playing the swana, dressed in colorful garments, their faces as pale as paper, with 2 red blush marks painted on their cheeks, their eyes devoid of any vitality, making them particularly eerie. Following behind them were others dressed in wedding attire moving like zombies playing various instruments producing that mournful sound. Even more terrifying, there was a red palanquin behind them. The palanquin was adorned with auspicious characters resembling a wedding procession. But whose family would hold a wedding ceremony in the dead of night accompanied by such strange sounds? This is the middle of the night. Could it be that they are encountering a ghost? It really works. Li Hanzhou observed this scene without fear. Ever since he discovered that his Taoist techniques could be used in this world, Li Hanzhou knew he would surely see the ghosts of this realm. Over the past 2 days he had indeed encountered some wandering spirits in the mountains. Having calculated beforehand, he found today to be the day of the heaviest yin energy, and he also foresaw that a ghost bride would be married today, which is why he brought Yi Ziying along. Li Hanzhou was not afraid of ghosts as he understood how to deal with them. Seniors, have we encountered a ghost? Yi Ziying's face turned pale with fear at that moment. After all, she was just a young girl in her teens and had never witnessed such a scene. In this Xiantian realm there were human races, demon races and monster races, but he had never heard of ghosts. Such beings had always existed only in strange tales meant to frighten people, and Yi Ziying never expected that they truly existed in this world. Now that she saw them for real, Yi Ziying felt completely unnerved. The unknown was too terrifying. Moreover, how could Li Hanzhou lead her to encounter such things? Who exactly was he? Are you scared? Li Hanzhou asked with a smile. Yi Ziying swallowed hard. Although she did not respond to Li Hanzhou, she quietly took a step back and involuntarily grasped the corner of his clothing like a frightened child in need of protection. At that moment the flower sedan continued moving forward as if it had not seen Li Hanzhou and Yi Ziying. Senior Li, they are coming closer. Yi Ziying was so nervous that her voice trembled and she regretted coming here tonight. Just then Li Hanzhou took out a copper bell from his bag. Ding-a-ling. As the copper bell rang, everyone turned to look, their eyes fixated on Li Hanzhou and Yi Ziying. Yi Ziying felt a chill creep upon her. Living people blocking the yin sedan. A thin voice came from within the sedan. The voice was eerie and uncomfortable to hear. I apologize. Li Hanzhou stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, it's a matter tonight and I wish to borrow your people and your yin sedan. I know you are getting married tonight, so could this young lady walk to the venue instead? You're seeking death. The woman in the sedan was furious and instantly shot out 2 red silks towards Li Hanzhou. However, Li Hanzhou calmly observed the scene. With a flip of his hand, a bagua mirror appeared in his palm, reflecting the moonlight from above, and the light from the bagua mirror rushed towards the red silks. Boom! With a loud explosion, the red silks burst apart. At that moment Li Hanzhou took out a candle, performed a seal and lit the candle directly. He then pointed his finger at the candle, causing the flame to appear on his fingertip, and it transformed into a fire snake racing towards the trajectory of the exploding red silks. The flames illuminated the entire willow forest as if it were daytime. The fire reached the yin sedan and a scream erupted from within, followed by a ghost bride dressed in red flying out of the sedan. She crashed heavily to the ground. This scene left Yi Ziying stunned. What kind of technique was this? She couldn't comprehend it at all. Could this be the mysterious Taoist techniques spoken of in legends? The ghost bride felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. But she could also tell that Li Hanzhou possessed great skills. Had he not held back, she would have been consumed by the fire snakes and disintegrated. Will you lend it or not? Li Hanzhou asked indifferently. Is this borrowing? This is robbery. The ghost bride, though her face was obscured by a red veil, sounded significantly more aggrieved. Once this matter is settled, I will perform a transcending ritual for you. How about that? Li Hanzhou said with a smile. What's good about being a ghost? Isn't it better to reincarnate and live as a human again? Transcending. The ghost bride scoffed. It seems you are completely unaware that the cycle of reincarnation has already shattered, and where is the possibility of reincarnation? Forget it, you can take the yin sedan. I'll walk to the wedding. The cycle shattered. Li Hanzhou was taken aback by this statement. He quickly calculated again and his expression turned strange. It was indeed true. He calculated that this woman had no fate for reincarnation. Even if he forcibly performed a transcending ritual, it would be impossible to send her to reincarnate. What on earth is going on? What a bizarre world. I'm leaving. The ghost bride looked at Li Hanzhou with a hint of fear and floated away. The remaining members of the procession seemed to stand there without any awareness. Li Hanzhou decided not to think about it anymore and shook the bell in a specific rhythm. The procession members slowly turned and headed in the direction of Baiyun City. Senior. They headed towards Baiyun City. Yi Ziying had been holding her breath until now. Seeing that all the ghosts had left, she finally dared to speak. Then let's go back. Li Hanzhou said to Yi Ziying. Okay, let's hurry back. Yi Ziying no longer wanted to stay in such a place, which felt eerie. What if something else appeared later? Yi Ziying leaped and used her lightness skill to fly away. This surprised Li Hanzhou. Was she really that Li Hanzhou initially wanted to say he couldn't use lightness skills but suddenly recalled that although the original body's cultivation was not strong, at least he had practiced lightness skills. He just hadn't tried it since he crossed over. At that moment Li Hanzhou also gathered the spiritual power within him and performed the 9-star step of the Changsheng view. In an instant he felt as light as a swallow. The surrounding winds seemed to intensify. In the blink of an eye he appeared several hundred meters away. So fast. Li Hanzhou was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected he could use lightness skills. What man doesn't have a dream of martial arts lightness skills? Senior, slow down, I can't keep up. Yi Ziying had just caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow when Li Hanzhou had already dashed ahead. His speed was too quick for her to keep up. Oh. Li Hanzhou had no choice but to slow down and wait for Yi Ziying. After a while Li Hanzhou and Yi Ziying returned to the Lord's mansion of Baiyun City. Father, I'm back. Yi Ziying finally felt a sense of security upon returning to the Lord's mansion. What happened? Seeing Yi Ziying's appearance, Yi Qingbei suddenly felt something was off. His daughter, who usually appeared cold and composed, seemed to show signs of being a bit strange. She had an expression reminiscent of a frightened little girl. Lord Yi. Li Hanzhou approached at that moment. Senior Li, Yi Qingbei said respectfully as he saw Li Hanzhou coming over. He glanced at Yi Ziying subtly and she nodded slightly in response to his gaze. Only then did Yi Qingbei feel relieved. It seemed that Li Hanzhou was indeed capable and had gained his daughter's acknowledgement. Although his daughter's abilities were still not very strong, she had gained some insight during her years at the Qingxing sect. Since Yi Ziying felt comfortable, there should not be any issues. Thank you, Senior Li. Yi Qingbei turned to a small room behind him and walked over, gently knocking on the door, looking especially respectful. Come in. A faint voice came from inside. Yi Qingbei then respectfully opened the door and gestured for Li Hanzhou to enter first. Li Hanzhou was curious about Yi Qingbei's respectful demeanor. Upon entering the room he found it quite simple, with a young man sitting in the center. The young man was reading a book. With just a glance Li Hanzhou could see that this young man possessed an imperial aura. He turned out to be a prince. Li Hanzhou knew that this person was definitely not the Emperor of Shenk, but with an aura of royalty surrounding him he must be a prince. The young man put down the book and examined Li Hanzhou. Thank you for your assistance tonight, sir, he said politely as he stood. Yu Qingyang. Young Master Yu Yang and Li Hanzhou offered the greeting with polite restraint. And hearing the surname Li Hanzhou confirmed the youth's royal lineage. Yu was the imperial clan name of the Shinkei dynasty. Young Master. Yi Qingbei grew anxious, about to speak, only for Yu Qingyang to raise a hand, gently silencing him. Since Senior Master Li is escorting me out of Baiyun City, full candor is only fitting. Yes, sir. With Yu Qingyang's words settled, Yi Qingbei had no further objection. And Master, shall we depart now? Shall we go now? Yu Qingyang asked. And no rush, let us wait a while, Li Hanzhou replied with a faint smile. And wait. Yu Qingyang tilted his head, curious. For what? The moment the question left his lips, Li Hanzhou abruptly turned toward the door and said, They have arrived, and instantly a chilling wind swept in, gusting open the chamber doors with a hollow groan. Yi Qingbei hurried forward, reaching to shut the doors. But Yi Ziying's skin prickled anew, her eyes widened in terror as she stared past the threshold. The spectral procession had returned, ghostly attendants beating drums and clanging cymbals bearing the ghastly crimson spirit palanquin. Yi Qingbei however saw nothing, and yet as if walking through mist the phantom retinue passed straight through his body and entered the room. There here Yi Ziying darted behind Li Hanzhou, trembling uncontrollably. A disciple of the Shangxing sect, she had cultivated the jade illumination art to a high degree. Even confronting demon or Yao tribe she would draw her blade without flinching, yet spirits unsettled her to her core, stealing her breath and freezing her blood. Ziying, what is it? Yi Qingbei watched her, bewildered by her sudden terror. And he scanned the room, seeing nothing amiss. Yu Qingyang too fixed his gaze ahead, yet no matter how intently he stared, the space before him remained empty to his eyes. Without preamble, Li Hanzhou reached into a cloth pouch at his waist and withdrew a talisman, then pressed it firmly upon Yu Qingyang's forehead. Yu Qingyang's pupils contracted sharply. A subtle shift surged through his body, then flames flickered to life upon both his shoulders and atop his crown. Young Master Yu. Yi Ziying gasped, staring at Yu Qingyang in stunned awe. Before Yu Qingyang could grasp what had transpired, Li Hanzhou drew forth a small vial from his pouch and with a single deft inhalation drew the twin shoulder flames into the vessel. As the two flames vanished, Yu Qingyang felt an uncanny likeness, as if something vital had been lifted from him. And then, he saw them. Though Yu Qingyang had witnessed courts and calamities alike, the sudden sight of the spectral host sent him stumbling backward, eyes wide with raw, unguarded fear. Young Master, what's wrong? Yi Qingbei recoiled at Yu Qingyang's pallor. And Senior Master Li, what is happening? Yi Qingbei rushed to Li Hanzhou. And nothing grave, merely a fright from what he's just seen, Li Hanzhou assured Yu Qingyang. Were you startled? This? Yu Qingyang breathed incredulous, turning to Li Hanzhou. Are these ghosts and merely minor spirits? Li Hanzhou replied calmly. I summon them to escort you beyond the city. He gestured to the talisman on Yu Qingyang's brow. This is a life-sealing talisman. I've temporarily suppressed your aura as a living being. You'll board that spirit palanquin and these spirits will carry you 30 li to the pine grove. I am to ride within that. Yu Qingyang stared at the scarlet palanquin, its lacquered surface seeming to drink the lamplight. Just gazing upon it stirred a deep instinctive dread. Young master, this is a bridal palanquin. His senior masterly seized it for you tonight, Yi Ziying blurted. The original ghost bride had reserved it for her nuptials. She'll have to walk instead. Ahem. Yu Qingyang coughed, nodding stiffly. And I see you cultivate qi, Li Hanzhou observed, appraising him. You can hold your breath without difficulty, I trust. Certainly. Yu Qingyang nodded firmly. Once inside you must hold your breath without fail. Any lapse risks releasing your yang energy, destabilizing the spirit path and exposing you. Whether you remain unseen thereafter depends entirely on fortune. Li Hanzhou issued the instructions. And I understand, master. Yu Qingyang spoke with solemn gravity. And then enter, Li Hanzhou said, gesturing toward the palanquin. Yu Qingyang swallowed hard, staring at the crimson palanquin, its stillness unnerving, its presence suffocating. Yet this was the sole path out of Baiyun City where every alleyway was watched. Gathering his courage, he drew a deep steadying breath and strode forward, parted the curtain and stepped into the palanquin. To Li Hanzhou and Yi Ziying, Yu Qingyang simply entered the palanquin. Into Yi Qingbei, however, Yu Qingyang vanished before his very eyes, dissolving into thin air. Yet from their earlier exchange, Yi Qingbei grasped the truth. Something unseen had come for Yu Qingyang, something invisible to his own eye. If he could not perceive it, others likely could not either. And let us go. Li Hanzhou rang a small bell, whereupon the ghostly procession resumed its eerie music and carried Yu Qingyang from the magistrate's residence. Inside the palanquin, Yu Qingyang stole a glance outward and watched astonished as walls dissolved before him, allowing passage as if they were smoke. Such mastery kindled profound fascination within him for Li Hanzhou. Let us follow, Li Hanzhou told Yi Ziying. Once he reaches the pine grove safely, my duty is fulfilled. Yi Ziying swallowed, nervously pointing to herself. Must I go too? And Li Hanzhou paused. Wasn't this the one her sect had sworn to protect at all costs? What nonsense are you speaking, Ziying? Of course you must go, to ensure the young master arrives safely in the pine grove. Yi Qingbei spoke gravely. And yes, Father, Yi Ziying whispered near tears, wishing fiercely that Li Hanzhou would grant her father the celestial eye so he might witness the horror himself and reconsider his casual certainty. The two mounted horses and fell silently behind the spectral procession. Under the moonless sky, down streets emptied of life, trailing a host of ghosts, Yi Ziying's heart hammered against her ribs. She sought distraction, turning to Li Hanzhou, senior master. Do such beings truly exist? Why has no record of them ever surfaced? Because you cannot see them, Li Hanzhou replied evenly. The mortal realm and spirit realm are separate domains. Humans tread mortal paths, spirits walk the nether road. Naturally they remain unknown. Can they harm mortals? Yi Ziying asked, voice taut. As a child I read tales of malevolent spirits preying upon men. Were those accounts true? You called them tales? Li Hanzhou shook his head. If you cannot perceive spirits, they cannot touch you, unless one possesses extraordinary power capable of rupturing the veil between realms. There is no cause for concern. Oh. Yi Ziying exhaled, relieved. So long as they posed no threat, she could endure the dread. Yet Li Hanzhou's thoughts lingered elsewhere. Why had the wheel of reincarnation shattered in this world? As the spirit palanquin passed through Baiyun City's gates, Li Hanzhou sensed, faint but unmistakable, numerous pairs of eyes watching from the shadows nearby. Their gazes swept over the group once, then withdrew. Still scouts dispatched urgent missives into the night. Yi Ziying, daughter of the Baiyun magistrate, departed the city at midnight, accompanied by an unidentified figure. The ninth prince was not observed. Thus the report spread, and Yu Qingyang slipped beyond the city walls unseen. And those watchers at the gate were hunting for Yu Qingyang, weren't they? Yes, Yi Ziying affirmed. It seems they never realized he'd already left. Yet Li Hanzhou's gaze drifted far beyond the gates. His chi perception arc revealed an unsettling resonance along the road ahead. Tonight's journey would not be smooth. Still, Li Hanzhou had prepared contingencies. This mission was more than an escort. It was a crucial test, a first probe into the hidden architecture of this world. A distance of 30 miles. It is neither close nor far. The speed of the shadow carriage is not particularly fast, but according to Li Hanzhou's calculations it will definitely reach the pine forest before dawn. Piyu Lake, the essential route to the pine forest. At the edge of Piyu Lake a bonfire is lit, illuminating the pitch-black night. Sitting beside the bonfire is a middle-aged man, his expression focused as he meticulously wipes his knife. With a pristine handkerchief in hand he wipes every inch of the knife with great care, and a hint of cold-bloodedness can be seen in his focused gaze. Come out. The man, without raising his head, simply spoke lightly to the air. As soon as the words fell, a figure in white descended from a cliff across the way, moving with such agility that he seemed like a wraith leaving behind a fleeting shadow in the sky, as if he were a myriad of avatars before landing beside the bonfire. The swiftness of his movement was astonishing. Zhao Qianqiu. The man in white looked at the man by the bonfire and asked, "It has been a long time since I heard news of you in the martial world. I thought you were dead. I didn't expect to see you again in the Divine Void Kingdom. What brings you here this time? This has nothing to do with you." Zhao Qianqiu did not lift his head, seemingly disregarding the man in white's presence. "At the very least, it has nothing to do with your Taishan sacred land. I am not here to cause trouble for your Taishan sacred land. I have no conflict with you, the Holy Master of Taishan, so you don't need to keep an eye on me. Can you trust the words of the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion?" The Holy Master of Taishan scoffed. "Haven't the dirty deeds of the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion been numerous? Moreover, you Zhao Qianqiu, a killer of the celestial phenomenon realm, coming onto the territory of my Taishan sacred land, how can I possibly feel at ease? And if I don't feel at ease, what of it? I have heard about the recent chaos you caused in the western courtyard continent, stealing the Prajna axe from the Divine Cow Mountain. But the Divine Cow Mountain is no easy place. Its inhabitants are not to be trifled with. You must have paid a considerable price to reclaim the Prajna axe. After returning, you held a disciple assessment in Taishan sacred land, yet you never showed up. You must have been injured. Do you think in your current state you can stop me from doing what I want?" Upon hearing this, the Holy Master of Taishan's eyes narrowed, instinctively taking a half step back. Because Zhao Qianqiu was right, he had indeed been injured at the Divine Cow Mountain. Although he had healed considerably, any small factor in a confrontation could lead to defeat. Zhao Qianqiu, a master of the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion, was at the pinnacle of the celestial phenomenon realm, no weaker than himself. In a true fight, while he might not fear him in peak condition, he would be at a significant disadvantage now. However, if Zhao Qianqiu truly intended to target the Taishan sacred land, it would not be so easy. After all, this was the domain of the Taishan sacred land, and if it came down to a life or death struggle, Zhao Qianqiu would not fare well. As if sensing that the Holy Master of Taishan harbored a hint of fear, Zhao Qianqiu chuckled lightly and shook his head. "Don't worry, I have no desire to fight you. The target of my mission is not you. Even if I were to kill you, no one would pay me for it, so I have no interest in wasting my time and energy on you. Who is your target then?" The Holy Master of Taishan pondered for a moment before asking. "You are asking too many questions." Zhao Qianqiu continued to wipe his knife. The Holy Master of Taishan looked at the knife. Ranked 32 on the Divine Weapon list, Autumn Burial. Countless souls have perished under this blade. Someone is coming. At this moment, the Holy Master of Taishan sensed two presences approaching. At that instant, Zhao Qianqiu moved, already at the top of a nearby ancient tree. The pitch-black night posed no obstruction for him. His gaze was sharp like that of a hawk, and he spotted two figures riding towards them in the distance. "Not them." Zhao Qianqiu frowned. At this moment, the Holy Master of Taishan also reached the treetop and saw Yi Ziying and Li Hanzhou approaching. Yi Qingbai's daughter. Upon seeing Yi Ziying, the Holy Master of Taishan recalled her. The little girl was quite spirited, and they had liked her very much back in Taishan sacred land. However, their methods were grand and dominant, primarily focused on axe techniques, which Yi Ziying did not favor, leading her to ultimately join the Shangqing sect. Now seeing Yi Ziying again, she had already grown into a young lady. What could she possibly be doing out at this late hour? As for the person beside Yi Ziying, neither the Holy Master of Taishan nor Zhao Qianqiu paid any attention. He bore no trace of true energy, merely an ordinary person. Zhao Qianqiu turned and prepared to leave. His mission was to eliminate the possible appearance of the ninth prince of the Divine Void Kingdom. As for others, he had no interest in them and had not been paid for that. Inside the shadow carriage, Yu Qingyang had been holding his breath and focusing. However, at this moment his expression suddenly changed. He had been injured previously and had not fully healed. Although he had been recovering well during the day, holding his breath for so long was becoming difficult. A surge of energy rose from within him. Yu Qingyang could no longer hold it in and began to cough. Cough, cough. Two coughs echoed. Yu Qingyang leaked his yang energy. As the two coughs sounded, the entire shadow carriage and the surrounding little ghosts all broke free from the path of the underworld. In just a moment, those little ghosts also swayed as if they were unwilling to move forward. In that brief moment, both Zhao Qianqiu and the Holy Master of Taishan sensed it. A strange aura suddenly appeared. But it quickly concealed itself again, though not very skillfully. If one were to sense carefully, they could still detect the residual aura. The target is here. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhao Qianqiu's eyes. He had been waiting 2 days for this person. Zhao Qianqiu drew his blade. In an instant, the blade light slicing through the long night, directly cleaving towards the place where the aura had just emerged. The crescent moon-like edge of the knife instantly severed the entire official road. In an instant, the void trembled. Numerous little ghosts and the shadow carriage vanished completely, and Yu Qingyang fell directly from the shadow carriage, landing on the ground. Not good. Yi Ziying not far behind changed her expression upon witnessing this scene. Yu Qingyang had been discovered. Moreover, the strength of the attacker was formidable. Just that one slashing light demonstrated the extraordinary power of the newcomer. The yang energy has leaked. Li Hanzhou, watching from the side, shook his head. Just now as Yu Qingyang coughed, the leaking yang energy had directly jolted him out of the path of the underworld. However, someone was trying to kill the prince. Li Hanzhou couldn't help but reflect that being born into the royal family was indeed troublesome. Being an ordinary citizen would be much better. Finally, I've waited for you. Zhao Qianqi's figure slowly floated down, arriving before Yu Qingyang. Yu Qingyang looked at the newcomer, sensing the overwhelming strength that was beyond his capacity to contend with. Who is this person? The holy master of Taishan had never seen the ninth prince, so he did not intervene, merely standing atop the tree to observe the situation below. It's Zhao Qianqiu. Yi Ziying's expression changed. She felt that the ninth prince was truly doomed tonight. The master of the blood sacrifice pavilion, Zhao Qianqiu, was a force to be reckoned with. His name alone struck fear into the hearts of many in the martial world. In his hand he wielded the divine weapon Autumn Burial. Countless souls had perished beneath this knife. Senior Li saved the prince. In this moment Yi Ziying could only place all her hopes on Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou on horseback said nothing. He merely fixed his gaze ahead, knowing that this person was undoubtedly a master, but to what extent he was unsure. Tonight Li Hanzhou also wanted to test his strength to see if he could fight. If he could save the ninth prince, that would be splendid. If not, his lightness skill was quite good and escaping would certainly not be a problem. Entrusted by another, I will collect your head. Zhao Qianqiu slowly raised his hand, ready to behead Yu Qingyang. Yu Qingyang, feeling a sense of despair, closed his eyes. Facing such a master as Zhao Qianqiu, he had no chance at all. However, just as Zhao Qianqi's blade was about to fall, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, transforming into a roaring silver serpent, opening its massive jaws to bite at Zhao Qianqiu. Zhao Qianqi's expression remained unchanged as he swiftly retreated, his blade cleaving straight toward the thunderbolt. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The sheer might of Zhao Qianqiu was undeniable. He had actually split the celestial lightning in two with brute force. Yet Zhao Qianqiu was far from composed. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ground beneath his feet, and his autumn burial blade hummed violently, its surface coiling with faint arcs of residual lightning, trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Qianqiu felt his arm go numb. How had a heavenly thunderbolt descended so suddenly? Even Taishan sovereign was visibly startled. Had a hidden master intervened? Who dared interfere? Yu Qingyang flinched, yet upon seeing aid arrive he leapt forward and landed instantly beside Yi Ziying and Li Hanzhou. Master Li, your painstaking efforts have gone to waste, Yu Qingyang said, embarrassed. Li Hanzhou had expended tremendous effort to smuggle him out of the city. Everything had proceeded flawlessly, only for the mission to collapse entirely because of him. Now they faced an elite assassin from the blood sacrifice pavilion. It matters not. Li Hanzhou appeared utterly unruffled. Is the young master unharmed? Yi Ziying hurried forward. I am unscathed, Yu Qingyang replied anxiously. But it is I who have dragged you both into peril. This foe is no ordinary adversary. Heir. Yi Ziying glanced instinctively at Li Hanzhou. While others might have missed it, she had seen clearly. It was Li Hanzhou who had acted, summoning a talisman that manifested as celestial thunder, forcing Zhao Qianqiu into retreat. Zhao Qianqiu, a renowned expert of the blood sacrifice pavilion, had been repelled by a single talisman. What was Li Hanzhou's true cultivation realm? Li Hanzhou now gazed steadily at Zhao Qianqiu ahead. He sensed this man was formidable, but how formidable precisely eluded his grasp. His own celestial thunder had been severed midair. Was the opponent truly that powerful, or was he himself still too weak? Who dares intervene? Step forth and reveal yourself. Zhao Qianqiu's eyes swept warily across the surroundings. Yet he detected no trace of presence, not a whisper of qi, not a ripple of intent. The silence itself felt uncanny. Even if a Lixian realm cultivator had arrived, he should have sensed them without fail. No need to search further, it is I. Li Hanzhou urged his horse forward one step. You. Both Zhao Qianqiu and Taishan sovereign froze in disbelief. Was this not merely an ordinary man? Only now did they notice Li Hanzhou clad in a Taoist robe, resembling a genuine cultivator of the ancient Taoist sects. A true Taoist practitioner. Did such a lineage still exist in this age? Most who wore Taoist robes these days were charlatans peddling illusions in the mortal world. Could this be the rare exception? I shall protect this man. I trust, brother, you will withdraw. Li Hanzhou spoke courteously. The Taoist master jests. Zhao Qianqiu's eyes narrowed. The blood sacrifice pavilion never abandons a contract midway. Since the Taoist master insists on shielding him, I suppose I must suffer the loss and kill one more. Zhao Qianqiu raised his blade anew. You may try. Li Hanzhou met his gaze calm and unwavering. He had expected his pulse to quicken before such a peerless foe, yet instead a fierce molten heat surged deep within his bones. Li Hanzhou himself could not explain it. Was it the long-buried dream of martial chivalry, or of immortal cultivation? Yes. That must be it. Otherwise why would he have practiced the impossible Northern Emperor scripture for years on earth, knowing full well it bore no path to cultivation? Now that power had finally awakened within him, how could he resist stepping into this world of rivers and lakes? After all, if he lost he could always flee. At that very moment a flash of cold light pierced Li Hanzhou's vision. Zhao Qianxiu had drawn his blade. His sword was blindingly fast, the overwhelming pressure of his sword intent crashed down from all directions enveloping Li Hanzhou as though he stood trapped within Zhao Qianxiu's personal domain. Fall. Li Hanzhou wasted no time. With a sweep of his palm 36 Thunder talismans burst forth from his hands. His fingers wove intricate Madras Celestial Gang 5 Thunder formation. In an instant the talismans transmuted into torrents of terrifying lightning coalescing into a vast formation that descended like divine judgment, crisscrossing bolts cascading like a storm shattering the boundless sword intent outright. Zhao Qianxiu's sword aura shattered instantly, his face paled. Crack! 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 Lightning roared from the heavens hunting him relentlessly. Under a single thunderbolt boulders exploded into dust. Zhao Qianxiu had never imagined Li Hanzhou could unleash such a barrage, and he knew firsthand how devastating those bolts were. They were not easily endured. He activated his lightness technique, darting evasively while surging true energy into his blade to counter the roaring serpentine lightning with rapid successive strikes. It was as if the end times had dawned. All present stood frozen in awe, even Taishan sovereign stared stunned. What sorcery was this? 36 thunderbolts converged into ascension formation pursuing Zhao Qianxiu alone. His sword light was razor-sharp, yet not even a single bolt could be severed cleanly. Bloodfall 7 slaughter. Thud. 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 7 illusory sword blades cleaved through 3 thunderbolts, but the 4th struck with unrestrained fury. Zhao Qianxiu summoned every ounce of chi, swinging his blade to meet it heeden. Thud. Zhao Qianxiu staggered backward dozens of steps, disheveled, his robes tattered, his body reeking of scorched flesh. Spit. Zhao Qianxiu couldn't suppress a mouthful of blood. Elder is overwhelmingly powerful. Yi Ziying gasped. This was Zhao Qianxiu, the legendary killer whose name sent chills through the Jianghua Heavengang realm, expert among the absolute elite. Yet before Li Hanzhou he had been reduced to a cornered dog. Who is this man? Taishan sovereign turned to Li Hanzhou, his inner shock rivaling Yi Ziying's. Master Li is truly formidable. Yu Qingyan's eyes lit up. He still lives. Li Hanzhou hadn't anticipated Zhao Qianxiu's resilience, surviving his Celestial Gang 5 Thunder formation with only minor injuries. It seems I underestimated you. Zhao Qianxiu locked eyes with Li Hanzhou, voice low and intense. I had no idea such a figure existed in Dongyan Prefecture. I confess my ignorance. But my vow remains, whomever the blood sacrifice pavilion marks for death shall die. With that a scroll erupted from Zhao Qianxiu's storage pouch. Danger, spirit treasure. Yi Ziying cried out. The storm scroll. Yu Qingyang's heart lurched. Spirit treasure. Li Hanzhou glanced curiously at the artifact. Was that scroll truly a spirit treasure? Why had it not appeared in his beginner's guide to spirit treasures? Unfurl. Zhao Qianxiu stepped forward, channeling true energy to unfurl the scroll. Before anyone could discern its painted contents, a violent gale erupted from within. The moment the storm broke loose, heaven and earth seemed swallowed by its vortex, howling malevolent winds whipping so fiercely that even opening one's eyes became agony. Elder, this is the storm scroll. Its winds intensify exponentially, soon they won't be wind at all but endless blades. Yi Ziying urgently warned Li Hanzhou. Schlick. An ancient tree disintegrated into dust before the gale. The storm scroll's terrifying power defied belief. Li Hanzhou shielded his eyes with his arm, only to feel his robe sliced open by the tempest. My new robe. He bristled with indignation. These were newly purchased robes. Fighting was one thing, but tearing his clothes. These Taoist robes cost 3 taels of silver. He'd completely forgotten his own Seven-Treasure Gourd had shredded countless robes across the realms. VVVVRRR. A torrent of pure spiritual energy surged from Li Hanzhou's body. With a sweeping gesture, an arcane force erupted from his palm, tearing the gale asunder, then drawing the entire maelstrom inward, converging upon his hand alone. Midair the storm coalesced into spiraling vortices, like oceans churning into great rivers, flowing inexorably into Li Hanzhou's open palm. Yi Ziying and the others suddenly felt the wind vanish. Lifting their heads they stared in stunned disbelief. What? Zhao Qianxiu watched incredulous as the blade winds conjured by his storm scroll were absorbed, drawn helplessly into Li Hanzhou's bare hand. You? Who are you? How? Zhao Qianxiu's voice trembled. Taishan sovereign drew a sharp breath. The star-roaming kingdom's supreme secret art, the grand celestial phenomenon scripture. Yi Ziying and Yu Qingyang couldn't help but take a step back. Li Hanzhou actually knows the Great Celestial Technique. What is his connection to the people of Yunhuang? After obtaining the Great Celestial Technique, Li Hanzhou was curious about what this technique was like, so during his leisure time in the past few days he flipped through it and was surprised to find that he could actually perform it. When the Great Celestial Technique is cultivated to its extreme, it can manipulate the power of celestial phenomena. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning. The way of nature. It is precisely for this reason that the strong of the Xinglua kingdom, upon mastering such power, are seen by the world as true sons of heaven, representatives of the Tao. This even influenced the people of the Shensha kingdom, prompting them to declare war on Xinglua, seeking to prove that this nation, which truly represents heaven and earth in the eyes of the people, is not invincible, and that only they, the Shenshu, are the ones truly destined by heaven. Now seeing the Great Celestial Technique again, they naturally linked Li Hanzhou with the remnants of the Xinglua kingdom. Bang! The endless storm, after gathering in Li Hanzhou's palm, immediately dissipated. As the wind power in Li Hanzhou's hand dissipated, everyone present was taken aback. Is this person's Great Celestial Technique merely at the entry level? The master of Tai Xian couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. The power of the Great Celestial Technique lies not only in its ability to gather the forces of heaven and earth, but also in its capacity to control and even transform into various forms, wielding tremendous might. Yet Li Hanzhou merely gathered the wind. The violent storm depicted was already under his control. If Li Hanzhou were to counterattack, Zhao Qianqiu in his current state would likely not withstand it. Unexpectedly, Li Hanzhou actually dispersed the storm he had managed to summon. This clearly showed that he had only grasped the surface of the Great Celestial Technique and had not cultivated it to a profound level. However, even so, being able to cultivate the Great Celestial Technique was enough to indicate that Li Hanzhou was no ordinary person. At this moment, Li Hanzhou's gaze fell upon the storm diagram in Zhao Qianqiu's hand. He found this item quite intriguing. This spiritual treasure was worth studying. It would be great if he could snatch the storm diagram from Zhao Qianqiu. At this moment, Zhao Qianqiu couldn't help but spit out blood again after being injured by Li Hanzhou earlier and now forcibly activating the storm diagram. His injuries were indeed quite severe. Zhao Qianqiu was already contemplating retreating. If he didn't leave now and later Li Hanzhou launched another few lightning symbols, it would be enough to obliterate him. Although he was reluctant, the mission to assassinate the ninth prince had already failed today. If he didn't leave, he would have to pay the price here. The mission was indeed important, but his life was even more so. We will meet again. After saying this, Zhao Qianqiu turned to leave. Yu Qingyang stepped forward, looking at Zhao Qianqiu's retreating figure, and spoke up. Mr. Li, this person has killed many within our Shensha kingdom. I wonder if the senior can make a move to keep him here. Yes, Senior Li, use your lightning to strike him down. Yi Ziying quickly added. Even the experts of the Shanqing sect had perished at Zhao Qianqiu's hands. I have none left. Li Hanzhou shrugged. I've used up all my thunder talismans, only brought this many. If he wants to leave now, I have no way to stop him. Ha! Yu Qingyang and Yi Ziying were stunned. They had just managed to severely injure someone like Zhao Qianqiu. Were they really going to let him go just like that? They knew that such opportunities were rare. However, just at that moment, Zhao Qianqiu, who had just walked a short distance, unexpectedly turned back. You have no lightning left. Zhao Qianqiu emerged from the shadows, sneering. Then why should I leave? He could see that Li Hanzhou's means of attack seemed to be limited to that lightning talisman. His other methods appeared to be lacking. Even though he could use the Great Celestial Technique, it was merely the surface. There was no need to worry. Although he was severely injured, he had no need to fear Li Hanzhou, who lacked offensive capabilities. As for the master of Tai Xian behind, there was even less to worry about. The master of Tai Xian dared to snatch the Divine Ox Mountain in the Western Court, but he wouldn't easily provoke the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion. The people of Divine Ox Mountain do not casually come to Dongyan Prefecture, but the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion is all-pervasive. For the sake of the Tai Xian sacred land, he would not make a move lightly. Moreover, he didn't even know the ninth prince. His odds of winning were still quite high. That little Yi Ziying had merely reached the 7th rank of cultivation and could be completely disregarded. Not good. Yi Ziying and Yu Qingyang's expressions changed when they saw Zhao Qianqiu return. Senior. Yi Ziying could only place all her hopes on Li Hanzhou. She hoped Li Hanzhou still had some other means. However, it was true that Li Hanzhou had not brought any other talismans with him. You shall die. Zhao Qianqiu knew that he couldn't delay any longer and, disregarding his injuries, charged at Yu Qingyang. As long as Yu Qingyang died, the one in the imperial city of Shenzhou would reward him handsomely. I wonder if this thing will work. Seeing Zhao Qianqiu about to kill again, Li Hanzhou took something out of his bag. Zhao Qianqiu, who had just rushed forward, felt all the hairs on his body stand on end upon seeing the item in Li Hanzhou's hand. He widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. Li Hanzhou was actually holding the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus. He had seen this item once before. The Tang clan had relied on the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus to kill 2 celestial experts. Isn't this a treasure of the Tang clan? How could it be in this person's hands? At this moment Zhao Qianqiu couldn't care less about killing Yu Qingyang and turned to flee. However, at that moment Li Hanzhou pressed a button on the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus. In an instant countless terrifying hidden weapons were unleashed from the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus. The raining hidden weapons seemed like petals directly forming a massive sea of flowers that enveloped Zhao Qianqiu. This scene was particularly shocking. The sea of flowers surged towards Zhao Qianqiu, and no matter how robust his true energy was, he could not withstand the onslaught of the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus. Within just 2 breaths his true energy was shattered, and then he no longer had any breath left. After slaying Zhao Qianqiu, the endless sea of flowers surprisingly gathered together resembling a great river and returned to the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus. It was truly miraculous. He just died like that. Li Hanzhou did not expect Zhao Qianqiu to perish so easily. Yi Ziying and Yu Qingyang were also left slack-jawed. The Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus lived up to its reputation as the most powerful hidden weapon of the Tang clan, unexpectedly possessing such great power. The master of Tai Xian was increasingly unable to discern Li Hanzhou's identity. He understood the great celestial technique. He possessed the Tang clan's treasure, the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus. Who exactly is he? However, the power of the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus was indeed formidable. Although Zhao Qianqiu had been injured beforehand, being able to instantly slay a severely injured celestial expert was enough to demonstrate the power of this item. Li Hanzhou did not expect the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus to be unexpectedly useful. However, after all the petals returned to the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus, its form seemed to undergo some change. Li Hanzhou discovered that the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus could no longer be used. He didn't know if it had entered a cooldown period or if it required some kind of battery. In any case, this item was too intricate and Li Hanzhou could not figure it out. At this moment he no longer pondered over it, tossing the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus back into his bag, then leaping over to Zhao Qianqiu's corpse. Looking at Zhao Qianqiu's body riddled with wounds, Li Hanzhou couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. This was his first time killing someone. At this moment the heat of blood in his heart had receded by more than half. Li Hanzhou turned to look at the 2 people still in shock not far away and couldn't help but ask, "The authorities won't trouble me, will they?" The 2 were momentarily speechless. "Mr. Li, don't worry, the authorities won't interfere," Yu Qingyang quickly reassured. What a joke, the one who died was a celestial expert. Would the authorities dare to get involved? That's good. Li Hanzhou took Zhao Qianqiu's storage bag. He had just seen Zhao Qianqiu put the storm diagram into the storage bag and he was very interested in studying it. After securing the storage bag, he saw the knife lying next to Zhao Qianqiu. "This knife is nice." Li Hanzhou picked up the knife. "Be careful, senior." Seeing Li Hanzhou actually pick up the Qiuzang, Yi Ziying exclaimed. Such divine weapons recognize their masters. The Qiuzang had been nurtured by Zhao Qianqiu for so many years and had long become accustomed to his true energy. If it sensed someone else's true energy, the sword energy belonging to Zhao Qianqiu would surely erupt and injure the new master. Therefore such divine weapons cannot simply be used right after obtaining them. They require a period of nurturing unless one is overwhelmingly stronger than the original owner, capable of repressing it with one's own true energy. But Zhao Qianqiu himself was a celestial expert. How could it be so easy to suppress Zhao Qianqiu's knife? The moment Li Hanzhou grasped Qiuzang, the spiritual power within him surged directly into Qiuzang. Buzz. Qiuzang quivered violently. The blade aura that had been nurtured by Zhao Qianqiu for many years instantly shattered at this moment. Qiuzang was completely submerged in Li Hanzhou's spiritual power. Who is Zhao Qianqiu? Not known at all. After being nurtured by spiritual power, Qiuzang pondered what kind of life. Who is Zhao Qianqiu? Not known at all. After being nurtured by spiritual power, Qiuzang pondered what kind of life he had lived before. It was as if he had eaten nothing but husks his entire life and suddenly tasted braised pork today. He feared he would never return. With a flick, a blade light shot out, shattering a nearby ancient tree. Li Hanzhou was somewhat surprised. This blade was remarkably good. It should be worth quite a bit. Li Hanzhou was also curious about what was in the storage bag, but since Yi Ziying and Yu Qingyang were still present, he refrained from taking it out to avoid appearing as if he had never seen anything valuable. "Thank you for saving my life, sir." Yu Qingyang hesitated for a moment and stepped forward to bow respectfully. "It's no trouble, I promised to protect you after all." Li Hanzhou waved his hand. "Sir, what you just used was the great celestial technique, right?" Yu Qingyang hesitated but couldn't help but ask. "It seems so." Li Hanzhou finally recalled that Xinglua Kingdom and Shenshu Kingdom were mortal enemies. Lu Danyue had also mentioned that using the great celestial technique in Shenshu would attract the royal family's attention. "I learned only a bit by chance and am not proficient. I have no connections with Xinglua Kingdom." Li Hanzhou distanced himself from Xinglua Kingdom, leaving Yu Qingyang to judge whether to believe him. "I mean no offense," Yu Qingyang quickly said. "I just hope you refrain from using this martial art in front of others, where you might easily attract trouble." Understood. Yu Qingyang glanced at the bag on Li Hanzhou's back. He wanted to ask Li Hanzhou why the 1,000 life ghost lotus was in his possession but ultimately held back. If he pried too much in this desolate place, what if Li Hanzhou silenced him? Up ahead is a pine forest, let me escort you there. Li Hanzhou patted Yu Qingyang's shoulder. Thank you, Mr. Li. Yu Qingyang bowed respectfully. Yi Ziying also stepped forward to bow. After tonight's battle, she truly saw that Li Hanzhou was an unparalleled figure. His strength was uncertain, but undeniably strong. Such a character in Dongyan Prefecture was unknown in the martial world. He was hidden too deeply. After Li Hanzhou left with the others, the Supreme Master of Taishan finally emerged from the shadows. He approached Zhao Qianqia's corpse, looking at the mangled body. The Supreme Master felt the situation was unreal. Zhao Qianqia's name resounded through the martial world, a top expert in the blood sacrifice pavilion. Many sought revenge against him, but all had been countered and killed by Zhao Qianqiu. A blade like Xiu Zong had drenched the martial world in blood-evoking fear. Such a legendary figure had died on an ordinary night. Killed by someone without a name. Who is he? The Supreme Master gazed at Li Hanzhou's receding figure. He employs the great celestial technique of Xinglua Kingdom and possesses the treasure of Tangmen. This person is truly mysterious. Morning has arrived. In the imperial capital of Shenshu. In the Dragon Court, Emperor Yu Yang of Shenshu emerged from a small tower. Sunlight bathed him, making his imperial robe gleam. He exuded an oppressive aura that instilled fear, appearing to be in his 40s despite being over 60. At this moment, a eunuch had been waiting outside the small tower for a long time. Your Majesty. The eunuch approached respectfully, handing over a memorial. The great celestial technique has appeared, the eunuch whispered to Yu Yang. Yu Yang remained silent, quietly opening the memorial to read the news. The great celestial technique, 1,000 life ghost lotus. Yu Yang's expression revealed nothing as he folded the memorial and glanced at the eunuch, asking, what do you think of this person? I dare not speak recklessly, the eunuch quickly replied. Speak freely, I won't punish you, Yu Yang replied, walking away. The eunuch hurriedly followed, speaking behind Yu Yang. Your Majesty, this person knows the great celestial technique, which is the secret art of Xinglua Kingdom. Only a few remnants of Xinglua can practice it, so this Li Hanzhou must be related to the remnants of Xinglua. However, what I worry about is not this matter. You are worried about Tangmen? Yu Yang inquired. Yes. The eunuch pondered for a moment. Tangmen is one of the strongest sects in our Shenshu kingdom. During the reign of the previous emperor, Tangmen frequently intervened to quell rebellions, thus the head of Tangmen, despite being a martial artist, was granted the title of a feudal lord. But now the 1,000 life ghost lotus of Tangmen is in Li Hanzhou's hands, and he is also connected to the remnants of Xinglua, thus Tangmen may become problematic. Yu Yang merely responded, saying nothing more. Your Majesty, what should we do about Li Hanzhou? Should we send someone to monitor him? At this moment the eunuch cautiously asked. Li Hanzhou is from Chongqing Temple. Yu Yang asked. Yes. Then we will not concern ourselves with him for now. Yu Yang dismissed those words, leaving the eunuch confused. Normally, if news of the remnants of Xinglua reached the emperor, he would surely order their execution, preferring to kill the wrong person than let one escape. What is happening today? Li Hanzhou has already demonstrated the great celestial technique, yet he says to ignore him. The supreme heart is hard to fathom. He felt that after so many years beside Yu Yang, he still could not grasp what was on the emperor's mind. Li Hanzhou received the remaining 30,000 taels from Yi Ziying and returned directly to Chongqing Temple. With only a few youngsters in the temple, Li Hanzhou was uneasy. Moreover, he wanted to see what treasures were in Zhao Qianqia's storage bag. I'm back. Master Uncle. Master Uncle has returned. Shi Ming was cooking with Yun Qianzhou while Lu Dongyue was nowhere to be seen. Where is our second senior brother? Li Hanzhou asked curiously. Second senior brother went to the back mountain to cultivate, Yun Qianzhou replied. He has been working hard on his cultivation lately. Cultivating. Li Hanzhou was startled, then remembered that in a few days the Badao sect, Zhao family and Yueshan sect would all send people to challenge him. Was he scrambling at the last minute? I'll wait until I finish my tasks and refine some pills for you to enhance your cultivation. Li Hanzhou returned to his small room and eagerly opened the storage bag. Upon opening the storage bag, Li Hanzhou was genuinely surprised. Inside were several cultivation techniques, various materials for training spiritual treasures, and most importantly he discovered a large number of silver notes. Zhao Qianqiu was an assassin of the blood sacrifice pavilion, making money by killing, and being a money-loving person he had quite a lot of cash on him. Li Hanzhou grabbed a hefty stack of silver notes and counted them 6 times. There were a whopping 70,000 taels. This made Li Hanzhou's heart race. 70,000 taels. This truly was a fortune for Chongqing Temple. It seems he could renovate Chongqing Temple properly now. No longer would he have to live in such a shabby place, he could also buy a better bed. He should also get Shi Ming and Yun Qian's better rooms and tidy up the temple to at least have the semblance of a sect. Li Hanzhou stored the silver notes away, walked out and prepared to see how to renovate the temple. Changxing Temple was not small, it just appeared very empty. Li Hanzhou realized that since he arrived he had never thoroughly explored the temple, so today was a good opportunity to examine it closely. As he walked, Li Hanzhou suddenly noticed that the main hall at the front had always been locked. He hadn't paid attention before. What was kept inside? In a temple it should normally enshrine a certain ancestor. He wondered who was enshrined in Changxing Temple. The memories of Li Hanzhou's original body contained little information. Evidently this fellow not only refrained from cultivation but also neglected the affairs of the Changxing Temple. Relying on being the master's junior brother, he had become a parasite here. "Uncle Master, what are you doing?" At that moment Lu Dongyue had just returned from his training and upon seeing Li Hanzhou standing in front of the main hall curiously approached him and asked, "Why is the main hall locked?" Li Hanzhou turned around and replied, "Uncle Master, ever since our master went missing our disciples of Changxing Temple have left or scattered, and it has been a long time since any incense offerings have been made. We haven't had the funds to buy incense to honor our ancestors, so it got locked up." "What suddenly made you want to come and check the main hall?" Lu Dongyue was somewhat curious. This Uncle Master had truly changed his ways recently, as he hadn't visited the main hall in 800 years. "What was different today?" "I just wanted to take a look." Li Hanzhou nodded. "Who has the key?" "Maybe it's with the senior brother." Lu Dongyue replied uncertainly. "By the way, hasn't your senior brother returned yet? Did he go to eliminate some demons, or was he eaten by monsters?" Li Hanzhou said with exasperation. Lu Dongyue admitted he didn't know either. Since the key was not available, Li Hanzhou walked directly forward and with a flash of light in his hand the autumn burial appeared, slicing down to shatter the lock. "What a fine blade!" Seeing how sharp it was, Lu Dongyue's eyes lit up. "But why does this blade look so familiar?" Lu Dongyue scratched his head. It seemed he had seen the design of the blade somewhere, yet he couldn't remember where. "But Uncle Master, do you have a storage pouch now?" Lu Dongyue looked enviously. He also wanted one. At this moment Li Hanzhou had already pushed the door open and stepped inside. Creak! The door emitted a sound of friction and a musty odor rushed towards him, accompanied by dust everywhere. Li Hanzhou waved his hand. The main hall was large, but dust covered the floor with many spider webs present. It was clear that no one had entered for a long time. In the center stood a huge incense burner containing only remnants of ash. When Li Hanzhou raised his head to look at the enormous statue of the ancestor in front, he was momentarily stunned. The ancestor of the Changxing Temple had a visage that was astonishingly familiar. How could he possibly forget that face? That was the appearance of the old Taoist. Old Taoist. Li Hanzhou rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was overly nostalgic and had seen it incorrectly. But no matter how he looked at it, that was indeed the face of the old Taoist. Especially that big wine-soaked nose, it was an exact match. What was going on? Why did the ancestor of the Changxing Temple look exactly like the old Taoist? Was it a coincidence? "Uncle Master, what's wrong?" Lu Dongyue walked in, seeing Li Hanzhou dazed in front of the statue, and curiously approached to inquire. "Is this the ancestor of our Changxing Temple?" Li Hanzhou steadied his breath and asked. "Yes, this person is indeed the founder of our Changxing Temple." Lu Dongyue nodded. Such matters would naturally be known after arriving at Changxing Temple. "What is his name?" Li Hanzhou asked again. Lu Dongyue thought Li Hanzhou was testing him, so he replied earnestly, "Uncle Master, as a disciple of Changxing Temple I certainly remember. The venerable name of our ancestor is Li Qingfeng, once known in the Jianghu as the Dao ancestor Qingfeng. Back in the day, with Dao ancestor Qingfeng present, our Changxing Temple was truly formidable. He was the true number one in the world." As soon as Lu Dongyue spoke the name Li Qingfeng, Li Hanzhou's mind went blank. Indeed. The old Taoist's name was Li Qingfeng. What was going on? Li Hanzhou felt his mind was in chaos. Initially he thought his arrival in this world was a coincidence, but coming to Changxing Temple and discovering that the ancestor was the old Taoist Li Qingfeng made him suspect that this was not merely a coincidence, but that Li Qingfeng had calculated everything long ago and had arranged it all. Because he practiced the Beatty secret technique and cultivated a trace of spiritual power, he had arrived here, and that Beatty secret technique was precisely what the old Taoist had asked him to practice. He even tricked himself into believing that if he cultivated this he could have 10 sessions in one night without failure. It was all a scam. Old man. Li Hanzhou glared fiercely at the statue. This old fellow had likely started plotting from the day he picked up his consciousness. So dark. My 30 million. Li Hanzhou's heart bled. "Uncle Master, are you alright? I see your complexion isn't good." Lu Dongyue, seeing Li Hanzhou's face was off, couldn't help but feel concerned. "I'm fine." Li Hanzhou suddenly looked at Lu Dongyue and said, "If I remember correctly, your cultivation method is also the Beatty secret technique, right?" Yes, the Beatty secret technique is our Changxing Temple's top-tier technique, but ever since the changes in the world the Beatty secret technique has lost its former power. Lu Dongyue said, I heard that in the era of the ancestor practicing the Beatty secret technique could absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth into oneself, but I don't know if it's true. Show me how you operate it, Li Hanzhou said. Yes. Lu Dongyue did not ask further and began to operate his own Beatty secret technique. Li Hanzhou gently placed his palm on Lu Dongyu's shoulder, his divine sense probing into Lu Dongyu's body, carefully watching Lu Dongyu's cultivation route, wanting to see what differences there were between Lu Dongyu's Beatty secret technique and his own. However, after Lu Dongyue had cycled through a few rounds, Li Hanzhou was astonished to discover that the cultivation routes were identical. The only difference was that when he practiced, all his pores opened, allowing him to absorb the spiritual power from the world into his body, while Lu Dongyue completely sensed no existence of spiritual power. Ultimately, his technique gathered true qi to flow into his dantian. Thus he cultivated spiritual energy while Lu Dongyue cultivated true qi. The many extraordinary techniques of the Changxing Temple required spiritual power to operate, and relying on true qi could not unleash their full might. No wonder the Changxing Temple had declined. The garage was filled with top-notch sports cars, yet they could only be powered by a number 5 battery. It was a miracle if they could run at all. But why was this the case? Li Hanzhou couldn't comprehend. If the people of Changxing Temple were unable to cultivate spiritual power, then the temple could never rise again. And why was he able to absorb spiritual power? The old Taoist had gone to great lengths to bring him here from Earth. What was he really after? He had given no hints at all. What was this old man planning? Did he want him to revitalize Changxing Temple? Yet if they were all unable to cultivate spiritual power, what could he do? Uncle Master, Lu Dongyue said somewhat dejectedly, the 3 sects are about to arrive and my strength hasn't progressed at all. I'm afraid I will be beaten to death by them. It won't happen, Li Hanzhou comforted him, saying, now that Uncle Master has money, helping you enhance your strength will be a breeze, and we can also renovate the longevity view nicely, perhaps even get you a new bed. How about that? Money. Lu Dongyu's eyes lit up. I don't need a new bed. How about Uncle Master buys me a more powerful spiritual treasure? This way I can deal with them. Lu Dongyue quickly said, I saw a spiritual treasure called the soul-capturing bell at the divine machine chamber. With this I can surely defeat them and protect the dignity of our longevity view. Alright, for the sake of our longevity view's dignity, Uncle Master will definitely support you. Li Hanzhou immediately agreed. We have money. What is there to fear? It only costs 200,000 taels. Lu Dongyue looked at Li Hanzhou eagerly, excitement filling his eyes. Li Hanzhou. Dongyue. Li Hanzhou patted Lu Dongyue's shoulder and said that soul-capturing bell is not complicated, yet it sells for 200,000 taels. How is that any different from robbery? Of course Uncle Master isn't worried about the money. You want to enhance the reputation of our longevity view, which is a good thing. I also think those 3 families are too arrogant, thinking our longevity view is without power. When they come we must teach them a harsh lesson. As for the soul-capturing bell, I can refine one for you myself. It's a trivial matter, no need to spend 200,000 taels. Uncle Master, maybe you shouldn't refine it. Lu Dongyue shivered. The last time the Seven-Treasure Gourd was refined, the disastrous outcome still haunted him. Don't worry, this time whatever I refine will definitely be reliable. Just trust me, Li Hanzhou assured, patting his chest. Then can you give me some money to buy pills? I want to buy a divine power pill which can temporarily enhance my strength and is said to allow one to take on 4 opponents. It's an extremely powerful pill, only 50,000 taels each. Lu Dongyue extended his hand eagerly, waiting for Li Hanzhou to give him the silver notes. Hey, Li Hanzhou said, don't eat random things from outside, they are all technological and dangerous, you know. You might end up with side effects. It's just a divine power pill, isn't it? Uncle Master will refine one for you. I already promised to refine pills for you before. Just now that I have finished my work, I will go back and refine it for you. Rest assured, I guarantee it won't kill you. Just wait patiently. Li Hanzhou laughed heartily as he left the hall. Watching Li Hanzhou's fading figure, Lu Dongyue couldn't help but shiver. He felt an ominous premonition. Why are these things so expensive? Li Hanzhou sighed as he walked, initially thinking that getting 70,000 taels from Zhao Qianxiu made him wealthy, yet he didn't expect that a spiritual treasure in pills would cost so much. If I can do it myself, why go out to buy? After enduring hardships on earth for so many years, Li Hanzhou deeply understood one principle: if you can do it yourself, never go out to buy it. He had the means to do it himself. So immediately Li Hanzhou set off for the Baiyun City Divine Machine Chamber, preparing to buy supplies. However, at this moment the news of Zhao Qianqius' death had already spread throughout the martial world. The entire martial world was greatly shocked. Zhao Qianqius' strength was nearly at the level of the sword immortal. Who would have thought he would die? The news circulated among various sects. Even some masters from large sects found it hard to believe. Yet no one knew who had killed him. However, everyone's attention focused on one specific force, the Tang clan. For it was rumored that Zhao Qianqiu had died at the hands of the Tang clan's hidden weapon, the Thousand Life Ghost Lotus. Some factions had even come to congratulate the Tang clan, praising them for removing a scourge from the martial world while also warning them to be cautious of the blood sacrifice pavilion's retaliation. The Tang clan's leader Tang Zhu had met 4 or 5 groups of guests since waking up, yet even after the guests had left he still wore a bewildered expression, not knowing what had happened. Zhao Qianqiu had died at the hands of the Thousand Life Ghost Lotus. The key point was that the Thousand Life Ghost Lotus had already been stolen by the Tang clan disciple Zhou Ziyin. Zhou Ziyin was beaten in the dungeon for 3 days and 3 nights, subjected to burning and poison, and even had his fingernails pulled out. Yet he still refused to reveal who possessed the Thousand Life Ghost Lotus. The disciples of the Tang clan began to admire this former senior brother for being so tight-lipped. No amount of beating could make him divulge who held the hidden weapon. Even in the dead of night when no one was around he would mumble to himself, cursing some chicken leg thief, leaving others puzzled. Leader. At this moment a disciple entered respectfully, saying, "The ancestor requests your presence." "I will go right away." Tang Zhu knew that this matter would surely alarm the ancestor, so he tidied his clothes and went to meet the ancestor of the Tang clan in a courtyard. Ancestor. Upon entering the courtyard he saw an old man sitting in front of a chess table playing against himself. "Zhu, you're here." The Tang clan's ancestor Tang Xiwan did not raise his head but tossed a note to Tang Zhu, saying, "Take a look." Tang Zhu picked up the note curiously and changed his expression upon reading its contents. News from the palace. Tang Xiwan said indifferently, "Zhao Qianqiu died at the hands of our Tang clan's Thousand Life Ghost Lotus, and that person can also cast the Great Celestial Technique. It seems that our Tang clan has inexplicably become entangled with the people of the Xinglua Kingdom. This matter is troublesome." Tang Zhu's expression turned grim. The emperor must have found out about this. If the emperor suspects that our Tang clan is connected to the Xinglua Kingdom, what should we do? Perhaps at this very moment the emperor has already sent someone to the Tang clan on the way. Tang Zhu sat down, gripping the paper in his hand. Who could it be? Since the news came from the palace, do they not know the identity of this person? If the emperor wishes for you to know, you will naturally know. Tang Xiwan made a move. If the emperor does not want you to know about something, you will naturally have no way of knowing. Ancestor, do you mean that the name of this person is being concealed by the emperor? Tang Zhu asked, surprised. What do you think? Tang Xiwan replied, the emperor hasn't sent anyone to our Tang clan to ask for justice. Either he doesn't care about this matter at all, or he intends to strike at our Tang clan. Sigh. Tang Xiwan sighed lightly. If the emperor truly sent someone to our Tang clan to seek justice at this time, it would actually make me feel somewhat relieved. I really can't fathom what this emperor is thinking. Ancestor, I think it's best to make full preparations. Tang Zhu pondered for a moment and said cautiously. What preparations do you want to make? Tang Xiwan's calm eyes flashed with a hint of interest. What? Do you intend to rebel? The disciple dares not. Tang Zhu was startled and quickly said, the disciple merely stated that if your majesty truly intends to target our Tang sect, we cannot allow ourselves to be slaughtered. That is the lives of tens of thousands of disciples from our Tang sect. Rest assured. Tang Xiwan shook his head. Our monarch is not one to easily strike at our Tang sect. Then what about the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus ancestor? Tang Zhu said, perhaps I should send someone to Baiyun City to search for it and retrieve it, as it is indeed our Tang sect's ancestral treasure. Go now. Tang Xiwan scoffed. Do you still think it's not enough to hand over our weaknesses to the divine K imperial capital? Hearing this, Tang Zhu carefully considered and agreed. Zhao Qianqiu had just died, and if they were to retrieve the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus, now claiming that the Tang sect had no connection to the person who understood the Great Celestial Technique, would be hard to believe. The Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus can only temporarily remain in the hands of that mysterious person. Taishan Sacred Ground. After the Taishan Sacred Master returned that night, he continued to seclude himself to recuperate and did not inform anyone about this matter. The Taishan Sacred Master was not clear about Li Hanzhou's identity. He was too lazy to provoke such a mysterious and formidable enemy. Moreover, it currently seemed that the other party bore no hostility towards the Taishan Sacred Ground. He should just be a reclusive powerhouse, as no one in Dongyan Prefecture had heard of such a figure. Master. At that moment a voice came from outside. It was the voice of the Grand Elder of the Taishan Sacred Ground. What is it? The Taishan Sacred Master inquired. Reporting to the Master, the Yushan sect, Zhao family and the Ba Dao sect have previously submitted a challenge letter to collaborate and spar at the Changqing Pavilion. They hope that our Taishan Sacred Ground can send someone as an arbitrator, thus requesting the Master to come out of seclusion. It's just a spar between disciples. Isn't it sufficient to send anyone for such trivial matters? Must I personally attend? The Taishan Sacred Master felt somewhat baffled. Master, I believe it would be better for you to lead the group. Last time's disciple assessment, our Taishan Sacred Ground's intentions were clearly perceived by them. Additionally, the losses suffered by the 3 families during the last assessment were quite significant. Your personal attendance would convey our sincerity. Moreover, the most important point is that the prajna axe is at the Changsheng Pavilion. With you present, they will understand the situation and will secretly return the prajna axe to us. That prajna axe was something you risked your life to retrieve from Divine Bull Mountain for Lu Tianjing. We cannot allow the disciples of the Changsheng Pavilion to take it away without reason. Listening to this, the Taishan sacred master felt it made sense. Since that was the case, he would make a trip. Where is the Changsheng Pavilion? The Taishan sacred ground has too many subordinate forces, and the Taishan sacred master could hardly remember such a small place. It's near Baiyun City, a small Taoist temple with only a few people, not even qualifying as a third-rate sect. This time the disciples of the Changsheng Pavilion won first place using a peculiar spiritual treasure. I have investigated, and the master of the Changsheng Pavilion has long been missing. Now the entire Changsheng Pavilion only has a few disciples and their useless master. The prajna axe has fallen into such a place, our Taishan sacred ground must retrieve it. The Grand Elder introduced to the Taishan sacred master. The Tao sect. The Taishan sacred master muttered, that is indeed normal. After all, the Tao sect has been in decline for hundreds of years, and those that exist today are exceedingly rare. Even if they do exist, there are hardly any disciples. The Taishan sacred master couldn't help but think of Li Hanzhou, who also seemed to be a master of the Tao sect but should have no connection to the Changsheng Pavilion. Li Hanzhou returned from the divine machine chamber having purchased a significant amount of refining materials. He also arranged for the divine machine chamber to come to the Changsheng Pavilion tomorrow to begin preparations for the renovation. After all, people from other sects would soon arrive. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for them to see the Changsheng Pavilion in disrepair? In a few days they would renovate it as best as they could. Li Hanzhou also bought some live chickens to take back. Once he returned to the Changsheng Pavilion, he immediately entered a state of seclusion. Eagerly he took out the Qinglong Baiyan and began attempting to refine pills according to the methods described in the beginner's alchemy guide. Upon learning that Li Hanzhou was indeed refining pills for himself, Lu Dongyue felt anxious. Can the pills refined by the master really be consumed? Refining pills also requires immense spiritual power, and while Li Hanzhou lacks in other areas, his spiritual power is still quite strong. Even though he failed twice at the beginning, on the third attempt after gaining proficiency he surprisingly managed to refine 3 pills at once. It worked! After working hard for most of the day watching the 3 pills in the furnace, Li Hanzhou quickly took them out. So hot! He felt as if he was holding roasted chestnuts. Let me compare them. Li Hanzhou held the pills and compared them against the instructions. The color is brownish, yes, correct. The scent is somewhat sweet and fragrant, let me smell it. The taste is also right. There are 3 blue stripes on top. Let me take a look. Ha! Li Hanzhou's face twisted like a deflated eggplant. Everything seemed fine with the color and scent, but when it came to the stripes he found something was amiss. The instructions said there should be 3 blue stripes. However, if he wasn't mistaken, the stripes on his pills were indeed 3, but the color was red. What is going wrong again? Li Hanzhou scratched his hair. Each time, whether refining spiritual treasures or pills, there seemed to be discrepancies. What could be the reason? Sigh. Li Hanzhou naturally dared not let Lu Dongyue consume such a thing. What if he accidentally poisoned his beloved disciple? So Li Hanzhou stepped outside, went to the chicken coop, casually grabbed a chicken and fed it one of the divine power pills he had refined. After the chicken ate it, Li Hanzhou waited for a moment and found that the chicken showed no signs of change. How strange. No effect. Li Hanzhou curiously examined his pills. As it stands, this pill should be non-toxic. But being non-toxic is useless, the pill must be effective. Li Hanzhou casually took out a talisman and silently recited the incantation. Illusion. The illusion spirit technique. The chicken that had consumed the pill immediately fell into an illusion and promptly attacked a more aggressive chicken. In an instant, the 2 chickens started fighting furiously. Moments later, the chicken that had eaten the divine power pill was actually beaten so badly by the stronger chicken that it lost a significant amount of feathers. No use at all. Li Hanzhou was somewhat speechless. If this pill had no effect, then wasn't it just a ball of paste? Li Hanzhou sat on a stone bench replaying in his mind what went wrong with the pills he had refined. Yet he had no clue he had followed each step meticulously. Even a master alchemist would not have been able to find any faults in his work. As he pondered, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Shirshu, why are the chickens fighting? Hearing the voice, Li Hanzhou suddenly remembered that he had cast an illusion on that chicken before and had not yet dispelled it. However, when he looked up, he was met with a shocking sight. The chicken was currently in a fierce battle with 4 others displaying remarkable bravery. 2 of the chickens were clearly stronger than it, yet it was dominating the fight. 1 against 4. It handled the situation with ease, causing the 4 chickens to fall behind, even beginning to flee. Li Hanzhou quickly dashed over and grabbed one of the chickens. Now only the chicken that had consumed the divine power pill was left to battle the other 3. Instantly the tide of battle turned and the three chickens teamed up to beat the other chicken mercilessly. No way. Li Hanzhou was somewhat astonished. The description of the divine power pill stated that after consuming it one's strength would surge for half an hour, allowing one to fight 4 opponents. Li Hanzhou had originally thought this was just a metaphor, but the pill he had refined actually achieved such an effect it truly allowed one to take on 4 opponents. However, the flaw was also very apparent. It could only handle 4 opponents. Adding or subtracting 1 made it ineffective. This was too strange. Was there really such a bizarre pill? In order to test it further, Li Hanzhou went into the mountains and caught a few wild boars, then used the same method to start a fight among them, resulting in the same outcome. 1 against 4, invincible in battle. Remove 1 opponent and it would immediately take a beating. With a nervous heart, Li Hanzhou handed the divine power pill to Lu Dongyue. Shu really refined it. Lu Dongyue looked at the round pill, feeling a bit of admiration for Li Hanzhou. Was Shu actually an alchemist? But when Li Hanzhou explained the characteristics of the pill, Lu Dongyue's jaw nearly dropped in shock. The good news was that it allowed one to take on 4 opponents. The bad news was that it could only handle 4 opponents. Forget it. At this moment Lu Dongyue did not mind the drawbacks. He accepted the pill, knowing that even a normal divine power pill would only enhance his strength slightly. In terms of cultivation and means, he still could not compare to the stronger disciples, and his chances of winning remained low. Such a pill might really help him turn the tide. But how did Shu manage to refine such a strange thing? The next day people from the Divine Mechanism Guild arrived, bringing materials to renovate the Changxing Temple. This thrilled the little ones Meng and Yun Qianzas, as the temple hadn't been this lively in a long time. Although it was called a renovation, the Changxing Temple was not dilapidated, it had just been neglected over the years. After the staff from the Divine Mechanism Guild pulled out the weeds and cleaned up the temple, it surprisingly emanated an ancient and elegant beauty. The Divine Mechanism Guild primarily brought items that Li Hanzhou had previously purchased. Some furniture and the like. The tables and benches in the Changxing Temple had been sold off by the original owner. Now it was time to replenish these items. It wouldn't do to have no place to sit when guests arrived. They also tidied up the disciples' rooms, replacing the old beds and quilts. For Meng and Yun Qianzas, this felt like a festival. Everything was new. They had never experienced such good days before. Meanwhile, Li Hanzhou was inside helping Lu Dongyue refine a new spiritual treasure. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, this time there must be no mistakes. Just give me a normal spiritual treasure without any unnecessary attributes. As Li Hanzhou wrote the runes, he murmured to himself. By evening he finally completed the soul-capturing bell. Buzz. At the moment of completion, the soul-capturing bell exploded with brilliant golden light. The color is right. Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up. The manual stated that upon successful creation it would emit golden light. Previously Li Hanzhou had worried that something strange would occur, like black or green light appearing, but it seemed there were no issues this time. Ding dong. Gently shaking the soul-capturing bell produced a strange sound. Li Hanzhou. A normal soul-capturing bell should produce a ringing sound. What was this strange ding dong? What went wrong this time? Li Hanzhou wanted to find someone to test it, but this spiritual treasure attacked the soul. His own soul was too strong, and if he lost control it could easily destroy someone's soul. Forget it, let Lu Dongyue try it himself. To avoid any accidents, he'll draw a Vajra talisman for this kid. Li Hanzhou drew a Vajra talisman, ready to hand it over to Lu Dongyue. Just as he stepped out, he saw an old tree in the courtyard, now bare of leaves. It was a tall phoenix tree. Li Hanzhou thought for a moment, then returned to draw several more talismans. Stepping outside, he waved his hand and 9 talismans flew out, fixing themselves in various positions around the phoenix tree. Changing his hand gestures, Li Hanzhou calmly said, 9 young fire array. As soon as he finished speaking, the talismans all sank into the ground and vanished. Moments later, the array beneath the phoenix tree shimmered with light and the air around became warm. Before his eyes, the tree visibly began to sprout new buds and leaves. This scene was nothing short of miraculous. Li Hanzhou nodded in satisfaction. His small courtyard looked decent, but it lacked some spirit. Now with this lush phoenix tree it became much more vibrant. Just as Li Hanzhou prepared to turn and leave, he suddenly paused, looking back at the phoenix tree with surprise. He felt something was off. Why did it seem that after using the 9 young fire array to revive this phoenix tree, the spiritual energy in this world had experienced a significant fluctuation? Was it just his illusion? Li Hanzhou instinctively activated the Beatty technique. Sure enough, it feels much smoother. He was taken aback, walking around the phoenix tree a few times before calculating with his fingers. So that's how it is. Li Hanzhou suddenly realized. He hurried into the house to find a map of the Xiantian realm. The Dead Burial Feng Shui Formation. This phoenix tree is planted atop a major feng shui spot in the Xiantian realm, effectively sealing the spiritual veins of the entire world. No wonder the disciples of the Changxing Temple could not sense the spiritual energy. Now it makes sense. To seal off the spiritual energy of the entire Xiantian realm with a death burial feng shui array is truly a grand undertaking. Li Hanzhou looked at the map seriously. To completely resolve this trouble is a monumental task. Did no one from the Tao sect discover this was a death burial feng shui array after the heavenly changes? Did no one step forward to unravel this death burial feng shui array? That shouldn't be the case. Li Hanzhou felt something was amiss. Li Hanzhou had read about it recently. There was once an invincible era in the Tao sect with experts emerging one after another. If they had not noticed and only he did, then Li Hanzhou could not believe it at all. What on earth had happened? The records of Changsheng Guan did not mention it. As long as the death burial feng shui array is completely overturned, the Tao sect can restore its former glory. This means there is a significant chance of ascending, leaving this world and returning to Earth to enjoy a wealthy life. Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up as he looked at the map. However, this feng shui array was troublesome. Breaking it would likely not be a matter of days. Now that he was the only elder in Changshengguan, what would happen to the two young ones Shi Ming and Yun Qianzu if he left? Although their time together had been short, just half a month, Li Hanzhou had grown quite fond of the two young ones. After handing over the spiritual treasures and talismans to Lu Dongyue, Li Hanzhou returned to continue studying the map and the matter of the feng shui array. The more Li Hanzhou looked, the more shocked he became. To create a feng shui array for the entire Xiantian realm, this person's ambition was truly vast. Who could it be? It was almost unimaginable to think about such a grand design. What was this person after? Just as Li Hanzhou pondered over the feng shui array, Lu Dongyue, who was feeling a bit despondent in his room, looked at the soul-capturing bell on the table with a vacant expression. Gently shaking the soul-capturing bell, the strange sound made Lu Dongyue sigh. As expected, nothing crafted by his master was normal. Sometimes feeling helpless, he really wanted to report it. Did this thing have any strange side effects? Lu Dongyue wanted to try, but this object was aggressive and he couldn't ask his junior brother or sister to test it. 3 days later. In the Divine K Emperor's capital. Your Majesty. The chief supervisor respectfully approached Yu Yang, handing him a piece of paper. Yu Yang was reading when he received the note, opened it and found it contained only a single line. The Wutong tree of Changshengguan has awakened. The Wutong tree has awakened. Yu Yang's expression turned slightly dazed upon seeing this line. The chief supervisor cautiously observed Yu Yang and asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right? Where is the ninth prince?" Yu Yang's true energy crushed the note into pieces and he casually inquired. "Reporting to Your Majesty, the ninth prince is currently at Taibai Sect's Sword Forest." The chief supervisor replied. "Whom?" Yu Yang said nothing further. In the morning, loud voices came from outside Changshengguan. The Bad Sword sect has come to pay respects. The Yu Mountain sect has come to pay a visit. The Zhao family has come to pay respects. Representatives from 3 forces had already arrived. Li Hanzhou never expected them to arrive so early. Lu Dongyue, hearing the commotion outside, also smiled wryly, then took a deep breath and stepped outside. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, one could not escape their fate. Today he would confront them. As the current acting head of Changshengguan, Li Hanzhou naturally went out to each of the 3 forces had strong leaders, but when they saw that Li Hanzhou was just an ordinary person without even a trace of true energy, they couldn't help but be stunned. The head of Changshengguan actually has no cultivation at all. However, this instead pleased them. They had come today to demand an explanation from the disciples, and if the other party were a powerful expert, they would find it difficult to proceed. Now it seemed the grudge was definitely going to be settled today. "Greetings to you all. Your visit to Changshengguan truly brings honor to our humble abode. Please come in," Li Hanzhou said politely with cupped fists. "You are too courteous, Li Guan Master. We have come to Changshengguan for a sparring exchange with your disciples, and if we disturb you, I hope you will be lenient." The head of the Bad Sword sect, Liang Shang, said blandly. "Li Guan Master is too courteous." Zhao Wuxing, the head of the Zhao family, also said in agreement. Nie Xingyu, the sect master of Yu Mountain sect, remained silent. The attitudes of the 3 parties were somewhat cold. Looking at their disciples behind them, each one was quite arrogant and didn't seem to regard Changshengguan at all. "These must be the disciples of your sect." Li Hanzhou glanced at the disciples following them. There were not many, only 3 to 5 from each faction, but he was somewhat surprised by their attire. "Aren't you all cold?" Li Hanzhou noticed they were dressed quite heavily, at least 10 layers of clothing. They looked as if they were about to freeze to death. Moreover, all of them were male disciples, not a single female disciple in sight. "Hoof." The chief disciple of the Bad Sword sect, Su Hong, blushed and retorted, "We dress like this to keep warm." "Yes, it is cold," Zhao Xian from the Zhao family quickly added. "Then why is each of you carrying a large bag? What is inside?" Li Hanzhou noticed they all had large bags on their backs. "It's filled with clothes for changing," Xun Zhongao from Yu Mountain sect replied. Li Hanzhou was somewhat speechless. They were wearing so many clothes yet had more clothes in their bags. Those who knew would think they were coming to spar, while those who didn't would assume they were here to sell goods. However, Li Hanzhou understood they were wary of the Seven-Treasure Gourd, weren't they? Previously the Seven-Treasure Gourd had absorbed all their clothes, so now they brought spare ones, right? Truly well prepared. Please come in. Li Hanzhou led the heads of the three sects to the guest reception room, grateful that he had done some renovations a few days ago, otherwise they wouldn't even be able to host guests here. I will go prepare tea for you all. Li Hanzhou said. There is no need for that, Li Guan master. We are here for sparring, so we can begin preparing for the disciples' competition right away. Liang Sheng of the Bad Sword sect spoke. To ensure fairness in the sparring, we also invited people from the Taishan Holy Land to serve as judges. Once they arrive we can start. They should be here soon. Oh, alright. Li Hanzhou was quite surprised such a trivial matter required the involvement of the Taishan Holy Land. Were they so idle to accompany them in their antics? Just as Li Hanzhou was preparing tea, the Holy Master of Taishan and the Great Elder had also arrived, along with Lu Tianqing, who insisted on coming upon hearing about the events at Changxingguan today. The Holy Master of Taishan sensed the auras of the three sect masters and did not wait following the aura to find them. Everyone is here. The Holy Master of Taishan walked in. Greetings, Holy Master. The three sect masters were taken aback to see the Holy Master of Taishan. They were shocked that such a powerful figure had come. Please take a seat. The Supreme Master of Taishan looked at the three of them, then glanced at their disciples behind them. The Supreme Master of Taishan couldn't help but be taken aback. Is it very cold? Why is everyone dressed so warmly? The Supreme Master of Taishan was astonished. Faced with Li Hanzhou they could make up excuses, but in front of the Supreme Master they were quite nervous and did not dare to say much. This individual was the ruthless one who had snatched the Prajna axe from the Divine Bull Mountain. Her strength was formidable. She was their target of cultivation. However, Lu Tianqing instantly understood their thoughts, as he had also been stripped bare before. Thinking of this, Lu Tianqing felt a bitterness in his teeth. As a genius in the Taishan sacred land, he had countless female disciples secretly in love with him, vying to become his partner. But since that incident he now had not a single female disciple left. Lu Tianqing came today to see how the detestable Lu Dongyue was beaten by the disciples of the three sects. He was here for revenge. Where is the head of the Changxing temple? The Supreme Master of Taishan sat in the central position. Master, the head of the Changxing temple has gone to brew tea. Zhao Wuxing said politely. The head is personally brewing tea. Lu Tianqing sneered. This small sect is truly too small, there isn't even a servant. Since I arrived I haven't seen many disciples. The Changxing temple claims to be a sect, but it has fewer people than a pawnshop. Moreover, the head of the Changxing temple turns out to be someone without any cultivation. Nia Xingyu from the Yuanshan sect showed a look of disdain. In this world where the strong are revered, someone with no cultivation naturally invites contempt. No cultivation. The Supreme Master of Taishan found it somewhat strange. Isn't it odd for a sect leader to lack cultivation? Master, since the head of the Changxing temple lacks cultivation, as long as we give a slight hint, the Prajna axe will easily be returned to us. The elder chuckled. If I had known it would be this easy, Master, you wouldn't have had to come. I could have handled it myself. That's true. The Supreme Master of Taishan nodded. Just then Li Hanzhou walked in from outside. The tea is here. To his surprise, when Li Hanzhou entered there was another group of people. Li Hanzhou was taken aback. I didn't know more people were coming. The tea is running short. Upon seeing Li Hanzhou, the Supreme Master of Taishan's eyes widened. It's him. The Supreme Master of Taishan could not possibly forget Li Hanzhou's face. Just a few days ago it was Li Hanzhou who killed Zhao Qianqiu outside Baiyun City. The Heavenly Thunder 5 Lightning Array. The Thousand Ming Ghost Lotus. And the Great Celestial Technique. The Supreme Master of Taishan never expected to encounter Li Hanzhou here. So he is the head of the Changxing temple. Head Li. At this moment Liang Sheng of the Ba Dao sect frowned and said, seeing that the Supreme Master is here, not to pay respects is somewhat lacking in courtesy. Supreme Master. Li Hanzhou looked at the Supreme Master of Taishan, not expecting this one to be the renowned leader of the Taishan sacred land. Brother Li, don't be so formal. The Supreme Master of Taishan quickly stood up and said, no need to call me Master, just call me Jiang Yishuan. Upon hearing this everyone present was stunned. Brother Jiang. The heads of the three sects exchanged glances, realizing they had known the Supreme Master for so many years without knowing his name. Whenever they met they would respectfully refer to him as Supreme Master. How is it that with Li Hanzhou not only does he introduce himself but also refers to him as Brother Li and Brother Jiang? What's going on? Oh, Brother Jiang. Li Hanzhou put down the tea and said, I will go brew a couple more cups. Brother Li, there's no need, they are not here for tea. Since everyone is here, if we are going to spar, let's get started quickly. No need to waste time on tea. Jiang Yishuan said with a smile. The heads of the three sects. Are we wasting time even drinking tea? What exactly are you talking about, Master? All right. The head of Ba Dao sect Liang Shang slammed the table and said, since the master has said so, let's begin the disciples' sparring. We would like to witness the martial arts of your Changxing temple. Liang Shang thought that by saying this Li Hanzhou would surely become furious and engage in an impassioned clash with him. Who would have thought that Li Hanzhou would walk over and carefully examine the table Liang Shang had slapped? This table was newly bought. Seeing no cracks on it, Li Hanzhou let out a sigh of relief. Liang Shang, be gentler. Zhang Yishuan reproached after seeing this. Liang Shang felt speechless. Why is the atmosphere so strange today? Li Hanzhou from the Changxing temple was quite an odd person. The supreme master of Taishan was also quite strange today. May I ask? Li Hanzhou, not in a hurry to compete, asked, how do the disciples spar? Is it just a simple sparring? Is there any stakes involved? Stakes? The three were taken aback. Is it possible that you Changxing temple are so poor that you want to gamble on something? Does Headley mean you want to bet on something with us? Zhao Xingwu looked at Li Hanzhou curiously, wondering if he was eager to offer something. It's more interesting with some stakes. Li Hanzhou chuckled. If there's money to be made, why not? Alright Headley, what shall we bet on? Liang Shang asked, if our Yuanshan sect loses, we will give our martial arts mountain shaking poem to the Changxing temple. How does that sound? The head of Yuanshan sect Nie Xingyu said. Li Hanzhou thought for a moment a martial art would be great since it could be used for the disciples' cultivation. If my Zhao family loses, we will give you 30 expansion pills, how about that? Our Ba Dao sect has a blade called the dominant blade. Although it is not a divine weapon, it is still a rare treasure. If we lose, we will give this dominant blade to your Changxing temple. Alright. Li Hanzhou readily agreed to this. These items should be worth some money. Then Headley, if you lose, what will you give us? Zhao Wuxing said, we don't want the martial arts of your Changxing temple. Exactly, if you can't offer anything, then this bet cannot be established. Liang Shang also said. Well. Li Hanzhou thought for a moment. Since none of the three families were betting money, it wouldn't be good for him to put up money. What to bet on? The 1000 Ming Ghost Lotus. Wouldn't this bring trouble from the Tang clan? The Great Celestial Technique. They wouldn't dare to take it if he offered it. Aha. I also have a good knife, let's use it as the stake for this bet. Li Hanzhou said as he took out a knife from his storage bag. At first everyone revealed disdain upon hearing that Li Hanzhou took out a knife. What good knife could possibly come from this broken place called Changxing Temple? Especially the people from Ba Dao sect, who were even more disdainful. They are a sect that uses knives, and taking out a knife in front of them. Wasn't that simply showing off? However, when the autumn burial was revealed, the air in the room became stagnant. Autumn burial. How could anyone present not recognize Qiuzhan, ranked 32nd on the divine weapon? Recently it has been widely rumored in the martial world that Zhao Qianqiu was murdered, but no one knows who the culprit is. However, upon seeing Qiuzhan now, an unbelievable thought crossed their minds. Could it be that Zhao Qianqiu died at the hands of the man before them, Li Hanzhou? Impossible. Li Hanzhou showed no signs of true energy at all. He was clearly an ordinary person. How could he have killed Zhao Qianqiu? May I ask, Master Li, where did you obtain this blade? Liang Shang stared intently at Qiuzhan, drooling at the sight. As a sword master from the Blade sect, he was naturally powerless against the allure of Qiuzhan. He desperately wanted to rush over and snatch the blade from Li Hanzhou's hands. However, with so many people present and the presence of the Supreme Master, he knew he could not do that. I found it. What's the matter? Li Hanzhou glanced at the expressions of the few people and thought they considered it an unattractive item, so he added, don't be fooled by its appearance, this blade is incredibly sharp and certainly a fine weapon. Found it. Zhao Wuxing and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. How could you find something like that? Where did you find it? I want to go find one too. Yes, I found it. Li Hanzhou firmly insisted it was found. Am I supposed to tell you all that I killed someone and took his blade? Looking at those few old fellows, it was clear they were not good people. What if they reported him later? Let's make a bet. How could they resist such a great opportunity? All three families agreed. Any hesitation would be disrespectful to this Qiuzhan blade. Then let's not delay, let's begin now. Liang Shang was somewhat anxious. This Qiuzhan blade was a divine weapon, and if it were in his hands he would want to hold it close even while sleeping. It was far more tempting than any woman. The Supreme Master also did not expect Li Hanzhou to put Qiuzhan on the line as a wager, which sparked an urge within him to gamble. After all, it was Qiuzhan. Although he did not use blades, he could not resist the temptation of a divine weapon. The elder beside him was even more bewildered. Zhao Qianqiu's blade was actually in Li Hanzhou's hands. Could it really be picked up? However, there was no time for him to think further. The three sect leaders were already impatient, standing up and taking their disciples out, ready to begin this so-called sparring. Changxing Temple had a gigantic arena. Since the disciples had dispersed, it had been neglected for a long time, but recently it had been tidied up by the people from the Divine Machine Guild, and the vast arena now looked quite impressive. Surrounding the arena, everyone was ready. Lu Dongyue reluctantly stepped onto the stage. As soon as he arrived, the disciples from the three sects glared at him fiercely. Lu Dongyue couldn't help but shiver. Looking around at the hostile gazes directed at him filled with hatred, gritted teeth and murderous intent, he felt that if looks could kill, he would have been riddled with wounds at that moment. Senior brother, go for it. Senior brother, crush them. Below the arena, Yin Xianzhong and Shiming had also arrived, excitedly watching the stage. It had been many years since Changxing Temple had such a lively event. Moreover, they were eager to see their second senior brother showcase his prowess on the stage. Shoo! Lu Dongyue quickly signaled for them to be quieter. It was not the time to make enemies. Senior brother is invincible. Senior brother is invincible. The two were even more excited at Lu Dongyue's actions, as their senior brother was simply too low-key. Previously, Lu Dongyue had inadvertently revealed to them that he had returned with the first place in the disciple assessment of the Taishan Holy Land. Now in their eyes, Lu Dongyue was simply synonymous with invincibility. All the so-called geniuses had to step aside for their senior brother. Lu Dongyue was at a loss for words at this moment. Since the people from the Taishan Holy Land are here, I invite the elders from the Taishan Holy Land to witness today's competition. Li Hanzhou stepped forward and cupped his fists toward the Supreme Master and the elder, saying, I presume both of you heard the wager clearly just now. With the two of you here as witnesses, I need not worry about them playing tricks. The three sect leaders couldn't help but feel speechless upon hearing this. Are we afraid you'll play tricks? Our disciples will take turns competing with the disciples of Changxing Temple. If we lose, we will provide you with the agreed-upon wager. How does that sound? At this moment, Liang Shang stepped forward to speak. Wait a moment. Li Hanzhou waved his hand and said, you mean your disciples will take turns competing with our Changxing Temple disciples? How could you have the face to say that? Li Hanzhou replied irritably, the only disciple from Changxing Temple capable of fighting is Lu Dongyue. How could my disciple possibly compete against you all? He wouldn't even be able to keep up physically. You can rest assured about that. Zhao Xingwu smiled and said, our disciples know how to control themselves, they will only go so far. Furthermore, after each competition, my Zhao family will provide a recovery pill to help your disciple recover. Once he's ready, we can start the next competition. How does that sound? That sounds fine. Li Hanzhou walked over and extended his hand. Hand it over. Zhao Wuxing was taken aback, not expecting Li Hanzhou to ask for it right now. However, thinking of Qiu Zhang, Zhao Wuxing handed over a bottle of recovery pills to Li Hanzhou. Great. Li Hanzhou turned back to Lu Dongyue on the stage and said, make sure to perform well. Lu Dongyue felt like he might cry. Master Uncle, you sold me a bottle of recovery pills. Wait a moment. At this moment, an unexpected voice came through. Everyone turned to see that the speaker was actually the elder from the Taishan Holy Land. The elder stepped forward a bit flushed and said, can we from Taishan Holy Land also participate in this sparring competition? Taishan Holy Land is participating. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the other three sects changed. Is Lu Tianqing participating too? Does that mean there is no suspense in the outcome? At that time, this Qiu Zhan would definitely belong to Taishan Holy Land. Who would dare to claim it? That's fine. Li Hanzhou didn't mind. However, the elder also noticed the changed expressions of the others and spoke up, we from Taishan Holy Land do not want your blade, we want an axe from your Holy Land, the one your disciple brought back last time. Phew. Upon hearing this, the three families finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out Taishan Holy Land only wanted the Prajna axe, so they felt relieved. An axe. Li Hanzhou thought for a long time before remembering that Lu Dongyue did indeed bring back an axe. But wasn't that axe a commemorative gift? How could a commemorative gift be taken back? However, if they wanted it, so be it, it didn't matter. After all, that axe was only good for chopping firewood in Changxing Temple. Jiang Yixuan originally wanted to stop this to avoid offending Li Hanzhou, but thinking of the Prajna axe still in their hands, it would be good to get it back. Thus Jiang Yixuan said, in that case we from Taishan Holy Land will also add a bit to the stakes. If we lose, we will give Changxing Temple our Taishan Heart Sutra. Upon these words, the expressions of nearly everyone present aside from Li Hanzhou changed dramatically. The Taishan Heart Sutra. It is one of the top heart techniques of the Taishan Holy Land. To use this as a wager. However, upon further thought, it makes sense whether it is the Prajna axe or the Autumn Burial Blade, both are divine weapons listed among the treasures. In this regard, what they were wagering was indeed not something to be taken lightly. Deal. At this moment, a thought sparked in Li Hanzhou's mind. His own thinking was too limited, he only wished for his disciples to ascend and grow stronger. Why should he confine them to practicing the Tao of the longevity view? Isn't it the same to cultivate the martial arts of other sects? A black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. If he were to obtain the Taishan Heart Sutra and let them cultivate it, it would not be considered stealing, as it would be authorized by the Taishan Holy Master. What are swords and axes compared to these treasures? Tianqing, you must work hard later, the Grand Elder said, patting Lu Tianqing on the shoulder and giving him an encouraging look. Grand Elder, Holy Master, don't worry. At this moment Lu Tianqing looked at Lu Dongyue with a fierce gaze. This guy had caused him to end up like this, he must make him pay. I'll go first. At that moment a disciple from the Zhao family stepped up to the ring. He glared at Lu Dongyue and said, Zhao Long from the Zhao family, I challenge you first. Go Zhao Shitty. The disciples of the Zhao family cheered. Zhao Wuxing looked at Zhao Long and nodded. Although Zhao Long was not the strongest among the Zhao family disciples, with his 6th grade cultivation he was indeed stronger than Lu Dongyue. Moreover, Zhao Long was fully prepared. He could ensure that he would defeat Lu Dongyue before his clothes were fully absorbed. Lu Dongyue, come here and die. Zhao Long shouted, his true chi surging as he produced a long staff from behind him, stating, I'm not afraid of your 7-Treasures Gourd today. Let's start. The Grand Elder of the Taishan Holy Land also spoke up. Lu Dongyue looked at Zhao Long, knowing that the opponent's strength was certainly not something he could easily handle. Thus he calmly took out the soul-conquering bell from behind him. Ha! Isn't that the 7-Treasures Gourd? The soul-conquering bell. Everyone present was stunned to see this item wasn't Lu Dongyue's spiritual treasure, the 7-Treasures Gourd. When did it change to the soul-conquering bell? I don't care what it is, die. Zhao Long roared, his staff slithering like a snake, rushing toward Lu Dongyue with a gaping maw. The momentum was fierce. The power of this strike was so strong that even the air produced a sound. As the fierce wind rushed toward him, Lu Dongyue immediately realized he was no match for Zhao Long. Thus he activated the Yubu 9 Stars technique, using his agility to dodge Zhao Long's attack. The soul-conquering bell in his hand began to shake. Focus your mind. Cover your ears. Zhao Wuxing quickly called out. The soul-conquering bell was a low-level spiritual treasure. As long as one covered their ears and couldn't hear the bell, they wouldn't feel their soul disturbed, so blocking the attack of the soul-conquering bell was not an issue. Ding dong. The sound of the bell came a bit muffled. This caused those present to look at each other in confusion. Was the sound of the soul-conquering bell supposed to be like this? Since Lu Dongyue's soul-conquering bell was not targeting them, they could only hear the sound of the bell and would not sense their souls being attacked. Zhao Long also casually tossed aside the long staff in his hand and covered his ears. After all, the post-heaven spiritual treasure could only be used 9 times. At worst he could just cover his ears 9 times, ignore the sound, and when Lu Dongyue's treasure was used up he could easily defeat him. Moreover, Lu Dongyue hadn't even brought the 7-Treasures Gourd today. Why should he be afraid? After shaking the soul-conquering bell once, Lu Dongyue noticed that Zhao Long seemed completely unaffected. Zhao Long also lowered his hand and chuckled, saying, your soul-conquering bell is useless against me, Lu Dongyue. I want to see how many times your soul-conquering bell can be used. After saying this, Zhao Long walked slowly toward Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue turned pale with fear. This spiritual treasure was actually ineffective against him. Seeing this, Li Hanzhou also frowned, not expecting the method to counter the soul-conquering bell to be so simple. All one had to do was cover their ears. Haha, I didn't expect it. The Zhao family has taken the lead. Zhao Wuxing laughed heartily, then looked at Liang Shang and Nie Xingyu, saying, it seems that the competition will be among us 3 parties. Let's see who ultimately claims this autumn burial blade. This autumn burial blade must belong to our Ba Dao sect. You think you deserve it. Just as the 3 were about to argue, Zhao Long suddenly changed his expression. Get out of the way. Zhao Long turned and dashed off the ring. Before everyone could comprehend what was happening, Zhao Long had already jumped off the stage. There's no time. Zhao Long was on the verge of tears. Spotting a tree not far away, he ran to its base and frantically tried to unfasten his pants. However, having worn at least 10 pairs of pants today, he was in such a fluster that he couldn't manage to get them off. What is happening? Zhao Wuxing's complexion darkened considerably. The duel had not yet concluded, but Zhao Long had left the stage, which meant the Zhao family lost. At that moment a loud sound echoed. Accompanied by a resounding fart, Zhao Long, who had previously appeared anxious, suddenly relaxed, revealing a look of relief as if feeling incredibly comfortable. To his dismay, the liquid began to seep from the 10 or so pairs of pants, accompanied by a foul odor. Damn, Zhao Long, you crapped your pants. One of the Zhao family disciples exclaimed in shock. Others quickly stepped back upon seeing this. Zhao Long, now relieved, was left in tears. It's all his fault, that strange spiritual treasure of his. After he shook the soul-conquering bell, I felt unbearable abdominal pain. I couldn't hold it in. Zhao Long pointed at Lu Dongyue on the stage, shouting, me. Lu Dongyue pointed at himself in disbelief, then glanced at his soul-conquering bell. Could it be the effect of the soul-conquering bell? The other disciples looked at Lu Dongyue, their expressions changing. Previously the Seven-Treasure Gourd absorbed clothes. The soul-conquering bell seemed to make people soil their pants. What kind of spiritual treasure is this? Lu Dongyue, your spiritual treasure is way too dirty. Zhao Xian from the Zhao family couldn't help but curse. Exactly, it's too dirty. The collective scolding from everyone made Lu Dongyue feel utterly wronged. This spiritual treasure was crafted by my master uncle. Lu Dongyue looked at Li Hanzhou, but to his surprise Li Hanzhou seemed unfazed, chatting with Yin Xianzhong and Xiao Shiming nearby, saying, "Did you two see that? When you grow up, don't learn from that brother of yours. Pooping and peeing in your pants is unhygienic, got it?" At this moment the disciples of the three sects looked at Zhao Long with expressions filled with fear. They had just overcome the embarrassing fear of being stripped bare in their hearts, and now they had to face a fear that felt like wetting their pants. Each of them was wearing at least 10 pairs of pants that day. Once they were affected by the soul-capturing bell, there would be no time to remove their pants. Would they really go out there bare-bottomed to fight Lu Dongyue? In an instant all fighting spirit vanished. Whoever wants to go up, go ahead, I certainly want. If this gets out, how embarrassing would that be? Sensing the disciples' emotions, the leaders of the three factions also felt that the situation was becoming dire. If they retreated without a fight, wouldn't that signify their defeat? Not only would Qiuzhang not be captured, but they would also have to compensate for their precious treasures. Li Guan. At this moment Zhao Wuxing stepped onto the stage, a hint of anger on his face as he said, "I think we should add a rule: the use of spiritual treasures is not allowed." Upon hearing this, Li Hanzhou raised an eyebrow. No use of spiritual treasures. If Chief Zhao encounters enemies outside in the future, will he also demand that they cannot use spiritual treasures? Look at whether they will listen to you or not. Martial arts sparring is supposed to be like this. What techniques and spiritual treasures to use were never stipulated from the start. What Chief Zhao can't afford to lose? Li Hanzhou said with a hint of sarcasm. Then he turned to Yun Qianzhe and Shi Ming, saying, "Uncle Shi, let me tell you, always be an honest and trustworthy person. Never do anything that goes back on your word, as it will make people dislike you." MHM. The two little ones nodded vigorously. This made Zhao Wuxing's face darken immediately. Ahem. At this moment Nie Xingyu also stepped up and said, "Li Guanju, we are here today to spar and explore the martial arts of Changqingview. If we keep using spiritual treasures, how will our disciples appreciate the elegance of the disciples from Changqingview? So I propose, why not refrain from using spiritual treasures and let them showcase their own abilities in the sparring? What do you think?" "Yes, we have never seen the martial arts of Changqingview. It has always been your strange spiritual treasures. How can our disciples gain knowledge from that?" Gaining knowledge. Li Hanzhou was taken aback. "Aren't my spiritual treasures enough for you to gain knowledge? Forget it, don't let it be said that our Changqingview is bullying you." Li Hanzhou extended his hand towards Zhao Wuxing. "What?" Zhao Wuxing looked at Li Hanzhou in surprise. "The treading vein pill." Li Hanzhou said in astonishment, "This match means you Zhao family lost. Are you trying to renege? For the next round we won't use spiritual treasures, but you can't deny this one, right?" "Alright, I'll give it." Zhao Wuxing gritted his teeth and took out a bottle of treading vein pills, handing it to Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou chuckled as he accepted the pills. "Dongyue, no more soul-capturing bells, teach them a lesson," Li Hanzhou said with a smile. "Uncle I." Lu Dongyue was a bit anxious. Without spiritual treasures, would he have to rely on the divine power pills? Do these pills really work? He had eaten the pills before going on stage, but he couldn't feel any effects at all. It felt like he had just eaten a dough ball. "By the way, Chief Zhao, if your Zhao family wants to participate again this time, you need to present something new, otherwise don't bother competing." Li Hanzhou glanced at Zhao Wuxing. "Take it out." Zhao Wuxing's teeth were nearly shattered in frustration, and he took out a wooden box from his storage bag. Upon opening it, there was a somewhat withered-looking herb inside. Ancient wind herb. Seeing this, Liang Shang and Nie Xingyu exclaimed in surprise. The Zhao family actually brought out such a rare treasure. Even the Grand Elder of the Taishan Holy Land showed signs of emotion. That was the ancient wind herb, a very rare treasure that the Zhao family had always been reluctant to use, unexpectedly brought out as a wager. "Li Guanju, this is the ancient wind herb. Using this as a bet should be sufficient, right?" Zhao Wuxing stared intensely at Li Hanzhou. Although Li Hanzhou didn't know what the ancient wind herb was, he could tell from their expressions that it was surely a treasure, so he nodded and said, "Alright, let your Zhao family participate once more. I'll go first." This time the chief disciple of the Bad Blade sect, Su Hong, gripped his large blade and was ready to step onto the stage. "Wait, let me go first today. I want to thoroughly deal with this little brat." At this moment Shen Zhongnao from Yushan's sect was also eager to take the stage. "My Zhao family has already lost one match. This time we should have the chance to regain our honor. You two wait before going up." At this time Zhao Xian approached, waving his folding fan. "I'll go first." "Your Zhao family has already competed once. Why should you be the first again?" The three families began to quarrel over who would take the stage first. Just then Lu Dongyue on the stage took a deep breath and shouted, "Stop wasting time, all of you come at once and I'll take care of you all at once." Upon hearing this everyone was stunned. Lu Dongyue wanted to challenge all three. Had he gone mad? Was it because he couldn't defeat any of them individually so he wanted to take them on together? You seek death. Arrogant. Dare to underestimate me. Su Hongshan, Zhongao and Zhao Xian were all enraged and jumped onto the stage. You all heard it was Lu Dongyue who said we should all come together. Su Hong shouted loudly. Wait. Just as the three were about to step forward, Lu Dongyue suddenly called out to stop them. What? Afraid now? Zhao Xian sneered. Lu Dongyue ignored Zhao Xian and simply counted. 1, 2, 3. After counting, Lu Dongyue looked at Lu Tianqing from the Taishan Holy Land and pointed at him saying, "Aren't you also here to challenge me? Don't hide behind like a turtle, come up too. I'll take on all four of you." The words left everyone stunned. Even Jiang Yishuan and the Grand Elder of Taishan Holy Land were moved. Had this child truly lost his mind? A 5th grade martial artist challenging 4. Lu Tianqing was a 9th grade cultivator. Where did he find the courage? I disdain to bully you with others. Lu Tianqing snorted coldly and refused to step onto the stage. 4 against 1. What kind of skill was that? Are you scared? Got no guts? Feeling cowardly? Come here, come here. Lu Dongyue provoked Lu Tianqing. Damn it, just watch me crush you today. Lu Tianqing was enraged. He had always looked down on Lu Dongyue, believing that without spiritual treasures Lu Dongyue was just a waste. However, he never expected that this waste would dare to provoke him so. Then today let him know just how terrifying my wrath is. With that, Lu Tianqing stepped forward and arrived at the stage standing in front of the three. The disciples of the major sects must secure the center position. Lu Dongyue, today you will witness my strength. With a swift motion, Lu Tianqing grasped the battle axe behind him, his true energy erupting, showcasing his 9th grade cultivation level. Behind him, Su Hong, Zhao Xian and Shenzonga were all pushed back a few steps by Lu Tianxing's true energy. Although they were also talented disciples from the three sects, they were still far inferior compared to Lu Tianqing. Feeling Lu Tianxing's true energy, disciples from other sects were equally astonished. Is this what genius looks like? However, facing the overwhelming Lu Tianqing, Lu Dongyue remained unmoved, experiencing a strange feeling within. The four people standing before him seemed so insignificant. Lu Tianxing's 9th grade cultivation and his so-called overwhelming true energy felt as fragile as a bubble in Lu Dongyue's eyes. How marvelous! Lu Dongyue had never felt this strong before. At this moment he felt terrifyingly powerful. As if even the Supreme Lord of Taishan could be kicked away by him. Kneel before me. Lu Tianqing stepped forward, the battle axe crashing down with a force akin to a mountain being split. Boom! The momentum was astonishing. Even the Supreme Lord of Taichuan's expression changed. Was Lu Tianqing being too ruthless? If he were just to teach Lu Dongyue a lesson, that would be one thing, but if he were to kill Lu Dongyue, wouldn't Li Hanzhou be furious? After all, he held the 1000-life ghost lotus. He had already killed Zhao Qianqiu, and now that he was seriously injured and not yet healed, if Li Hanzhou truly went on a rampage, there would be no stopping him. Once Lu Tianqing strikes, Lu Dongyue will undoubtedly be defeated. Indeed, merely a 5th grade, yet daring to challenge 4 people, he must be tired of living. He just provoked Lu Tianqing. Lu Tianqing has been holding back, so this time he will definitely cripple him. The crowd murmured in discussion. Second's senior brother, Yun Qianzhuz and Shi Ming, were extremely worried. They could sense the terrifying nature of this axe. The axe light shattered the ground and the stone slab beneath Lu Dongyue cracked ominously. Yet in the face of this axe, Lu Dongyue did not flinch or evade. A mysterious determination shone in his eyes. Boom! As the axe came down, Lu Tianqing was startled. Lu Dongyue actually did not dodge. He intended to hold back his strength as he did not truly wish to kill, but before he could, Lu Dongyue raised his palm and caught the axe blade. Despite the unparalleled power of the axe and the dense true energy at that moment, it was completely suppressed in Lu Dongyue's grasp. He tightened his fingers around the axe blade. Lu Tianxing's true energy shattered. The axe light collapsed instantaneously. What? Lu Tianxing's jaw nearly dropped. Bang! 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 The leaders of the 4 sects all stood up, their chairs falling behind them as they stared in disbelief at the scene. How is this possible? Lu Tianqing is a 9th grade cultivator, having cultivated the pan-axe technique to the 4th level. How could that kid catch it with one hand? He didn't even move. How is this possible? That kid is only at 5th grade. This. The elder of the Taishan Holy Land was left speechless. The Supreme Lord of Taishuan, Jiang Yishuan, was equally baffled. He truly could not understand. No matter how one looked at it, Lu Dongyue was merely at 5th grade cultivation. While there are geniuses who can challenge above their level, it is reasonable to think a 5th grade can battle a 6th grade or even a 7th grade with higher talent. But facing a 9th grade and merely with one hand shattering his true energy, what kind of operation is this? At this moment Jiang Yishuan looked at the serene expression of Li Hanzhou, his heart stirred like a storm. He believed that Lu Dongyue could not have achieved this alone, there must be Li Hanzhou's influence behind it. This person is truly mysterious. He possesses so many mysterious techniques. Shen Zhongnao and the others were also dumbfounded. They had thought Lu Dongyue would be instantly defeated, yet he had managed to catch Lu Tianxing's attack with one hand. I don't believe it. Lu Tianxing was furious. He was the pride of heaven. The future holy son of the Taishan Holy Land, a genius of the 4th level of the Pan-Axe technique. How could he be blocked by a 5th grade waste? Boom! 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 Lu Tianxing no longer held back, launching a frenzied assault, executing the Pan-Axe technique with great mastery, each axe strike carrying the momentum of splitting mountains. However, Lu Dongyue remained unperturbed, even refusing to retreat. He raised his hand and with a few light slaps he neutralized all of Lu Tianxing's techniques. The spectators were left dumbfounded. It felt like he was toying with a child. Let's all attack together. Seeing this, Shen Zhongnao and the others joined the fray. It turned into a real four against stone. The dominant blade sect's blade techniques were unparalleled, powerful and sweeping. Zhao family's movements were ethereal. Zhao Xian wielded a folding fan that seemed able to cut through anything the wind had generated, as sharp as a blade with ghostly shadows lurking around. Shen Zhonggo's mountain-shaking palm contained surging waves of energy as if breaking mountains and rivers. Yet even as the four geniuses joined forces against Lu Dongyue, he appeared completely unafraid, as if the four of them were mere ants before him. Bang! With several dull thuds, Lu Dongyue sent all four of them flying with just a few slaps. They flew in perfect unison beyond the arena. At the moment they fell, they still could not believe they had actually lost. Defeated. Zhao Wuxing's vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. The elder of the Taishan Holy Land also wore an expression of disbelief. He stepped forward, approaching the arena and directly grabbing Lu Dongyue's arm. Lu Dongyue was startled. However, as the elder held his arm, he did not harm him but merely sensed it, then looked at Lu Dongyue with an expression of disbelief. He really is only at 5th grade cultivation. Everyone! Li Hanzhou chuckled, stepping onto the stage and saying, everyone, the sparring is over, your disciples have all been defeated. Since that's the case, the things previously promised with the Supreme Lord of Taishan here, you shouldn't go back on your word, right? Or if you are not satisfied after handing over the items, you can propose another wager and we can continue competing if you wish. Li Hanzhou said with a smile. Liang Shang and the others exchanged glances at this point. What else was there to compete about? Lu Dongyue was overwhelmingly strong, and even Lu Tianxing was no match for him. Sending their disciples up would be useless. Willing to bet and willing to lose. Liang Shang took out a large knife. Although this knife is not among the divine weapons, it is a divine weapon obtained from the divine weapon valley years ago with unparalleled power. Liang Shang looked reluctantly at the knife in his arms, about to say something more when Li Hanzhou directly took the knife. Give it to me. Why be polite? I will take good care of it. Li Hanzhou looked at the large knife with delight. It was indeed remarkable. The moment he picked it up, the expressions of the three others shifted slightly. This Li Hanzhou is indeed no ordinary person, Zhao Wuxing said solemnly. Nie Xingyu nodded as well. The dominant blade sect's dominant blade is forged from dark treasure iron, weighing over 1,000 pounds. This Li Hanzhou lifted it effortlessly. It seems he is not without true energy, but rather his cultivation is so high that we cannot perceive it. So are you saying that the Qiuzhang blade was truly taken by him after killing Zhao Qianqiu? At this moment Liang Shang from the Ba Dao sect shivered all over. He had initially thought that since the people from the Taishan Holy Land were present, he couldn't just avoid responsibility. However, after they left, he planned to find a way to sneak back into the Qingqingbu in a few days to reclaim his Ba Dao. At worst he would cover his face. After all, there was only Li Hanzhou who didn't have any martial skills and a few junior disciples here who wouldn't be able to stop him. Even if he had to kill everyone in the Qingqingbu, he would face no obstacles. However, recalling his earlier thoughts now made Liang Shang break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had discovered Li Hanzhou's hidden strength. Otherwise, if he had truly come, he might not even know how he would die. Zhao Qianqiu was a formidable existence at the Tiangang realm, a half-step into immortality. His strength was extraordinary, and if even he had fallen at the hands of Li Hanzhou, then Liang Shang's strength was surely not enough to be a match for Li Hanzhou. At this moment Zhao Wuxing said nothing unnecessary and obediently handed over his Dingfeng ancient grass. Nie Xingyu also didn't hesitate to give Li Hanzhou the secret manual of the mountain shaking palm. The Taishan Holy Land is a grand establishment, they wouldn't renege on their promises, would they? Li Hanzhou looked towards the Grand Elder of the Taishan Holy Land and Jiang Yishuan, not worried about the other two sects but rather concerned that the Taishan Holy Land might not deliver. After all, the Taishan Holy Land was a vast place filled with powerful individuals. If they truly decided to go back on their word, Li Hanzhou would indeed have no way to handle it. Naturally, our Taishan Holy Land is not a place devoid of credit. Zhang Yishuan stood up and took out the Taishan Heart Sutra from his storage bag. Then I thank you, Holy Master. Li Hanzhou's eyes brightened. This was indeed a valuable item, the advanced heart technique of the Taishan Holy Land. This couldn't be compared to the mountain-shaking palm of the Yushan sect. Even the leaders of the three sects would be envious of such an advanced heart technique which could be cultivated to a very high realm, completely surpassing the techniques of their own sects. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Li Hanzhou felt that the Holy Master of Taishan was quite amiable. Holy Master, I have disappointed you. Lu Tianqing walked over and directly knelt before the Holy Master of Taishan. At this moment Lu Tianxing's Tao heart was somewhat shattered. He had repeatedly fallen into the hands of Lu Dongyue. Get up. Zhang Yishuan did not make things difficult for Lu Tianqing. He knew that Lu Dongyue must have had Li Hanzhou's assistance behind him, otherwise Lu Dongyue wouldn't have had such strong strength. With such a strong ally, Lu Tianqing couldn't possibly win. Since he lost, the people from the three sects also did not want to stay here any longer. Li Hanzhou's feigned invitation for them to stay for dinner made the sect leaders even more eager to leave. He almost said that if they dared to stay for dinner he would kill them. It's better not to provoke such bad luck. The Taishan Holy Land then also took their leave. The Grand Elder of the Taishan Holy Land saw from a distance that Shiming was chopping wood with the Prajna axe, feeling heartbroken but unable to take it with him. Ultimately, as Zhang Yishuan was leaving, he also invited Li Hanzhou to visit the Taishan Holy Land when he had time. Li Hanzhou agreed, but he knew it was just a polite gesture. He had no reason to visit the Taishan Holy Land. Once everyone had left, the sun had already set. After a day of turmoil, Li Hanzhou felt exhausted. However, today had indeed been a fruitful day. Uncle Master. Lu Dongyue approached, his face filled with excitement as he said, I never thought I would actually win today. It's simply unbelievable. However, at this moment Li Hanzhou circled around Lu Dongyue, stroking his chin and observing him closely, not revealing what he was thinking. Uncle Master, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Dongyue's previously excited emotions cooled down as he sensed something in Li Hanzhou's gaze. He couldn't shake off the feeling that Li Hanzhou was up to no good. Dongyue, you performed very well today. Uncle Master will make you braised pork tonight, Li Hanzhou said with a smile. Ah. Lu Dongyue was taken aback. Uncle Master, I defeated the Yushan sect, the Zhao family, the Ba Dao sect, and even the Taishan Holy Land. I brought you the Taishan Heart Sutra, Dingfeng ancient grass, and so many other good items, and you only give me a bowl of braised pork. Ah, you know very well the situation of our Changsheng Yu, Dongyue. We are quite impoverished. Now we finally have the intention to rise again. The things I want are naturally to enrich our sect. The stronger our Changsheng Yu becomes, the more disciples we can attract, and it will make us a powerful sect worthy of the expectations of our ancestors. In the future, you Lu Dongyue will be remembered in history. The significance of this is far greater than any reward, isn't it? Listening to Li Hanzhou's earnest words, Lu Dongyue felt that something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. So he nodded woodenly. So Uncle Master is also working hard for the sect. These things were not won just for me, they were won for the sect. Don't you want our Changsheng Yu to restore its former glory? The senior brother is not here now. You are the highest-ranking disciple in our Changsheng Yu. You can't expect little Shiming and little Chen Zhu to bear this responsibility, can you? Li Hanzhou continued to persuade him. For the rise of the sect, the disciple is willing. Lu Dongyue said seriously. Good, since that's the case, our Changsheng Yu declares war on the world. Effective immediately, we challenge disciples from all sects. Anyone can come and challenge us in groups of 4, but they must bring corresponding treasures. If our Changsheng Yu loses, I will give them that blade. Li Hanzhou chuckled, but don't worry, it will be limited to disciples of the 9th rank or below. Your divine power pill is indeed impressive, but it only works against those below transcendence. Uncle Master won't let you take risks. Ha! Lu Dongyue was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Does this mean I'm going to fight in the arena? It's settled then. You should rest, the road ahead is long and there's no need to rush. Here, take this Taishan Heart Sutra. Practice it and see if you can master it. Li Hanzhou handed the Taishan Heart Sutra to Lu Dongyue and then turned to leave, leaving Lu Dongyue alone in disarray in the wind. The Jianghu is a place where no secret can be kept forever. Any events will eventually spread through mysterious means. The news of the disciples from the Zhao family, Ba Dao sect, Yushan sect, and Taishan Holy Land returning in defeat after challenging the Changsheng Yu quickly circulated. In no time, the name Changsheng Yu appeared in everyone's sight. Additionally, the Qiuzhan blade also became a topic of discussion among many. When the Tang sect learned of the news, the sect master Tang Zhu was momentarily stunned. If the Qiuzhan blade was in the hands of someone named Li Hanzhou, did that mean the Qianing Ghost Lotus was also very likely in his possession? The emperor intended to help Li Hanzhou cover up, but it turned out that Li Hanzhou had exposed himself. You mean this is a divine weapon ranked on the divine arms list? Li Hanzhou stared at Yun Qianzhu in mild astonishment. He had long known the blade was exceptional, but never imagined it belonged to such a legendary pantheon of weapons. No wonder the three sects had gone to such extraordinary lengths to acquire it. Uncle Master spends his days gambling and drinking, utterly indifferent to worldly matters. The Divine Arms list is housed in our scripture pavilion, freely accessible at any time. I've never seen it myself, but upon hearing others refer to this blade as Qiuzang, I recalled it must be one of the ranked Divine Arms. Yun Qianzhu explained to Li Hanzhou. That complicates things. Li Hanzhou furrowed his brow. The blade's pedigree was far weightier than he'd imagined. A common man bears no guilt, yet possession of a priceless treasure invites calamity. To keep such an artifact in his own hands was tantamount to courting disaster. Countless others would surely seek to seize it. It seems Changsheng Temple must rise swiftly, Li Hanzhou murmured with a quiet sigh. Only overwhelming strength or an unassailable lineage can truly safeguard what is one's own. Why else did Cesen flee all the way to Siberia only to be relentlessly pursued by the Central Plains martial world, while the heavenly lion sword stood openly embedded in the Zhenwu Hall, untouched by even the most audacious thieves? In the end, it always returns to strength. To fully lift Changsheng Temple's sealed cultivation power, the death burial feng shui formation must be shattered and its fatal node located. Yet so far only Li Hanzhou himself had fortuitously uncovered the temple's sole death node. All others remained utterly unknown to him. Though feng shui divination from maps could yield approximate coordinates, he currently lacked the freedom to act upon them. This was no task for haste. Even after narrowing down a general location, pinpointing the exact node would demand immense time and meticulous effort. Damn that senior brother, where on earth has he vanished to? Li Hanzhou muttered, recalling his missing elder disciple. Might he attempt a divinatory calculation? At that thought, Li Hanzhou began tracing celestial patterns with his fingers. To his bewilderment, every calculation dissolved into absolute void. How strange. He repeated the ritual several times, each yielding only emptiness, as though the heavens themselves refused to acknowledge this person's existence. Indeed, it felt as if his senior brother, the true abbot of Changsheng Temple, had never existed at all. How could that be possible? Both his original memories and those of every disciple at Changsheng Temple clearly bore witness to this man's life. Truly baffling. Truly baffling. Li Hanzhou strode into the grand hall of Changsheng Temple, gazing up at the ancestral patriarch's statue. With a deep sigh, he flicked his sleeve, and the great door sealed shut behind him. He settled onto the floor, silent and still, eyes fixed upon the old Taoist's stone visage. After a long pause, he spoke softly. Tell me, why did you bring me here? What precisely do you intend? Surely not just to task me with dismantling this death burial formation. You've left me this ruinous legacy, without so much as a single useful artifact or clue to aid me. Now I stumble forward, crippled at every step. Ah. I know you hold fast to orthodox Taoist principles, but look around you. Spiritual energy remains dormant. The feng shui formation resists easy dissolution, and Changsheng Temple must endure. So I must forge another path. May your spirit, wherever it dwells, forgive my unorthodox methods. Let me make this clear in advance. Should we ever meet again, please spare me your criticisms. I am after all severely limited in ability. Having spoken, Li Hanzhou rose, lit 3 incense sticks before the patriarch's statue, and departed the grand hall. The next morning he assigned Yun Qianzhu and Xiao Shiming a mission to distribute flyers across Baiyun City. They were to publicize Changsheng Temple's challenge and invite any who sought to test their disciples for the Qiuzang blade to bring their wager tokens and present themselves at the temple. Only teams of exactly 4 challengers would be accepted. Xiao Shiming and Yun Qianzhu, thrilled at the rare chance to descend the mountain and roam the city, and doubly delighted to receive 2 taels of silver each for personal spending, bounded off with unrestrained glee. Li Hanzhou felt no anxiety. Baiyun City's order was impeccable, and though the 2 youths were young, both cultivated practitioners wielded formidable spiritual energy. Petty thieves would not even register in their awareness. Once the 2 youngsters departed on their errand, Li Hanzhou entered the scripture pavilion without delay. He realized his ignorance of this world left him dangerously vulnerable, and resolved to immerse himself in texts. Perhaps within these ancient scrolls clues about the death burial formation awaited discovery. First he retrieved the Divine Arms list and studied it intently. He had no idea how formidable the list truly was until he saw that Qiuzang ranked 32nd among divine weapons. His breath caught in surprise. That ranking was astonishingly high. This axe looks strangely familiar. Frowning, Li Hanzhou scrutinized the Bodhi axe at rank 43, examining it from every angle, only to realize it bore uncanny resemblance to the humble woodchopping axe kept in Changsheng Temple's storeroom. Surely not. Li Hanzhou gasped. Didn't Lu Dongyue claim it was merely a consolation gift from the Taishan Holy Land? Damn it, that brat deceived me. Li Hanzhou cursed aloud. No wonder the Taishan Holy Land's elder grandmaster had staked the Taishan Heart Sutra itself to reclaim that axe. It appeared Lu Dongyue had somehow spirited away a genuine divine weapon from their sacred domain. After finishing the Divine Arms list, Li Hanzhou turned to the Spirit Treasure list. Spirit Treasure list. Curious, he unfurled it and began reading. Spirit treasures fell into two categories: innate spirit treasures born of heaven and earth, rare, wondrous, and profoundly sacred, and cultivated spirit treasures forged by spirit treasure artificers. Innate spirit treasures were exceedingly scarce, each a singular marvel. Some lay hidden in realms of utter desolation where survival was near impossible. Others manifested alongside the birth of certain individuals. Once bonded to a master, an innate spirit treasure fused irrevocably with the soul. Severing such a bond would inflict catastrophic damage upon one's divine sense and spirit. Rank 1 Changsheng Grass. Grants eternal life, aligning one's lifespan with heaven itself. Ownership unknown. So it bestows true immortality. Li Hanzhou was astounded. Such a treasure, if revealed, would ignite a frenzy across the realm. Who among mortals does not yearn for eternity? The deeper he read, the more awestruck he became. Innate spirit treasures possessed powers beyond imagination. Having finished the spirit treasure list, he turned to the Taoist secret arts preserved by Changxing Temple. Time slipped away unnoticed. He devoured each scroll with rapt fascination. Yet Li Hanzhou remained utterly unaware that his flyers had already ignited a maelstrom across the martial world. Lu Dongyue of Changxing Temple, the peerless sovereign beneath the transcendent realm. All prodigies of the realm are invited to challenge him at Changxing Temple. These two lines inscribed on Li Hanzhou's flyers had, in a single stroke, offended the entire generation of young martial elites. In the vast world of martial arts, the talents are plentiful. Which sect does not have its remarkable prodigies? Who among the youth has not harbored pride? Yet Li Hanzhou's flyer boldly challenged their arrogance. The first person beneath transcendence. How utterly arrogant. To think that defeating Lu Tianqing of the Taishan sect allows one to claim such a title. Little do they know that there are always greater talents beyond the known ones. How laughable. Narrow-minded, they must have never encountered a true genius. In no time the prestigious sects of the martial world learned of this news, and their talented disciples were all indignant. Have you heard? The heartless fairy from the Heartless Valley has gone to Baiyun City claiming she will teach that reckless disciple of the Changxing Temple a lesson. What? The Heartless Fairy is coming. It is said that the Heartless Fairy entered the 9th rank at the age of 10, making her one of the top geniuses of Dongyan Prefecture. Practicing the Heartless Valley's Song of Forgetfulness, her strength is extraordinary. It is rumored that she has long been capable of reaching the Transcendence realm but has chosen not to break through, preferring to accumulate her power. I never expected the Heartless Fairy would come out for someone like this. It is said she resembles an immortal. I wonder if I will have the fortune to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Within the tavern such news filled the air. Not only is the Heartless Fairy coming, but I also heard that the 3 heroes of the younger generation from the Tang sect are heading to Baiyun City as well. The Tang sect is coming. And the direct disciple of that master from Shindao Mountain is also arriving. Someone whispered, it is said that this disciple is coming down the mountain specifically for the title of the first person beneath transcendence. Shindao Mountain. The direct disciple of the Qingjian fairy Luogini. Wow, this is going to be exciting to watch. Perhaps because of these arrivals, Baiyun City has become exceptionally lively recently, with even merchants from other regions coming to do business. Moreover, many disciples from various sects have come here, filling the inns to capacity. Yi Qingbei, the lord of Baiyun City, never expected that a single flyer from Li Hanzhou would cause such a stir. Even the disciples of the Shanqing sect have arrived. Yi, junior sister, your Baiyun City is truly bustling with excitement. Several disciples from the Shanqing sect were walking down the street with the leading young man smiling as he curiously surveyed his surroundings. It hasn't been this lively before, isn't it, because of the matter concerning the Changxing Temple that so many people are here? Yi Ziying replied. How much do you know about the Changxing Temple, junior sister Yi? Another girl asked. Yi Ziying had never heard of such a place before. How could such a small Changxing Temple produce someone like Lu Dongyue who dares to claim the title of the first person beneath transcendence? I'm quite curious to see what kind of remarkable talent he is. Well, I can't say much about that. Yi Ziying genuinely felt uncertain as she had seen Lu Dongyue and found nothing particularly impressive about him. Yi Ziying also did not understand what Li Hanzhou was trying to accomplish. Why was he doing something like this? Since returning to the Shangqing sect last time, Yi Ziying had informed her master about Li Hanzhou. The Shangqing sect expressed surprise at the emergence of someone like Li Hanzhou, yet they did not pay too much attention, as it is normal for hidden masters to exist in the vast martial world. However, defeating Lu Tianqing of the Taishan Sacred Land does show some capability. I heard that Lu Tianqing is also a genius, having already cultivated the axe skill to the 4th level at a young age. Yet the Heartless Fairy and others coming this time are no weaker than Lu Tianqing. I am quite curious now. Senior sister from the Shanqing sect said with a laugh. In the Changxing Temple. Master Uncle. Master Uncle. Hearing the voice of Shi Ming outside, Li Hanzhou, who was reading, set down his book and walked out. What is it? Li Hanzhou looked at Shi Ming, who was panting. Someone has come to challenge. Shi Ming hurriedly said. Someone wants to challenge senior brother Lu Dongyue and claims he will win back the Qiuzong knife. Business is coming in. Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up. It seems the flyer had an effect. He quickly went to the side hall and saw a middle-aged man sitting there with several disciples waiting for him. This middle-aged man had a calm aura and his physical presence exuded a strong sense of oppression, indicating he was likely a master of body refining. "I apologize for not welcoming you properly," Li Hanzhou said respectfully. "I am Yan Shengtian from the Yan family of Yanhuang City." The middle-aged man also stood and clasped his fists in salute. Before Li Hanzhou could exchange a few pleasantries, Yan Shengtian spoke up. "I bring my Yan family disciples to challenge Lu Dongyue of your temple. I heard he claims to be the first person beneath transcendence and wants to take on 4 opponents at once. My Yan family, underestimating ourselves, would like to give it a try. I heard that if we win against your Changxing temple disciples we can take the Qiuzong knife. Is that true?" "The knife is right here." Li Hanzhou directly took out the Qiuzong knife. The chilling aura made Yan Shengtian's eyes light up. "But first you must also put forth a wager of similar value." Li Hanzhou fixed his gaze on Yan Shengtian. "My Yan family has nothing else, but our body refining techniques are the most valuable." Yan Shengtian produced a book. "This is my Yan family's body refining martial art, 9 apertures golden body. Cultivated to the extreme, it can make one impervious to blades and spears. What do you think?" "It's a bit lacking," Li Hanzhou replied nonchalantly. In recent days he had been reading and he was no longer the ignorant Li Hanzhou. He said slowly, "Even if your Yan family's 9 apertures golden body is strong, can it possibly compare to the Buddhist golden bell of the Buddha path?" Upon hearing this, Yan Shengtian's expression changed. It indeed could not compare. "Then Yan Shengtian pondered what else he could wager. "Brother Yan," Li Hanzhou waved his hand, "how about this? If we win, you let me read in your Yan family's library for 3 months. How does that sound?" "This." Yan Shengtian hesitated upon hearing this. "I won't look at martial arts," Li Hanzhou added. "Deal." Since Li Hanzhou would not look at martial arts, it was settled. "Good, then let's begin," Li Hanzhou said with a smile. Just then Yun Qianzas rushed in from outside. "Master Uncle, many people are gathering outside the mountain gate. They heard that the Yan family from Yanhuang City is here and want to come in to watch the match. They want to come in to watch the excitement." Li Hanzhou immediately understood their intentions. "Refuse them and say we are not receiving guests today," Li Hanzhou instructed Yun Qianzas. "Understood, Master Uncle." In the evening, some martial artists guarding the Changxing temple's entrance finally saw the Yan family members emerge from the Changxing temple. What on earth happened? Seeing the members of the Yan family emerge, many curious martial artists who couldn't get in started asking. Faced with these inquisitive martial artists, Yan Shengtian hesitated, finally managing a bitter smile and saying 4 words, "There are heavens beyond the heavens." Having said that, he departed with the disciples of the Yan family. It seems the Yan family disciples have lost. The Yan family excels in external skills, yet all 4 disciples couldn't defeat Lu Dongyue. The strength of these 4 disciples is at the 9th rank combined. They should even trouble those at the transcendence stage. An elder said somewhat incredulously. "I'm really curious. I want to see the match just now, but the Changxing temple won't let anyone in." Other martial artists complained. "Lu Dongyue can be called the strongest beneath the transcendence stage. It seems he does have real skill," others exclaimed in awe. "But the Changxing temple is a Taoist sect which has been in decline for hundreds of years. Could it be that the Taoist sect is about to rise again in this era?" someone speculated. At this moment in the Changxing temple, Lu Dongyue was nervously observing Li Hanzhou in front of him. Following the previous pattern, after consuming the divine power pill refined by Li Hanzhou, Lu Dongyue faced 4 opponents. Despite his opponents being 4 9th-rank fighters, he remained fearless and easily secured victory. Li Hanzhou also obtained the 9 apertures golden body. However, standing before Li Hanzhou, Lu Dongyue noticed that Li Hanzhou's expression didn't seem very pleased. "Master Uncle, what's wrong?" Lu Dongyue asked somewhat apprehensively. "How is your practice of the Taishan Heart Sutra going?" Li Hanzhou asked. I tried to cultivate it. The Taishan Heart Sutra is indeed the top heart method of the Taishan sacred land. It's very powerful. I've already reached the 1st level and my cultivation is about to break through to the 6th rank. Lu Dongyue said, slightly excited. "Oh." Li Hanzhou blinked and then asked, "She also has different qualities, and the Taishan Qi cultivated from the Taishan Heart Sutra is considered a high-quality form of Qi. You can try using Taishan Qi to stimulate the martial arts of our Changxing temple and see if it works. Using Taishan Qi to perform our Changxing temple's martial arts." Upon hearing Li Hanzhou's words, Lu Dongyue was first taken aback, then his eyes lit up, not expecting it could be done this way. The martial arts of the Changxing temple are Taoist secret techniques originally requiring spiritual power to achieve maximum effect. However, since the spiritual power of heaven and earth has been sealed, the Taoist sect had to shift from cultivating spiritual power to cultivating true Qi. Techniques like the Northern Emperor's technique are suitable for spiritual power cultivation, but once converted to true Qi cultivation, such profound techniques become third-rate. The Taoist sect has passed down generations and all of its secret arts have basically been lost, with no one knowing how to use them. The ancestors of the Taoist sect once considered seeking profound martial arts inner methods to replace techniques like the Northern Emperor's technique designed for spiritual power. However, the Taoist sect has declined, lacking both funds and strength. Where could they find effective techniques? At that time there were still 1 or 2 masters left in the Taoist sect, but relying on the meager spiritual power they had, they wouldn't easily make a move. Moreover, having heard that ordinary true Qi methods would replace the Taoist sect's inheritance, they were already furious. How could they possibly use techniques from other sects? Wouldn't that be betraying their own sect? Only in this generation, after pondering for several days, did Li Hanzhou want to give it a try. After all, the Taoist sect has already declined to this state, and Li Hanzhou didn't have so many principles. Since the old Taoist has handed this mess over to him, he might as well mess around with it. Currently the dead burial feng shui array can't be resolved quickly. If he wants his disciples to become powerful, they can only practice the heart methods of other sects. There's nothing shameful about it. Then Master Uncle, I'll give it a try, Lu Dongyue said, taking a step back and taking a deep breath. The true Qi within him began to circulate. As Lu Dongyue's true Qi circulated, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared around him. This golden light was filled with dense Taoist symbols enveloping Lu Dongyue completely, the brilliance shimmering as if unbreakable. Taoist golden light spell. Li Hanzhou raised an eyebrow. This is a defensive technique within the Taoist sect. The golden light spell protects the body from blades and fire. When cultivated to a high level, it can even rebound and kill enemies, condensing sword intent. Let me give it a try. Li Hanzhou moved his palm, and a stone on the ground flew directly into his hand. Bang! With a flick of his finger, the stone shot out, crashing into Lu Dongyue's golden light spell. With a dull thud, Lu Dongyue's golden light spell shattered immediately. Lu Dongyue stumbled back several steps, nearly spitting out blood. The residual force alone shook his internal organs, nearly injuring him. Lu Dongyue looked at Li Hanzhou in astonishment, his heart a stormy sea. How is this possible? When did Master Uncle become so powerful? Your golden light spell is not effective. I casually threw a stone and shattered it. Li Hanzhou looked somewhat disappointed. Master Uncle, could it be that you are too strong? Lu Dongyue was on the verge of tears. I feel that the golden light spell I just cast is already very strong, much stronger than the ones I released before. It seems the Tai Xian Heart Sutra is indeed very useful. Oh. Is that so? Li Hanzhou said awkwardly, then show me another move. I can't anymore, Lu Dongyue replied honestly. What do you mean you can't? Li Hanzhou was taken aback. You don't know any other Changxing Temple martial arts? I don't know, Lu Dongyue scratched his head. What about the Tai Yi Divine Elephant technique? I don't know. How about the Great Dragon Soul Hand? I don't know. You can at least draw a talisman, right? I can't. All these years have you just been eating at the Changxing Temple? Li Hanzhou was somewhat angry. Master Uncle, learning those things is useless. I can't even perform them. Learning them is just a waste of time. Lu Dongyue sighed with a bitter smile. Ah, forget it, Li Hanzhou could only say. I have something serious to discuss with you. Your performance on the arena today was somewhat improper. Improper? Lu Dongyue exclaimed. Where did I perform poorly, Master Uncle? I easily defeated those 4 Yin family disciples. Didn't you already obtain the 9 apertures golden body from the Yin family? Lu Dongyue said, confused. It's precisely because you defeated them so easily that it's improper. Li Hanzhou frowned and said, if you keep effortlessly defeating your opponents like this, who will come to challenge us at the Changxing Temple in the future? You need to give them a glimmer of hope that they can win against you. Only then will they continually come to experience our Changxing Temple. Moreover, I have already arranged for Yun Xianzhou and Shiming to descend the mountain to promote us in Baiyun City. In the future many martial artists will come to watch your matches. You need to take this seriously. Will there really be people coming to watch? Lu Dongyue was dumbfounded, feeling as if he had become a performing monkey. In Baiyun City. At this moment, on the most bustling street of Baiyun City, Shiming and Yun Xianzhou set up a small stall. Next to it there hung a big sign. Challenge registration for Changxingview. Nowadays Changxingview is quite a hot topic, so once this stall was set up it immediately attracted a number of curious onlookers. A curious wanderer asked, little sister, what does this mean? This, uncle. Though Yun Xianzhou was just a child, her demeanor was not lacking. She explained fluently, recently many people have come to challenge my Changxingview, but my second senior brother is just one person and cannot accept too many challenges every day. Therefore those who wish to challenge must come here to register. From now on we will only accept 1 challenge a day. Additionally, to prevent disruptions, we charge a registration fee of 100 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. We need to register for the challenge. And we have to pay. A young man said indignantly, this is clearly just a money-making scheme. Exactly, charging a fee for registration is unreasonable. Why should we pay to challenge? This sparked discontent among many and the scene quickly grew noisy. Many stood up to voice their opposition while others observed silently. Shi Ming had a somewhat honest personality, and seeing so many people opposed left him speechless, unsure of what to say. After all, this was a rule set by Li Hanzhou. He didn't dare to defy it. However, at this moment Yun Xianzhu showed no fear of their uproar. Instead, she gathered her qi and loudly declared, "It was you who came a long way to challenge, and aren't you coveting my master's divine weapon Xiuzang? To ensure that those who come to challenge are not troublemakers, this registration fee must be collected. If you can't afford even 100 taels of silver, then you shouldn't come for the challenge, because if you can't take out 100 taels, then don't expect to bring any substantial stakes. It's up to you whether you want to register or not." Yun Xianzhu slammed the table and said, "In any case, those who register first will challenge first. If the front challenger wins and takes Xiuzang away, don't come crying to me." As these words were spoken, everyone present fell silent. She had a point. The first to challenge had the advantage. The earlier you fight, the greater the chance of victory, and if you win, Xiuzang would be taken by someone else. "We want to register." At that moment a few young men squeezed out from the crowd. The leader, dressed in blue, slapped a silver note onto the table and said, "We register for tomorrow's challenge. I am a disciple of the Huanghe sect." "All right." Yun Xianzhu turned to Shi Ming's senior brother, "Make a note. Huanghe sect is first for tomorrow." Oh. Shi Ming hurriedly noted it down. "May I ask, what is your stake for the Huanghe sect? We need to assess it to see if it's appropriate." This was also instructed by Li Hanzhou before we came. Although Yun Xianzhu was just a child, she read a lot of books and was at least stronger than him in terms of evaluating treasures. "This is it." The disciple of Huanghe sect directly took out a yellow pouch and placed it on the table. When opened, it revealed a large seal. The heaven-turning seal. A spirit treasure. Yun Xianzhu glanced at it and then fixed her gaze on the Huanghe sect disciple. "That's right, it's the heaven-turning seal crafted by the renowned spirit treasure master Sun Haiquan." The Huanghe sect disciple said proudly, "The heaven-turning seal by Master Sun Haiquan." Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred. Sun Haiquan was a highly respected spirit treasure master, and the treasures he crafted could at least contend with powerful beings of the Tongxian realm. Such power was extraordinary. Although it is Master Sun Haiquan's heaven-turning seal, it is still somewhat inferior to the Xiuzang knife. Yun Xianzhu said, "How about this? Besides the spirit treasure, we also need you to allow our sect's master to borrow your Huanghe sect's library for 3 months without looking at your Huanghe sect's martial arts." This. The disciple hesitated. "I need to discuss this with the elders of the sect." "All right, then you go discuss it. Is there anyone else who wants to register?" Yun Xianzhu called out. "I want to register. I am from the Hongyang sword sect. I came first. I also want to register. I am from the Wanhua Valley. I also want to register." In an instant, more and more people rushed in to register. However, at that moment a chill suddenly spread from behind the crowd, as if something icy and chilling was approaching. Everyone quickly made way. What appeared before them was an exceptionally beautiful girl. The girl's icy gaze seemed to see through the myriad of worldly forms. The frost aura enveloped her, and her 9th grade cultivation level made even some other 9th grade martial artists present feel as if a mountain were pressing down on them. A few maids followed the girl, seemingly ordinary, yet their demeanor was also extraordinary. Just by their presence they made everyone involuntarily shut their mouths. So beautiful. This girl's appearance was truly breathtaking. In an instant countless men were mesmerized, their mouths agape in awe. Faced with such beauty, they felt no thoughts of defilement but rather a deep sense of inferiority. What kind of man could possibly match such an exquisite beauty? "It's the Heartless Fairy," someone exclaimed. Upon hearing this, someone finally realized no wonder she was so cold and beautiful. It turned out that the Heartless Fairy had arrived. Registration for the Heartless Valley. The Heartless Fairy slowly walked to the front of the stall, and one of her maids immediately took out a silver note. "Third senior brother, what are you looking at? Write it down." Seeing Shi Ming staring blankly at the Heartless Fairy, Yun Xianzhu couldn't help but poke him in the ribs. Oh. Shi Ming finally came to his senses, his face turning red, quickly writing down the Heartless Fairy's name. "The stake from my Heartless Valley is this." The Heartless Fairy opened her palm, revealing a small jade vial in her hand. She said lightly, "A 1,000-year cold jade marrow. I don't need to say much about this, it should be roughly equivalent to Xiuzang. Additionally, if you win, I can also allow those from Changqingdu to study in my Heartless Valley for 3 months. Even showing you the cultivation methods is not a problem. Sister is quite straightforward." Yun Xianzhu enjoyed conversing with such people, finding it much less exhausting. Then the day for the Heartless Fairy's challenge is set for 7 days from now. Yun Xianzhu spoke to the Heartless Fairy while looking at the registration list. "All right." The Heartless Fairy agreed and then turned to leave. "The Heartless Fairy is coming to challenge Changqingdu. I can't wait to see it. Unfortunately, it seems that Changqingdu doesn't allow spectators." While everyone was discussing, Yun Xianzhu smiled and said, "Starting tomorrow, Changqingdu will be open. As long as everyone buys a ticket you can come to watch the battle. Everyone. Buy tickets. Do you really need to buy tickets to enter your Changsheng? Is your Changsheng a tourist attraction? However, they were very eager to see this challenge. They wanted to know if Lu Dongyue, who claimed to be the number one below transcendence, was truly that strong. Can one person actually fight four at the same realm? More importantly, they wanted to see Changsheng get slapped in the face. Tickets can be purchased at the entrance of my Changsheng. There are always 10 VIP tickets, 100 inner area tickets and 300 outer area tickets available. The prices and positions of the tickets vary and the viewing experience is naturally different. Tickets will be sold tomorrow morning at the hour of the rabbit, first come first served. The specific ticket prices will be posted at the entrance of our Changsheng and we hope that everyone won't be late. Yun Qianzuo conveyed the message as Li Hanzhou taught her. This stirred up a storm. They never expected that Changsheng would use this to make money. After Li Hanzhou finished discussing the martial arts competition with Lu Dongyue, he also arrived at Baiyun City. He still had enough silver on him and this time he came to the slave market to buy some servants and maidens. Changsheng was quiet and desolate, having to do everything themselves. Now that they had money they naturally wanted to enjoy it. He also bought materials for alchemy and some good tea. Just as Li Hanzhou was preparing to leave, the sky had already darkened. Master, come and play. At that moment a voice entered Li Hanzhou's ears. Li Hanzhou turned his head to see that not far away the lights were bright and brothels stood in rows. His eyes lit up. After suffering for half his past life, now that he was here with money he felt he should enjoy himself. A brothel. He had never been to such a place before. Li Hanzhou unconsciously walked over. When he saw the women in the brothel enticing customers from the upper floors, Li Hanzhou's eyes suddenly brightened and a good idea came. Master, come in and have some fun. Is this your first time at our Baihua residence? An old matron hurriedly came out to greet Li Hanzhou. Entering Baihua residence, Li Hanzhou looked at the beautiful women inside and found that there were quite a few lovely ones. Are the girls here for rent? Li Hanzhou's words nearly fried the old matron's brain. Rent what? I mean, can they come with me? Li Hanzhou explained to the old matron. Oh, you mean for an outing. The old matron smiled and said it so ambiguously, then added, of course it's possible. Which one do you fancy? Just say the word, but taking them outside might cost a bit more. What price? Li Hanzhou asked. All the girls at Baihua residence are beauties. If you stay here overnight it will be 100 taels of silver for the night. If you take them out then. The old matron smiled and said the price doubles to 200 taels. Alright then, it's 200 taels. Li Hanzhou thought for a moment and agreed. You're straightforward. Which one do you want? I'll call her down for you. The old matron hurriedly said. Bring me the 10 prettiest ones you have. Li Hanzhou said with great confidence. What? The old matron was taken aback. She couldn't help but take a step back, sizing up Li Hanzhou. Looking at his bony frame she couldn't help but say, Master, are you joking? You want 10. The old matron feared that Li Hanzhou would die in bed tonight. Yes, 10. Is there a problem? Li Hanzhou was surprised. This. The old matron hesitated. Li Hanzhou thought she wanted money and directly took out a 2,000 taels silver note and handed it to her. The old matron saw the silver note and without hesitation sighed that rich people know how to have fun. She hurriedly went to find 10 girls. This esteemed master, here are the 10 prettiest girls at Baihua residence. The old matron quickly introduced them to Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou took a glance and found them acceptable. The 10 girls were quite bewildered. After learning that someone had requested them to go out, they arrived only to find just one Taoist. What kind of operation is this? Alright, have a carriage ready for tomorrow morning and come to Changsheng outside the city. I will be waiting for you there. Li Hanzhou instructed. Tomorrow morning. Everyone was startled. During the day at the Taoist temple and with 10 girls. Is this really how to play? A Taoist temple. How thrilling. As you command. The sponsor's words are final. Soon after Li Hanzhou left Baiyun City and the people from the Shinsher Chamber of Commerce also delivered the items Li Hanzhou bought along with the servants to Changsheng. Seeing so many servants, Lu Dongyue was also surprised that Changsheng had gained so many people at once. Before long, Yun Qianzuo and Shiming returned and Yun Qianzuo handed the registration form signed today to Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou looked it over. Jueching Ferry. Li Hanzhou said, I remember this Jueching Ferry is quite famous. It is said that among the younger generation very few can match her. I didn't expect someone like her to come as well. Master, that Jueching Ferry is really beautiful. Yun Qianzuo couldn't help but say she is even prettier than the sister named Ji Ziying I saw last time, but her temperament is a bit too cold. Very beautiful. Li Hanzhou raised an eyebrow. That would indeed be a good promotional point. Master, the servants have decorated the area around the ring as you instructed. Is there anything else? Lu Dongyue walked in. Nothing else, just remember not to finish the fights too quickly tomorrow. Li Hanzhou reminded again. I understand. Lu Dongyue gently shook his head. The next morning the 10 girls from Baihua residence had already arrived at Changshengguan. When they arrived at Changshengguan they realized that Li Hanzhou was not asking them to do those kinds of things but rather to help serve the guests. At first they were somewhat reluctant, but when Li Hanzhou promised them a commission their eyes lit up one by one. The conditions Li Hanzhou offered were truly tempting. Checking the time, it was about time for Li Hanzhou to arrive at the mountain gate and set up a small booth with Shi Ming. Before long numerous people from the martial world arrived. Where do we buy tickets? Is it here? A burly man said, give me a ticket. Li Hanzhou sat there, pointed to the sign behind him and said, if you want to buy tickets just tell me which tickets you want. Everyone looked up. Outer area ticket 300 taels of silver each. Inner area ticket 1,000 taels of silver each. VIP ticket limited to 5,000 taels of silver each. These prices left everyone dumbfounded. This is way too expensive. The ticket for the outer area seems reasonably priced at 300 taels of silver. The inner area, however, is astonishingly priced at 1,000 taels of silver. The VIP ticket is even more outrageous, 5,000 taels. Is this for real? In an instant everyone was dumbfounded. Ladies and gentlemen, this ticket price is not expensive at all. At this moment Li Hanzhou smiled and said the outer area tickets are quite far away, so the view is certainly not as clear as that of the inner area tickets. But what advantage does a clearer view bring? Naturally it allows one to analyze Lu Dongyu's weaknesses to see the aspects he is not good at. Once you analyze this, when you come to challenge him, attacking his weaknesses will give you a chance to defeat him and bring the divine weapon Xiaozhan home on it. Upon hearing this everyone was stunned on the spot. They realized that Li Hanzhou's words made a lot of sense. If one can observe closely and discover Lu Dongyu's weaknesses, defeating him and indeed bringing the divine weapon home is possible. Spending 1,000 taels of silver to bring Xiaozhan home is quite a bargain. In an instant everyone's mindset wavered. Watching the battle indeed has its benefits. Then, what do you say about that VIP ticket? A middle-aged swordsman stepped forward, pointing at the price of the VIP ticket, saying 5,000 taels for a single ticket. Why don't you go and rob it? Your words are misguided. Li Hanzhou chuckled and replied, although the price is right here, I did not force you to buy this one. You can just buy an outer area ticket. This VIP ticket is actually meant for those with a status in the martial world, powerful cultivators, not for those wandering rogues whose names they can't even recall. Generally only those of high status can afford such tickets, right? Moreover, we are also contributing corresponding VIP services at no cost. Sai, why am I telling you all this? You can't afford it, so just buy the outer area ticket. Li Hanzhou spoke indifferently. However, this statement turned the middle-aged swordsman's face crimson. Who are you calling a nameless wandering rogue in the martial world? The middle-aged swordsman, somewhat angered, placed his sword on Li Hanzhou's table and said, I am none other than the renowned red dust sword Xia Yan in the martial world. Upon hearing this, Li Hanzhou's expression changed immediately and he quickly stood up respectfully, saying, it seems I am blind, as you are indeed the famed red dust sword Xia Yan. My apologies, my apologies. It is an oversight on my part to not entertain a distinguished guest. Li Hanzhou's demeanor satisfied Xia Yan, who gently picked up his sword and raised his chin, saying, no worries, I did not expect you to know my name. Of course it is a name that echoes like thunder, a long-awaited acquaintance. Li Hanzhou hurriedly said, I always thought the legendary red dust sword was an elder. I never expected such a young hero. To meet you today is truly a fortuitous event. My earlier words were somewhat disrespectful. Chen-Zhu, quickly fetch a VIP ticket for the esteemed red dust sword. Yin Chen-Zhu blinked and swiftly took a VIP ticket, handing it to Xia Yan, saying, esteemed guest, 5,000 taels. Xia Yan was taken aback. He felt something was amiss but could not pinpoint what. Looking at the gazes from Li Hanzhou and Yin Chen-Zhu, Xia Yan's trembling hand reached into his pocket and he shakily pulled out a stack of silver notes. After counting out 5,000 taels, Xia Yan's heart felt like it was bleeding. He suddenly regretted it. Just as he was about to say he could exchange it for an inner area ticket before Xia Yan could speak, Li Hanzhou unexpectedly shouted loudly, first esteemed red dust sword Xia Yan, 1 VIP ticket. Congratulations esteemed Xia Yan for becoming our guest at Changshengdu today. Yun Qianzhu echoed Li Hanzhou's call. At this moment all the martial world figures behind were looking over, their gazes fixed on Xia Yan, filled with curiosity, envy and astonishment. Someone actually bought such an expensive ticket. Truly wealthy. Some women even cast appreciative glances. This left Xia Yan completely speechless. At this point, if he were to say he was no longer buying it and wanted to exchange for another ticket, he might as well quit the martial world. Aha, a mere VIP ticket. When watching the competition one must choose the best position to see clearly. Xia Yan generously slammed the 5,000 taels of silver onto the table. Come please escort esteemed Xia Yan to the VIP seating area. Li Hanzhou clapped his hands at this moment. Two maids immediately came over warmly inviting Xia Yan into the Changsheng view. As Xia Yan walked his legs trembled. Master uncle who was the red dust sword Xia Yan? Yun Qianzhu asked softly. Who knows? I've never heard of him. Li Hanzhou with a somewhat blank expression replied nonchalantly. Oh. Yun Qianzhu nodded guessing the same. Those buying tickets please line up. With the first ticket sold naturally more people wanted to buy tickets afterward. Hello please state your name so I can register it. Li Hanzhou looked at the second person also a middle-aged man with a strong aura. In the martial world I am known as the Thunder Hand Sun Qingfu the man proudly declared. Yet another unfamiliar title a small fry from who knows where. Yun Qianzhu suspected that Sun Qingfu would only buy an outer area ticket as his cultivation was merely at the 8th grade. For someone like him what title could he possibly have? It was merely a self-proclamation. He was even inferior to the earlier red dust sword Xia Yan who at least was a transcendent. You are the Thunder Hand Sun Qingfu. However at this moment Li Hanzhou exclaimed in surprise your name is not any less known in the martial world than that of the earlier red dust sword Xia Yan. I did not expect to meet another celebrity today. Ah. Sun Qingfu was stunned really. He had not even heard of the red dust sword but judging by the reactions of others it seemed that this red dust sword was indeed quite renowned in the martial world. Yet Li Hanzhou claimed that his own name was not inferior to that. Really? Sun Qingfu did not expect to be so famous. Of course. You are certainly no less than the esteemed red dust sword Xia Yan. There have been rumors in the martial world comparing who is stronger red dust sword or thunder hand. Some say that if both are of the same realm your thunder hand is superior. Forget it, I digressed. Earlier esteemed Xia Yan purchased a VIP ticket. May I ask what ticket you would like to buy? Li Hanzhou spoke nonsense. VIP ticket. Sun Qingfu directly threw down 5,000 taels of silver saying if the red dust sword is seated in the VIP area I certainly want to be in the VIP area as well. Qianzhu won VIP ticket. Li Hanzhou nodded. He provided the ticket, collected the money and had someone escort Sun Qingfu inside as well. In the following line Li Hanzhou did not continue to flatter but still there were others who purchased VIP tickets. They believed they had a name and status in the martial world so why should they settle for the inner or outer area? In just half an hour all tickets were sold out. Many martial world figures in the back were left without tickets ultimately leaving in frustration. The Changsheng temple was bustling with activity with the largest square filled to capacity. The outer area was overcrowded and a ticket cost 300 taels of silver allowing only for small benches to sit upon. The inner area was much closer to the competition stage with seats made of pear wood each accompanied by a small table. On the tables there were plates of sunflower seeds and peanuts. It certainly seemed much better treated. This made the people in the outer area feel a twinge of envy. Indeed spending money had its advantages. However upon seeing the VIP section everyone felt their blood surge. The VIP section could hardly be called chairs, they resembled beds complete with soft bedding allowing one to lie down comfortably while watching the challenges. There were snacks of sunflower seeds nearby along with freshly picked fruits. However what they envied the most was that each person in the VIP section was accompanied by a graceful beauty. Xia Yan was the first to arrive and at this moment he had not expected that watching the competition could be like this. Senior Xia, come have a grape. The one sitting beside Xia Yan was none other than Lin Xiuxian, the top courtesan of the Baihua residence. With her graceful figure she leaned closely against Xia Yan gently picking a grape with her delicate fingers and feeding it to him. So sweet. As Xia Yan enjoyed the grape he also felt the warmth of her closeness causing his breathing to become heavier. Others in the VIP section were similarly enjoying such treatment. What? You are the legendary Li Hanzhou Sun Qingfu. I have long admired you. Meeting you today is truly a stroke of luck. You must be exhausted after rushing here this morning. Let me give your shoulders a massage. This made the many martial artists below feel their eyes turn red. The disparity was too great. Why did they all have beautiful companions while we only had small benches to sit on? Tomorrow I must buy a VIP ticket. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition will begin in about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, so please wait a moment. Li Hanzhou spoke to the crowd from the competition stage. Additionally, if anyone needs anything feel free to inform the staff of Changsheng Temple. We have tea available for sale and those wishing to drink tea can order it and it will be delivered to you promptly. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've been thirsty for ages. Someone complained. Come here. A martial artist saw a maid from Changsheng Temple and waved her over. Dear guest, how may I assist you? The maid asked respectfully. Bring me a cup of tea, the man replied casually. Certainly. May I ask if you would like low-grade tea, medium-grade tea, or high-grade tea? The maid inquired. What? The martial artist was taken aback thinking, I just want a cup of tea, does it need to be graded? Without waiting for the martial artist to speak up, the maid continued. Low-grade tea is 1 tael of silver per cup, medium-grade tea is 50 taels of silver per cup, and high-grade tea is a bit more expensive, costing 300 taels of silver per cup. Are you robbing me? The martial artist couldn't help but exclaim. Dear guest, our low-grade tea is just the ordinary tea that can be found everywhere, hence the low price. However, the medium-grade tea is quite rare. It's called moon in a cup. After drinking it, one can feel a refreshing sensation akin to moonlight, soothing and invigorating. Regular consumption can greatly aid in harmonizing the yin and yang within one's body and reduces the risk of going astray while cultivating internal skills. The maid's words made the martial artist's present pause astonished. Such tea had such effects. It could even reduce the risk of going astray. What about the high-grade tea? Someone couldn't help but ask. The high-grade tea is called the 100 Flavors of Life. The maid continued her introduction. This is a unique tea source of our Changsheng temple, one that cannot be found elsewhere. It has a slightly bitter taste at first, much like life itself, but after savoring it there is a faint sweetness. Our founder once said that only those who appreciate the 100 flavors of life can truly understand the essence of life. Such a person is a true martial artist. This very tea was what the founders of the Divine K Kingdom and our Changsheng temple drank while discussing philosophical ideas, ultimately leading to their ascension and creating a legendary tale. Originally, the 100 flavors of life was never open to the public, but our temple master, in gratitude to the martial world, has specially brought forth this treasure for everyone to taste. However, it's uncertain how many can appreciate the flavor of such high-grade tea and how many possess the temperament comparable to that of the founders of the Divine K Kingdom. This entire speech was naturally taught to her by Li Hanzhou. As expected, when this statement was made, the crowd erupted with excitement. Such a treasure exists. Then, I'll have a cup of medium-grade tea, please. The martial artist wanted to drink the high-grade tea but couldn't bring himself to spend that much. At that moment, many people ordered tea. Some chose the medium grade, some opted for the high grade, while almost no one requested the cheapest low grade tea, as if drinking that would make them just an ordinary person. Senior Sia, I also want to try that high grade tea, which is said to be what the founders of the Divine K Kingdom drank. With your cultivation and temperament, you wouldn't drink ordinary tea, right? Lin Xiaozhen looked at Xia Yan with admiration. Xia Yan, not thinking too much, waved his hand and ordered 2 cups. Soon nearly everyone held a cup of tea. Moon in a cup. Looking at the tea in his hand, it truly looked like ordinary tea leaves. However, after the martial artist took a sip, his eyes lit up. Although the tea was hot, with a sip he genuinely felt a chill coursing through his mouth. Indeed, it is extraordinary. Those drinking the high-grade tea frowned. They truly tasted a bitterness. Brother, do you think this tea is good? A martial artist in red sensed something was off and couldn't help but ask the martial artist next to him. The martial artist beside him closed his eyes, savoring the bitter taste in his mouth, and honestly replied, it's not very good. However, he slowly added unexpectedly, the 100 flavors of life is quite remarkable. It has a slightly bitter taste upon entry with a sweet aftertaste, just like life itself. I feel as if I can see the scene of the ancestors of the Divine K Kingdom ascending from 1,000 years ago. Ah yes, that's how I feel too. The red-clad warrior nodded repeatedly. It seems we also possess the same temperament as the ancestors of the Divine K Kingdom. Master Uncle, these 2 teas are selling exceptionally well. Where did you buy them? Yun Shanzhu never expected that selling tea would yield such profits. Ah. Wasn't it you who bought them? Li Hanzhou replied in surprise. Me? Yun Shanzhu exclaimed, the tea I bought was just 10 copper coins for 3 pounds in Baiyun City, right? Yes. Li Hanzhou nodded. I found some wild mint behind the mountain and added it, which is why it has a refreshing taste. Mint? Yun Shanzhu didn't know what that was. In this world hardly anyone consumed mint, so it was normal not to know. It was merely regarded as a weed. What about the bitterness of the high-grade tea? I added a bit of ground licorice. Li Hanzhou replied calmly, it cools and counters heat. Looking at Li Hanzhou beside her, who seemed calm as if narrating a trivial matter, Yun Xianzhu suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards her master uncle. Tea leaves sold for 10 copper coins per 3 pounds with a bit of licorice powder added were claimed to be the tea consumed by ancestors of the Zushi in the Shinkai Kingdom while discussing profound truths. It was said that those who could appreciate such tea would possess a heart as grand as the ancestors of the Shinkai Kingdom and might even ascend to immortality. Such claims were utterly absurd. And this thing was sold for 300 taels of silver a cup. How outrageous. Moreover, Yun Xianzhu clearly saw many people frowning as they drank it, yet they still praised it as the best tea. Could she not know that this tea was far from exceptional? Selling them a pot for a copper coin would still be a profit. 300 taels tsk tisk, there are indeed many wealthy people. Senior, is the tea good? The young girl leaned against a plump warrior, speaking with a face full of tender affection. Of course it's good, the plump warrior replied with a look of enjoyment. Just thinking that the ancestor of the Shinkai Kingdom once drank this tea savoring the myriad flavors of life makes me feel incredibly powerful now. Really? Can I try some too? I want to drink a cup, the girl blinked. Ah well. The plump warrior hesitated after all 300 taels per cup was truly not cheap. Don't be fooled by his VIP ticket purchase. How many among those who bought VIP tickets weren't coerced by Li Hanzhou? Spending 5,000 taels on tickets had already drained most of his fortune. Buying a cup of tea for 300 taels was already painful, buying another would indeed exceed his budget. Oh, I envy the little immortal sister so much. At this moment the girl looked toward Lin Xiaoshan not far away and said with a face full of envy, little immortal sister is arranged to accompany the red dust sword Senior Xiaoyan. Senior Xiaoyan truly has a grand heart, he even treated little immortal sister to such exquisite tea. It seems Senior Xiaoyan indeed possesses the charm of a chivalrous hero in the martial world. Nonsense, what makes him better than me? Upon hearing this the plump warrior couldn't help but feel pleased and said, is Su Chu of the Qinglong sword any worse than him? What a joke. Someone bring me another cup of this exquisite tea today, let this little fairy taste what exceptional tea is. Ah, I can have some too. The girl exclaimed in delight, no wonder Su Chu the famous hero of the martial world has such a broad mind. If you don't ascend, who else can? A flattery made Su Chu feel elated at this moment. Enjoy it while such a fine thing you've never tasted in your... Su Chu said grandly. Thank you brother Su Chu, she sweetly called, causing Su Chu's vanity to overflow. The girl also accepted the fine tea handed over by the maid of the Changxing temple. She had just been curious about what kind of exceptional tea could make these martial artists who had seen and tasted much in their lives drink it with such rapture. However, after taking a sip she nearly spat it out on the spot. What is this thing? So terrible. How is it? Good, isn't it? Su Chu asked while savoring the tea. Good. Good, the girl was about to cry, she wanted so badly to spit out the bitter tea in her mouth, but at 300 taels a cup spitting it out might make Su Chu go berserk. She could only swallow it down silently, tears in her eyes. Seeing that the tea leaves were almost sold out, Li Hanzhou walked onto the stage and cupped his fists towards the crowd saying, thank you all for your patience, the competition will begin shortly. Today the disciple challenging us from the Changxing temple is from the Huanghe sect. A disciple of the Huanghe sect. Then we can finally see the famed Kaibei hand of the Huanghe sect today. I've heard that with a single palm strike the Kaibei hand can split mountains and rivers, it's truly astonishing. Yes, Wan Shanghai of the Huanghe sect during the battle against the demon clan struck down the Qingma lake with a single palm of the Kaibei hand. It was truly eye-opening. The crowd below was buzzing with excitement. At this moment 4 disciples of the Huanghe sect had already stepped onto the stage. The leader among them was Wan Xiuhan, a talented disciple of the Huanghe sect and the grandson of Wan Shanghai. Now at the 9th rank of cultivation he is the pride of the Huanghe sect's current generation, having cultivated the Kaibei hand to the 3rd level. The leader among them was Wan Xiuhan, a talented disciple of the Huanghe sect and the grandson of Wan Shanghai. Now at the 9th rank of cultivation he is the pride of the Huanghe sect's current generation, having cultivated the Kaibei. Is Lu Dongyue really going to take on 4 opponents alone? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Hearing all the discussions, an elder from the Huanghe sect looked disdainfully at the stage, feeling that Lu Dongyue was practically seeking. These 4 were the strongest among the younger generation below the transcendental realm, no one of the same realm could possibly be their opponent. Today this Qiu Zhang Dao will surely belong to our Huanghe sect. Lu Dongyue looked at the 4 in front of him, feeling a bit of a headache. After taking the divine power pill he could easily take on 4 opponents, but the key was that at this moment Lu Dongyue felt a sharp gaze fixated on him. Turning around he found it was Li Hanzhou, as if telling him not to defeat the opponent too quickly. Lu Dongyue could only try his best. Let's begin. Li Hanzhou said calmly. Everyone below became serious, preparing to appreciate this match. You all pay close attention and watch for Lu Dongyue's weaknesses. If the Huanghe sect loses today your chances will be even greater. We can't let the ticket money be wasted. An elder was educating his disciples. Yes. Everyone widened their eyes to watch. Elder, can we buy tickets for the inner arena next time? The outer arena is too far to see clearly. Another disciple complained. Also elder, we want to taste that fine tea too. Shut up, the elder frowned and said, a bunch of spendthrifts, I haven't even tasted the myriad flavors of life yet and you all want to drink. At this moment the battle on the stage had already begun. Lu Dongyue, let me see what qualifications you have to claim to be the first below transcendental. Wan Xiuhan with a face full of defiance struck a pose. His true qi surged and his entire aura changed dramatically. The energy flowed from his palms, a fierce wind rushed toward him as if those hands could destroy any obstacle. Kaibei hand. Since he had already been elevated to this position, Lu Dongyue couldn't be bothered to waste words and simply said, you'll know once you try. Kill. The 4 attacked simultaneously. The arena was immediately thrown into chaos. The Kaibei hand was fierce and unrestrained. Combined with the 9th rank of cultivation, every palm strike was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. However, such attacks were simply insufficient in front of Lu Dongyue. He faced 4 opponents alone and his palm strength was actually able to clash Hedon with the Kaibei hand, his figure standing firm and unmoving. This left the four from the Huanghe sect utterly astonished. How is this possible? Cough cough. At this moment Li Hanzhou suddenly coughed twice. Upon hearing Li Hanzhou cough, Lu Dongyue, after exchanging a palm strike with Wan Qiuhan, retreated several steps, forcing the true qi within him to calm down the blood on his face. In an instant Lu Dongyue was pushed back, his face pale, appearing as if he had sustained serious injuries. This scene brought a glimmer of hope to the four who had just felt disheartened. Lu Dongyue was not truly invincible. His earlier defenses against the consecutive strikes of the Kaibei palm had already injured him. He was merely holding on, but now he could no longer withstand it. The four saw a glimmer of hope. Junior brothers, let's go all out. Today this autumn burial blade belongs to our Huanghe sect. Wan Qiuhan exclaimed with delight. The battle intensified, with Lu Dongyue facing four opponents. Although he was not at a disadvantage, he had not gained the upper hand either, resulting in a stalemate. Bang! 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 The sounds of collision echoed continuously. The spectators were increasingly tense, with many even forgetting to breathe. Among those present were numerous experts, some of whom had reached a transcendent realm, yet they still watched with trepidation. They feared that Lu Dongyue would be defeated by the disciples of the Huanghe sect, allowing them to seize the autumn burial blade, leaving them with no opportunity. At this moment some sects began to regret signing up, lamenting that they had joined too late. Their matches were scheduled many days later, and it was possible that by the time it was their turn the autumn burial blade would be gone. This battle lasted a full half hour. The four disciples of the Huanghe sect were already panting heavily, their true energy nearly exhausted. Wan Qiuhan was gasping for breath, sweat pouring down his forehead, his eyes fixed intensely on Lu Dongyue. He had never felt such exhaustion in a match before. Despite the four of them teaming up against Lu Dongyue, they still had not managed to bring him down. Each time they thought he was at his limit, he would somehow muster the strength to stand. He seemed like an unkillable cockroach. Senior brother, I can't hold on much longer. My true energy has been completely depleted and my stamina is about to give out. Lu Dongyue is truly unkillable, a disciple of the Huanghe sect exclaimed. Senior one, I'm also on the verge of collapse, another disciple could not help but say. The last disciple remained silent, but the large beads of sweat rolling down his face spoke volumes. Was Wan Qiuhan any different? His true energy was nearly exhausted as well. With 1 9th grade and 3 8th grade cultivators, how could they not defeat a mere 5th grade opponent? What a joke. Lu Dongyue, you must be reaching your limit too, right? Wan Qiuhan grinned. Lu Dongyue, panting on the opposite side, replied, pretty much, but so what? Then I'll be taking the autumn burial blade today. After receiving Lu Dongyue's affirmation, Wan Qiuhan shouted, gathering the last remnants of true energy, stepping forward and unleashing the Kaibei palm once more. However, this time the Kaibei palm was different from before. The palm wind was no longer as fierce. Instead, it was ethereal, like clouds, subtly containing a unique charm. Kaibei palm, 4th layer, flowing clouds. An elder of the Huanghe sect exclaimed in surprise. He did not expect Wan Qiuhan to master the 4th layer of the Kaibei palm at such a critical moment. Truly worthy of being the grandson of Wan Shanghai. Die. This was Wan Qiuhan's trump card. Since he had not fully mastered the 4th layer of the palm technique, he struggled to control his true energy. After using it once, he was likely to exhaust all his energy. That's why he was waiting here specifically. The palm wind howled fiercely. Lu Dongyue raised his eyebrows. This palm was indeed significantly different from the previous techniques. But on this stage, as long as there were 4 people on the opposite side, Lu Dongyue would remain invincible. The elixirs from his master were truly overbearing. Thus, facing this powerful strike, Lu Dongyue activated his golden light spell, allowing the ethereal palm imprint to crash directly onto his golden light spell. Bang! A heavy sound echoed. Lu Dongyue's golden light spell remained unyielding. What? Wan Qiuhan was taken aback, not expecting Lu Dongyue to block it. At this moment Lu Dongyue saw that the time was just about right. He was tired of playing with the Huanghe sect's disciples. He threw a punch and the fierce energy directly sent Wan Qiuhan flying over 10 meters, crashing down to the ground. Senior brother. Several disciples of the Huanghe sect cried out in alarm. The elder of the Huanghe sect, witnessing this scene, could not help but cover his face in regret. So close. Just a little bit more and they could have obtained the autumn burial blade. Thank you for your hospitality. Lu Dongyue bowed respectfully to the disciples of the Huanghe sect. Phew. Seeing Lu Dongyue's victory, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process was perilous, at least Lu Dongyue did not lose and the autumn burial blade was not taken by the Huanghe sect. Ladies and gentlemen, today's competition has concluded. Thank you for your presence. Tomorrow it will be the Wu Qian sect. If you are interested, please come to my Changxing temple at the same time. I Li Hanzhou hereby guarantee that whoever can defeat my disciple Lu Dongyue of the Changxing Temple may take the autumn burial blade directly. Saying this, Li Hanzhou raised his hand and the autumn burial blade appeared in his grasp. Buzz. The blade soared through the air, embedding itself in one of the pillars in the square. Ladies and gentlemen, the blade is right here. Whoever has the ability may take it. Li Hanzhou's gaze swept across all present. Indeed, after the autumn burial blade appeared, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a divine weapon ignited their greed. At this moment everyone was preparing to leave. Brother Xiaoyan Lin Xiaoxian spoke first. Should we get a membership card for our Changxing Temple? Yes. Brother, you should get one too. The other girls chimed in, tugging at their brother's arms with affectionate looks in their eyes. What card? Everyone was taken aback. What was that? It's a program launched by our Changxing Temple. If you recharge 10,000 taels of silver now, you can get a membership card. With our membership card you'll be a distinguished member of the Changxing Temple. Future ticket purchases will be at a 10 discount and tea will also be at an 80 discount deducted from your membership card balance. Additionally, there's a feature for free upgrades to seating arrangements. For example, if Brother Xiaoyan arrives late tomorrow and can't get a VIP seat and ends up getting an outer arena seat, that's no problem. As long as you have a membership card, we will immediately upgrade you to the inner arena and even give you a complimentary cup of tea. In the future, whenever the Changxing Temple launches new activities, members will enjoy the greatest discounts. Lin Xiaoxian explained the benefits of the Changxing Temple membership card in one breath. This speech left everyone present stunned. Such a thing exists. Lin Weiner enticingly said, moreover, the Changxing Pavilion has promised that if the challenge ends in less than 10 matches there will be a full refund. Less than 10 matches for free. Many people were tempted upon hearing this. Could they not defeat Lu Dongyue in 10 matches? They believed it was highly unlikely. If that were the case, purchasing it would indeed be very cost-effective. I'll buy it. At that moment a transcendent realm expert from the inner area stepped forward and raised his hand, saying, what about this card? Give me one. However, at this moment Li Hanzhou stepped forward apologetically, saying, I'm truly sorry, brother. The membership card of Changxing Pavilion has an entry threshold. Only the VIPs of Changxing Pavilion are eligible to purchase it. In other words, only the 10 people in the VIP seats are qualified. If you wish to buy it, you'll have to wait until tomorrow morning when you buy the VIP ticket to purchase it then. What? I have money and you still won't sell it to me? The martial artist was somewhat angry. Rules are rules, only those 10 are qualified. Li Hanzhou laughed as he glanced at the 10 people in the VIP seats. At that moment all 10 of them felt a great sense of honor and unconsciously straightened their backs. As if to say, do you see this? You are not qualified. We are VIPs and only we are entitled to buy. To thank everyone for their support today, we are having a grand opening promotion. The membership card is only 9,000 taels of silver and you will receive a credit of 10,000 taels of silver. Don't miss this opportunity, the price will return to normal tomorrow. Li Hanzhou said with a smile. Upon hearing this everyone's expressions changed. 1,000 taels cheaper today. Damn it, I wanted to buy a VIP seat earlier. When it was my turn to buy tickets there were still 3 spots left in the VIP seats. I should have considered it more. A martial artist from the rivers and lakes lamented. Many others were also envious. At this moment Xiaoyan was also moved. If he bought this membership card, the money for his ticket, tea and more would all come from it, and with discounts. More importantly, if Lu Dongyue did not last 10 matches then all of this would be free. Who could resist such temptation? Unfortunately, Xiaoyan only had a little over 3,000 taels of silver left. He simply couldn't afford it. He was too poor. I can't afford it. Xiaoyan was on the verge of tears. Others also showed awkward expressions. In the end only 5 people bought the membership card for the VIP seats, 2 of whom borrowed money from friends on site. Only then did the crowd disperse. After people left, the elder of the Huanghe sect reluctantly handed the Tianfan seal to Li Hanzhou. Whenever you want to come to Huanghe sect to read, just let me know. Thank you, Li Hanzhou also responded politely. After the people from Huanghe sect left, Yun Shenzhou looked at Li Hanzhou with a hint of admiration and said, Master Uncle, you were so impressive, you easily made so much money. In the future there will be plenty of days to make money, Li Hanzhou said with a smile. Once I have money I can buy you cultivation pills, good weapons, good armor, good techniques and good spiritual treasures. Li Hanzhou could indeed make spiritual treasures and pills, but the things he produced were always odd. He feared that the items he made would cause him trouble. Brother Dao. At this time the girls from Baihua residence came up, each beaming as they reported their achievements for the day. Who sold a few cups of tea? Who got them to buy membership cards and so on? Li Hanzhou had to give them commissions, otherwise they would not work so hard. Li Hanzhou kept his promise, giving them a sum of money and instructing them to come to Changxing Pavilion to work tomorrow. Master Uncle, I'm tired, I'm going to rest. Lu Dongyue really fought hard today. No, it should be said that he acted too exhaustively. Don't just focus on sleeping, reflect well on today's competition. Li Hanzhou glanced at Lu Dongyue's back and reminded him. Lu Dongyue was taken aback at first upon hearing Li Hanzhou's words but soon seemed to understand. Although he had relied on pills to fight 4 against 1 with the disciples of various sects, each of these disciples was a prodigy and their strength was among the strongest in the younger generation. In the process of battling with them he could learn a lot of experience. If he were to reflect carefully, there would surely be many insights. So that was what Master Uncle meant. Master Uncle wanted me to spar with so many talented individuals to cultivate me, to help me perfect my shortcomings and to learn more from them to enrich myself. Master Uncle, I will not disappoint you. Lu Dongyue was somewhat touched and hurriedly went back to review his performance. Master Uncle, did second senior brother understand something? Who knows? This kid is quite strange, Yun Xianzhou asked curiously. Li Hanzhou shrugged. I just want him to go back and think carefully to practice his acting skills more. Today's performance was a bit too exaggerated. I hope he can be more natural. And unexpectedly this kid suddenly became excited. Go call your third senior brother. Li Hanzhou said to Yun Xianzhou. Okay. Although she didn't know what Li Hanzhou wanted, Shiming for Yun Xianzhou obediently went to call him. After the challenge ended, Shiming went to chop firewood. Originally Changsheng Pavilion had hired servants, so he didn't need to do such work, but Shiming was still used to chopping firewood. And he found that the Prajna axe was quite handy for chopping wood. Hearing Li Hanzhou call in, Shiming finally put down the axe and followed Yun Xianzhou to Li Hanzhou's small courtyard. The phoenix tree in Master Uncle's courtyard is really beautiful, Yun Xianzhou said, looking at the phoenix tree. It is beautiful, Shiming also said, staring at the phoenix tree. You two come over here. Li Hanzhou walked out of the room, called the two over and handed them 2 pills, saying these 2 are meridian expansion pills. After you take them I will help you dissolve the medicinal effects to enhance the strength of your meridians. Once your meridians are widened, your cultivation speed will become faster. Yes. The 2 were somewhat surprised. Meridian expansion pills were quite precious. If it were before, they wouldn't be able to afford them at Changsheng Pavilion. Without hesitation the 2 little ones swallowed the meridian expansion pills. Immediately Li Hanzhou's hands were placed on the foreheads of Yun Xianzhou and Shiming. The spiritual power within surged forth, entering the bodies of the 2 little ones to help them dissolve the pills. The meridian expansion pills seemed to maximize their effects due to the stimulation of the spiritual power. Yun Xianzhou frowned slightly, feeling a bit of pain from the widening of her meridians. However, Shiming showed no expression at all, as if the medicinal effects entering his body had no use for him. After just a moment of breathing, the effects of the medicine from Yun Qianzu's had completely refined, and she directly sat cross-legged under the parasol tree, involuntarily beginning her cultivation. Meanwhile Shiming stood there foolishly looking blankly at Li Hanzhou, exchanging bewildered glances. Shiming glanced at Yun Qianzu's beside him, who seemed to have undergone a tremendous transformation. With each breath surging true qi flowed around her. At that moment Yun Qianzu's was also practicing the Tai Xian Heart Sutra, and within just half a stick of incense a purple mist began to emanate from her petite figure, astonishing both Li Hanzhou and Shiming. Purple mist true qi. They had seen the Tai Xian Heart Sutra before, and to cultivate purple mist true qi indicated that the sutra had reached the 2nd level. Is it only a short while? What is happening? Li Hanzhou stepped forward to examine Yun Qianzu's body with spiritual energy, and to his astonishment he discovered significant changes occurring within her. Her meridians were shimmering with golden light, as if they had undergone a transformation after being nourished by his spiritual energy. Strange. Li Hanzhou had not encountered such a situation before. Shiming, do you feel anything? Seeing Shiming acting as if nothing was wrong, Li Hanzhou also used spiritual energy to sense Shiming's body, but found his meridians unchanged, showing no signs of transformation. He didn't even know where the effects of the channel opening pill had gone. I'm dull-witted, Shiming said somewhat awkwardly. No worries, everyone has their own opportunities. After pondering for a moment, Li Hanzhou said, I recently came across a method in an ancient text that we can try. What method? Shiming inquired. The qi opening method. Li Hanzhou had seen in the ancient text that during the flourishing days of the Tao sect someone had used this method, condensing spiritual energy into finger techniques to point at the 8 important acupoints of a disciple, thereby unlocking their potential. Li Hanzhou decided to emulate and give it a try. To avoid disturbing Yun Qianzu's cultivation, he took Shiming to the back mountain and helped him open up the 8 acupoints. Morning. When the first rays of sunlight streamed down, Li Hanzhou and Shiming wearily returned from the back mountain. Li Hanzhou realized that the name Shiming was quite apt. He truly was a child of stone. Despite trying every method, Shiming's body remained immovable, showing no signs of change. His meridians were still so narrow, and his aptitude for cultivation was rather average. Achieving the current 3rd grade cultivation was already commendable, but Li Hanzhou felt that if nothing changed, reaching the 9th grade would likely be the limit of his life. Shi Ming also looked dejected. Master Uncle, it's alright, everyone has their destiny. Even if I cannot cultivate to a high realm in this life, it's fine. One does not have to become a master to live a fulfilling life. Shi Ming said with a smile. Li Hanzhou let out a soft sigh. It doesn't matter if you don't become a master, I'm still counting on you to help me ascend. However, when the two returned from the back mountain and saw Yun Qianzu's, they were immediately dumbfounded. At that moment Yun Qianzu's was still in cultivation, but the true qi emanating from her body genuinely shocked the two. When they left yesterday, Yun Qianzu's was only at the 2nd grade cultivation, yet now she had astonishingly reached the 4th grade. In just one night she broke through 2 grades. Did a single channel opening pill have such a tremendous effect? I'm done, for I become the lowest in the sect's cultivation status. Shi Ming felt darkness before his eyes. He might as well go back to chopping wood. Watching Shi Ming's departing figure, Li Hanzhou could only think of ways to help him improve his strength later. As for Lu Dongyue, the channel opening pill was useless to him. He had already passed the best age to take it. However, today the Wu Qian sect had come to participate in the challenge, and the wager was actually a Tian Yuan Dan which could be given to Lu Dongyue. Baiyun City. Dong Lai Yin. The sect leader of Wu Qian sect, Wu Sanzhong, personally came, bringing along his proud disciples. Each of the 4 disciples was exceptionally strong. Moreover, these 4 disciples had also cultivated a formation of Wu Qian sect. If they cooperated in unison, their strength would multiply. We have high hopes for today. Wu Sanzhong earnestly instructed his disciples, don't be fooled by Lu Dongyue's strength, which caused Wan Xiuhan to have no means to counter him and ultimately suffer a narrow defeat. That's because they are a disjointed group with no cooperation at all. Our Wu Qian sect's 4 symbols formation will ensure Lu Dongyue cannot handle it. Yes. The 4 responded in unison. Alright, let's go. Today our Wu Qian sect will reclaim the autumn burial. With yesterday's experience, many have already come early to buy tickets today. Although the time has not yet arrived, people outside have already begun fighting over who gets to buy tickets first. It was quite lively. Li Hanzhou was too lazy to intervene. They could fight as they pleased. He was currently by Yun Qianzu's side. She had already awakened and was astonished to find that her cultivation had risen to the 4th grade. Furthermore, Yun Qianzu's could clearly feel that the true qi hidden within her meridians was far from being as simple as the 4th grade. It seemed much more pure and substantial. A genius has emerged from our Changsheng temple. Li Hanzhou was very satisfied. With such a talent, perhaps Yun Qianzu's has the hope of ascending in the future. Master Uncle, it's time to go sell tickets. Yun Qianzu's reminded Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou checked the time. It was almost time to deal with the fat sheep. Today's ticket sales were exceptionally hot. The disciples of Wu Qian sect immediately deployed the 4 symbols formation, which indeed made everyone sweat. However, Lu Dongyue still barely defeated the disciples of Wu Qian sect. Ah, so close. Wu Sanzhong was filled with regret at this moment. Just a little more and the autumn burial blade would have been brought home. Seeing Lu Dongyue win, the other sects felt relieved. By the 3rd day, Li Hanzhou was too lazy to show up. He left it to his subordinates. After all, the events that happened each day were quite similar. The only difference was that Baiyun City's Baiyun gambling house had actually opened a betting table with countless people placing bets every day. However, Lu Dongyue's odds remained very low, only 1-1, while his opponents generally had odds of 1-10. Yet all these matters seemed unrelated to Li Hanzhou. He didn't even bet in the gambling house. He just hid in the library reading, and every day he was also cultivating the Bei Di Ju. However, seeing Yun Qianzu's speed of cultivation, Li Hanzhou realized he truly was not suited for cultivation. His speed was too slow. After such a long time, he had just barely stepped into the 2nd level of qi refining. Meanwhile, during these few days, Yun Qianzu's had astonishingly reached the 5th grade realm. Had it not been for Lu Dongyue breaking through to the 6th grade during these days, the 2nd senior brother would have been surpassed by Yun Qianzu's. Not only that, but Li Hanzhou also discovered that Yun Qianzu's speed of learning was equally astonishing. In just one day she had reached the 3rd level of the Hanshan poem from Yishan sect. She had mastered the Golden Light Curse after just half a day of practice. Her speed was completely unlike that of an ordinary person. Today marked the end of the 6th match. The participants were from Baiyun sect. The leader of Baiyun sect lamented, just a little bit more we could have taken the autumn burial blade. Everyone was looking forward to tomorrow. Because tomorrow the Heartless Valley would be present. The Heartless Fairy would personally attend. The peerless and ethereally beautiful immortal of heartlessness, a dream incarnate for countless young prodigies across the Xintian realm. Countless scions of noble lineages had squandered their entire fortunes just for a single glimpse of her within the Valley of Heartlessness. Numerous celestial geniuses even dispatched their sect elders to the Valley of Heartlessness, hoping to forge matrimonial alliances, yearning for the immortal of Heartlessness to become their wife. Yet every proposal was resolutely refused. The Valley's supreme cultivation art, the song of forgetting emotions, demanded the complete severance of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Only thus could one tread the supreme Tao. As the immortal of heartlessness was destined to contend for the mandate of heaven, she naturally could not waste her energies on trivial romantic entanglements. Paradoxically, this very aloofness only multiplied her admirers. Thus, upon hearing that the Valley of Heartlessness would issue a challenge tomorrow, the entire plaza erupted in fervor, who would not long to behold her divine countenance. Moreover, the valley's martial prowess was legendary. All yearned to witness just how formidable this paragon of the younger generation truly was, and whether they could best Lu Dongyue. All sensed instinctively the gambling odds in Baiyun City would be extraordinarily lively today. Esteemed guests, Li Hanzhou stepped forward to announce as tomorrow's match is against the Valley of Heartlessness, and given the expected crowd, we shall begin pre-selling tickets tonight at the entrance of Baihua residence in Baiyun City. We sincerely hope for your generous patronage. Pre-sale. Tonight at Baihua residence. Though puzzled by the unusual timing, none questioned it further. The crowd dispersed. The maidens of Baihua residence each received their share of earnings. Thank you, brother Hanzhou. Each vied to flatter him more sweetly than the last. These past few days under Li Hanzhou's guidance had earned them more than they'd made in years before. They now regarded Li Hanzhou as their most generous patron and cast coy flirtatious glances his way. Have you remembered the tasks I entrusted to you? Li Hanzhou asked. Rest assured, brother Hanzhou, we've carried out every instruction with perfect clarity, Lin Xiaoxian said with a playful smile. Good. Now hurry home. Li Hanzhou replied, smiling warmly. After the maidens departed, the sect master of Biyun sect approached with a woebegone expression to hand over the wager. Master Qin, you have my sincere respect. Li Hanzhou accepted a lacquered red wooden box from the sect master's trembling hands. Inside rested the core of a demonic cultivator, a rare and priceless treasure. Such cores were invaluable, indispensable both in alchemy and in forging supreme artifacts. Alas, just one breath short. The sect master of Biyun sect gazed upward at the Qiuzang sword embedded in the pillar, his face etched with profound regret. His disciples had been driven to the brink by Lu Dongyue, yet at the decisive moment Lu Dongyue summoning his final breath struck down all four of Biyun sect's exhausted disciples from the arena platform. The blow left the sect master gasping in anguish. Next time we shall surely prevail. You may register again. Li Hanzhou said cheerfully. Ah, with a heavy sigh the sect master turned and walked away. Back in his quiet courtyard, Yun Xianzhu remained seated in meditation beneath the parasol tree. Li Hanzhou approached, gathered spiritual energy within his body and channeled it remotely into Yun Xianzhu, guiding her own qi to cleanse her 5 vital organs and 6 bowels. From ancient texts, Li Hanzhou knew that while alchemical pills had swiftly altered Yun Xianzhu's meridians, accelerating her early cultivation, prolonged reliance risked internal imbalance. Regular purification with refined spiritual energy was essential to attune her viscera to the resonance of spirit, and her physical vessel required far greater fortification. Otherwise, as her realm ascended and her true energy surged, her mortal frame would inevitably falter under its own power. Fortunately, this posed no insurmountable difficulty for Li Hanzhou. The Longevity Pavilion possessed several body-refining manuals, including the Yin family's 9-aperture golden body art. Yet Li Hanzhou still coveted the Buddhist sect's Buddha Dao golden bell technique. Alas, the monks dwelled far across the southern sea and had yet to arrive. For now he instructed Yun Xianzhu to commence training, hoping opportunity might later bring the sacred Buddhist art to her. At present Yun Xianzhu embodied Li Hanzhou's greatest hope. Lu Dongyue's progress remained disappointing. Shiming fared even worse. Despite every method Li Hanzhou employed, Shiming's cultivation advanced at its customary glacial pace, utterly unaltered. Truly his fate mirrored his name, as immovable and unyielding as stone. Li Hanzhou had nearly abandoned him, resolved instead to stake everything upon Yun Xianzhu alone. Yet these past days Li Hanzhou had watched Shiming labor diligently, then train with unwavering diligence after completing his chores, a quiet tenacity that deeply moved him. Li Hanzhou resolved not to abandon Shiming. Shiming. Spotting him returning from firewood gathering, Li Hanzhou called out. Uncle Cultivator, do you need something? Shiming set down the Bodhi axe and approached. I hear the 9-fingered divine physician of Yaowang Valley has arrived in Baiyun City. Go there and invite his entourage to the Longevity Pavilion. Li Hanzhou instructed. Yes. Shiming began changing clothes, but Li Hanzhou halted him. Not like that. Let me dress you properly. With that, Li Hanzhou draped a veil over Shiming's face, leaving only his 2 small eyes visible, then replaced his Taoist robe with simple civilian attire. Though perplexed by the disguise, Shiming asked no questions. He obeyed without hesitation, knowing deep down that Li Hanzhou meant him no harm. Once Shiming departed, Li Hanzhou too prepared himself for departure. Uncle Cultivator is leaving again. Yun Xianzhu murmured, watching him go, certain somehow that his errand held no virtue. An hour later Shiming reached Baiyun City. After discreetly confirming the Yaowang Valley delegation's lodgings, he headed straight for Qingyang Inn. Yaowang Valley had not come for the Longevity Pavilion's affairs at all, they were merely passing through on unrelated matters. Yet the 9-fingered divine physician Sun Yaoxian drew attention wherever he went. Thus news of Yaowang Valley's presence in Baiyun City spread like wildfire. Qing Yanyan stood on the city's liveliest thoroughfare, and Ming's furtive veiled appearance attracted many curious glances. After all, such concealment in broad daylight was conspicuously odd, though in the Jianghu where eccentricity reigned few gave it more than a passing thought. Yet at that very moment high atop a nearby winehouse Li Hanzhou appeared at the window's edge. Sipping wine he gazed outward, then spotting Ming below slowly raised his palm, gathering spiraling spiritual energy within its center. As the spiritual energy surged, a stream of air gathered in Li Hanzhou's palm resembling a small storm. This was indeed the great celestial art. Recently while cultivating, Li Hanzhou also delved into the great celestial art. Not only that, but he had also studied the techniques he won from Bet, seeking inspiration to improve the Taoist technique Bei Di Ju, hoping to adapt it for true qi cultivation. In the process, Li Hanzhou had already refined the great celestial art to the 5th level. The more he studied, the more Li Hanzhou marveled at the power of this technique. No wonder the divine K kingdom held it in such dread. The ability to manipulate celestial phenomena was indeed formidable. After gathering the airflow in his palm, Li Hanzhou struck out with a palm towards Ming from a distance. In an instant a violent wind swept through the entire street. The airflow swept across the entire street. Whoosh! In an instant the entire street was thrown into chaos by this gust of wind. What the hell, what's going on? Where did this strong wind come from? What happened? The people on the street were all bewildered by the wind, wondering how such a strong gust could have appeared so suddenly. Even Ming was taken aback by the strong wind which blew the cloth covering his face away. Fortunately he was quick and managed to grab it back and cover his face again. Since his master uncle had instructed him to cover his face, it indicated that he did not want others to know, and Ming naturally did not want to reveal his identity. However, in this Baiyun city there were many figures from the martial world, including some experts. Ming's attire was already eye-catching, and when the mask fell off it naturally drew people's attention. In a nearby tavern a martial artist remarked curiously, "Seen your brother Chang, that person just dropped his mask. I've seen him before, he is a disciple of the Chang Shengguan." A disciple of the Chang Shengguan? The drinking companion was taken aback. Why would a disciple of the Chang Shengguan dress like that? He was not wearing a Taoist robe. Instead he was covering his face. It seemed as if he was up to something unspeakable. Not only did this person see it, but also some others in the shadows noticed, sparking their curiosity about Ming. After Ming put on the mask and left, the crowd quietly followed behind him, eager to discover what he was up to. Li Hanzhou, who was drinking in the tavern, noticed that some martial world figures were trailing Ming and smiled faintly. He then called for the waiter and ordered another plate of sauced beef. Before long a person entered the tavern. Although dressed in casual clothes, his noble demeanor was evident. It was the long-missed Yi Yun. "Mr. Li." Yi Yun approached and respectfully bowed to Li Hanzhou. Having witnessed Li Hanzhou's prowess, Yi Yun regarded him as his lifelong idol. When Li Hanzhou had someone inform him to meet here, Yi Yun could hardly believe that such a powerful figure would seek him out, and he hurried over. Since he previously resolved the issue of the dream demon using Li Hanzhou's talisman, even his father Yi Qingbei now regarded him more favorably in the city lord's residence. His father's smiles had increased in frequency. All of this was thanks to Li Hanzhou. "Please have a seat." Li Hanzhou gestured for Yi Yun to sit down and poured him a glass of wine. Yi Yun felt honored and quickly accepted the drink, saying, "Mr. Li, if there is anything you need me to do, just give the order." "There is indeed a small matter I need your help with," Li Hanzhou replied with a smile. "I don't have many acquaintances in Baiyun City, and it's not easy to find someone to help with a task, so I had to trouble you." "Mr. Li, you are too humble. You are the benefactor of my entire family. My father often tells me that if there is an opportunity I must repay Mr. Li's kindness. I am more than willing to help," Yi Yun said boldly. "Although I may not possess many other skills, I still hold some weight in Baiyun City. Alright, rest assured I won't treat you unfairly for helping me." Li Hanzhou waved his hand. "Come closer." Yi Yun hurriedly leaned in, listening as Li Hanzhou whispered some words in his ear. Yi Yun's eyes brightened with understanding. Meanwhile, Ming arrived at the Qingyang Inn to seek an audience with the nine-fingered divine doctor. When the people of the Medicine King Valley heard that someone from the Chang Shengguan had come, they allowed Ming entry, as the Chang Shengguan had been gaining momentum recently. Ming saw that Sun Yaoxian was a kind-looking elder, and he mentioned the matter of inviting Li Hanzhou to the Chang Shengguan, assuring him that the Chang Shengguan would cover the consultation fee. Sun Yaoxian, known as a divine doctor, was not only renowned for his superb medical skills but also for his compassionate heart. Hearing that Li Hanzhou was urgently seeking him, he did not hesitate and prepared to go with Ming to the Chang Shengguan. Master, several of Sun Yaoxian's disciples quickly expressed their desire to accompany him. "You all stay here and wait for me. I will return tonight." "Understood," Sun Yaoxian said lightly. Since he had said so, the disciples had no choice but to agree. However, once Sun Yaoxian and Ming left, his three disciples began to feel curious. Why are the Chang Shengguan people in such a hurry to find Master? I wonder what it could be about. You two close your mouths and stop gossiping, the youngest junior sister admonished seriously. Doctors only concern themselves with illnesses, not with other trivial matters. If you could focus on learning medicine, master wouldn't have to worry about you so much. Although she was the youngest, her words made the two senior brothers dare not respond and hurriedly took out medical books to read. Meanwhile, Shiming took Sun Yaoxian away from the Qingyang and boarding a carriage heading towards the Changshengwen. However, this news was immediately spread by those with ulterior motives. Disciples of the Changshengwen had stealthily disguised themselves and come to Baiyun City to invite the nine-fingered divine doctor Sun Yaoxian to the Changshengwen. This immediately sparked rampant speculation. What could have happened at the Changshengwen to necessitate the urgent visit of the nine-fingered divine doctor? Perhaps it was. Senior brother, do you remember the battle with the Wuqian sect yesterday? Although Lu Dongyue won, he took 3 punches from the Qin Kuan fist. Are you saying that although Lu Dongyue emerged victorious and seemed unharmed, he actually sustained internal injuries? The Changshengwen is secretly bringing the nine-fingered divine doctor to treat Lu Dongyue's injuries. Everyone's eyes lit up at the realization. Lu Dongyue has been injured. Indeed. Although Lu Dongyue has been displaying his invincibility over the past few days, defeating all the talented disciples from various sects. However, he is still human. After so many days of battle, he has been hit numerous times, and yesterday he suffered several blows from the Qin Kuan force. How could he not be injured? That is the genuine Qin Kuan force of a 9th-grade martial artist. Even those in the transcendence realm wouldn't dare to withstand it, right? Lu Dongyue has sustained internal injuries, and they are quite serious. In this case, doesn't that mean that the chances of Jueqing Valley winning are considerably high? The Jueqing Ferry of Jueqing Valley is already extraordinarily powerful, and with Lu Dongyue injured, the battle tomorrow is practically guaranteed to be a victory for Jueqing Valley. The news spread like wildfire. Within no time, almost all the sects and wandering martial artists in Baiyun City were aware of it. Lu Dongyue is injured. The leaders of several sects began to worry, as they were precisely the sects ranked after Jueqing Valley. If Lu Dongyue is injured and Jueqing Valley's winning chances increase, wouldn't the Qiuzang Dao fall into the hands of Jueqing Valley? Damn it. In the inn, a strong figure from Shinfeng Mountain frowned deeply. He looked at the disciple beside him, who was calmly sipping tea, and couldn't help but say, "Aren't you worried at all? If the Qiuzang Dao falls into the hands of Jueqing Valley, do those women know how to use a sword? Your master has sent you down the mountain, and you may soon have no chance left." However, the boy drinking tea showed no signs of anxiety. He simply replied, "I Feng Beixian did not come for the Qiuzang Dao. My master sent me down the mountain for training, to witness the talents of the world and to gain insight into swordsmanship. As for the Qiuzang Dao, it doesn't matter whether I have it or not. Even if I don't get it, I still want to challenge Lu Dongyue and see who truly is the strongest beneath the transcendence realm." "You're just as stubborn as your master," the senior member of Shinfeng Mountain said helplessly. "No, we cannot let Lu Dongyue lose like this." The senior member of Shinfeng Mountain pondered for a moment before walking out the door. Meanwhile, the odds in the entire Baiyun City gambling house underwent a significant change. The odds for Lu Dongyue, which had remained at 1-1, unexpectedly changed to 1-5. Meanwhile, the odds for the Jueqing Ferry became 1-1. Those who had previously bet on Lu Dongyue to win began to withdraw their bets, exchanging their Lu Dongyue wagers for those on the Jueqing Ferry. Today there were particularly few people betting on Lu Dongyue. "I bet on Lu Dongyue to win." At this moment, a man approached and placed a stack of silver notes on the table. This stack of silver notes immediately drew everyone's attention. 1,000,000 taels. Seeing this stack of silver notes, everyone present was taken aback, speculating about who this person was to possess such wealth and bet 1,000,000 taels on Lu Dongyue. Anyone who could produce 1,000,000 taels must be from a major sect, but this person looked unfamiliar. "Friend, haven't you heard? Lu Dongyue is actually seriously injured. In tomorrow's battle, he is likely unable to recover. That 1,000,000 taels of yours might be lost." A kind-hearted person came forward to advise. However, the man was unmoved and insisted on betting on Lu Dongyue to win. Many people mocked him as a fool, but the gambling house was quite pleased. The more such fools, the better. Not long after Li Hanzhou returned to Chongqing Pavilion, Shiming brought Sun Yaoxian along as well. "I meet the divine doctor." Seeing the amiable elder before him radiating a saintly glow, Li Hanzhou's divination technique could even detect the holy light enveloping the old man. Li Guanzhu, Sun Yaoxian also said politely. While cupping his fists, Li Hanzhou noticed that Sun Yaoxian indeed had only 9 fingers. Li Hanzhou had heard the old man's story. In his youth, he had attempted a set of ancient acupuncture methods to save a patient, but it ended in failure, resulting in the patient's death. Sun Yaoxian felt immense guilt. Although the patient's family did not hold him accountable, as the patient was already beyond saving and had sought Sun Yaoxian as a last hope, Sun Yaoxian felt that it was due to his reckless use of the unstudied ancient methods. Overwhelmed with guilt, he cut off one of his fingers as a warning to himself. For this reason alone Sun Yaoxian truly deserves respect. Li Guanzhu, which patient are we talking about? Sun Yaoxian did not engage in too much small talk. Treating the patient was the priority. This is the patient. Li Hanzhou pointed at Shi Ming. Shi Ming was taken aback. I am the patient. Sun Yaoxian was also surprised and examined Shi Ming closely but found no symptoms of illness. My disciple. Li Hanzhou explained the events surrounding Shi Ming. Li Hanzhou couldn't discern any issues with Shi Ming, but no pill seemed effective on him, which puzzled Li Hanzhou. Thus he sought this divine doctor's opinion. After all, he was the expert. Such a bizarre occurrence. Sun Yaoxian became interested and then took Shi Ming's pulse. After a while Sun Yaoxian released his hand and shook his head helplessly, saying, this child has a natural stone vein. The absorption rate of any medicine is alarmingly low and his cultivation speed will be slow. There seems to be no hope for him in the martial path in this life. Upon hearing this, Li Hanzhou's heart sank. Shi Ming, however, showed no expression, as if he had long known that he had no future in martial arts. Is there any way to change this natural stone vein? Li Hanzhou was still not willing to give up. This time it wasn't about his own ascendance, but he genuinely liked Shi Ming, who was still young and dedicated to his training. He couldn't bear to see Shi Ming live a life without accomplishments, passing through in mediocrity. Changing a natural stone vein is difficult. Sun Yaoxian shook his head. Difficult. Li Hanzhou raised his eyebrows. Is it not impossible? Sun Yaoxian pondered for a moment and said, I can refine a heavenly vein pill. Using the heavenly vein pill to resolve the natural stone vein should hold some hope, but the materials required for refining the heavenly vein pill are quite rare, especially the water from the eternal spring. If you can obtain that, I can refine it for you. Eternal spring. Li Hanzhou remembered that it was mentioned in the books. Is it the eternal spring from Tianxian Academy? Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up. Exactly. However, obtaining anything from Tianxian Academy is not so easy. Sun Yaoxian sighed deeply. Moreover, it's strange. My Qinglong Baiyan inexplicably went missing and I am still searching for a new alchemy furnace. I can only help you refine it once I find a new one. As long as Divine Dr. Sun is willing to help me refine it, that's enough. As for the eternal spring, I will take care of it. Also, I have a good alchemy furnace here. If you're interested, feel free to use it. After Li Hanzhou finished speaking, he took out a pure white alchemy furnace from his storage bag. This alchemical furnace. Sun Yaoxian scrutinized the furnace Li Hanzhou had produced, studying it carefully. Something about it felt strangely familiar. Yet out of courtesy he refrained from staring too long in Li Hanzhou's presence. Then many thanks, Master Li. In that case, the remaining ingredients for the Tianmai pill shall be provided by our Yaowang Valley. Sun Yaoxian accepted the furnace Li Hanzhou had gifted him. After exchanging a few parting words, Li Hanzhou escorted Sun Yaoxian out of the Changxing Temple. Phew! Li Hanzhou exhaled deeply, relaxing at last. The Azure Dragon 100 Flame Furnace had originally belonged to Sun Yaoxian. Li Hanzhou's storage pouch had inadvertently retrieved it, an act of rightful restitution. Yet Li Hanzhou felt uneasy presenting it outright. Before unveiling it, he had coated the furnace with a thin layer of white oil. With dusk already deepening, Sun Yaoxian barely inspected it closely, only registering a vague sense of familiarity. Senior uncle. Shi Ming stepped forward earnestly and said to Li Hanzhou, I don't need the Tianmai pill. I'll cultivate diligently on my own. Even if progress is slow, I will strive without cease. The Fountain of Ageless Vigor belongs to the Tianxian Academy, a preeminent force across the Dongyan Prefecture. They would never relinquish such a treasure lightly. Don't worry. Li Hanzhou gently ruffled Shi Ming's hair and smiled. Leave the rest to me. What is but a fountain? A way will surely be found. Yes. Since Li Hanzhou had spoken so confidently, Shi Ming simply nodded in agreement. At that moment a servant approached. Master, a guest requests an audience, said to be from Shinfeng Mountain. Show him in. Li Hanzhou smiled warmly. Yes, sir. Beside him Shi Ming frowned in quiet bewilderment. Senior uncle, what business could Shinfeng Mountain possibly have here? They've come to present gifts to our Changxing Temple, Li Hanzhou replied. Ah. Shi Ming blinked, utterly baffled. Why would Shinfeng Mountain offer tribute to Changxing Temple? Moments later the emissary from Shinfeng Mountain stood before Li Hanzhou and offered a respectful fist and palm salute. Luo Zixia of Shinfeng Mountain, honored to meet Master Li. Brother Luo. Li Hanzhou led Luo Zixia into the main hall, invited him to sit, and ordered tea. Then with equal courtesy he asked, May I ask what brings you here so late this evening? I heard. Luo Zixia lowered his voice slightly, that Lu Dongyue sustained injuries during his martial contest with the Wugan sect. Is this true? Brother Luo, please do not speak rashly. Dongyue is perfectly well. The Wugan sect couldn't land a single blow upon him. Li Hanzhou shot upright, face taut with alarm, hurried to the door to glance outside, then turned back and said, Brother Luo, pray do not jest thus, such a thing never occurred. Observing Li Hanzhou's reaction, Luo Zixia grew certain his suspicion was nearly spot on. He laughed heartily and said, "Brotherly, no need to fret, I bear no ill intent. Lately I've been deeply impressed by Dong Yue's conduct. Concerned he might have been injured in today's duel, I came especially to check on him and to bring him a token." As he spoke he produced a small lacquered box. Inside lies Xuanji pill, a specialty of Shinfeng Mountain. No matter how grave the wound, one pill restores vitality remarkably. Please accept it without hesitation. With that he slid the box toward Li Hanzhou. "Brother Luo, you needn't have brought anything, your visit alone is more than enough." "How embarrassingly generous of you." Li Hanzhou hastily responded, then with practiced subtlety tucked the Xuanji pill away. Seeing him pocket it so effortlessly, Luo Zixia could only sigh inwardly. How utterly two-faced Li Hanzhou was. After brief pleasantries Luo Zixia departed. Soon after, senior cultivators from several other sects arrived at Changxing Temple, one after another, all bearing medicinal gifts for Lu Dongyue. They feared Dongyue might fall tomorrow to the Jueqing Valley, thereby denying them any chance against Qiu Zhangdao. The spectacle left Shi Ming utterly dumbfounded. After receiving all the sect elders, Li Hanzhou made his way to Lu Dongyue's quarters. "Dongyue, don't overexert yourself in cultivation. Tomorrow." Just as Li Hanzhou assumed Dongyue was immersed in rigorous practice, he opened the door to find him freshly bathed, clad in new robes and admiring himself in the mirror. "Li Hanzhou. Senior uncle." Spotting Li Hanzhou, Lu Dongyue quickly set aside his grooming tools and greeted him respectfully. "Preening again." Li Hanzhou sighed. "Tomorrow's duel is with the Jueqing Valley, not a beauty contest. Rumor says the Jueqing immortal is peerlessly exquisite, but must you fuss so? We Changxing Temple's dignity rests on your strength, not your appearance." Lu Dongyue flushed slightly. "These trivialities serve a purpose." "Nonsense," Li Hanzhou retorted. "You are now indisputably the strongest under the transcendent realm. Once you've challenged every sex prodigy, countless beauties will vie for your favor. Even clad in tattered rags women would throw themselves at your feet. To fumble so over a single Jueqing Valley maiden, that truly shames our Changxing Temple." "But senior uncle, this title rests entirely on your pills," Lu Dongyue murmured wryly. He knew full well his strength was hollow. In genuine combat, any random opponent he'd faced these past days could pin him to the ground and pummel him without effort. "All things will come in time," Li Hanzhou said, clapping Dongyue firmly on the shoulder. "Perhaps one day you shall stand as the supreme sovereign of the world. You stand above them now, you shall remain so. Cultivate with unwavering resolve. Soar ever higher. One day even I may rely upon you." Having painted such a radiant vision for Lu Dongyue, Li Hanzhou sent him away brimming with confidence. As twilight deepened, however, chaos erupted across Baiyun City. When martial artists flocked to the 100 Blossoms Pavilion to purchase advance tickets for tomorrow's duel featuring the Jueqing Immortal, they discovered every single ticket had vanished. Sold out, completely. Stunned silence fell. Without tickets, what good was attendance? Just as they scrambled to unravel the mystery, several figures suddenly emerged from the crowd. "Tickets. Premium seats for tomorrow's Jueqing Immortal duel, 5,000 taels per ticket. Who's interested? I've got inner court tickets, 1,000 taels apiece, fair price for young and old alike. Outer court tickets, 500 taels. First come first served, once they're gone they're gone." A roar surged through the crowd, prices had skyrocketed beyond belief. Across the street, Jiang Yixuan sat on the second floor of a winehouse gazing calmly at the ticket sellers below, and smiled. Opposite him sat Lu Tianqing. "Sovereign, why has the ticket price surged so dramatically?" Lu Tianqing frowned. "If Changxing Temple learns of deliberate price manipulation, won't they intervene?" "Intervene?" Jiang Yixuan chuckled softly. "More likely, it's their hand behind it." "Are you saying, Holy Master?" Lu Tianqing looked outside in surprise and couldn't help but say, "Then the Changxing view is truly despicable. One cannot speak like that." Jiang Yixuan poured himself a glass of wine and then said, "To legally get someone else's money into your own pocket is a skill. The owner of Changxing View, Li Hanzhou, is not a simple person in this martial world. One cannot survive without a bit of wit." "Then why is the ticket price so high?" Lu Tianqing frowned. "It's expensive, but it must be bought," Jiang Yixuan replied. "Didn't you say you wanted to see the duel between Lu Dongyue and the emotionless fairy Song Yitao? You've been cultivating slower lately. You lost to Lu Dongyue twice and he has now become your inner demon. If you don't resolve this inner demon, you might not make any progress in this lifetime. I'm sorry to worry you, Holy Master." Lu Tianqing looked ashamed. His recent cultivation speed had indeed been slowing down. When he closed his eyes while cultivating, he would only see Lu Dongyue provoking him, treating him like a grandchild. Gradually Lu Tianqing realized he had developed an inner demon. So he wanted to come and witness the decisive battle between Lu Dongyue and the emotionless fairy Song Yitao to see Lu Dongyue's chances against the masters of the emotionless valley. Even though ticket prices had skyrocketed, there were still people buying them. They were determined to catch a glimpse of the emotionless fairy. Moreover, many had already spent a fortune placing their bets. How could they not see the results of their investments with their own eyes? Otherwise, how could they find peace? Thus within moments all the tickets had sold out. The scalpers were all from Yiyun and Baihua residents collaborating to hike the prices. This was naturally under Li Hanzhou's orders. With such a popular figure as the emotionless fairy, Li Hanzhou was determined to make a fortune. The next morning, as dawn broke, the entrance of Changshengdu was already crowded. When Li Hanzhou first saw the emotionless fairy, he was stunned by her beauty. Such beauty in modern times would overshadow any female streamer. Greetings, Senior Li. Only the emotionless fairy and 3 junior sisters had come. The higher-ups of the emotionless valley did not attend. You're too kind, Li Hanzhou said. Didn't your master come? My master doesn't like to make a fuss, so she didn't come. The emotionless fairy said, I heard on my way here that Lu Dongyue was injured. I'm not sure how serious the injury is. If it's too severe, I can wait a few days to duel. No need, he's fine, it won't affect your duel at all. Nonsense, tickets have already been sold. If today's duel didn't happen, delaying it for a few days would result in significant losses, and many people outside couldn't wait. All right. Since Li Hanzhou had said so, the emotionless fairy naturally had nothing more to say. Half an hour later, everyone had entered from outside. Each of them dressed splendidly, looking particularly handsome. Brother, hi, I'm here. Lin Xiaoxian had just reached the VIP area, wanting to leap into the arms of her wealthy patron, a man named Hai Dongxing, who had already visited the VIP area twice and was very fond of her, being quite generous. Lin Xiaoxian had made quite a bit of money from him. However, when Lin Xiaoxian jumped up, Hai Dongxing actually dodged, leaving her to miss her target. Miss, what is your intention? Hai Dongxing stood up with a serious expression and said, men and women should maintain a distance. I hope you will respect yourself. Ha! Lin Xiaoxian was stunned. Just a few days ago he was hugging me and touching me, calling me darling, and today he's talking about maintaining distance. I used to be a sweet girl, but now that the emotionless fairy has arrived, I'm just a cow lady, right? Not just Lin Xiaoxian, other girls encountered the same treatment. The people in the VIP seats seemed to have transformed into upright gentlemen. The usual brazen Su Dabiao from the Mietjiang sect was now referring to himself as this young man. This wave of behavior, not just the girls from Baihua residence, even Li Hanzhou was left dumbfounded. These people really could put on a show. The girls from Baihua residence could not get close, thus unable to persuade them to buy anything, but Li Hanzhou had anticipated this situation long ago. It was not a challenge for Li Hanzhou. While everyone anxiously waited, the people from the emotionless valley had already arrived at the arena. When the emotionless fairy Song Yitao appeared, everyone in the venue held their breath. Song Yitao was truly stunning, breathtakingly beautiful. Every man's gaze was almost entirely focused on her. Her ethereal aura and icy eyes struck right at the softest spot in their hearts. So beautiful. Many couldn't help but drool. Not to mention the younger generation, even some from the older generation couldn't help but wish they could be decades younger. Perhaps they would still stand a chance. Emotionless fairy. Emotionless fairy. Many young disciples below couldn't help but shout out. They hoped to catch the emotionless fairy's attention, even if she looked at them once. They felt that the expensive ticket price would be worth it. However, the emotionless fairy didn't even glance their way. It was as if these grains of sand did not exist in her eyes. This emotionless fairy Song Yitao is indeed beautiful. Even Lu Tianxing, upon seeing Song Yitao, felt his breath quicken. Everyone. Just then Li Hanzhou stepped forward. I can see that everyone likes the emotionless fairy. In that case, we at Changchengdu are launching a flower gifting event. With a wave of his hand, many servants brought up flower baskets filled with various flowers. Those who like the emotionless fairy can buy a basket of flowers to send to her, cheering her on. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Indeed, if I send flowers to the emotionless fairy, perhaps she would look at me a little longer. Doesn't that give me a chance? The emotionless fairy on the stage wasn't surprised by this, as Li Hanzhou had mentioned it to her before coming, stating that the prophets could allow her to keep 20%. Although Song Yitao was called a fairy, she was still human. She needed to cultivate and required resources, so she naturally wouldn't refuse such a simple matter. Moreover, today the person who gifts the most flowers will receive a personally signed copy of the Emotionless Valley's cultivation technique by the emotionless fairy Song Yitao. Li Hanzhou dropped another bombshell. This was something the emotionless fairy also agreed to. Though it was said to be the emotionless valley's technique, it didn't specify which one. The valley had plenty of ordinary techniques that were not valuable, so giving one away was no big deal. As soon as this was said, the crowd erupted. A technique that can earn the signature of the heartless fairy. Upon hearing this condition, everyone's eyes turned red. What does this mean? A token of love. Damn it, today I want to see who dares to compete with me from the Shanquilling. You're full of nonsense. Does our Nanbin City's Wang Sun family fear you? You think you're worthy? Do you think we the 100 Bear Valley are pushovers? In an instant the air was filled with the scent of gunpowder. Tensions were already rising among the crowd. Although the battle on the stage had yet to begin, a fight was imminent below. If you're not convinced, come and spar. Are you afraid? If you're not convinced, come and try it now. Many people had started to stir up the excitement. At this moment, standing on the stage, Li Hanzhou frowned slightly upon seeing this scene. He channeled his spiritual energy and shouted, "If you want to fight, go outside. The Changxing Temple is not a place for you to brawl." Boom! Everyone felt as if their heads were about to explode. Li Hanzhou's shout felt as if myriad forces were trampling on their heads. They felt a buzzing in their minds, and even the true qi within their bodies began to boil at this moment. The crowd's expressions changed. They felt an ominous sensation, as if they were on the verge of losing control. With Li Hanzhou's shout, a faint roar of a giant elephant could even be heard in the air. Soul-stirring. In an instant, the scene fell into silence. Fearful gazes turned toward Li Hanzhou, all showing expressions of disbelief. They knew that as the master of the Changxing Temple, Li Hanzhou was no ordinary individual, yet the power he displayed at this moment shocked. What technique was that? I don't know. It's comparable to the lion's roar of the Southern Sea Buddhism. Isn't this even stronger than the lion's roar? Everyone gulped. Their gazes toward Li Hanzhou were filled with awe. Just a single roar nearly pushed them to the brink of losing control. If they were to truly engage in combat, they were no match. No wonder the autumn burial blade was in his hands. It seems Zhao Qianxiu did not die in vain. In the stands, the supreme master of Taishan was also in shock. Although Li Hanzhou's roar didn't push him to lose control, he felt his soul tremble violently. He sensed that Li Hanzhou was stronger than when he fought Zhao Qianxiu. The master of the Changxing Temple is so powerful. That roar just now was truly impressive, Lu Tianqing exclaimed in astonishment. That was no ordinary roar. The supreme master of Taishan squinted and said, the Changxing Temple has historically been a top sect with countless secret techniques. That seemingly ordinary roar, if I'm not mistaken, should be the Tai Yi Wanxiang formula of the Changxing Temple, a technique that has been lost for hundreds of years and now it has reappeared. Tai Yi Wanxiang formula. Lu Tianqing was taken aback. After Li Hanzhou's roar, everyone became obedient. However, for the sake of vying for the favor of the beauties, they wouldn't hold back. Li Guanzhu, we were wrong just now. Let me have 100 flower baskets to support the heartless fairy. At this moment, a disciple from a noble family stood up and said, "Good. From the Wang Sun family of Nanbin City, young master Wang Sun Shi supports the heartless fairy with 100 flower baskets, currently in first place." Li Hanzhou said loudly, then looked at Yun Qiansuzu not far away and said, "Make a note of this." Yes. Yun Qiansuzu wrote the name on a piece of red cloth and raised it like a flag, hanging it high in the air, visible to almost everyone. This made Wang Sun Shi very proud. He suddenly felt elated. "All right, 100 taels." Li Hanzhou said with a smile. "Wang Sun Shi. How much?" Wang Sun Shi was a bit dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense is 100 taels? Each flower basket is 100 taels. Li Hanzhou slapped his forehead and awkwardly said, "Did I forget to mention that just now? I'm getting old and confused, I forgot." "It's alright, it's my mistake, it can be refunded, it can be refunded." "Refund?" Li Hanzhou blinked and asked. Wang Sun Shi's face turned red. He wanted to say refund it, but those words wouldn't come out. Seeing this, Li Hanzhou turned around and shouted to Yun Qiansuzu, "Take the flag down. Young master Wang Sun is refunding the flower baskets and will not support the heartless fairy for now." Oh. Yun Qiansuzu was just about to lower the flag. "Don't. Who said I won't support the heartless fairy? Don't speak nonsense, it's just 100 taels of silver. I thought it was nothing much." Gritting his teeth, Wang Sun Shi still took out the money. When he looked back at the elder from the Wang Sun family beside him, he was already fuming with anger, cursing inwardly about how a spendthrift had emerged from their family. "It's just 100 flower baskets, I'll donate 120. At this moment, someone immediately stood up to contend for the position of top donor. The scene below the stage was bustling with excitement. Meanwhile, the duel on the stage had already begun. "You three wait here," the heartless fairy said to her 3 junior sisters. "Yes." The 3 responded. If it weren't for Lu Dongyue insisting on challenging 4 people, the heartless fairy would have come alone. She wasn't here for the autumn burial blade, she was here to contend for destiny. Therefore, first she had to defeat Lu Dongyue. If she couldn't even secure the position of the first among the younger generation, how could she talk about vying for destiny? "I concede." Song Yatao looked at Lu Dongyue. "The heartless fairy is being too polite." Lu Dongyue was also filled with excitement at this moment. The heartless fairy's beauty deeply moved him. However, Lu Dongyue was also self-aware and knew he had no chance. The confrontation between the two on the stage began instantaneously. The forgetfulness song formula of the Heartless Valley indeed deserves its reputation as one of the top techniques. The heartless fairy's movement was ethereal and her attacks seemed plain yet contained dominance. Each move and style contained a cold and aloof essence. Her graceful figure captivated everyone present. Many were astonished at the sight. The heartless fairy's strength was truly far superior to theirs. They were simply not on the same level. In the blink of an eye an astonishing chill seemed to freeze the land, the cold energy coiling into threads that trapped Lu Dongyue within. Every wisp of cold air was imbued with a terrifying intent to kill. If the Heartless Fairy were to practice against other disciples she wouldn't be so ruthless. However, since Lu Dongyue had claimed to be the strongest under Transcendence and had continuously defeated so many experts, the Heartless Fairy knew she had to give her all, otherwise she wouldn't stand a chance. Facing the martial arts of the Heartless Valley, Lu Dongyue maintained his undefeated posture while also appreciating the intricacies of the Heartless Valley's techniques. Through the exchanges of these days Lu Dongyue had gained profound insights into external martial arts. At the same time his golden light spell could be executed more smoothly than before. As the golden light spell was cast, a radiant glow enveloped him, the true energy swirling as it repelled all attacks from the Heartless Fairy. Among the opponents encountered by Lu Dongyue, the Heartless Fairy was undoubtedly the strongest. He could sense that this proud daughter of heaven was indeed formidable, but unfortunately she was up against him, a cheat code. At this moment the martial arts of the Heartless Valley were completely transparent to him. In fact, Lu Dongyue could easily defeat the Heartless Fairy within 3 moves if he wished. However, that was something Li Hanzhou could not allow. Moreover, at this time the fans of the Heartless Fairy below the arena were fighting fiercely for the position of the top supporter. Yet aside from these young masters, many older spectators in the audience were also anxiously watching the arena with red eyes. Wasn't Lu Dongyue injured? How does it not seem like it? Why does he feel even stronger? They bet on the Heartless Valley to win. Would their money go to waste? Endless snowfall. After being unable to break through for a long time, the Heartless Fairy's true energy surged and a chilling aura enveloped the entire arena. It seemed as if time and space were about to be frozen. From the sky countless ice and snow fell. Each snowflake that landed froze the ground into a layer of ice. The Heartless Fairy formed seals with her hands, the wind and snow swirling directly enveloping Lu Dongyue within. Senior sister. The 3 disciples from the Heartless Valley behind were taken aback. This endless snowfall move was one of the Heartless Valley's secret techniques. Only a transcendent expert could wield it. The Heartless Fairy, merely a 9th grade cultivator, using such a powerful technique would have caused an ordinary person to exhaust their true energy and perish. At this moment Song Yitao only looked slightly pale. This move was a tremendous drain on her. The spectators below marveled at the Heartless Fairy's strength. Yet in the face of such a terrifying move, Lu Dongyue's golden light spell managed to block it all, and the golden light bursting forth from the spell pierced through all the snowflakes like myriad swords. At this moment one side was ice and snow while the other was blazing sun. A stark contrast was formed across the entire arena. Master, the Heartless Fairy Song of Forgetfulness is truly formidable. I am no match for her. At this moment Lu Tianqing looked at the Heartless Fairy on the stage, his expression somewhat disheartened. He had thought himself to be outstanding among the younger generation, a prodigy, but he never expected there were so many stronger than him. She forcibly unleashed this move with her 9th grade cultivation, suffering considerable backlash herself, yet still failed to take down Lu Dongyue. The Supreme Master of Taishan smiled and said that golden light spell of Lu Dongyue should be a Taoist technique, right? Lu Tianqing said, somewhat puzzled, but it's strange, why does his golden light spell feel so familiar to me? His true energy's circulation path, doesn't it seem similar to our Taishan Sacred Land's Taishan Heart method? Lu Tianqing was taken aback. Ahem, the Supreme Master of Taishan coughed lightly. Isn't that because you passed the Taishan Heart method to Lu Dongyue? Lu Tianqing. He recalled that the last time he came to the Eternal Life Temple seeking revenge he was thoroughly defeated by Lu Dongyue, who fought 4 opponents single-handedly. And he had even passed the highest heart method of his sect to that person. Thinking of this, Lu Tianqing felt a bit depressed. Was he truly a waste? I concede. At this moment the voice of the Heartless Fairy echoed like a thunderclap in the square. The Heartless Fairy admitted defeat. The disciples below, who were still scrambling to buy flower baskets for the Heartless Fairy, also stopped. In the end it was Tang Wanling from the Tang sect who secured the top supporter position for 60,000 taels of silver. As the Heartless Fairy conceded, the expressions of most people in attendance turned particularly grim, as they had bet on the Heartless Valley to win. What? The Heartless Valley actually lost. Which bastard? Said Lu Dongyue was severely injured and even needed the divine Dr. Sun Yaoguang to personally treat him. Look at him, full of life. How does he look like someone who needs treatment? Aren't they going to fight a bit longer? Li Hanzhou also didn't expect today to end so early. If they fought a bit longer, Li Hanzhou felt someone would definitely offer a high bid of 100,000 taels in the end. I have exhausted my true energy. I have lost. The Heartless Fairy said without any further ado. At this moment she indeed found it hard to stand. Her gaze fell upon Lu Dongyue as she spoke. You are truly strong. I have been too arrogant in my daily life, thinking myself a peerless genius. But today you have shown me that there are heavens beyond the heavens. However, I will surpass you in the future. You are already formidable, fairy. Lu Dongyue said awkwardly with a smile. If it were a true battle, he estimated he wouldn't last 3 moves in the Heartless Fairy's hands. Though I may not be as strong as you, I still wish to compete for the destiny of this world against you. The heartless fairy's piercing gaze fixed on Lu Dongyue as she said, I hope to cross swords with you on the path of contention for destiny. Let's hope so. Lu Dongyue thought in his heart, competing for destiny. Am I contending for destiny with my butt? The heartless fairy descended from the stage, and at that moment Tang Wanling hurriedly approached her, bowing before her. Fairy, hello. I am Tang Wanling from the Tang sect. It is a great honor to meet you today. Here, this is for you. The heartless fairy took out a book, signed her name and handed it to Tang Wanling before walking away without looking back. Wow. Tang Wanling looked at the technique in his hands with surprise. Others gathered around, filled with envy and jealousy, to take a look. Blue flower palm technique. After seeing it, people couldn't help but chuckle. This was the entry-level palm technique of the Heartless Valley, which even the common disciples could practice. This thing's 60,000 taels. Haha, this can be bought for 20 taels. Someone couldn't help but mockingly said. People from the Tang sect are really wealthy. Nonsense, what do you know? Tang Wanling said defiantly, this has the Heartless Fairy's autograph on it, just be jealous. You all have not comprehended what the fairy meant by giving me the blue flower palm technique. Blue flower love words. Tang Wanling said dreamily, the Heartless Fairy wants to tell me that this technique represents the love words she spoke to me. She actually has feelings for me. I've already captured her heart. When I return to the Tang sect, I will ask the elders to propose to her at the Heartless Valley. You guys will be so envious of me. This surprised Li Hanzhou greatly. Is being a sycophant so prevalent in this world too? The setting sun sank in the west. Today was an extraordinarily chaotic day for Baiyun City. The Heartless Valley was defeated. Many people lost their fortunes. There were also those who earned a substantial profit. Naturally, it goes without saying who they were. Holding a large stack of silver notes, Li Hanzhou finally felt a sense of security. By selling high-price tickets through Yi Yun and the people from Baihua residence, combined with the flower basket reward activity, Li Hanzhou made nearly 1,000,000 taels. In the casino, Li Hanzhou wagered 1,000,000 taels of silver and directly multiplied it fivefold. At this moment his small treasury already had 6 to 7 million taels of silver. This amount of money was a fortune for many sects and families. For instance, Changshengdu had never engaged in such a wealthy battle before. Previously they lived in hunger, where having a meal of meat was a luxury. Now they completely felt like liberated slaves singing their songs. Yi Yun, following Li Hanzhou's bets, turned his own 100,000 taels into 500,000 taels. This made Yi Yun, the son of the city lord, exceedingly happy. Although he usually did not lack money to spend, who would ever complain about having too much money? Moreover, recently Baiyun City's construction required a substantial amount of funds. After Yi Qingbei was attacked by the Dream Demon, he also recruited some skilled individuals from the martial world to guard Baiyun City. Everywhere needed money to be spent. Yi Yun felt that earning money would help his family. The Heartless Fairy initially intended to leave Changshengdu and return to Heartless Valley, but Li Hanzhou was delayed by calculations. After distributing the profits to the Heartless Fairy, the sky grew darker. Additionally, after using the technique snowfall over 1,000 miles, her true chi was nearly exhausted, resulting in some backlash. Li Hanzhou was also worried about the Heartless Fairy encountering trouble on her way back. After all, only a few girls from the Heartless Valley had come. Currently the Heartless Fairy could not engage in combat for a short time, so Li Hanzhou allowed her to stay at Changshengdu and wrote a letter to Heartless Valley, hoping someone would come to escort them back. Otherwise, such a beautiful girl, now with her true chi damaged, encountering some lecher would truly be disastrous. After pondering for a moment, the Heartless Fairy agreed. Thus she settled down at Changshengdu. There were many rooms in Changshengdu, and Shiming casually tidied up a few for the disciples of Heartless Valley. Shiming worked meticulously, cleaning every corner of the rooms thoroughly. The rooms are ready. Although they are a bit simple, they are very clean. Shiming turned to see the Heartless Fairy standing in the courtyard and approached her, saying thank you. After the Heartless Fairy replied, she walked into the room. Looking around, it was indeed very clean. She then took out a silver ingot and handed it to Shiming, saying, keep this to buy something to eat. Shiming saw the large silver ingot and shook his head, saying, I am just following the instructions of my uncle to help you clean the room. I cannot accept your money. You should rest, I will bring you dinner later. After saying that, Shiming left without looking back. The Heartless Fairy was somewhat surprised that Shiming did not take her money, as she could tell that his cultivation was not high and he did not seem wealthy. This silver ingot was enough for a family of three's expenses for a month. Yet this young man showed no interest at all. Entering the room, she sat cross-legged and began to circulate her true chi to heal her injuries. After an unknown amount of time, there was a knock at the door. Come in. The door opened and Shiming walked in, carrying several small dishes and rice. He placed the food on the table and said, simple fair fairy, please eat a little. Did you make this? The Heartless Fairy looked at the dishes, which were visually appealing and aromatic, seeming even better than those from the tavern outside. Yes. Shiming nodded. Your culinary skills are surprisingly good. Although the heartless fairy had a cold demeanor, it was only towards those who had ill intentions towards her. She saw no hint of greed in Shiming's eyes, only an unparalleled clarity, making her somewhat willing to speak with him more. I learned this recently from my uncle. His dishes are delicious. If you like it, eat more. I will step out now. Shiming nodded and turned to leave. The competitions continued over the next few days. Lu Dongyue successively defeated several sects, and Changsheng View acquired many treasures. The three heroes of the Tang sect came to challenge him, but due to one missing person they could not form a complete team. In the end, Lu Dongyue did not compete, leaving the Tang sect people quite frustrated. Later they randomly found someone to make up the numbers, and the four of them were soundly beaten by Lu Dongyue on the stage. Afterward, Fang Baixian, a direct disciple of Luo Jini from Shunfeng Mountain, challenged Lu Dongyue. Fang Baixian's swordsmanship was extraordinary, truly resembling that of a sword immortal. Yet in the end he still suffered a regrettable defeat at Lu Dongyue's hands. No one expected Lu Dongyue to maintain such an unbeaten record through so many matches. Their membership cards could not be refunded either. However, after Fang Baixian's defeat, only a few previously registered sects came to challenge, and after the disciples of the Qingyun sect were also defeated, no more sects signed up. Even the temptation of the autumn burial blade could not attract anyone. What a joke! The Heartless Valley, Shunfeng Mountain and Qingyun sect had all been defeated. Surely the disciples of other sects were not arrogant enough to think they were stronger than Fang Baixian and Song Yitao. These two could be said to be the pinnacle among the young generation beneath transcendence. Lu Dongyue was simply inhumanly strong. Master, no one has signed up anymore. One day Yun Qianzhu expressed his dejection to Li Hanzhou, saying, I set up stalls all day today and not a single person came to register. It seems these sects are afraid to challenge second senior brother now. Li Hanzhou did not mind, as he had anticipated this. Now your second senior brother is the number one beneath transcendence. Who would want to come and let him beat them up? Getting beaten up would mean handing over the sect's treasures as well, Li Hanzhou said with a smile. That makes sense. Yun Qianz nodded. Li Hanzhou put down the talisman paper in his hand and looked up at Yun Qianz, surprised, saying, You've reached the 6th rank. Yes. I casually broke through today since I had nothing to do, Yun Qianz said cheerfully. Li Hanzhou. People are infuriating. When he would break through specifically, even Li Hanzhou himself couldn't say. Master, the Heartless Fairy is leaving. At this moment Shiming ran over. When he would break through specifically, even Li Hanzhou himself couldn't say. Master, the Heartless Fairy is leaving. At this moment Shiming ran over. Seeing Shiming looking somewhat out of breath, Li Hanzhou wondered, why are you so anxious about her leaving? Ha! Shiming blinked in surprise upon hearing this, then hastily replied, Senior uncle, I'm not nervous, I merely wished to inform you. Li Hanzhou glanced at Shiming with mild astonishment. Shiming's face had already flushed crimson. Let's go. We'll take a look. Li Hanzhou and Shiming set off to visit the Heartless Immortal Maiden. After days of recuperation, her injuries had nearly healed. Now she stood at the gate with several junior sisters awaiting Li Hanzhou's arrival. Upon seeing Li Hanzhou approach, the Heartless Immortal Maiden stepped forward respectfully and said, Senior Master Li, we have imposed upon the Changsheng Temple these past days. My wounds have now largely mended and elders from our sect have already arrived in Baiyun City. We shall now take our leave. You are too modest, Immortal Maiden, Li Hanzhou smiled. Lately I've been overwhelmed with affairs, my hospitality has been far from adequate. Pray do not hold it against me. Not at all, Senior Master Li. Your care has been most thoughtful. The Heartless Immortal Maiden cast a glance toward Shiming before adding, Brother Shiming's cooking is truly exquisite. Should fortune grant us another opportunity, I would be delighted to savor his dishes once more. At these words Shiming's face deepened to an even richer shade of red. If the Immortal Maiden wishes to visit, you are always welcome. He murmured softly. Then we bid you farewell. With that, the Heartless Immortal Maiden and her companions departed from the Changsheng Temple. Li Hanzhou watched the retreating figures of the Heartless Immortal Maiden, then turned his gaze to Shiming beside him and sighed faintly. Xiao Shiming, do you fancy this Song Yitao? Shiming did not deny it, only nodded firmly. What is it about her that draws you? Li Hanzhou asked, curious. Her beauty, Shiming replied without hesitation. Li Hanzhou burst into laughter, though Shiming appeared unassuming. He was by no means foolish. Do you intend to court her? Li Hanzhou couldn't resist asking again. Yes. Shiming nodded. That will be no easy feat. Li Hanzhou clapped Shiming on the shoulder. Winning her heart may prove more arduous than any trial you'll face in this lifetime, and you must surpass every other suitor who seeks your hand. I will strive. Stubborn as ever. Li Hanzhou assumed Shiming was jesting and turned to head back inside. Just then a figure in violet robes came sprinting up the mountain path shouting, a letter from Lu Dongyue. Hand it over. Li Hanzhou accepted the letter on Lu Dongyue's behalf, expecting a challenge scroll, only to find the name Zhou Qianlin inscribed upon the envelope. It's senior brother's letter. Shi Ming, catching sight of the name, looked mildly surprised. So consumed had they been by recent events that he'd nearly forgotten their sect even had a senior brother. Off to slay demons and still hasn't returned. Remarkable. Li Hanzhou turned and sought out Lu Dongyue, delivering the letter into his hands. Senior brother's letter. Lu Dongyue broke the seal and scanned its contents, his expression shifting subtly. Senior brother, what does he say? Shi Ming couldn't help but ask. Senior brother writes that he has located our master's whereabouts. Lu Dongyue addressed Li Hanzhou, but he is currently trapped in Wanshui Prefecture and cannot return. He requests my assistance and adds that he has recovered a lost treasure of our Changsheng Temple. What treasure does our Changsheng Temple possess? Li Hanzhou's eyes gleamed at the mention of treasure. I don't know. It said our temple was once flourishing and formidable, so possessing treasures is hardly surprising. Yet senior uncle, shouldn't locating our master remain our foremost concern? Lu Dongyue sighed inwardly. Ah, yes indeed. Only then did Li Hanzhou recall his conveniently acquired senior brother. Yet his own divination arts had yielded no trace of his elder brother. How then had Zhou Qianlin uncovered such a lead? And what precisely was this so-called treasure? Where lies Wanshui Prefecture? Li Hanzhou asked, intrigued. Senior uncle, it lies within the Great Zhou Kingdom. Yun Shenju entered just then and remarked, how strange, why would senior brother travel so far to exorcise demons? Why all the way to the Great Zhou Kingdom? The Great Zhou Kingdom. Li Hanzhou murmured. Isn't the Tianxian Academy situated there? Indeed. The Tianxian Academy is the preeminent scholarly institution of the Great Zhou Kingdom, rumored to shelter countless masters within its walls. Countless martial cultivators have emerged from its halls, some even ascending to the peerless realm. It is said that Luo Jini of Shinfeng Mountain hails from this very academy. Yun Shenju offered this explanation to Li Hanzhou. Then let us pay it a visit. Li Hanzhou declared, I shall retrieve senior brother and search for our master's trail. Xianzhu and Dongyue, you two shall guard the temple. I'll take Shi Ming with me to the Great Zhou Kingdom. Take third brother. Yun Shenju instantly grew anxious. Senior uncle, I wish to go as well. Be still, you're not going for leisure. Taking third brother is necessary for matters concerning the Tianxian Academy. I shall return swiftly. Li Hanzhou gently reassured Yun Shenju. Very well. Though reluctant, Yun Shenju acquiesced. Li Hanzhou naturally harbored misgivings about entrusting the temple to two youths, but with no alternative he spent an entire day crafting numerous talismans which he entrusted to Lu Dongyue and Yun Shenju. Should hostile sect members arrive, they were to deploy the five thunder talismans. Moreover, Li Hanzhou arrayed intricate formations throughout the Changsheng Temple, weaving hundreds of talismans into two grand arrays. The Celestial Gang 5 Thunder Formation. The 8-Gate Golden Lock Formation. He also installed a modest teleportation array within the temple grounds. Li Hanzhou possessed only rudimentary knowledge of teleportation arrays, this one spanned mere li and activated with unpredictable randomness. Additionally, he buried 369 Sun Divine Flame talismans across the temple. Once triggered, those talismans would reduce the entire Changsheng Temple to ash in an instant. Even Zhao Qianqiu, whose strength rivaled that of the previous encounter, could not hope to escape alive. Uninitiated observers might assume Li Hanzhou had concealed some priceless artifact within the temple. Even with his formidable divine sense, the sheer volume of talismanic inscription left him utterly exhausted. Yet Li Hanzhou still deemed his preparations insufficient. He spent another afternoon forging a new spiritual treasure for Lu Dongyue, the immortal binding cord. Should enemies attack, this cord could ensnare them. Normally golden in hue, the one Li Hanzhou forged emerged jet black, but he cared little for aesthetics so long as it functioned. Functional is sufficient. Seeing yet another spiritual treasure bestowed upon him, Lu Dongyue's hands trembled as he accepted it. This pitch-black thing is truly the immortal binding cord. Could it possibly be another flawed artifact? Indeed, Lu Dongyue bore deep psychological scars from Li Hanzhou's prior innovations. Last time, the soul-grasping bell had reduced its wielder to involuntary humiliating distress. Tai Chang Mountain. This mountain has treacherous terrain, yet it is also the only path to Lingyan City. As Lingyan City serves as the border of the Divine K Kingdom, one must leave Lingyan City and follow the Hangshui River to reach the territory of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Li Hanzhou embarked on his first long journey, preparing for several days to ensure he packed everything meticulously. Finally, he set off in a carriage towards Lingyan City, accompanied by Shi Ming. At this moment, rain was falling at the foot of Tai Chang Mountain and the sky was dark as night. The carriage moved slowly along the mountain road. It was already the fourth day since they had set out. Inside the carriage, Li Hanzhou drank tea while reading a book, while Shi Ming sat at the front driving the carriage. According to Li Hanzhou, at such a young age, Shi Ming should experience more, listen more, and endure hardships to have a bright future. Since Li Hanzhou had been improving the Changqing view, Ming naturally trusted Li Hanzhou's words without question. Thus he drove the carriage earnestly. Li Hanzhou was either reading or practicing in the carriage. Master Uncle, the rain seems to be lightning. Should we find a cave ahead to rest and eat something? Ming spoke from outside. That sounds good. Li Hanzhou also felt a bit hungry. Fortunately, he had packed a good amount of food in his storage bag for this journey, so they didn't have to suffer from hunger. Who would want to chew on dry rations when they could travel comfortably? Just then two figures suddenly darted out from the woods ahead. It was a man and a woman. The man was injured and the woman was visibly pregnant. They looked extremely disheveled, as if they were fleeing for their lives. At that moment a flash of a blade came slicing through the rain from not far away, aimed straight at the man. The man quickly dodged, allowing the blade to whiz past him, shattering a massive stone in the distance. However, the woman accidentally fell to the ground. Xiao Yun! The man exclaimed in shock. The woman's expression was pained, but she still said, "Brother Shu, don't worry about me. I'll hold them off here, you run. One of us must survive." No way. The man gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand. If I abandon you and the child, wouldn't I be worse than a beast? But this concerns our nation's fate. The woman called Xiao Yun shouted, "Brother Shu, don't hesitate. You must go now." Upon hearing this, the man's expression wavered. The woman struggled to stand her gaze resolute as she looked at the two pursuers approaching. The two pursuers, one wielding a long knife and the other holding chains, emanated an aura of deadly intent, indicating they were determined to kill. The woman took a deep breath as her internal energy circulated. Her stance resembled that of a celestial crane, subtly radiating a natural aura. The woman was not weak, having reached the transcendental realm, and her every movement conveyed a profound intent. However, her pregnancy made her aura extremely unstable. Xiao Yun. The man's eyes were bloodshot and a frenzied expression crossed his face, as if he had made a certain decision. A disciple of the celestial crane sect. Inside the carriage, Li Hanzhou did not look outside, but his divine sense had already perceived the events unfolding outside. Having read extensively, he understood much about the Tianqian realm, and recognizing the woman's technique, he knew she hailed from the celestial crane sect. But what was the situation with these two? Why were they being chased while she was pregnant? Master Uncle, those two have an overwhelming killing intent. Ming also sensed the murderous aura from the two assassins, feeling an oppressive pressure even from a distance. If I'm not mistaken, they should be killers from the blood sacrifice pavilion. Indeed, it seems we always encounter people from the blood sacrifice pavilion. Li Hanzhou said helplessly. Master Uncle, should we help them? That woman is pregnant. Ming was feeling anxious at this moment. Sure, it's a good thing for a young person to have a chivalrous heart. You go help them. Li Hanzhou smiled. All right. Upon hearing Li Hanzhou's words, Ming did not argue. He leaped out of the carriage, using his lightness skill to reach the woman. Stop. Ming shouted sternly. Two people bullying a pregnant woman, how shameless. Ming's sudden appearance left everyone present dumbfounded. They were not surprised, because they hadn't noticed Ming with their cultivation levels. They had been aware of the carriage from the moment they arrived. However, the driver was merely a third-tier martial artist, and the person inside didn't even reach first tier, so they had not paid any attention. Their shock stemmed from the fact that Ming, a mere third-tier martial artist, dared to intervene in their affairs. My God, is he really going to do it? Li Hanzhou had initially made a joke. The two assassins were both in the transcendental realm. How could a small third-tier dare to step up? Wasn't that like a dung beetle challenging a swallow? A mere third-tier dares to seek death. The assassin with the long knife sneered. To him, Ming was no more than an ant, unworthy of his attention. Kill him. The other assassin with the chains scoffed. Wait. The woman frowned and said, killing a child is no feat. He has nothing to do with this. If you want to fight, fight me. The woman stepped directly in front of Ming. She was grateful that Ming had come to help her, but knowing he was only a third tier, she realized he was almost certainly doomed. None of you will escape. The man with the chains said indifferently. Normally we from the blood sacrifice pavilion wouldn't kill targets without payment, but those who obstruct us can be eliminated without a second thought. Let's die together. The knife-wielding assassin raised his hand and struck. The blade light rippled out, resembling water waves, seemingly containing layers of crashing waves. The woman's internal energy surged to its peak as she prepared to desperately block the strike. Brother Shu, run! She called back to the man. However, at that moment a calm voice thundered through the entire valley. To kill at the slightest disagreement, how imposing. As the voice fell, the raindrops in the sky seemed to freeze at that moment. Immediately countless raindrops gathered together, forming the shape of a sword, and that sword made of rain surged forward with a sound of slicing through the air. It collided with the blade light. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the blade light shattered. The sword energy formed by the rain pierced directly through the chest of the knife-wielding assassin. Puff. The rain-formed long sword crushed his sternum. This. The knife-wielding assassin wore an expression of disbelief. He looked at his chest now stained red and his consciousness began to blur. In the next moment he fell dead on the spot. This scene left everyone present in shock. This knife-wielding powerhouse was a gold medal assassin from the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion, a formidable expert at the profound realm, yet he was killed in a single blow. Another assassin wielding a chain also changed his expression drastically. He glanced at Li Hanzhou's carriage and then clasped his fist, saying, "Senior, this matter concerns the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion and those two married individuals. I hope you will not interfere, as it may bring unnecessary trouble upon yourself. You have 3 breaths to leave." Li Hanzhou's voice came. "Otherwise you will die too. Have you thought this through, Senior?" The chain-wielding assassin asked cautiously. 3. Li Hanzhou slowly uttered a single word. "What the hell?" The chain assassin turned pale. Li Hanzhou was not adhering to any martial ethics. He had agreed to 3 breaths of time, yet the moment he spoke it was already 3. Just as he turned to flee, he felt a chill wash over him, a bone-chilling cold that seemed to freeze his very marrow. His legs were immobilized. Break! He swung the chain in his hand, directly severing his right leg, then leaped over the cliff, plunging into the rushing river below. So ruthless. Li Hanzhou was somewhat surprised. "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior." At this moment the couple approached the front of the carriage and respectfully bowed to Li Hanzhou. "It's chilly outside and your wife is pregnant. Please come into the carriage." Li Hanzhou dared not let a heavily pregnant woman be caught in the rain outside. "Thank you, Senior." The two were delighted and climbed into the carriage. However, once inside they were even more surprised. They had expected such a powerful figure like Li Hanzhou to be an old man with a beard, yet he turned out to be merely a middle-aged man in his 30s. They could hardly believe it. When had Dongyan Prefecture produced such a young expert? With a mere wave he had caused 2 profound realm masters to be injured and killed. Surely he was at least at the celestial realm. Yet they had no recollection of him. "Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives." The man clasped his fists and introduced himself. "I am Tang Wanshu of the Tang sect, and this is my wife Lang Xiaoyun." "People from the Tang sect." Li Hanzhou was somewhat surprised, then invited them to sit. "I am not a senior, merely a fortune-teller." Li Hanzhou pointed to the nearby Ping Jin fan as he spoke. "A fortune-teller." The two looked at Li Hanzhou's Ping Jin fan in surprise, thinking he was a prominent figure from some sect, only to find out he was a fortune-teller. Never had they seen such an impressive fortune-teller in Dongyan Prefecture. "Sir, I have an unreasonable request and I hope you can agree." Suddenly Tang Wanshu said solemnly to Li Hanzhou. "Speak." Li Hanzhou guessed what the matter was. "Sir, you saved our lives today, so I won't hide it from you. Although I am a member of the Tang sect, I am also associated with the imperial court. Years ago I was ordered by the 9th prince to infiltrate the Great Zhou Kingdom. Recently I uncovered a very important piece of information, but was inadvertently discovered by the Great Zhou people. My wife and I fought our way back, but unexpectedly they hired the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion to hunt us down. I wonder if you would be willing to escort us away. This information is crucial for the Divine Void." After Tang Wanshu finished speaking, he knelt before Li Hanzhou. "We ask for your assistance, sir." At this moment Lang Xiaoyun also knelt down. "Get up." Li Hanzhou could not bear to see a pregnant woman kneeling before him. With a wave of his hand, a gust of energy lifted both of them up. "You are people of the 9th prince?" Li Hanzhou asked. "Yes." The two nodded. "9th Prince Yu Qingyang, I have met him once before." "What a coincidence. Last time Yu Qingyan was also pursued by the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion and was saved by me. Now I have saved you too from their hands. This must be fate." Li Hanzhou found it amusing how fate works sometimes. "You saved the 9th prince." The two were taken aback. Just a small matter." Li Hanzhou nodded. "I can escort you for a while, but I have my own matters to attend to. I need to go to Lingyan City and on to the Great Zhou, so I can only take you this far." "Alright, once we reach Tianxia Pass there will be a Tang sect branch and our experts will escort us back to the Tang sect." Tang Wanshu nodded repeatedly. "Shiming, let's go." Li Hanzhou called out to Shiming outside. "Alright." Shiming also drove the carriage away. "Sir, I have nothing to repay you with, but this is the Tang sect's book of poisons. Please accept it for your study." Tang Wanshu took out a book from his storage pouch and handed it to Li Hanzhou. "Isn't this from your Tang sect? Is it alright?" Li Hanzhou couldn't help but ask. "Rest assured, sir, it's no big deal." Tang Wanshu shook his head. "Then thank you." Li Hanzhou looked at the book of poisons, thinking that the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus from your Tang sect is still in my hands. Originally Li Hanzhou was hesitating whether to return this item to the Tang sect. After all, it was their treasured artifact. However, he thought again, how could he explain it? What if they suspected he had stolen it? He would have a hard time explaining. After returning the Qinglong Baiyan to Sun Yaoxian, Li Hanzhou figured that Sun Yaoxian would surely discover it and probably scold him behind his back. He would put the matter of the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus aside for now. Li Hanzhou was quite interested in the Tang sect's hidden weapons and chatted extensively with Tang Wanshu on the way, learning a lot about the Tang sect's hidden weapons. By evening, everyone felt hungry. At this point, the rain had stopped and they got out of the carriage to find a clean spot. Li Hanzhou took out the ingredients and asked Shiming to prepare dinner. Shiming had become quite good at cooking, having been personally taught by Li Hanzhou. Originally, Tang Wanshu and his wife were still chatting with Li Hanzhou, but after a short while they caught a whiff of an incredibly rich aroma. This aroma seemed to drill right into their noses. The two had been on the run recently and hadn't eaten properly, especially Lang Xiaoyun, who was pregnant and thus felt hungrier than usual. At this moment, the delicious smell was simply unbearable. What smells so good? Following the direction of the scent, they discovered Shiming was actually grilling skewers of lamb. The lamb skewers had been prepared by Li Hanzhou before setting out and were seasoned with cumin, chili powder and other spices. Thus the aroma was simply soul-stirring. Juicy lamb grilled to a crisp exterior and tender interior with cumin and chili spice, the scent wafted far and wide. Even a sword immortal couldn't resist it. The lamb skewers are ready, come and try some, Shiming said as he approached with a handful of skewers, placing them in front of Tang Wanshu and her husband. My grilling might not be as good as Master Uncle's, but do give it a taste. At that moment the two of them were completely captivated by the skewers, paying no mind to what Shiming was saying. Their stomachs were already rumbling, yet at this moment Li Hanzhou did not speak up and they felt too shy to eat first. Go ahead and try some. Li Hanzhou noticed their hesitance, so he took a skewer first and had a bite. Then we won't hold back. They each grabbed a skewer, the aroma of fruitwood charcoal wafting from the lamb, and Tang Wanshu took a hearty bite. The lamb was scalding hot, its flavor rich and succulent, the crispy exterior locking in the juices enhanced by the fragrance of cumin and a hint of spiciness, bringing out the lamb's freshness to the fullest. The meat had the perfect balance of fat and lean, not too dry or too greasy, a perfect match. Chewing it brought an indescribable happiness. So delicious. Tang Wanshu was nearly brought to tears. She had never tasted such delightful lamb skewers in her life. So delicious. Even Lang Xiaoyun at this moment forgot her ladylike demeanor and began to eat heartily. The lamb warmed her body and she felt pleasantly cozy after eating. It was incredibly comfortable. The perfectly controlled cooking allowed the lamb's freshness to shine through. If only we had some beer to go with it. Li Hanzhou, enjoying the lamb skewers, began to reminisce about the ice-cold beer from Earth. Just a cup of draft beer alongside a skewer of lamb, that would be the true feast of humanity. It seemed he would have to experiment in the future to see if he could recreate that. Sir, I have some wine. At that moment Tang Wanshu took out 2 jars of wine from her storage pouch. Great. Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up. While it wasn't beer, white wine would suffice. The two began to drink heartily. Lang Xiaoyun clearly wanted to drink as well, but since she was pregnant she didn't dare, merely keeping them company. Tang Wanshu and Li Hanzhou were getting tipsy, drinking jar after jar without end, while Shiming busily grilled skewers, thoroughly enjoying himself. Eventually Lang Xiaoyun couldn't bear to watch any longer and went to help Shiming with the grilling. Li Hanzhou and Tang Wanshu chatted about everything under the sun. She told him many stories about the great Zhou kingdom and Li Hanzhou listened with great interest. When the conversation turned lively, she even shared some gossip about the Tang clan, which provided Li Hanzhou with plenty of entertainment. Ha ha ha. Their laughter echoed through the valley. Anyone who didn't know would think they were out camping. Having drunk quite a bit, Li Hanzhou began to feel a bit hazy. Although the white wine in this world wasn't very strong, drinking too much still took its toll. Neither Li Hanzhou nor Tang Wanshu used their powers to resist the effects of the alcohol, so both were feeling quite tipsy. Little Shiming, stop working so hard, you've been at it all day and must be exhausted. Li Hanzhou waved his hand at Shiming, saying, come here. Master Uncle. Shiming ran over, seeing Li Hanzhou in a daze, and said, Master Uncle, let me take you to rest. Fine. Li Hanzhou waved off Shiming's hand, squinting at him as he said, Shiming, I made your second senior brother the first among those who have transcended a standout of the younger generation and turned your little junior sister into a genius who defies fate, yet I still haven't been able to help you. Do you resent me? No, isn't Master Uncle taking me to the Tianqian Academy to find the Fountain of Youth? Shiming hurriedly replied. Sir, you've had too much to drink. Lang Xiaoyun noticed that Li Hanzhou was a bit tipsy, so she came over to advise him. Not that much. Li Hanzhou swayed as he stood up, saying, Shiming, let me teach you a martial art. Pay close attention. Even though your talent is quite poor, you should be able to learn this set of boxing techniques. With that, Li Hanzhou walked over to an open space. All right, Master Uncle, I will definitely study hard. Shiming earnestly began to observe. Then sir, we will step aside for now. Tang Wanshu intended to take Lang Xiaoyun to the side as it wouldn't be appropriate for them to watch while he taught martial arts. Learning someone else's martial arts in secret is a major taboo. It's fine, it's not a profound set of boxing techniques, you can watch if you want. Li Hanzhou waved his hand indicating it was alright. Since Li Hanzhou said so, the two of them sat back down curious to watch him. Little Shi Ming, pay attention. Li Hanzhou, feeling a bit dazed, slowly raised his hand to perform the initial stance. Immediately after, he began to slowly execute the set of boxing techniques. Shi Ming watched seriously. This set of boxing techniques was incredibly slow. Very slow. Lang Xiaoyun and Tang Wanshu initially thought that Li Hanzhou was just drunk and casually showing Shi Ming how to play. However, after a few moves, their expressions shifted from indifference to increasing astonishment. The boxing techniques remained just as slow. Yet as Li Hanzhou's movements became more fluid, they began to perceive a profound essence within this set of boxing techniques. This is the wild horse separating its mane. The white crane spreads its wings. The sparrow hawks tail. Tai Chi cloud hands. Even Li Hanzhou himself was unaware that the Tai Chi he was demonstrating inadvertently stirred the winds and clouds, each move imbued with the power of heaven and earth, perfectly aligned with the natural Tao. Infinite changes arose in mere moments. Sealing and closing. Crossed hands. Withdraw. With the final command to withdraw, Li Hanzhou completed the last move. As his boxing techniques concluded, the forest fell into a brief silence. It was only after a moment that the sounds of insects resumed. Tang Wanshu and her husband were left dumbfounded. Such profound boxing techniques. They both considered themselves talented in martial arts. After all, they were still young yet already experts in the profound realm. Tang Wanshu was also a talented disciple in the Tang clan in her youth, yet after witnessing Li Hanzhou's set of boxing techniques, she found that she could barely comprehend 1/10 of it. She sensed that this boxing technique contained astonishing opportunities and mysteries, yet she couldn't grasp them. Like an ant seeing the blue sky. Like a solitary boat in the vast sea. They exchanged glances, both seeing the incredulity in each other's eyes. No wonder the sir didn't mind us watching this set of boxing techniques. Lang Xiaoyun sighed wryly. I was once a talented disciple of the immortal crane sect, yet now I can't even comprehend the sir's boxing techniques. This boxing technique must rank among the top 3 among all techniques in the Tianqian realm. The sir's abilities are truly unfathomable. At this moment, Tang Wanshu had completely sobered up. This set of martial arts truly shocked them. Xiao Shi Ming, did you understand? At this moment, Li Hanzhou looked at Shi Ming and asked. I didn't understand, Shi Ming replied honestly. That's okay, just comprehend it slowly on your own, Li Hanzhou said, walking over and patting Shi Ming on the shoulder. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep now. What is the name of this set of martial arts? Shi Ming hurriedly asked. Tai Chi. After leaving these 2 words, Li Hanzhou entered the carriage and fell into a deep sleep. Shi Ming quickly climbed onto the carriage, covered Li Hanzhou with a blanket, and then stepped out to apologize to Tang Wanshu and Lang Xiaoyun, saying, I'm sorry, my master had too much to drink and is a bit out of sorts. It's okay, the two quickly shook their heads. They dared not mind this. Shi Ming moved to an empty space and began to recall the movements Li Hanzhou had just demonstrated, practicing according to his memory. Each move looked somewhat decent. Tang Wanshu watched Shi Ming practice from the side, but he could clearly see that Shi Ming's Tai Chi was nowhere near Li Hanzhou's level. Shi Ming really seems to have poor talent. Lang Xiaoyun couldn't help but comment. I heard he needs to go to Tianqian Academy to find the Fountain of Youth. Tang Wanshu stood up smiling as he said, when the master was demonstrating earlier, he let us watch and didn't hide it from us. Doesn't that mean that if the 2 of us learned this set of martial arts, the master wouldn't be angry? That should be the case, Lang Xiaoyun thought for a moment. He'll give it a try. Tang Wanshu took a deep breath and began from the starting position. Each move was executed slowly. Lang Xiaoyun watched from the side. After Tang Wanshu completed the full set of Tai Chi, seeing Lang Xiaoyun's puzzled expression, he couldn't help but ask, how was it? Your moves are even worse than Shi Ming's, Lang Xiaoyun said in surprise. Ha! Tang Wanshu was taken aback. He couldn't help but look at Shi Ming, who was still earnestly practicing. How could his own performance be worse than Shi Ming's? Could it be? Is there some innate talent in Shi Ming for this Tai Chi? The next morning when Li Hanzhou woke up from the carriage, he felt that he had truly drunk too much the previous night. It seems better to convert the alcohol into spiritual energy next time. Last night was purely for enjoyment. As Li Hanzhou stepped out of the carriage, he saw that Shi Ming had already gotten up early and was practicing Tai Chi on the grass. This kid is quite diligent, Li Hanzhou thought. Among the disciples of the longevity view, he believed that Shi Ming's efforts in cultivation were the most earnest. He knew he lacked talent and was slow, so he aimed to make up for it with hard work. Unfortunately, he was born with a stone vein. No matter how hard he worked, his cultivation speed was still much slower than others. Perhaps in the time it took him to cultivate for 3 months, Yun Xianzhu could finish a cup of tea. Suddenly Li Hanzhou felt something was amiss. Shi Ming was actually practicing Tai Chi. Where did he learn it? Master, you're awake, Shi Ming said as he saw Li Hanzhou coming to. Sir, you're up. At this moment Lang Xiaoyun and Tang Wanshu had also woken up. Shi Ming, where did you learn your Tai Chi? Li Hanzhou asked curiously. You taught me, Master, Shi Ming said in surprise. Ha! I taught you. Li Hanzhou was completely bewildered, wondering when that happened. Last night after you had a drink you taught me Tai Chi, Shi Ming said. Tang Gu and the others can testify. I lost my memory after drinking. Li Hanzhou felt a bit embarrassed. However, at this moment Tang Wanshu and Lang Xiaoyun felt a sudden tension in their hearts. Li Hanzhou had drunk too much and passed on such advanced martial arts to Shi Ming. While Shi Ming was Li Hanzhou's disciple, that was one thing, but the two of them had also witnessed the martial arts and learned them. Would Li Hanzhou be angry upon finding out? Sir, we also saw your martial arts last night? Tang Wanshu cautiously spoke up. Oh, if you saw it then you saw it, Li Hanzhou yawned, indicating it didn't matter. Tai Chi after all. Everyone practiced it back on Earth, didn't they? In the park old men and women practiced it excellently. There were countless videos online teaching Tai Chi. What could seeing it do? Seeing that Li Hanzhou had no intention of pursuing the matter, the two let out a sigh of relief. They then boarded the carriage and continued on their journey. Yunhuang. In the Yunhuang there was an ancient town. Surrounded by dense forests and marshes, the conditions could be described as extremely harsh, yet the local people still worked diligently. Rows of houses here resembled a large mountain village. At this moment, in the largest house of the ancient town, a man in a black robe sat there. Surrounding him were several powerful experts with strong true energy, their swords pointed at the black-robed man, yet he remained completely unperturbed, sitting quietly. It was as if the swords surrounding him posed no threat. What wind has blown the Grand Master of the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion to this desolate place of Yunhuang? At this moment a cheerful voice came. In the next second, like a gust of wind, a figure appeared before the black robe. The newcomer was an old man, his emaciated body resembling a skeleton, giving off a terrifying aura. His hollow eye sockets seemed to see through the hearts of men. Seeing the old man, the surrounding people sheathed their weapons and respectfully said, "Great priest, you may leave." The great priest waved his hand. The crowd then departed. The great priest of Xingluo Kingdom indeed lives up to his name, the Grand Master said, glancing at the great priest. If the Grand Master has something to say, just speak plainly. I presume you did not come to Yunhuang to chat with me, the great priest said as he sat down. Then he'll get straight to the point, the Grand Master said calmly. Recently your hands in Yunhuang seem to have stretched a bit too far, haven't they? What do you mean? The great priest frowned. The Grand Master said nothing but waved his hand casually, and a corpse flew out from his storage bag, landing on the ground. What does this mean? The great priest asked. Look at his wounds, the Grand Master pointed out. The great priest stepped forward and observed the assassin's broken ribcage and the large hole in his chest. The great priest's expression changed. The great celestial technique. Do you still want to say it has nothing to do with you, Yunhuang? The Grand Master said indifferently, leaving aside Zhao Qianqius matter. This time my Blood Sacrifice Pavilion's golden medal assassin was again killed by the great celestial technique. You Yunhuang need to give me an explanation. Dripping rain into swords. The great priest said with a serious expression, to be able to drip rain into swords and kill experts in the transcendence realm, this person's great celestial technique must have reached at least the 7th level. However, among the people in Yunhuang there are only 4 who understand the great celestial technique, with the highest cultivation being me, barely at the 6th level. Do you think this matter has anything to do with Yunhuang? The great priest said with a bitter smile. The great heavenly phenomenon art is indeed the ultimate skill of your Xinglua kingdom. Now 2 members of my Blood Sacrifice Pavilion have died under the great heavenly phenomenon art. If you say this matter has nothing to do with your Yunhuang, that would be unreasonable. The Grand Pavilion Master furrowed his brows. Don't say that it has nothing to do with us. Even if it is related to us, so what? The High Priest laughed, his skeletal face appearing particularly eerie when he smiled. Your Blood Sacrifice Pavilion was originally engaged in the business of killing and trafficking. Once your assassins accept a mission, they must be prepared to be killed in return. If they die, they die. You as the Grand Pavilion Master of the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion come to my Yunhuang to cause trouble over such a trivial matter. At this point the smile on the High Priest's face gradually faded. Do you think you can bully Yunhuang without consequence? Faced with the High Priest's sudden change in demeanor, the Grand Pavilion Master of the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion did not show fear. Instead he suddenly smiled and rose, clasping his fists as he said, "Since this matter has nothing to do with your Yunhuang, then I shall take my leave today. Farewell." With that the Grand Pavilion Master turned and left. The High Priest quietly watched the retreating figure of the Grand Pavilion Master. Such a dangerous character was not easy to keep, especially since making an enemy of the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion would not be beneficial for their Yunhuang. However, this matter is rather amusing. Suddenly stopping at the door, the Grand Pavilion Master of the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion spoke calmly. The most formidable practitioner of the Xinglua Kingdom's ultimate skill, the Great Heavenly Phenomenon Art, is actually not one of your Xinglua people. Ha ha ha. With that, the Grand Pavilion Master of the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion laughed heartily and left. Although the High Priest's face showed no expression upon hearing this, he understood very well that the Grand Pavilion Master's words were not only meant to annoy him but also to add insult to Yunhuang. He did not even take the corpse away. Turning to look at the assassin's body, there were indeed traces of the Great Heavenly Phenomenon Art. And its power was extraordinarily strong. Since the death of our monarch, no one has been able to unleash such a powerful Great Heavenly Phenomenon Art. How strange could it be that the Great Heavenly Phenomenon Art has been spread out? The High Priest felt quite puzzled. But it shouldn't be the case. The Great Heavenly Phenomenon Art is a secret of the Xinglua Kingdom. After the fall of the Xinglua Kingdom, its residents fled to Yunhuang, and the manual for the Great Heavenly Phenomenon Art has been in his hands. Now there are only 4 people in Yunhuang who understand the Great Heavenly Phenomenon Art. Besides him, there is also the former Grand Commander of the Xinglua Kingdom, Meng Su. That was personally passed down by the Emperor of the Xinglua Kingdom. Then there is the second princess of the Xinglua Kingdom, Chu Jiao. The last one is the only surviving prince of the Xinglua Kingdom, who is now the young master of Yunhuang, Chu Xinghe. However, Meng Su, considering the influence of the royal family, although he understands the Great Heavenly Phenomenon Art, has not practiced it much. As for Chu Jiao, her talent is average and she has only practiced up to the 2nd level of the Great Heavenly Phenomenon Art. Chu Xinghe has only practiced up to the 3rd level, and moreover neither of them has reached the transcendent realm, nor have they entered the ranks of true powerhouses. How could they possibly kill the experts of the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion? But no matter what, since this matter has occurred, it must be addressed. Therefore the High Priest summoned the 3 to a meeting. High Priest. Meng Su was the first to arrive. He was dressed in coarse hemp clothes, his feet covered in mud, his pant legs rolled up, and his face also smeared with dirt. With his rugged face and unkempt beard, anyone who saw him would think he was a peasant farmer. Who would have thought this man was actually the Grand Commander of the Xinglua Kingdom? He was once a figure who made countless generals of the Divine K Kingdom tremble on the battlefield. The war god of the Xinglua Kingdom, Meng Su. Seeing Meng Su like this, the High Priest could not help but twitch his mouth and said, "Meng Su, can't you clean yourself up a bit? I was just planting crops. If I don't put the seedlings in soon, it will be too late. I rushed over after hearing you call me for a meeting. Just get to the point, I have more work to do in the fields," Meng Su said anxiously. Nonsense. The High Priest was so angry that his eyes nearly bulged out. Meng Su, don't forget you are the Grand Commander of the Xinglua Kingdom. The High Priest could not help but say, we are rooted in this Yunhuang merely as a temporary measure. Sooner or later we will counterattack the Divine K and reclaim our homeland. With you looking like this, have you almost forgotten our plans for restoration? Do you really think you are just an ordinary farmer? Hearing this, Meng Su rolled his eyes. I haven't forgotten. I always remember that I am the Grand Commander of the Xinglua Kingdom. I always remember the grace of His Majesty, and I keep it in my heart. But if I don't farm, what will you eat? What will the young master eat? Do you know how troublesome it is for us in Yunhuang to go out and procure supplies? What can I? The High Priest for a moment didn't know what to say. Indeed, now Yunhuang's food supply relies on farming. From the Grand Commander down to former officials, the Deputy Minister of the Military Department is even working as a blacksmith now. Why are you two arguing again? At this moment a lazy voice came. Following closely, a young man and woman entered. Young master. Princess. Both greeted politely. Chu Jiao wore a long purple dress, giving a very gentle impression. Her pair of dark eyes were quite beautiful. She also respectfully bowed and then said, Uncle Meng Su, High Priest. All right, what happened? This young master has other matters to attend to. Chu Xinghe appeared somewhat nonchalant. What matters could you possibly have? The High Priest replied irritably. As the young master of Yunhuang, Chu Xinghe did not properly cultivate every day, wasting his considerable talent, and instead spent his days researching all sorts of odd things. Whether it was forging with the Deputy Minister of the Military Department, or repairing donkey hooves with the Cavalry General, or studying various woods and stones, he refused to engage in earnest cultivation. If it weren't for the royal family leaving behind this male bloodline, he would really want to change the young master. My research is about to succeed. Chu Xinghe said proudly, with my invention, farming and irrigation will not be so arduous in the future. The High Priest. Damn it, the hope of restoration is bleak. The High Priest suppressed his anger and recounted what had just happened. Someone knows the Great Heavenly Phenomenon Art. Meng Su said in surprise, how is that possible? High Priest, the manual for the Great Heavenly Phenomenon Art is still with us, right? Chu Jiao also said, somewhat shocked. Naturally, the manual is here. The high priest turned around and took out a storage bag from a hidden compartment in the wall behind him. He then said the great heavenly phenomenon art of our Xinglua kingdom is personally guarded by this priest. No one can approach it, so the problem must not lie with the manual. Saying this, the high priest took out from the storage bag the book titled The Years I Spent Cultivating with My Master and Mistress. At this very moment the expressions on several faces were nothing short of spectacular. What on earth is this? The high priest's face changed dramatically. He casually tossed the book aside and hurriedly searched his storage bag only to find it completely empty. Originally this storage bag held only a copy of the Great Celestial Phenomenon Technique, a treasured artifact of the Xinglua kingdom meticulously guarded by the high priest. How could it suddenly be replaced by something else? When was it stolen? High priest, you actually read this kind of book? Chu Zhao's face flushed with embarrassment. Ahem. Your Highness, although the high priest is elderly, he is still human. Monty awkwardly said. What are you two talking about? The manual for the Great Celestial Phenomenon Technique has been lost. At this moment the high priest could hardly believe it. When exactly was this manual lost? How could he explain to the deceased emperor that he lost the treasured artifact of the Xinglua kingdom? High priest, do not panic. Just then Xu Xinghe stepped forward, slowly picking up the book The Years I Spent Cultivating with My Master and Mistress from the ground. The loss of the Great Celestial Phenomenon Technique is a fact that cannot be changed. Worrying now is futile. Xu Xinghe looked seriously at the book in his hand and pinched the book and frowned, saying the owner of this book must have swapped our technique. The paper is made from Jingguan paper, which is not used in our Xinglua kingdom but is common in the Shentique kingdom. This type of paper is not very expensive and people in the royal capital of Shentique do not use it. It is likely from a more remote area. Saying this, Xu Xinghe opened the book and glanced at the first page, nodding gravely, saying the content of this book in the first chapter contains this line. Master Mistress has gone down the mountain and my little girl is also asleep. Why don't we go to Master's room to cultivate together? Xu Xinghe continued, books of this nature are considered banned in the Shentique kingdom, so their circulation is limited, otherwise it could bring disaster to oneself. The term little girl in this line has a regional accent. After saying this, Xu Xinghe stepped forward to a shelf where a map of the Shentique kingdom was displayed. He stared at the map and casually drew a circle on it, stating, if my guess is correct, the person who stole our Great Celestial Phenomenon Technique is in this area. The area marked on the map included several cities, among which Baiyun City was notably present. Xu Xing's actions left the three present utterly astonished. So impressive. Just by touching the book and glancing at the first page he knows where the culprit is. Seeing the surprised expressions of the few, Xu Xinghe smiled calmly. High priest, the secret technique of our Xinglua kingdom is lost. This matter is of great importance. As a prince of Xinglua kingdom and the young master of Yunhuan, I have the duty to retrieve the Great Celestial Phenomenon Technique. I will see if I can find any other clues from this book. After speaking, Xu Xinghe respectfully bowed to the group and then left. Watching Xu Xing's departing figure, the high priest and Monty were filled with tears. After so many years, Xu Xing's talent has finally been revealed. Our young master has finally grown up. Monty exclaimed with excitement. The revival of our Xinglua kingdom is promising. The high priest was equally moved, as if he could already envision Xu Xinghe leading their people from Yunhuan to conquer the royal capital of Shentique. Young master! Young master! As Xu Xinghe walked through the ancient town, everyone he encountered respectfully greeted him. Xu Xinghe nodded in response to each. He entered his small courtyard and then walked into his room, which was cluttered with various books, wooden items, a stove, and all sorts of strange things. Xu Xinghe slowly closed the door, locked it, and then shut the windows. Once he confirmed that no one was around, he hurriedly took out the book The Years I Spent Cultivating with My Master and Mistress from his bosom. Haha, I've long heard that this book is very exciting and interesting. Unfortunately, it was never sold in our Xinglua kingdom. Now I've finally found it. Xu Xinghe eagerly flipped it open. Wow, so thrilling. This position too. Indeed, the outside world is so fascinating. However, as he read on, Xu Xinghe sensed something was off. Wait, damn it, why is the protagonist a man? What the hell, his master is also a man. He silently pulled up his pants, leaning against the bed, feeling somewhat depressed. But who stole our Great Celestial Phenomenon Technique from the Xinglua kingdom? At this moment Xu Xinghe began to ponder this question. If the high priest found out, he would probably cry, fainting in a remote toilet. However, at this moment Xu Xinghe made a decision. He decided to leave Yunhuan. A few days later, Li Hanzhou's carriage finally arrived at Tianxiao Pass. Throughout the journey he encountered almost no dangers. Knowing that Tang Wanshu had such a master of the Great Celestial Phenomenon Technique by her side, the Blood Ritual Pavilion was also unwilling to act rashly, primarily because even the Blood Ritual Pavilion had not figured out Li Hanzhou's background. Acting recklessly would only lead to more trouble. During the journey, Li Hanzhou was somewhat curious and asked if the Blood Ritual Pavilion would come looking for trouble at Changchengdu after he killed Zhao Qianxiu. Although Li Hanzhou had set up many contingencies at Changqingview, he still felt worried. However, Tang Wanshu reassured Li Hanzhou that the Blood Ritual Pavilion was an organization of assassins. Even if Zhao Qianqiu died, they were unlikely to come looking for trouble with him. The Blood Ritual Pavilion was not one to act without profit. If there was no money to be made, they would not easily kill someone. Moreover, it was not worth it to risk their lives for revenge over a dead person. This reasoning put Li Hanzhou's mind at ease. By the time they reached Tianxia Pass, it was time for everyone to part ways. During the journey, Li Hanzhou had learned a lot from Tang Wanshu. He had nearly mastered the poisons of the Tang sect. Up ahead is the ferry. Once you cross this river, you will reach Lingyan City. Thank you for escorting us, sir. We bid you farewell and must visit the Tang sect as guests in the future. Tang Wanshu and Lang Xiaoyun clasped their fists in greeting. Well, farewell then. Li Hanzhou nodded in agreement. Sure Ming, I won't be able to enjoy your lamb skewers anymore. At this moment Lang Xiaoyun felt a bit reluctant. After these days of interaction, she quite liked the honest boy Sure Ming. The master said that as long as there is fate, we will meet again someday. Sure Ming smiled and said. Just then a bamboo sword flew from the sky. The bamboo sword landed in the river, and then a woman's figure directly landed on the bamboo sword, stepping onto it. So amazing. Li Hanzhou was somewhat astonished. Who would have thought there were such experts at Tianxia Pass? It's her. Tang Wanshu and Lang Xiaoyun were both shocked upon seeing this person. Many people at the riverside dock gasped at the sight. Moreover, this woman was truly beautiful. One glance made her unforgettable. Her beauty was completely different from that of the Heartless Fairy. This person's beauty was more mature. The Heartless Fairy was exquisitely beautiful with an imposing aura. However, this person possessed a natural beauty that easily imprinted itself in one's heart, making her difficult to forget. Who is she? Li Hanzhou could feel that the woman possessed great strength. Zhu Jianxian Sun Yini. Tang Wanshu replied, she is from the Heartless Valley, one of the sword immortals of this generation, and her power is formidable. Sword immortal. Li Hanzhou had heard this title before, so he couldn't help but ask, does that mean her cultivation has reached the immortal ascendant stage? To his surprise, Tang Wanshu shook his head and said, reaching the immortal ascendant stage does not automatically grant one the title of sword immortal. Being a so-called immortal requires not only reaching the immortal ascendant stage but also forging one's own path. There are pitifully few strong practitioners in this world who can truly be called immortals, as they have failed to carve out their own paths. Tang Wanshu earnestly explained to Li Hanzhou. Path. Li Hanzhou nodded. Stepping into the immortal ascendant stage is already a difficult feat, and forging one's own path is even more challenging. However, that woman was actually a sword immortal. It was Li Hanzhou's first encounter with a sword immortal. Just a single glance made him acutely aware that her strength was on a completely different level from that of Zhao Qianqiu and Jiang Yishuan. They were not even in the same league. After bidding farewell to Tang Wanshu and his wife, Li Hanzhou took Sure Ming aboard the ship. However, once on the ship he could no longer ride in a carriage, so he had to find a place to sell the horse first. By midday, Li Hanzhou and Sure Ming finally boarded the ship heading towards Lingyan City. Have you heard? There's been fighting in Lingyan City again. On the ship, the conversation of a few people caught Li Hanzhou's attention. It must be those from the Great Zhou again. Over the years there have been continuous frictions between Great Zhou and our Divine K, especially at several border areas where such incidents frequently occur. This time it isn't just simple harassment. I heard they almost breached the city. It is said that someone saw Zhu Jianxian heading to Lingyan City this morning. If it weren't for Zhu Jianxian, these past few years Lingyan City would have likely fallen long ago, lamented a warrior with a sword hanging at his waist. Li Hanzhou listened to their conversation, feeling quite curious, so he leaned closer and asked, why does Zhu Jianxian protect Lingyan? Could it be that Zhu Jianxian was once from Lingyan City? Seeing Li Hanzhou looking like a bystander, one of the men chuckled and said, looks like this brother rarely goes out, he doesn't know this. Zhu Jianxian was once the unparalleled genius of the Heartless Valley named Sun Yini. Later, when war broke out in the Divine K Kingdom against Great Zhou, Sun Yini participated in the defense of the Divine K as a disciple of the Heartless Valley. It was during that time that she met General Shenju of the Divine K Kingdom, and their prolonged battles by each other's side led them to fall in love. However, disciples of the Heartless Valley are forbidden from falling in love, otherwise they cannot progress in their cultivation of the Forgetting Feelings song. The then leader of the Heartless Valley, who was also Suniani's master, had high hopes for her to represent the valley in the quest for destiny. How could she fall in love with a man? They wanted to sever their relationship. How melodramatic. Li Hanzhou remarked, thoroughly engaged in the tale. Let me continue. An old man beside them couldn't help but interject. Suniani's master wanted to kill Shenju to sever Suniani's feelings, ensuring she would focus on her quest for destiny. However, upon learning that her master harbored murderous intentions toward Shenju, Suniani surprisingly abandoned her cultivation right in front of her master, completely discarding the painstakingly practiced 7th level of the Forgetting Feelings song. Hiss. Li Hanzhou gasped in astonishment. What a fierce person. Abandoning her own cultivation. And she discarded the 7th level of the forgetting feeling song, which means she essentially abandoned her cultivation at the celestial core stage. She was also a bit love-struck. As a result, unexpectedly Su Nianya's actions enraged her master to the point of death, the old man sighed. Goodness. Li Hanzhou clicked his tongue. What a fiery temperament. After seeing her master dead, Su Nianyi regretted deeply, so she ceased contact with Shinju. Shinju visited the Heartless Valley multiple times, but Su Nianyi never met him. Later, when war broke out again, Shinju went to the Heartless Valley for the last time, but he still did not see Su Nianyi. He then left for the most perilous Lingyan city, where he steadfastly defended it for 47 days, repelling 300,000 cavalry from Great Zhou, yet he exhausted his life force and perished in Lingyan city. After Shinju's death, Su Nianyi personally came to Lingyan city to take his body and bury him. Since then, Su Nianyi embarked on the path of sword immortal with a bamboo sword, earning her title as Zhu Jianxian. Moreover, ever since then, whenever something happens in Lingyan city, Zhu Jianxian always comes to help. The old man concluded, sighing. She is indeed a pitiful woman. Sigh. Li Hanzhou also sighed. This master is just like the ruthless master of a man. However, Su Nianya's talent is also terrifying. After abandoning her cultivation, she still managed to tread the path of sword immortal with just one sword. If she hadn't fallen in love with Shinju back then and had instead focused on her cultivation, she might have truly fought for destiny and ascended by now. By the time the ship arrived at Lingyan city from the dock, it was already the next morning. Along the way, Li Hanzhou read while listening to the gossip on the ship, finding this world of martial arts quite interesting. After disembarking, the two bought 2 horses and traveled north for half a day, finally arriving at Lingyan city. However, upon reaching the city gates of Lingyan city, Li Hanzhou and Shiming found the entire city in a state of alertness, with injured soldiers visible everywhere. The city was in chaos, with collapsed houses visible all around as if it had been plundered. Uncle Master, it seems the people on the ship spoke the truth. Something really has happened in Lingyan city. Shiming looked around and saw many displaced civilians sitting silently by the roadside, clutching their children. Their eyes had lost all light. Most of these people were women. It was evident that their men had perished on the battlefield. Shiming showed a look of compassion. Li Hanzhou took a deep breath, sensing the oppressive atmosphere of the... In his past life, he lived in a country that had rarely seen war. This was his first real encounter with the brutality of war. Uncle Master, why don't we help them? At that moment, Shiming said to Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou looked at Shiming and asked, how do you plan to help them? Shiming fell into thought and then said, how about we give them some money? But there are over 1 million citizens in Lingyan city. Where would we get the money to give them? Li Hanzhou shook his head. The aftermath of war cannot be alleviated by just 1 or 2 people. It wasn't that Li Hanzhou was unwilling to help, but facing the consequences of war, he felt powerless at this moment. Uncle Master, why do we have to fight? Shiming lowered his head and said, whether it's the Great Zhou or the Divine Void, they all have their own people, their own lands. Can't we just live our lives well? Why must we fight? It causes suffering across the world, with so many people displaced and families torn apart. What is all this for? Shiming continued, because of human greed. Li Hanzhou patted Shiming's head. You will understand when you grow up. Let's pass through Lingyan city and head towards the Great Zhou. The court will take care of the matters on the Divine Void side. Li Hanzhou said with a smile. Since Li Hanzhou said so, Shiming could only nod in agreement. The two of them traversed Lingyan city in a few hours. Along the way, they saw scenes that Shiming had never witnessed before. Even Li Hanzhou's expression grew increasingly grim. They could already anticipate how brutal this war had been. As they looked at the soldiers guarding the borders, some unable to stand, some missing their eyes, and others with only one arm left, Li Hanzhou felt a chill in his heart. In his past life, Li Hanzhou's country had also experienced such wars, even more devastating than this one. Though he had not directly experienced it, he understood that the harm war brings to the common people goes far beyond this. Stop. What do you want? Just as Li Hanzhou and Shiming were about to leave Lingyan city from the other side, they were stopped by the guarding soldiers. We are leaving the city, Shiming said as he approached. The soldier frowned and said, Lingyan city has just experienced a war and the enemies from the Great Zhou have just retreated. It's very dangerous to leave the city at this time. You should go back for now and wait until things are peaceful outside before you go out. Hey brother, we have urgent business outside the city, Li Hanzhou hurriedly explained. What business could be more important than your lives? The guarding soldier spoke harshly. Just the two of you, looking like you can't even handle a chicken. What will you do if you encounter the enemy from the Great Zhou? Shiming, being the honest child he was, directly revealed their purpose. The moment he spoke, Li Hanzhou knew they were in trouble. At this moment, the two countries had just fought a brutal battle and the Great Zhou's enemies had killed so many people in Lingyan city. To say they were going to the Great Zhou was to touch on a sensitive nerve. As expected, once this was said, 7 or 8 soldiers surrounded them, pointing their long spears at Li Hanzhou and Shiming. Bold. You dare to go to the Great Zhou? You must be spies of the Great Zhou. Our Lingyan city was just betrayed by an insider. Are you related to that? Li Hanzhou thought to himself, what a heavy accusation. We just arrived at Lingyan city and are here to do business with the Great Zhou. We are not traitors. Li Hanzhou explained. Seize them and interrogate them properly. The leading soldier commanded, and the other soldiers rushed to apprehend Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming. Li Hanzhou frowned. If he were captured by these guys, it would be troublesome. Who knows if they would label him a spy and use him as a scapegoat. So when they approached, Li Hanzhou raised his hand and waved, releasing a surge of energy that instantly blasted away the 7 or 8 soldiers surrounding them. Sorry, but I can't waste time here with you, Li Hanzhou said, kicking his warhorse and preparing to ride out of the city. Stop him. At this moment someone shouted loudly. There's a spy. Don't let him escape. Just then a blade of light suddenly descended from the sky, aimed directly at Li Hanzhou. The blade was fierce. The killing intent was overwhelming. Before the blade even reached Li Hanzhou's war horse was sliced in half by the shockwave. Stay. A rough voice boomed like thunder. Immediately after, a man clad in armor leaped down from the city wall, swinging his sword towards Li Hanzhou. What a hassle. Li Hanzhou grabbed Shi Ming beside him, and with a swift footwork his figure instantly transformed into smoke, appearing right in front of the soldier. The speed startled the soldier. Even with his profound cultivation, he hadn't noticed when Li Hanzhou had arrived before him. Just as he was about to mobilize his true energy, Li Hanzhou produced a piece of yellow paper. Seal spirit. With a single paper he sealed the spirit. Li Hanzhou's talisman was affixed to the general's back, and the general felt as if his true energy had been completely sealed by something unable to circulate at all. Let's go, Li Hanzhou said as he began to leave with Shi Ming. However, at that moment a feeling of danger approached, raising every hair on Li Hanzhou's body. This was the first time Li Hanzhou felt such danger. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air came. A bamboo sword suddenly shot towards Li Hanzhou. It was just an ordinary bamboo sword, yet at this moment Li Hanzhou felt that this bamboo sword was comparable to the world's deadliest weapon. It was the bamboo sword immortal. Without hesitation, Li Hanzhou summoned lightning arcs in his palm, gathering thunder into a sharp sword, and collided fiercely with the bamboo sword in midair. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Li Hanzhou's thunder sword was shattered, but likewise the bamboo sword was sent flying, landing directly on the city wall. On the city wall stood a woman, her indifferent gaze fixed on Li Hanzhou, the coldness in her eyes almost piercing. The woman extended her jade-like hand, gripping the sword hilt. In an instant the world around changed color and the air was filled with a sense of death. With just one person and one sword, the woman seemed to dominate this realm. The bamboo sword immortal truly lives up to its name. Li Hanzhou shook his hand, which had just been numbed from the impact. He knew the sword immortal was powerful, even that casual strike almost cost him dearly. Great celestial phenomenon technique. You are the remnant of Xing Luo. Sun Yan's voice was devoid of emotion, her gaze as if looking at a dead person. Upon hearing Sun Yan's words, Li Hanzhou gave a faint smile. He had been practicing the great celestial technique out of sheer boredom, finding it quite useful and easy to use, but it had indeed brought him trouble. Sun Yan now believed him to be a remnant of the Xinglua kingdom. It seemed he needed to practice the martial arts from the longevity view more diligently in the future. Do you believe me when I say I am not from the Xinglua kingdom? Li Hanzhou asked. I do not believe you. Sun Yan shook her head, and as she uttered the words of disbelief she drew her sword. As the sword was drawn, the wind and clouds shifted. The aura of slaughter enveloped Li Hanzhou, making him feel utterly trapped. Though Sun Yan's sword had not yet reached him, its intent had already locked onto him. Golden light spell. Li Hanzhou activated the golden light spell to protect himself. The golden glow trembled violently under the pressure of the sword intent. At that moment the sword light seemed to cut through the heavens, and the azure sword energy almost shattered Li Hanzhou's golden light spell. Within that sword energy the will of heaven and earth was coalescing. Sun Yan executed a step from her technique, surprisingly standing in midair as her bamboo sword unleashed several strikes as if a brush had drawn a few strokes, transforming the entire realm into a hellish landscape. Li Hanzhou persevered amidst the swaying hell as several talismans flew from his bosom, soaring into the sky and emanating supreme power. Taoist talismans. Seeing the talismans flying out, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in Sun Yan's eyes. The talismans shone in the heavens, forming a formation in the sky arrayed in 8 directions. At that moment chains flew out from those talismans. The sound of clanking echoed across the sky. The chains moved swiftly, heading straight for Sun Yan, sealing her within 8 directions. The aura emanating from the chains transformed into a cage, trapping Sun Yan within. Sun Yan was somewhat surprised. Being trapped made her feel as if her true energy was uncontrollable, as if she were stuck in mud, unable to move. 8 gates golden lock formation, Li Hanzhou said slowly. Bamboo sword immortal, I believe there has been a misunderstanding between us. The soldiers in Lingyan City were also astonished at this scene. It was the first time they had seen someone able to contend with the bamboo sword immortal and even manage to seal her. Who exactly is this person? Misunderstanding the bamboo sword immortal said lightly, her gaze coldly fixed on Li Hanzhou as her sword slowly lifted. In that moment Sun Yanya's azure robes fluttered without wind, her figure standing tall, exuding an aura of unparalleled pride. With the sword raised, she seemed to draw the moon in the void with her sword. In an instant a bright moon truly appeared behind Sun Yanyi. The bright moon illuminated the earth. Under the moonlight Sun Yanya's figure appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Yet that cold aura made one shiver. No moon. Two simple words escaped Sun Yanya's lips. Suddenly a piercing sound reverberated through heaven and earth. This sound caused Li Hanzhou to feel a headache. He saw Sun Yanya's figure dissolve into that round moon, and the next moment the round moon erupted with extreme brightness, nearly enveloping the entire realm. Boom! The 8 gates golden lock formation instantly crumbled. Wherever the light shone, it was all sword energy. Li Hanzhou's heart trembled and the golden light spell on him shattered on the spot. Li Hanzhou saw countless streams of sword energy rushing towards him. Ice continent for thousands of miles. Li Hanzhou did not dare to be careless at this moment. The spiritual power within him erupted and the great celestial technique was pushed to its limits. Countless droplets of water gathered before him, instantly turning to ice in an attempt to block Sun Yanya's terrifying strike. The ice layer shattered completely and Li Hanzhou was also blasted away. At the same time he gripped the autumn burial blade tightly, raising his hand to unleash several slashes, the sharp blade light transforming into a crescent moon, forcibly carving a breach through the sword energy. At that moment the overwhelming sword intent suddenly vanished without a trace. Sun Yanya's figure appeared at the center of the sword energy, her gaze fixed on the blade in Li Hanzhou's hand. Autumn burial blade. Sun Yanyi frowned and asked, "Are you Li Hanzhou from the longevity view?" "The bamboo sword immortal actually knows me," Li Hanzhou replied, somewhat surprised. "Yes, Song Yitao is my disciple and I learned about you from her." Sun Yanyi nodded. "Then it seems it was indeed a misunderstanding." Phew! Li Hanzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Had he known earlier he would have taken out the autumn burial blade sooner. Sun Yanyi's strength was indeed formidable. Just now he had nearly had to use all his strength. Had Sun Yanyi continued her relentless pursuit he would have had to resort to his trump card. However, he could also see that Sun Yanyi had not used her full strength. Continuing to fight was truly unbeneficial. Since the misunderstanding was resolved, there was no need to continue fighting. However, Sun Yanyi still said, "Li Guanzhou, now is not the time to leave the city. You should return first. Although I do not know what you plan to do in the Great Zhou Kingdom at this moment, you cannot enter Great Zhou." "Why?" Li Hanzhou inquired. "Wanshui Prefecture is the essential route to enter Great Zhou. Right now there is the Blade Immortal Wu Hong blocking it. You cannot get through. The Great Zhou must be worried that after this incident I might emulate their actions and go to Great Zhou to kill, so Wu Hang is stationed there waiting for me to pass. Therefore we from the Divine K cannot enter at all. You will have to wait a few more days." Blade Immortal Wu Hang. Li Hanzhou had heard this person's name before. Since Sun Yanyi said so, he could only return to Lingyan City for now. Those who could be called immortals had impressive strength. Li Hanzhou, having just fought Sun Yanyi, understood this well. You need not worry that Wu Han will only stay for at most 3 days before leaving. After 3 days you can go to Great Zhou. I have other matters to attend to. I will be busy now, Sun Yanyi said. She walked away. Li Hanzhou had no choice but to return with Ming, finding an inn in the city to temporarily settle down. "Master Uncle, you are truly amazing. You could actually fight with the sword immortal." Ming looked at Li Hanzhou with admiration. "Not really," Li Hanzhou replied honestly. "The sword immortal is among the strongest in this world. It is quite normal for Master Uncle to be unable to win against her. I heard from Master that during the most glorious time of our longevity view, whether it was the sword immortal, blade immortal or gun immortal, they all had to bow their heads when they came to our longevity view." "Is that so?" Li Hanzhou pondered, then smiled and said, "The strength of this bamboo sword immortal is indeed formidable. If she could accompany me to Great Zhou, we would have an even greater chance of obtaining the Fountain of Youth for you. Letting the bamboo sword immortal go with us to Great Zhou." Ming could hardly dare to imagine. With the help of the bamboo sword immortal, obtaining the Fountain of Youth from Tianxian Academy shouldn't be too difficult, Li Hanzhou said with a smile. "That's unlikely, isn't it?" Ming couldn't believe it. That bamboo sword immortal seems very difficult to deal with. It's unlikely that she would help us. "How would you know if you don't try?" Li Hanzhou stood up and said, "Let's go find her and see." Ming looked skeptical but still followed Li Hanzhou. When they reached the city gate, Li Hanzhou found Sun Yanyi there. However, at that moment Sun Yanyi was treating the injured commoners and soldiers at the city gate. At this moment she had completely lost the aura of an immortal swordmaster. Surrounded by various herbs, she rolled up her sleeves and sat there, having an elderly man's foot resting in front of her. Sun Yanyi was earnestly applying the juice from the herbs to the wounds on the old man's leg. Her serious expression showed no hint of impatience. This scene touched Li Hanzhou's heart. In terms of beauty, Su Nianya's looks were hardly inferior to the Heartless Fairy. In terms of status, she was a high-ranking member of the Heartless Valley. In terms of strength, she was an immortal swordmaster. Regardless of which identity was brought forth, she was destined to be a person of high status, but the scene before him struck Li Hanzhou as a stark contrast. It felt very down-to-earth. Ming, Li Hanzhou sighed softly. I take back what I said before. What did you say? Ming looked at Li Hanzhou in confusion. Actually, as long as one is willing, it is still possible to help the common people. Thinking that one cannot do anything and thus doing nothing is more like an excuse. Li Hanzhou looked at Su Nianya's figure as he spoke. Ming nodded thoughtfully. Let's go lend a hand. Li Hanzhou decided to help Su Nianyi as well. Li Hanzhou joined in helping many commoners bandage their wounds. Su Nianyi did not say anything upon seeing Li Hanzhou's actions. It wasn't until evening that the busy work finally slowed down. The relief supplies from the city had also arrived and the commoners were able to drink porridge. On the city wall, Su Nianyi sat there facing the lonely sunset, lost in thought. Barefoot, she swayed on the wall, showing no hint of an immortal swordmaster. Li Hanzhou walked over and sat beside Su Nianyi. Thank you for today, Su Nianyi said. If it weren't for your help, it probably wouldn't have ended so early. So many injured commoners might have died without treatment. It was just a simple effort. I am also a person of the Divine Abyss Kingdom. Helping the common people of my kingdom is only natural. However, Bamboo Sword Immortal, you came all the way from the Heartless Valley to Ling'an City. That is quite a journey. Li Hanzhou deliberately mentioned this matter. For a deceased friend who once protected this place with his life, I do not wish to see Ling'an City fall. Su Nianyi calmly spoke, her emotions as still as a deep well, as if the person she was referring to had nothing to do with her. You mean Shinju, right? Li Hanzhou asked. It seems that Master Li knows some of my matters. Su Nianyi was not surprised that Li Hanzhou mentioned this name, as her affairs had caused quite a stir back then and many people were aware. It was reasonable for Li Hanzhou to know. However, it has been many years since anyone dared to mention that name in front of me. Su Nianyi unexpectedly smiled at that moment. Who would dare to bring up Shinju in front of Su Nianyi, the immortal swordmaster? Yet Li Hanzhou remained unperturbed. He took out 2 flasks of wine from his storage bag, handed one to Su Nianyi and said, care for a drink. Su Nianyi glanced at it, took it and without pretentiousness directly uncorked it and tilted her head back to take a sip. I have heard some things about Shinju. Li Hanzhou also took a sip of wine. I heard that when Shinju last went to the Heartless Valley to find you, you did not see him. Su Nianyi squinted her eyes and said, Master Li seems very interested in this matter of mine. Do you have regrets? Li Hanzhou asked. What do you want to say? Su Nianyi's voice gradually turned cold. There are some things I don't want to recall. Recognizing the displeasure in Su Nianyi's tone, Li Hanzhou remained unfazed and simply said, I just speculate that after Shinju died you must have regrets. I think you must have things you wanted to say to him, but you no longer have the chance. Su Nianyi said nothing and got up to leave. However, after taking a few steps, Li Hanzhou raised his head, took another sip of wine and asked, do you want to see him once more? The question stopped Su Nianyi in her tracks and she couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? If you want to see him one more time, I can help you. Li Hanzhou said to Su Nianyi, finish the words you didn't get to say to him. How about that? See him. Su Nianyi's heart stirred, but she still couldn't believe it. He has been dead for so long, how could I possibly see him? With my Taoist techniques it can certainly be done. Just tell me whether you want to see him or not. Li Hanzhou said with a slight smile. Su Nianyi pursed her lips, seemingly lost in thought. All right. After a moment, Su Nianyi raised her head to look at Li Hanzhou as if she had made a certain decision. But it's not for free. I have something I want the Bamboo Sword Immortal to help with, Li Hanzhou began. What is it? Su Nianyi asked. I hope the Bamboo Sword Immortal can help me with a matter, Li Hanzhou said with a smile. What matter? Su Nianyi raised an eyebrow. What exactly are you going to do in the Great Zhou this time? This matter does not require the Bamboo Sword Immortal to know for now. If you agree, I will help you meet Shinju. If you do not agree, then let tonight's matter be as if I never said it. However, you can rest assured I won't ask you to do anything difficult. I promise it will be within your capability. Li Hanzhou did not reveal his purpose. Alright, if you help me see Shinju, even if you want me to go into the dragon's den or tiger's lair, I will do it. Su Nianyi agreed. It's a deal. Li Hanzhou went into the city to prepare the items needed for the night. The cycle of reincarnation in this world had long been damaged and these souls drifted along the path of shadows. Li Hanzhou knew that Shinju's soul must also be here, so finding Shinju was not difficult, but Shinju's appearance required a vessel. Li Hanzhou himself was the best vessel. Only with a powerful divine soul could one suppress a strong being like Shinju. After obtaining Shinju's birthdate in time, Li Hanzhou began to draw a talisman. This was the first time he had drawn such a talisman. It was called the Summoning Talisman. It could summon souls and allow them to enter one's body. Li Hanzhou made all the necessary preparations and took Sun Yanni to an empty area where no one would disturb them. It was rare to see a hint of tension on the face of Sun Yanni, the immortal swordmaster. I can only give you a stick of incense's worth of time. After Li Hanzhou finished his instructions, he began to perform the ritual. Li Hanzhou silently recited the soul-calling incantation, and almost instantly the wind began to stir around him. However, this wind was a chilling one, sending shivers down his spine. At this moment, with his heavenly eye open, Li Hanzhou could see the souls summoned from all around. The sheer number startled him. This Lingyan city was originally a border town, the number of deceased bones numbered in the millions. With just to call, hundreds of thousands of souls gathered. If he wanted to find Shenju among so many people, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. At this moment, Li Hanzhou took out Shenju's birthdate in time, concentrating his spiritual energy and pointing at it. In an instant, a soul flew out from the multitude and rushed towards Li Hanzhou. Is he Shenju? Seeing the newcomer, Li Hanzhou noted his determined face and the tattered armor he wore. Judging by the strength of his soul, this person was undoubtedly Shenju. In life, this person must have had at least the cultivation of the Tiangang realm. Are you Shenju? Li Hanzhou asked. I am Shenju, replied, his gaze fixed on Sun Yanni beside Li Hanzhou. I give you a stick of incense's worth of time, Li Hanzhou said, then affixed the spirit summoning talisman to himself. In the next moment, Shenju's soul was directly drawn into Li Hanzhou's body. Li Hanzhou's body trembled slightly. Immediately his expression changed. The incense in the nearby censer had already begun to burn. When Sun Yanni saw the change in Li Hanzhou's gaze, she almost instantly recognized that the person before her was no longer Li Hanzhou. It was Shenju. Sun Yanni could never forget Shenju's gaze. Yanni, Shenju said slowly, I didn't expect to see you again. Yes, it's been a long time. Sun Yanni looked at Shenju, and after saying this she fell silent. The two gazed at each other, and time seemed to stand still. The incense beside them continued to burn slowly, creating a moment that was both warm and eerie. As the incense burned down to the last bit, Sun Yanni had completely lost her sword immortal's aura, appearing more like a young girl. When you came to Jueching Valley to find me, I secretly watched you, but I didn't come out to meet you. Please don't blame me, Sun Yanni said slowly. I don't blame you. Shenju continued, your master passed away because of our affair, and I know your situation is difficult. I have never blamed you, even until the moment I died in Lingyan City. My thoughts were still of you. Hearing this, Sun Yanni trembled all over, looking into Shenju's eyes. I thought when I saw you again I would have so much to say, but now that I see you I suddenly find I don't know what to say. I feel that just being able to quietly spend a moment with you is enough. I will protect Lingyan City while you can rest assured. As long as I am here, the city will not fall. Sun Yanni said earnestly, once my disciple can stand on their own and I no longer need to worry, I will leave Jueching Valley and take charge of Lingyan City. You have suffered so much. Shenju knew that Sun Yanni had always helped him. The journey from Jueching Valley to Lingyan City was not short, and every time something happened in Lingyan City, Sun Yanni would rush to help immediately. This had been the case all these years. This is the city you guarded with your life. I don't want to see it fall into enemy hands, Sun Yanni said slowly. Thank you, Yanni. As he spoke, Shenju slowly moved closer to Sun Yanni. Before she could react, Shenju had already kissed her lips. At that moment, Sun Yanni's pupils shrank and instinctively she raised her hand and slapped Shenju, leaving him stunned. Ah, I'm sorry. Seeing that she had slapped Shenju, Sun Yanni hurriedly said, I didn't mean to, it's just that this body isn't yours. Ah, right. Shenju also came to his senses. But I never kissed you when I was alive, and I didn't expect to have the chance to kiss you again after death. What nonsense are you saying? Sun Yanni said, slightly shy. However, at that moment the incense had burned to its end. Yanni, the time has come, I must go now. Looking at the incense and the censer, Shenju seemed somewhat reluctant. Take care, I will take care of myself too, he said, nodding slightly. She was now a sword immortal, no longer the lovesick girl from years ago. Her mindset had stabilized significantly, and over the years she had moved on from Shenju's death, so now facing Shenju, Sun Yanni could be quite calm. As the last bit of incense ash scattered away, Li Hanzhou's consciousness awakened. Shenju had already left. Are you done chatting? Li Hanzhou asked, looking at Sun Yanni. Thank you very much, Sun Yanni nodded. It was merely a trade of benefits. Li Hanzhou smiled broadly, but at that moment he suddenly winced. That's strange, Li Hanzhou said in surprise. I've heard from the old man that summoning spirits can indeed have many aftereffects, but I never heard that it could cause a face pain. Li Hanzhou touched his face, feeling as if he had been slapped. Hearing Li Hanzhou's mumbling, Sun Yanni felt a bit embarrassed, knowing she was the one who slapped him. Who asked him to suddenly kiss her? If it were someone else she would have killed him long ago. You kissed me and I slapped you, yes, that seems reasonable. 3 days later. Li Hanzhou left Lingyan City with Shiming. Sun Yanni was supposed to accompany them, but she said that if she went to Dazhou it would definitely raise suspicion. If Li Hanzhou needed help he could send her a letter and she would rush to assist as quickly as possible. Li Hanzhou thought about it and decided to set off alone with Shiming. Master Uncle, what exactly did you do that the bamboo sword immortal is willing to help you? It all boils down to interests. I help her fulfill her wish and she helps me with something it's as simple as Li Hanzhou spoke while reading the book in his hand was not a book per se but some basic information about various countries that Su Nianni had given him. If he were to go to Dazhou he naturally had to understand its affairs. Not only about Dazhou but also about some smaller neighboring countries, even Yunhuang. It contained basic information and local customs which Li Hanzhou found very engaging. Li Hanzhou focused his gaze on Yunhuang, for the great celestial art he was currently cultivating was indeed the treasure of Yunhuang. He speculated that he would certainly attract Yunhuang's attention at such a time. It was wise to learn more about Yunhuang. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. However, the Great Zhou was not a united front at this moment. Internal strife was quite severe. Li Hanzhou felt that such occurrences were common in every dynasty. It was merely a matter of having too many sons secretly vying for power and seeking the position of crown prince. The divine K nation was no different. Those wishing to kill the 9th prince Yu Qingyang must surely be one of his brothers. As the strongest enemy of the divine K nation, the Great Zhou could not escape such a fate. The imperial family is the most ruthless of all. Li Hanzhou shook his head. For the sake of an emperor's position, regardless of how close brothers were in childhood, they would inevitably turn on each other when grown. The more affectionate they were as children, the more ruthless they would become as adults. Do you wish to be emperor? At this moment Li Hanzhou asked Shiming. Not at all. Shiming shook his head. I think being an ordinary person is quite good. Uncle Master, why is the weather getting hotter? At this moment Shiming couldn't help but ask. The climate of the Great Zhou is different from ours in the Divine K, Li Hanzhou replied. It should be nearing snow in the Divine K, but the Great Zhou is still in summer. Li Hanzhou opened the curtain for a glance outside and found the scorching sun blazing. Indeed, it was becoming increasingly arid. In the distance some farmland had even dried up. Shiming also felt the heat and took off his clothing, revealing a thin undershirt which made him feel somewhat better. We are already at the border of Wanshui Prefecture. Ahead is Wanshui City. Your senior brother is waiting for us there, Li Hanzhou said to Shiming. Uncle Master, that letter was sent nearly a month ago. Is senior brother really still there? Shiming expressed some doubt. Whether he is or not, we must go and see for ourselves. Li Hanzhou was eager to know how Zhou Qianlin had suddenly come to the Great Zhou, as well as the clues regarding his senior brother and the treasures found. If they could retrieve the treasures of the Eternal Life Pavilion, it would flourish even more. After a day and a half the two finally arrived at Wanshui City. The weather was scorching, giving the entire city a distorted appearance. The soldiers guarding the city looked quite lethargic. Even when Li Hanzhou and Shiming entered the city, the soldiers were lounging in the shade, too lazy to check on them. Wanshui City as a border city was also quite large. Moreover, it was heavily guarded. Li Hanzhou could sense the presence of experts hidden within the city. According to Zhou Qianlin's letter, Li Hanzhou and Shiming arrived at the Wanshui Inn where Zhou Qianlin was staying. However, when Li Hanzhou and Shiming inquired about Zhou Qianlin, the innkeeper was surprised to inform them that Zhou Qianlin had left the Wanshui Inn 10 days prior. Senior brother left? Shiming asked in astonishment. Where did he go? I wouldn't know. The innkeeper shook his head. Li Hanzhou calculated for a moment, but his calculations could not pinpoint Zhou Qianlin's exact location. He could only deduce that Zhou Qianlin was still within Wanshui City. However, Wanshui City was too vast, with numerous districts. Searching for someone in such a large city was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. With no other options, Li Hanzhou and Shiming decided to stay at the inn for the time being. That evening the two were dining by the window on the first floor. Suddenly the streets became lively. They saw a group of soldiers escorting a dozen people bound and gagged, with cavalry guarding the front. There were many onlookers around. Your drink, sir. At this moment the waiter approached with their drinks. Waiter, what happened to those people? Li Hanzhou asked curiously. Those people, you say? The waiter smiled. They are from the Divine K Nation and may be spies sent here. Quite a few have been captured recently. People from the Divine K Nation? Li Hanzhou was taken aback. It seemed quite dangerous in Wanshui City. People from the Divine K Nation could easily be mistaken for spies and captured. Uncle Master, do you think senior brother might? At this moment Shiming spoke cautiously. Li Hanzhou was also uncertain. He had no idea where Zhou Qianlin might be imprisoned. If he truly had been captured as a spy by the Great Zhou, it would spell trouble. It seems we must come up with a plan. Li Hanzhou recognized that in this unfamiliar place it would be difficult to accomplish anything. What plan? Shiming asked curiously. Just then the street became bustling once more as many commoners knelt down on both sides. Following that, a large procession walked down the street with a luxurious palanquin being carried, accompanied by a guard, among whom were undoubtedly experts. From the words of the commoners, Li Hanzhou learned that the person arriving was actually the 4th Prince Yunqing. The fourth Prince Yunqing came to Wanshui Prefecture to seek rain for the common people, aiming to impress the great Zhou Emperor and demonstrate that he cared for the populace. Perhaps his candidacy for the position of heir will be considered in the future. Let him help us find Zhou Qianlin, Li Hanzhou said with a smile. Ah. Shi Ming was taken aback. Uncle Master, he is a prince of the great Zhou, how could he possibly help us? He will help us, Li Hanzhou said with conviction. Shi Ming was unsure of Li Hanzhou's plans but nodded in trust. The next day the sun blazed again. Wanshui city was bustling, for today Prince Yunqing had come to help request rain. This was a ritual-like event, but since Prince Yunqing was personally conducting it, it naturally attracted more attention. Your Highness, noon is approaching, you are to go out to seek rain. At that moment outside a mansion a guard respectfully said to Yunqing. Understood, I will go shortly, came Yunqing's voice from within. However, at that moment he wore a grave expression as he looked at the person who had silently entered his room. What were his guards doing? They had failed to notice someone entering his quarters. What business do you have with me? Yunqing, having seen his fair share of storms, was not overly frightened. He calmly asked, or are you here to kill me? Are you one of my second brother's men or one of my sixth brothers? I am neither, Li Hanzhou replied. I am here to seek cooperation with His Highness the Fourth Prince. Can you help me summon rain? Yunqing squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Li Hanzhou, who appeared to be a charlatan masquerading as a Taoist priest. However, the confidence etched on Li Hanzhou's brow and his uncanny ability to appear here without anyone noticing proved that he was indeed a capable individual. Yet there was not a trace of true qi circulating within Li Hanzhou's body. If he wasn't an ordinary person, it only indicated that Li Hanzhou's strength surpassed his expectations. There are people who come to me every day, but you are the first to propose cooperation. Yunqing then stated, you say you can summon rain, how can I trust you? Whether you believe me or not, Your Highness, haven't you come to seek rain today? Li Hanzhou replied, the Wanshui Prefecture has been in drought for 3 months with not a single drop of rain. Your Highness' visit to seek rain is merely an attempt to show your face in front of the Emperor and gain some goodwill among the common folk to accumulate some foundation for the future competition for the position of Crown Prince. In fact, Your Highness knows very well that summoning rain is not so easy. After 3 months of drought, your pleas will most likely not move the heavens to bring rain. You must have prepared yourself for the possibility of no rain, and the Emperor will not blame you for this matter, rather he will think you are concerned for the people. But if it does rain, it will be seen as your actions touching the heavens and the heavens showing mercy to the common folk. That would further affirm your destiny, and the Emperor will certainly place greater importance on you, won't he? Li Hanzhou's words moved Yunqing. He certainly understood that if it truly rained and the drought-stricken Wanshui Prefecture received a downpour, his reputation as a prince would undoubtedly reach its zenith. How do you want to cooperate? Yunqing couldn't help but ask. It's simple, I just need you to help me find someone, Li Hanzhou replied. Just find someone. Yunqing felt relieved, thinking that finding someone shouldn't be difficult. As the fourth prince of the great Zhou nation, it shouldn't be a challenge at all. Yes, just find someone, Li Hanzhou affirmed. Great. Yunqing agreed. What should I do then? There's no need for you to do anything. Just proceed as you initially planned and leave the rest to me, Li Hanzhou said leisurely. Yunqing nodded and then walked out the door. At the altar in Wanshui City, Yunqing was already prepared. The citizens of the city, having heard that the fourth prince came personally to Wanshui City to seek rain, gathered to watch the spectacle. The city lord and some local officials had also arrived early to wait. The entire altar was teeming with people. The silver-armored guards of the Great Zhou stood guard nearby, surrounding the altar. Each of these guards exuded a heavy aura of killing intent, suggesting they had blood on their hands. Their gazes were sharp as hawks, scanning the surroundings for any nefarious individuals. We pay our respects to Your Highness. Upon seeing Yunqing arrive, numerous officials of various ranks immediately knelt. Everyone please rise, Yunqing said nonchalantly. Your Highness, everything is ready. At this moment Yunqing's personal guard approached and respectfully announced. Yunqing nodded and then looked into the distance, immediately spotting Li Hanzhou's figure standing atop a stone tower not far away. Yunqing was curious about how Li Hanzhou would summon rain. The numerous citizens watched Yunqing with excitement. Wanshui Prefecture had been in drought for 3 months and crops could not grow. They were genuinely longing for a heavy rain. I hope it will be effective, a dark-skinned strong man prayed. What use could it possibly have, sneered a scholar-like figure beside him, it's just for show. Shut up. The fourth prince is seeking rain for us and yet you're here spouting nonsense, someone immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. Don't you believe it, the scholar said disdainfully. This so-called rain summoning is merely a facade for vying for the position of crown prince intended for our common folk. In any case, even if the rain doesn't come, the current emperor won't blame him, he can only say it's a matter of the heavens. Then the fourth prince will claim he did his best without doing anything substantial, gaining a good reputation. Tisk tisk, you don't understand, the waters of the royal family run deep. Hearing this, the surrounding citizens became half convinced, seemingly finding some logic in his words. Meanwhile, in a nearby tavern, a young gentleman dressed in white silk sat there gazing out the window at the sight of Yunqing summoning rain. "Fourth brother, I want to see how you intend to summon rain." A smirk appeared at the corners of the young gentleman's mouth. Sixth prince, the person has already mingled among the common folk. Someone resembling a servant approached and said, These citizens truly think fourth brother is here to summon rain for them. They must be made to understand that this is just a performance. We can't let their hearts lean towards fourth brother so easily. Rest assured, your highness, I guarantee that the fourth prince will be busy for nothing this time," the servant chuckled. At this moment on the altar, Yunqing's rain summoning ceremony had already begun. After paying homage to heaven and earth, Yunqing stood high and loudly declared, "My name is Yunqing. Today I stand here to summon rain for the people of the Great Zhou. Heaven bear witness. The common folk are innocent. After such a long drought, the land is cracked, the crops withered, and their livelihoods are difficult. I deeply understand the suffering of the people. My heart is anxious like fire. I beseech the heavens to show mercy, to send forth gentle rain to relieve the people's woes and benefit all living beings. I am willing to exchange my sincerity for the peace of the common folk. If rain falls, I will lead the people in gratitude to the heavens, diligently govern and protect the people of the Great Zhou, ensuring their security and enjoyment of peace for eternity." After saying this, Yunqing knelt down and bowed to the heavens. The multitude of citizens below hurriedly bowed their heads as well. The sixth prince in the tavern chuckled. "Fourth brother is quite serious about this. I'm almost starting to believe it." However, at that moment a sudden tempest arose. The sky darkened with thick clouds and thunder rumbled, startling everyone. The sky instantly turned gloomy. This scene left the citizens of Wanchue City utterly astonished. What is this? Is it going to rain? The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. Had they just prayed for rain and now it was about to rain? The spies planted among them by the sixth prince were also left dumbfounded. Could it be this miraculous? They had just asked for rain and the heavens were about to deliver. Was the signal this good? All of this was naturally orchestrated by Li Hanzhou. Mastering the grand celestial technique to a profound level allowed him to influence the local weather, making summoning wind and rain a trivial matter for him. What is happening? The sixth prince's expression changed and he stood up from his chair, staring incredulously at the sky outside. Your Highness, this. The servant could hardly find words. At that moment raindrops began to fall slowly. It's raining. No one knows who shouted first. It's raining. When the raindrops fell on the faces of the common people, feeling that icy touch, they finally believed it was real. Thank you, Your Highness, the fourth prince. At this moment many commoners knelt down again, thanking the fourth prince in unison. Seeing the multitude of commoners kneeling, Yunqing was also overcome with excitement. Li Hanzhou's surprise was truly overwhelming. To say it's raining really meant it was raining. Everyone please get up. This is not just the merit of this prince alone, but we collectively moved the heavens and the heavens have shown mercy, blessing our Great Zhou. Yunqing spoke to the crowd. The commoners were still cheering. The rain was getting heavy. Yunqing's personal guard approached and held an umbrella over his head, but Yunqing dodged away, frowning and saying, "This prince is currently enjoying the joy with the people. Throw your umbrella aside." Yes. The guard hurriedly tossed the umbrella aside. If the prince was getting drenched, how could he dare to use it? Damn it. The sixth prince watched this scene with a darkened face. Recently Father Emperor has been a bit displeased with him. How could he allow him to make such a significant turnaround? The sixth prince was furious. Your Highness, do not let your health suffer. The fourth prince is merely lucky to have rain at this time, the servant quickly comforted. Nonsense. The sixth prince glared at him and said, "Why don't I have such good luck?" Well. The servant saw the sixth prince's expression. Suddenly his eyes turned and he said, "Your Highness, do you think there are any of the emperor's people nearby?" Whom? The sixth prince looked at the servant in surprise and replied, "According to father's habits, there must be one or two of father's people around. Fourth brother, not just fourth brother, who among us doesn't have? It's just that they usually hide too deeply, making it hard to notice, so it won't be long before fourth brother's act of moving the heavens and bringing down the rain will reach father's ears." Your Highness, I have a plan. The servant leaned in and whispered a couple of things in the sixth prince's ear. The sixth prince's eyes lit up. Hurry up and do it. The sixth prince quickly ordered. I will arrange it right away, the servant replied, then ran off. At this moment many officials around the altar were also very pleased. The lord of Wanchue City even shouted, "Heaven bless Great Zhou." Looking at the happy faces of the common people below, Yunqing was also extremely excited. Today's events would surely reach father's ears soon. Recently he had been harshly reprimanded by Father Emperor over the military fund issue, but this time he was sure to earn father's respect. Just then someone in the crowd suddenly shouted loudly, "Your Highness, the fourth prince helped us successfully pray for rain this year. We want starved to death." As soon as this was said, someone immediately echoed, "Yes, the fourth prince is truly our great benefactor." When two people responded, the rest of the commoners naturally followed suit. Hearing this, Yunqing felt even happier. However, immediately someone shouted, "Thank you, Your Highness the Fourth Prince. Long live the Fourth Prince. Long live the Fourth Prince." As soon as one person shouted, a second person followed suit. Hearing this, Yun Qing's expression suddenly changed. Long live is a title for the emperor. He was merely a prince. If so many commoners shouted long live, what would reach father's ears? Don't shout recklessly. Yun Qing's personal guard team quickly intervened. However, there were too many commoners present. They had little education and were easily influenced by others, so as soon as they heard someone shout, they followed suit. With so many commoners, it was impossible to stop it at this point. Yun Qing's expression grew increasingly grim. Meanwhile, not far away in the tavern, the sixth prince couldn't help but laugh, knowing that the fourth prince was being hailed as long live. He feared for his future. The first person to shout was getting even more excited. He was sent by the sixth prince. There was a cunning glint in his eyes. Long live the fourth prince. However, just as he shouted this again, a thunderbolt descended from the sky. Boom! The thunder struck him directly. This shocking event scared everyone, leaving them frozen in place. The man was directly struck to ashes by the lightning. Crash! Falling to the ground. In an instant, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Even Yun Qing was stunned. A living person had just been turned to charcoal right in front of him. What happened? The sixth prince also did not expect that one of his people would be inexplicably struck dead by lightning. And taking advantage of the moment when all the commoners were stunned, Yun Qing quickly spoke loudly, "Everyone in this world, the only one worthy of a long live is the current emperor. This person was punished by heaven for shouting recklessly, so please do not shout randomly." Hiss. Everyone gasped. They were also somewhat frightened, having just shouted themselves. Would they be struck by lightning as well? Yun Qing continued, "Heaven bless our great Zhou with rain. This recent event symbolizes that the current emperor is the true son of heaven, irreplaceable. The emperor's achievements are recognized by heaven and earth. This is a blessing for our great Zhou. Long live the emperor." Yun Qing shouted loudly. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. The commoners became excited once more. Indeed, if even heaven recognized that the current emperor is the true son of heaven, it indicates he is a good emperor. What do they have to worry about? Yun Qing was sweating in his heart. He looked into the distance where Li Hanzhou had disappeared, but he knew that the thunder just now must have been summoned by Li Hanzhou. If it weren't for that thunder from Li Hanzhou, he would have truly been finished today. Hum. The sixth prince in the tavern snorted angrily and left. Why was he so unlucky? The heavens were helping the fourth prince. After everything was settled, Yun Qing returned to his residence. Not long after, someone came to report outside, "Your Highness, there are two people seeking an audience outside, one of whom says he has business. Quickly invite them in." Yun Qing hurriedly said. Li Hanzhou was his benefactor. He had just saved his life and could invoke rain. Such a capable person would be incredibly helpful on his path to seizing the crown prince position. Yun Qing decided he must cling to this powerful ally. Not long after, Li Hanzhou entered with Shi Ming. "Did you remember what I told you?" On the way, Li Hanzhou asked Shi Ming. "I remembered." Shi Ming nodded, though still a bit nervous. When Li Hanzhou brought Shi Ming into the room, he smiled and clasped his fist, saying, "Congratulations, Your Highness the Fourth Prince. I pay my respects to Your Highness the Fourth Prince." Shi Ming also said politely, "No need for such formalities, you truly helped me greatly today." Yun Qing smiled and then continued, "If I am not mistaken, the rain you summoned today was through the great celestial art rite. Your Highness possesses exceptional discernment." Li Hanzhou did not deny it. There was nothing in the great Zhou dynasty to fear. The Xinghua kingdom was an enemy of the Xinkai kingdom, yet it held no enmity toward the great Zhou. "Indeed, the elder is from Yunhuang," Yun Qing said courteously. "This is our Yunhuang's young master," Li Hanzhou added, gesturing toward Shi Ming beside him. "Chu Xingha," Shi Ming declared, bowing respectfully. "Ah, young Master Chu, we have long admired you." Yun Qing replied hastily. "And this is our Yunhuang's grand..." Chu Xingha, Shi Ming declared, bowing respectfully. "Ah, young Master Chu, we have long admired you." Yun Qing replied hastily. "And this is our Yunhuang's grand priestess." Shi Ming pointed toward Li Hanzhou. "I had already surmised as much," Yun Qing remarked. Who else but the grand priestess of Yunhuan could master such profound mastery of the great celestial phenomenon art? Having only heard rumors of this extraordinary cultivation technique, witnessing it firsthand today proved its legendary reputation well deserved. Esteemed sirs, I have arranged a modest banquet to express my deepest gratitude for your timely aid. Though defeated by the Xinkai kingdom and driven deep into the Yunhuan wilderness, the Xinghua kingdom still harbored formidable cultivators and numerous loyal remnants. If rallied, they would constitute a formidable force. Their support would significantly bolster Yun Qing's prospects of ascending to the crown prince's throne. Thus, upon realizing that the two before him were the young master and grand priestess of Xinghua, Yun Qing resolved to cultivate an exceptionally cordial relationship with them. Your Highness is far too gracious, Li Hanzhou replied courteously. The Tongyun Tower in Wanshui City, where Yun Cheng hosted Li Hanzhou for the banquet. The Tongyun Tower stood 7 stories tall. Only the wealthy and influential were permitted access to its highest floor, while even its first level remained inaccessible to ordinary citizens. A lavish feast of rare delicacies adorned the table, many dishes so exotic that Ming could not name a single one, leaving him dazzled. Prince Fourth further summoned several breathtakingly beautiful court musicians to accompany Li Hanzhou and Ming in wine. To you, Grand Priestess, I raise my cup in profound gratitude for saving my life today. The entire topmost floor had been reserved exclusively for Prince Fourth, guarded outside by his personal elite retinue. Very well. Li Hanzhou showed no hesitation in accepting feminine companionship, sipping wine while leisurely enjoying grapes peeled for him by a graceful attendant. Ming, however, was quite another matter. Ming, a boy of rustic simplicity and quiet reserve, had never encountered such opulence. His body stiffened entirely. 2 beauties flanking him left him utterly flustered. I hear you are the young master of Xinglua, one beauty asked with a playful smile. Indeed, Ming replied, rigidly fabricating the lie. Then your young master, what occupies your days? Pray tell us what princes of other realms do. Let us listen with delight, another murmured, leaning gently against Ming's shoulder. Ha! Each day, I chop firewood, Ming answered truthfully. Ha! The 2 women blinked in stunned silence. Chop firewood. Yes. Ming nodded solemnly. Even princes chop firewood. They could scarcely believe it. How arduous the life of a Xinglua prince must be. Then surely the rare delicacies served to your highness differ from those of the great Zhou. How many dishes grace your daily table? 4. While Ming exchanged comically mismatched banter with the 2 musicians, Li Hanzhou turned earnestly to Yun Qing. Your Highness, the person I seek is named Zhou Qianlin, a citizen of the Xinkei kingdom. A Xinkei subject. Yun Qing raised an eyebrow. Precisely. Li Hanzhou spoke calmly. He is a deep cover operative we planted within Xinkei, but recently for reasons unknown he fled to the Great Zhou only to vanish without trace. Yesterday I observed numerous Xinkei nationals being apprehended in the streets. Reports suggest such arrests have been frequent of late. I suspect my operative has been detained. I humbly request your highness's assistance in locating him. Rest assured, this minor matter shall be settled at once. Yun Cheng agreed instantly. Yang Hua. Your highness. Yun Cheng's personal guard entered immediately and knelt reverently. Investigate all Xinkei nationals recently detained in Wanshui City, determine whether any among them bear the name Zhou Qianlin. Yun Qing instructed firmly. If found, instruct the Wanshui prefect to release him immediately. Inform him this man is under my direct protection. At once. Yang Hua departed without delay. Grand Priestess, your operative will be located within half an hour, have no concern. Let us continue our revelry. To wine. Li Hanzhou mused inwardly how effortlessly things proceeded when aided by the right person. Lavishly entertained, and simultaneously assisted in his mission. Half an hour later Yang Hua returned, whispering briefly into Yun Qing's ear. Yun Qing's brow furrowed, then he waved Yang Hua away with a silent dismissal. Your Highness, what is amiss? Li Hanzhou noticed Yun Qing's troubled expression. I ordered an exhaustive search of all Xinkei nationals detained in Wanshui province over recent months, but none matched the name Zhou Qianlin. It appears he was not captured here. Might he have traveled elsewhere? Yun Qing asked. None. Li Hanzhou swiftly performed a divination, yet the result confirmed unequivocally Zhou Qianlin remained within Wanshui City. Yet if unapprehended, why could he not be found? Observing Li Hanzhou's own perplexity, Yun Qing smiled warmly. Grand Priestess Brother Chu, your journey to the Great Zhou has not been easy. Why not reside with me for now? I shall personally oversee the search for your man and notify you the moment news arrives. What say you? It would be most improper to impose upon your highness so greatly. Li Hanzhou feigned reluctance. Grand Priestess, you are far too humble. The Xinkei kingdom is our mutual foe, thus an enemy's enemy is indeed a friend. Moreover, I have long held you in the highest esteem. Please stay, future collaboration may well prove invaluable. Yun Qing urged eagerly. Well, since your highness extends such generous hospitality, very well. Li Hanzhou accepted with studied hesitation. Originally I brought the young master to the Great Zhou in search of the Fountain of Eternal Youth. Now that our path lacks direction, temporary residence seems prudent. The Fountain of Eternal Youth. The fountain at Tianxian Academy. Yun Qing asked curiously. So you two journeyed to the Great Zhou for the fountain, what a remarkable coincidence. Coincidence? What precisely does your highness mean? Li Hanzhou pressed urgently. Because shortly an auction will be held, offering exclusive access rights to the Fountain of Eternal Youth. Yun Qing smiled. Access rights? Is the fountain water itself not being sold directly? Li Hanzhou asked, surprised. No, it is not. Yun Qing explained. Though the fountain belongs to Tianxian Academy, it lies deep within a restricted sanctuary. Each auction sells only the privilege to enter that forbidden zone. The seeker who retrieves water proves worthy. Failure signifies lack of destined affinity. So that's how it is. Li Hanzhou did not expect there to be so many explanations within. However, if there was a chance to participate in the auction, he would definitely buy it. I wonder how many silver coins it would take to obtain the qualification to enter the Fountain of Youth. Li Hanzhou was quite curious about. I remember that last time the qualification to enter the Fountain of Youth was bought by a master from a clan for 3 million taels of so expensive. Li Hanzhou was taken aback. Just the qualification to enter it was sold for such a high price. That's normal. The Fountain of Youth is a divine object of heaven and earth, Yunqing explained to Li Hanzhou. It is said that this fountain was the first spring water to appear at the time of the world's creation, possessing the effect of prolonging life. A single sip can allow an ordinary person without cultivation to live for over 100 years free from illnesses and disasters. For cultivators, regular consumption of the Fountain of Youth can dramatically increase their cultivation speed, improve their physique, and even enhance their comprehension. That is why it is so precious. Does it really have so many effects? Li Hanzhou expressed his skepticism, feeling that the Tianqian Academy was merely marketing. What's the difference between this and that divine tea which helped the founding emperor of the Shinsu nation ascend? The only difference might be that the Fountain of Youth is truly effective. Has anyone tried it? Li Hanzhou asked. Can drinking a mouthful of the Fountain of Youth a day really accelerate one's cultivation speed? I don't know. Yunqing shook his head, because no one has ever done that. Why not? The Fountain of Youth is a divine spring, and it is located in the forbidden area of Tianqian Academy. That forbidden area is called the Tianqian Forbidden Zone. Entering it is a matter of life and death, and acquiring the Fountain of Youth is not easy. Before entering the Yinyang Forbidden Zone, one needs a spirit treasure called the Bilu Oping. Only with this spirit treasure can the Fountain of Youth be contained, otherwise if it is stored in any other container it will turn into ordinary spring water upon exiting, losing all its effects. Bilu Oping. Li Hanzhou felt that such a spirit treasure must not be in the books he had. It must be of a higher level. After all, the book he had for making spirit treasures was bought casually by the original owner, and the treasures it produced were all common items. Is the Bilu Oping for sale? This one is not for sale, but if you want to make a Bilu Oping you can ask the Spirit Treasure Master at Tianqian Academy to make one. It costs 500,000 taels of white silver to create a Bilu Oping. Those who bought the qualifications in previous years also asked the Spirit Treasure Masters at Tianqian Academy to make them, Yunqing said. Damn, that's a robbery. Li Hanzhou's eyes turned red upon hearing this. 50,000 taels of white silver just to make a broken bottle. Then I might as well make it myself, Li Hanzhou retorted. Can the Grand Priest make spirit treasures? At this moment Yunqing was surprised. Of course he can make them. Li Hanzhou nodded. He had indeed created quite a few good items. Really? Yunqing suddenly became a bit excited. I can, but I don't have the method to make the Bilu Oping, Li Hanzhou said, feeling troubled. Without the blueprint he couldn't make it. That's not a problem, Yunqing laughed heartily. The method of making it is available in the palace. I'll find a way to get it for you. However, I wonder if I can ask the Grand Priest to help me make a spirit treasure as well. What spirit treasure do you want to make? A water avoidance pearl. Yunqing quickly replied. If I have the method I can give it a try. Li Hanzhou agreed as well. He couldn't let someone work for free. Thank you, Grand Priest. I will get the materials as soon as possible. Yunqing was very excited. He needed the water avoidance pearl for a significant purpose. In 2 months it would be the birthday of the Emperor of the Great Zhou, and they as princes naturally needed to present the most sincere gifts. It was rumored that deep in the Beihai Sea there was a crown that had been lost hundreds of years ago, representing the former imperial power of the Great Zhou. If they could find this crown, the emperor would surely be greatly appreciative. The water avoidance pearl is a very high-level spirit treasure. Many spirit treasure masters lack the strength to make one. Moreover, the water avoidance pearls that are made can only withstand diving to 100 meters before succumbing to the water pressure. Therefore Yunqing needed a powerful spirit treasure master to create the water avoidance pearl. Li Hanzhou was so strong that in his view his abilities in making spirit treasures should also be considerable. Otherwise he wouldn't boast about being able to make a Bilu Oping. The meal was enjoyable for everyone except for Shiming. Shiming tried to pretend to be a prince of the Xinglua nation, but the questions from the two singers were so tricky that he had no idea how to answer. Having only recently started eating meat, how could he imagine what life was like for a prince in a country? He could only think that a prince would use a golden axe when chopping wood. He could eat 6 dishes at noon. That evening Li Hanzhou and Shiming were arranged to rest in Yunqing's guesthouse while the 4th prince hurried back to the imperial city to report. At midnight Shiming heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Curiously he walked over, and as soon as the door was opened a figure rushed in and covered Shiming's mouth before he could react. Mum. Shiming was startled, but then he suddenly realized that he recognized the person who covered his mouth. Be quiet, the visitor slowly lowered their hand. It was a young man. After releasing Ming, he approached the door, cautiously checking outside and carefully secured it. Senior brother, what are you doing here? Ming exclaimed in surprise. We've been looking for you for several days, but we couldn't find you. We thought you had been captured. I knew you were in the city from the very first day you arrived. Zhou Qianlin frowned as he looked at Ming. Wasn't my letter meant for the second junior brother? Why did he not come and instead you and the master uncle came? This is a long story, Ming quickly said. Let me take you to see the master uncle. Wait a moment, Zhou Qianlin said. What do I need to see him for? I'm surprised he's still alive. I summoned the second junior brother because I have important matters and a tremendous opportunity to discuss with him. I didn't expect it to be you who came instead. Well, it's all the same, come with me. Ah. Aren't we going to inform the master uncle? Ming hurriedly asked. We aren't telling him, Zhou Qianlin replied. What else does he do all day besides eating, drinking and gambling? With such a great opportunity, telling him would only slow us down. Just the two of us will do. And by the way, I don't know how you managed to sneak in here, but this is the guesthouse of the fourth prince. You're quite bold. Hurry up and come with me or he might figure it out and have you killed. Senior brother, listen to me, the master uncle. No more nonsense, let's go quickly. No, senior brother. Ming had no time to speak as he was taken out by Zhou Qianlin, who then seized the opportunity to scale the wall as they slipped away from prying eyes. This way. There were others waiting outside. Ming glanced and realized that the person assisting them was one of the guards of the fourth prince. No wonder the senior brother could easily enter the other pavilion, it was a coordinated effort. After crawling out through a small hole, two burly men awaited them outside. Is this your junior brother? The two burly men said in a low voice. Their presence was imposing, each possessing at least the cultivation of the 9th rank. That's right, he is my junior brother, Ming, Zhou Qianlin replied with a smile. Well then let's go, our boss is waiting. Alright, let's go. Zhou Qianlin said excitedly to Ming, junior brother, come, your senior brother will take you to seek opportunities. Ming looked bewildered, these two burly men did not seem like good people. At that moment a voice came, what opportunities are you seeking? You take your junior brother but not me. Zhou Qianlin, do you even regard me, your elder? The four turned around to find a Taoist standing there smiling at them. Master uncle. Ming exclaimed in surprise. He had just been worried about being taken away by his senior brother, fearing his master uncle would not be able to find him. And master uncle Zhou Qianlin could only grit his teeth and call out. Is this person your master uncle? The two burly men looked at Zhou Qianlin in surprise. One of them asked, your master uncle is here, why didn't you call him along? With such a good opportunity, shouldn't you bring more talented people? You don't understand, my master uncle is worthless and extremely skilled in gambling and debauchery, and he owes a lot of debts outside, Zhou Qianlin whispered to the two. Upon hearing this, the two men sized up Li Hanzhou and found it to be true. Li Hanzhou did not even possess any cultivation. Truly a waste. However, his clothes looked fairly new, not appearing particularly poor. Since he is Zhou Qianlin's master uncle, then let's go together. One of the burly men said, with such a good opportunity, of course we should bring our own people first. Then please come with us to meet our boss, I assure you won't be disappointed. The two burly men walked up to Li Hanzhou, grinning at him. Let's go then. Li Hanzhou glanced at the two. Hey. Zhou Qianlin sighed heavily and had no choice but to agree. Li Hanzhou and the others followed the two burly men through the alleys of Wanshui City, eventually arriving outside a rather desolate courtyard. The courtyard was not small, just a bit run down. Some noisy sounds came from inside. Is this the place of opportunity? Li Hanzhou asked in astonishment. You'll know once you enter. One of them knocked on the door in a pattern of 3 short knocks followed by 2 long ones. Soon a pair of small eyes peered out to examine them. Come in. A skinny little man opened the door to let Li Hanzhou and the others in. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Hanzhou sensed that dozens of people were present. Although the courtyard was not small, it felt a bit cramped with so many inhabitants. There were patrolling guards in the courtyard, each possessing some cultivation. Additionally, 2 8th rank experts were hiding inside drinking wine. Boss, we're back. They called out. Inside, a fat man was sitting there drinking tea. Upon hearing this, he stood up with a smile and said, You're back, how did it go, did you bring him? We brought 2 people, they said, pointing at Ming and Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou looked at the man before him, who appeared chubby and his smile seemed very insincere, a typical smiling tiger. Having wandered for years on Earth, Li Hanzhou had seen all kinds of people. Just by looking at his appearance he could tell he was not a good person. I am Zhang Xiaohu, the fat man said, politely clasping his fists. Goodness. He was so lazy to even pretend right. Li Hanzhou was curious about what this man was up to. So he politely replied, I am Li Hanzhou and this is my disciple Ming. We heard there were opportunities here, so we followed my master disciple here. May I ask, Brother Tiger, is there really an opportunity here? That is natural. Zhang Xiuhu quickly responded, your master disciple is already here, how could I possibly deceive you? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qianlin also proudly puffed out his chest and said smugly, Master Uncle, you're not young anymore. If you seize this opportunity today, you might turn your life around. Otherwise, well, it would really be hard to say for you. Li Hanzhou remained impassive and asked, I wonder what opportunity Brother Tiger is referring to. Bring it here, let this brother take a look. At that moment Zhang Xiuhu stretched out his hand and someone beside him immediately handed over a red ball-like object. Li Hanzhou looked at the item but he could not recognize what it was. This object was not large, spherical, resembling a walnut. This is called the red flame fruit, Zhang Xiuhu explained to Li Hanzhou. It contains a very powerful source of flame, a rare fruit, and can be considered a treasure unique to our great Zhou. Eating one will enhance your understanding of fire, and in the future you may even step into the immortal realm and become an unparalleled powerhouse. Goodness, what a tall tale. Li Hanzhou examined the object, his divine sense pierced into it but found that it lacked any aura of flame. It was merely an ordinary walnut, just with a slightly special color. The royal family of Great Zhou wants to sell this fruit, so they found me to gather righteous people from the folk to secretly sell this item. Zhang Xiuhu explained to Li Hanzhou. Ha! Hearing this, Li Hanzhou couldn't help but laugh. Does the royal family want to sell such a treasure and still need to do it secretly? Why hand it over to you? Can't the royal family sell it themselves? And why the secrecy? TCH, little brother, you don't understand. The Great Zhou royal family acts to support the folk, giving us common people the opportunity to earn money and prosper, so naturally this item must be sold secretly. Otherwise, if the noble families in the royal city found out, would this item even fall into our hands? Upon hearing this, Li Hanzhou had a rough idea of what they were trying to do. Am I supposed to pay a sum of money first to gain the right to sell this, and if I can recruit others to do this I could even receive a share of the profits? Li Hanzhou said calmly. As soon as he spoke, Zhang Xiuhu looked at Zhou Qianlin in surprise. He thought Zhou Qianlin had said this to Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou silently cursed Zhou Qianlin as a fool, wondering why he had not returned to the sect and had instead been tricked into a pyramid scheme. Li Hanzhou had never imagined, having already transmigrated to a foreign realm, he would still encounter a pyramid scheme. That foolish Zhou Qianlin actually attempted to lure Lu Dongyue here through such deceit. To pad the head count. And those earlier claims about tracing their master's whereabouts or uncovering treasures of the Changsheng sect were likely fabrications as well. Senior uncle, do you have funds? Zhou Qianlin eyed Li Hanzhou skeptically. To join the association and secure distribution rights for the crimson flame fruit, one must pay 200 taels of silver. He knew Li Hanzhou's financial standing better than anyone, abysmally destitute with gambling debts mounting outside the gate. Brother Zhou, Zhang Xiuhu interjected, glancing at him. Though our initiation fee is 200 taels, with diligence you'll earn 1,000,000 taels within a year. Yes, chief. Zhou Qianlin replied deferentially. I'm in, and so is Shi Ming. Li Hanzhou withdrew 400 taels from his spatial pouch and tossed them onto the table. Excellent. Excellent. Zhang Xiuhu exclaimed, elated. Truly a man of ambition. Rest assured, if you follow me faithfully, wealth beyond measure awaits. With rich as cultivation resources become abundant, your progress will soar like lightning across the heavens. And later I'll grant each of you a crimson flame fruit. Consumed, it may even elevate you to the celestial realms, perhaps as a sword immortal or spear sovereign. Zhang Xiaovu's promises swelled ever grander, so vast that Li Hanzhou felt sated merely listening. Enough. The fee is paid. Let's retire for the night. Li Hanzhou said to Shi Ming, who nodded and turned to leave, only for two burly men to block their path. Gentlemen, this is a secret opportunity backed by the imperial court. Its existence must remain undisclosed. For your own convenience and ours, you'll remain here tonight. Tomorrow instructors will arrive to guide you. Zhang Xiuhu spoke with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Then we shall stay, brother. Who might we trouble you for lodging? Of course. With a subtle nod, Zhang Xiuhu signaled his underlings to arrange accommodations. Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming were assigned to the same room as Zhou Qianlin, a Spartan chamber housing over a dozen men on a single communal pallet. Li Hanzhou casually drew forth a talisman, ignited it between his fingers, and released an aromatic smoke that instantly lulled everyone in the room into deep slumber. Ha! Zhou Qianlin stared in astonishment. Senior uncle, what did you just do? When had this useless senior uncle acquired such mastery? Li Hanzhou remained silent, raised a hand pointed remotely, then clenched his fist in midair. Tiles on the roof shattered violently, and a figure plummeted through the breach, landing hard before Li Hanzhou. It was one of the estate's 8th-rank experts. Xionggu. Zhou Qianlin recoiled in shock. You. The 8th-rank expert lifted his gaze, and met Li Hanzhou's eyes. That frigid, indifferent stare froze him utterly, as if his very blood had turned to ice. Paralyzed, he could not move. Li Hanzhou affixed a second talisman to Xionggu's forehead, the parchment flared golden and dissolved into his brow. Instantly Xionggu's expression went blank, his eyes hollow and lifeless. Leave. Li Hanzhou commanded, voice calm and uninflected. Xionggu rose silently and walked out. Senior uncle, what did you do to him? Shi Ming, long accustomed to Li Hanzhou's uncanny abilities, asked only with mild curiosity. Nothing consequential, I merely erased his memory of this night. He's returning to bed. Zhang Xiaohu sent him to surveil us. Zhou Qianlin gazed at his senior uncle, this man who no longer resembled the useless elder he remembered, and realized with quiet awe that he could no longer fathom him at all. Li Hanzhou dismissed Zhou Qianlin's bewilderment and pressed, your letter claimed news of senior brother and of the Changsheng sect's treasure. Are either true, or mere bait? Absolutely true. Under Li Hanzhou's unwavering gaze, Zhou Qianlin felt an involuntary tremor, not of defiance but of primal unease. This senior uncle was no longer the man he recalled. Where is senior brother? What is the treasure? Li Hanzhou demanded. I followed our master's trail to the Great Zhou realm and truly uncovered the treasures, traced the reincarnation disc lost centuries ago by our Changsheng sect. Zhou Qianlin spoke plainly. The reincarnation disc. Li Hanzhou's breath caught. A primordial spiritual artifact. Ranked third among its kind. Such a relic belonged to the Changsheng sect. Legend held it could restore the dead to life, reanimate corpses, reclaim lost souls, among the most formidable primordial artifacts known. Where is it? In the Tianxian Forbidden Lands. Zhou Qianlin whispered. I asked, where is senior brother? Our master is dead. Zhou Qianlin spoke with quiet sorrow. Li Hanzhou stiffened. Senior brother is dead. Shi Ming erupted, seizing Zhou Qianlin's arm, disbelief etched across his face. But Li Hanzhou hesitated, his divination arts should have revealed such a death. Yet neither death nor survival yielded any trace. How could this be? If senior brother had truly perished, his art of celestial divination would not have remained silent. Yet if he lived, why did the auguries yield nothing? Younger brother, cease shaking me. Though master died, he found the reincarnation disc moments before his end and used it to reincarnate. I've already located him. Shi Ming blinked. So master died, yet reincarnated via the disc. Yes. But his new incarnation presents complications. Zhou Qianlin sighed. My primary purpose here is to amass wealth, to redeem master. He explained to Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming. Redeem him. Is master imprisoned? Shi Ming asked. If so, fourth prince can intervene, secure his release. Shi Ming turned to Li Hanzhou, yet Li Hanzhou's expression had grown strangely taut. Fixing Zhou Qianlin with a piercing look, he asked Zhou Qianlin, did master reincarnate somewhere inappropriate? For instance, a brothel. Zhou Qianlin coughed awkwardly. Senior uncle. Master had no choice. The disc cast his soul adrift, but he had but 1 hour to inhabit a new body. Time nearly expired when he encountered a recently deceased courtesan, and thus. A heavy silence settled over the room. I want to redeem my master, but the madam of the brothel asked me for 50,000 taels that I simply cannot afford. Is your master doing well? Li Hanzhou didn't know how to ask and could only phrase it a bit more delicately. After all, the profession of a brothel girl is well known. He should be fine. Zhou Qianlin spoke without much confidence, then said, I told my master that I would rescue him soon, and he said he would uphold his principles and fight back. Where is that brothel? In the divine capital. How far is the divine capital from here? Li Hanzhou asked. If riding a horse, it would take about 2 days to reach. Zhou Qianlin quickly asked, is uncle going to rush over to rescue master? The fourth prince is currently in the divine capital. I will write to him to ask for his help in rescuing him. By the way, what name does your master go by now? Master is now called Xiao Hong. Zhou Qianlin blushed after saying this, it was too embarrassing. Li Hanzhou almost choked on his drink, realizing that his burly senior brother was actually called Xiao Hong. Forget it, save the person first. He stepped out and his figure vanished from the room. Zhou Qianlin was completely bewildered to see Li Hanzhou leave as if in a world of his own. Isn't my uncle just a good-for-nothing who lives off others? Why does it seem like his martial arts have become so powerful? Junior brother, how has uncle become so formidable? Zhou Qianlin couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. Shi Ming shook his head. Uncle is very strong now. Our Changsheng view is quite well known in the Divine K country. Li Hanzhou left the dilapidated courtyard, then found a place to write a letter asking for the swiftest delivery to the divine capital while he hurried to the divine capital himself. Before leaving, Li Hanzhou returned to the guest house where 2 personal guards of the fourth prince were left to attend to him. Li Hanzhou instructed them to surround the dilapidated courtyard and take them into custody first. In the divine capital of the Great Zhou. Today the Emperor of Great Zhou held a family banquet and over a dozen princes attended. Yun Chang was harshly praised by the Zhou Emperor at the banquet for his efforts in seeking rain. Father, this is merely what a son should do. Ultimately, if the rains fell over Wanshui City, it must be due to heaven's mercy on the people recognizing you as the emperor. What I did is insignificant. Yun Chang respectfully said to the Zhou Emperor. The Zhou Emperor nodded with a smile. The expressions of the other princes were all quite grim. Especially the sixth prince and the second prince. You all should learn more from your fourth brother. The Zhou Emperor glanced at the other princes. Yes, father, everyone quickly replied. Yunpa the Zhou Emperor then looked at his second son closest to him. Yunpa quickly stood up. He was over 40 years old with a face full of stubble and a fierce demeanor, looking particularly rugged. Your elder brother passed away early, now you are the eldest. I hope you can help your younger brothers with any issues they face in the future. The Zhou Emperor said blandly. I understand, father. Yunpa felt very displeased after hearing this. What does it mean to help them if they have any issues? Doesn't this suggest that he wants me to assist the future crown prince? Not to cause them trouble. Am I not being told that the position of crown prince has nothing to do with me? Who does father favor preparing to pass the throne to whom? Could it be the fourth brother? Praising the fourth brother so much here today is quite likely. The palace banquet finally concluded amid a facade of familial love and care. Everyone's hypocritical faces were laid bare in the court. When Yun Qing returned to his residence, a personal guard approached him respectfully and said, Your Highness, it is a letter from High Priest Yun Huang. Let me see. Yun Qing quickly took the letter. If it weren't for Li Hanzhou, how would father have praised me? Yun Chang was in a very good mood. Upon opening the letter and seeing its contents, he curiously asked, Is there a place called Tianqing Lu? The surrounding guards immediately replied, Fourth Prince, Tianqing Lu is a place of pleasure. There are not just one but 4 Tianqing Laos in the divine capital, each located in one of the 4 directions, and they are quite prosperous with many beautiful girls inside. It seems you several have been there quite a bit. Yun Chang looked at them. The guards quickly shook their heads. We just heard about it. Help me find someone, the fourth prince said. I don't know which Tianqing Lu, the person's name is Xiao Yinghong. If found, pay to redeem her. Yes. The guards hurriedly left to search for Xiao Yinghong. In the second prince's residence. Bang. Clatter. The sound of things being smashed echoed. The servants of the entire residence were so frightened that they did not dare to breathe. Even the second prince's consorts and concubines did not dare to enter. Why is it that I do not have the qualification to contend for the crown prince? Damn it. I have made great contributions on the battlefield and now I am asked to help those useless younger brothers. Yunpa was about to go mad with anger. What is the fourth brother to me? He is nothing, how dare he compete with me? When I get the chance I will kill you. At this moment a soldier walked by outside. Seeing the scene inside, he hesitated for a long time and did not dare to enter. Get in here. Yunpa shouted angrily. Yes, yes. The soldier quickly walked in. Second master, the soldier said hurriedly, there is unusual activity on the fourth prince's side. They are looking for someone and have gone to Tianqing Lu. Tianqing Lu. Yunpa frowned. Who are they looking for in Tianqing Lu? Looking for someone named Xiao Yinghong. The soldier cautiously said, it seems the fourth prince doesn't know that Tianqing Lu is your estate second master. They are in a hurry to find Xiao Yinghong. Xiao Yinghong. Yunpa couldn't help but ask, what kind of person is she? Reporting to you, second master, she was formerly a singer. Later the madam sent her to entertain guests, but she refused and even attempted to hang herself. However, she was saved. Recently the madam, fearing she might die again, has not let her entertain guests. But recently I don't know what happened, her singing and playing have become very unpleasant and she has been complained about by guests several times, so the madam in anger locked her in the basement. The soldier quickly relayed this to Yunpa. Oh. Yunpa said in surprise, Yun Chang is actually looking for the Xiao Yinghong. Could it be that they have something going on? Humph, have someone bring that Xiao Yinghong to my residence. I want to see what secrets they are hiding. Yes. Perhaps from this Xiao Yinghong's mouth I can pry out some secrets of the fourth brother, Yunpa thought. In the basement of Tianqing Lu. It is very damp here with rats running around and even cockroaches. In the corner sits a woman in red, appearing to be in her 20s with exquisite features. It would not be an exaggeration to say she is stunningly beautiful. Her figure is graceful, ample where it should be and curvy where it should be. Sighed the young woman, lightly sighed, releasing an endless sorrow. Li Chanshou never expected that he would find himself in such a dire situation today. Qianlin, when will you come to rescue me? Li Chanshou thought helplessly. It was one thing to be reincarnated into the body of a courtesan, but being locked up here for 2 days without food due to his inability to sing or play an instrument was unbearable. Could it be that I will starve to death like this? In my past life I had transcended realms, but all my cultivation dissipated after reincarnation. With no internal strength left, I have fallen into a brothel, and I have lost count of how many times I have been harassed by men recently. If it weren't for my desperate resistance, I would have already been taken by them. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. I had tried to escape twice, but each time I was caught and beaten by the guards of the Tianqing brothel. After 2 beatings I truly did not dare to run again. Fortunately I had once encountered my disciple Zhou Qianlin by the roadside. I hurriedly called him over, hoping he could redeem me. However, Zhou Qianlin was too poor and managed to scrape together only 20 taels of silver in desperation. The madam refused to let me go. Then Zhou Qianlin promised to earn more money and asked me to wait for him to redeem me. But Li Chanshou felt it might take a long time. Just then the door to the basement opened and 2 guards from the Tianqing brothel descended. "You lucky whore," one of the fierce guards exclaimed. "Get up, tidy yourself up and come with me." "What for?" Li Chanshou asked, feeling a bit on edge. "What for?" The other guard coldly snorted. "Today His Highness the Second Prince wants to invite you over. You are quite fortunate, you might just ascend to greatness. Hurry up and get ready, don't keep the Second Prince waiting." Second Prince. Li Chanshou was a bit dazed. How did I get involved with the Second Prince again? Stop talking nonsense, get up now. The 2 guards helped Li Chanshou leave the basement. Li Chanshou felt this was an opportunity, perhaps he could escape. So he bathed and changed clothes under the attendance of 2 maidservants. "Sakura, do you want to see a doctor? Why do you always have a nosebleed every time you bathe?" The 2 maidservants asked hurriedly upon seeing Li Chanshou's nosebleed. "It's nothing really. No need to find a doctor," Li Chanshou quickly replied. Every time he bathed and saw the beautiful body of the young courtesan, this old virgin couldn't help but bleed from his nose. Her figure is simply stunning. After going back, I should let my junior brother take a look. That kid is also a virgin, wouldn't he bleed from his nose too upon seeing this figure? Li Chanshou chuckled to himself. The 2 maidservants found his reaction a bit strange but said nothing. Before long Li Chanshou was taken downstairs, and upon seeing the dozens of guards before him his heart sank. So many people. No way. It seems escaping from so many people would be somewhat difficult. Moreover, among this group of guards there were experts present. One old man clearly possessed transcendent cultivation. "What now?" "Miss Sakura, please get into the sedan chair," someone approached and said politely. "Oh, all right." Li Chanshou had no choice but to get into the sedan chair. The ride was quite smooth. Before he could think of a way to escape, they had already arrived. Li Chanshou was directly brought to the residence of the Second Prince. "Second Master, the person has arrived." The personal guard of Yunpa brought Li Chanshou before him and then exited. Yunpa turned to look at Li Chanshou and his eyes lit up. I had no idea such a beautiful girl was in my Tianqing brothel. Yunpa was somewhat shocked. The Tianqing brothel was his property, and to have such a stunning woman in his midst without having heard any rumors was astonishing. What are the people below doing? "I greet His Highness the Second Prince." Li Chanshou had no choice but to bow slightly. "What is your relationship with Yun Qing?" Yunpa walked up, sizing up Li Chanshou. "Yun Qing." Li Chanshou blinked. Who was that? Was he one of my clients? I have no recollection. I don't know him, Li Chanshou replied honestly. Ha! Yunpa sneered. You don't know him. I understand now, you are protecting him, aren't you? Li Chanshou was at a loss for words. I've already said I don't know him. I see. Yunpa's eyes suddenly brightened. You see nothing, Li Chanshou thought to himself, watching Yunpa's exaggerated expressions. You must have met somewhere before and the 4th prince fell for you. You two are in love, but the 4th prince didn't know your identity before. Recently he investigated you and learned your true identity, so he came to the Tianqing brothel to redeem you. Am I right? Yunpa stared intently at Li Chanshou's face. Li Chanshou looked at Yunpa's face so close and could smell his bad breath, feeling quite speechless. Why don't you go write a novel? But listening to Yunpa, Li Chanshou gathered quite a bit of information. The 4th prince. So that means he is the 4th prince. And this person in front of me is the 2nd prince, the 4th prince's older brother. Then if I say I am the 4th prince's woman is the 4th prince's older brother, he would surely treat me with courtesy, providing me with good food and drink, and wouldn't that give me a chance to escape? And I would be safe for the time being. With this thought, Li Chanshou felt this was a very good opportunity. Indeed. Since you have figured it out, I have nothing to hide. It is indeed as you said, you are truly impressive. Li Chanshou sighed lightly. Ha 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 ha. I said why the 4th prince has been searching for you everywhere. It seems things are indeed as I said. 4th prince, you are in love with a courtesan. If this reaches the emperor's ears, I wonder what he will say. Ha 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 ha. Yunpa couldn't help but laugh heartily, his expression fierce today. The emperor praised Yun Qing in front of everyone, making Yunpa very unhappy. He even thought the emperor might declare Yun Qing as the crown prince. Naturally, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. However, having caught Yun Qing's weakness today, he felt much better. You are indeed the fourth prince's woman. Yun Po's eyes turned bloodshot as he approached Li Qianshou. I am so what? Li Qianshou noticed something was off with Yun Po's gaze. Poof. Yun Po turned and took a whip from the wall, holding it in his hand while sneering. In the next moment, Yun Po walked towards Li Qianshou while loosening his belt. The fourth prince upset me today, so I will let his woman have a good time with me. Is that okay? Yun Po smiled wickedly. Damn it! In seeing Yun Po's sudden advance, Li Qianshou nearly wet himself in shock. And this reckless brute actually dared to confront him heathen. Ni's unshaven rugged face made Li Qianshou recoil in disgust, so he hastily cried, Wait. Wait for what? In taking you now, let fourth prince know just how formidable his second brother truly is. Yun Po pressed forward without hesitation. Yun Po seized Li Qianshou's arms. Though Li Qianshou thrashed wildly, his current body, delicate, feminine, utterly ordinary, stood no chance against Yun Po's brute strength. And Yun Po was a cultivated martial artist. And I'm a man. I've never met fourth prince. I swear it's true. Li Qianshou screamed with desperate, ragged breaths. A man. Ha, my little beauty, even if you are male tonight you're mine. Yun Po burst into laughter and lunged, pinning Li Qianshou beneath him before pressing his lips to the slender column of his throat. Sick bastard. Li Qianshou realized with chilling clarity that second Prince Yun Po was nothing short of depraved. And you belong to me tonight, that's final. Yun Po roared with laughter and yanked hard. Fabric tore. One shoulder, then half a breast bared beneath the moonlight. And Li Qianshou's eyes welled with tears. Help and shout all you like, you'll scream until your voice shatters and still no one will come. This is my imperial residence. Even if fourth prince learns of it, he cannot breach these gates. Yun Po grinned savagely. Struggle all you want, the more you fight the more I burn. Fourth prince, you think yourself untouchable. Tonight I'll claim your woman and leave you utterly powerless. Hope drained from Li Qianshou like blood from a wound. And he would lose his virtue this very night. And so be it. All is fate, and he closed his eyes, refusing to see Yun Po's coarse grizzled face, and resigned himself as one might to being trampled by a swine. Then, boom. The chamber door exploded inward. And the sheer force sent Yun Po reeling, his courage faltering mid-lunge. A gale erupted, wild, violent, lifting Li Qianshou off the floor as though borne on a cyclone's breath. And who dares? Yun Po recoiled in disbelief. Someone had breached the imperial residence. Assassin, and the thunderous blast drew every guard in the residence sprinting toward the scene, weapons drawn, armor clanking, until the courtyard bristled with steel and vigilance. Beyond the shattered doorway, beside the ornamental pond and jagged rockery, stood Li Hanzhou, half his face veiled in black cloth, cradling a stunned Li Qianshou in his arms. His gaze swept the encircling guards, cold, unblinking, before locking onto Yun Po. Daredevil intruder, how dare you violate the imperial residence? Your crime merits death. Yun Po thundered, but an eerie stillness hung over the courtyard, thick with unspoken tension. One of his personal guards stepped forward, hesitating. My lord, perhaps you might first pull up your trousers. Yun Po glanced down, startled to find himself barelegged, having fled in such haste he'd forgotten to dress. No wonder he felt the chill. Yet shame did not touch him. Among hardened men, modesty was a luxury he'd long discarded. Junior brother, it's you. Yun Po retreated to don his garments. Meanwhile, Li Qianshou stared disbelieving. His rescuer was Li Hanzhou. Though masked, Li Qianshou knew him instantly, his own junior brother, his senior disciple. The same inept junior brother, yet something about him now felt utterly transformed, as though the man before him were carved from different stone entirely. Senior brother, and Li Hanzhou looked down and froze. Before him, exposed and trembling, lay pale, unblemished skin, so startlingly full that his breath caught his nostrils, flaring at the near overflowing sight. Her figure defied reason, supple, flawless, intoxicatingly tactile. And her skin, silken, radiant, and damn it, what am I thinking? She's my senior brother. Li Hanzhou studied Li Qianshou's disheveled state, torn robes, flushed cheeks, hair wild, as though she'd just been ravaged. His voice dropped low and urgent. Senior brother, he didn't enter you, did he? Thank the heavens you arrived in time, otherwise, he would have. Li Qianshou's voice broke, tears spilled freely. Who could fathom such utter helplessness? Recalling the horror, he dissolved into quiet sobs, leaning into Li Hanzhou's shoulder, drawing fragile comfort from its steady warmth. You dare steal what's mine? And emerging fully dressed, Yun Po saw Li Qianshou nestled against Li Hanzhou's frame, intimate, trusting, and fury ignited in his veins. Seize them, now. Kill, and dozens of armored soldiers surged forward, halberds gleaming, only for Li Hanzhou to flick his wrist. A razor-edged gust of wind cleaved the air. Scores of soldiers flew backward as though struck by an invisible mallet, while the same wind blade sheared through their iron halberds like brittle twigs. You court death, and enraged Yun Po unsheathed his sword and charged, when suddenly a celestial swordlight descended from the heavens. It pierced the sky with a shriek of annihilation, filling Yunpa with icy dread, the premonition of imminent oblivion. Crack! And the swordlight split the entire imperial residence cleanly in two. And stunned silence fell upon the courtyard. Then as abruptly as they'd appeared, Li Hanzhou and Li Qianqiu vanished. Yunpa stood frozen, staring at the sundered ruins, every lingering trace of that swordlight humming with lethal authority, each filament capable of erasing him without effort. He was a transcendent realm cultivator, yet this power bore the unmistakable resonance of the Tao itself. And a sword immortal. The thought struck him like lightning, sending shockwaves through his soul. He'd merely wished to bet a woman, Nan somehow awakened a sword immortal. And such a being existed beyond mortal reckoning, effortlessly capable of ending him with a glance. Moments later, Li Hanzhou set Li Qianqiu down upon a desolate wasteland on the outskirts of Chengdu. "Junior brother, what was that just now?" Li Qianqiu's voice trembled, not with fear but awe. He'd witnessed Li Hanzhou's terrifying godlike mastery firsthand. And that technique, great celestial manifestation art. And how did Li Hanzhou command such a supreme cultivation art? "And thank you," Li Hanzhou murmured, not to Li Qianqiu but to the heavens above. At that moment Sun Yanni descended from the clouds, graceful as falling snow, alighting before Li Hanzhou. "No thanks are necessary," she said coolly. "Those guards in the prince's residence couldn't have held you, not even for a heartbeat. I merely lent a hand." Her gaze drifted to Li Qianqiu, still nestled in Li Hanzhou's arms, and a faint knowing smile touched her lips. "I hadn't imagined you a Taoist adept so inclined to romance. To defy a prince for a woman in the great Zhou. Romance?" And Li Hanzhou blinked, then glanced at Li Qianqiu beside him. "Ah, you misunderstand. Actually, and no need to explain." Sun Yanni shook her head. "I hold no interest in others' affairs of the heart. I owe you a debt, name your request. What shall I do for you?" "Very well." And Li Hanzhou exhaled softly, then stepped forward, leaning close to whisper into Sun Yanni's ear. Sun Yanni arched a delicate brow. "That's all." "Thank you, fairy," Li Hanzhou said politely. "Understood." As Sun Yanni finished speaking, she turned and left. Once Sun Yanni had walked far away, Li Qianqiu leaned in curiously and asked, "Junior brother, who was that beautiful woman just now?" "That was Sun Yanni from the Jueqing Valley," Li Hanzhou replied. "Sun Yanni." Li Qianqiu's expression changed. "The bamboo sword fairy. You actually know the bamboo sword fairy? And she just mentioned that she owes you a favor." Li Qianqiu could hardly believe it. "I helped her a little before." Li Hanzhou glanced at Li Qianqiu, then took out a cloak from his storage bag and draped it over Li Qianqiu's shoulders, saying, "Fortunately I sensed something was off and used my likeness skill to run all day rushing from Wanshui City to save you in the divine capital otherwise tonight. Hey junior brother, although I don't know what happened to you, thank you for saving me tonight. As your senior brother I can't repay you with anything, but in the future I can let you have a look at my body to satisfy your cravings or something." Li Qianqiu chuckled. Li Hanzhou almost choked, cursing, "Senior brother, you're a pervert. What's wrong? I think I look pretty good myself." Li Qianqiu even reached out to pinch his own chest, saying, "See, it's quite soft." "Forget it, let's head back first, the disciples are still waiting." Li Hanzhou was too lazy to respond to him. Li Hanzhou bought a horse cart and headed towards Wanshui City. The divine capital was very chaotic tonight. A sword fairy had arrived in the divine capital. The imperial city was under martial law. Li Hanzhou found Yunqing, who arranged a place for him to stay, and then instructed Yunqing to send people to fetch Ming and Zhou Qianlin from Wanshui City to the divine capital. Yunqing was also curious about what had happened tonight. Li Hanzhou only briefly mentioned it and did not speak of the bamboo sword fairy. His second brother trying to get revenge on me? Upon hearing about Yunpa, Yunqing's expression darkened immediately. Hearing that he was looking for Xiaolinghong, he was taken away directly, and then they wanted to disgrace him, which made Yunqing very unhappy. "I neglected it before, only to realize that the brothel that day was second brother's property," Yunqing said. "So the news leaked, causing trouble for you, high priest." "No worries." Li Hanzhou asked curiously, "Your second brother is quite wealthy, right?" "Second brother is indeed the wealthiest among us princes." Yunqing nodded. "Behind second brother are several major clans supporting the Great Zhou, plus he owns many properties, so his financial resources are quite formidable." "Oh." Li Hanzhou pondered. "Before my father arranged for me to raise military funds, yet these clans would rather give money to second brother than donate, and until now I haven't collected much at all." Yunqing shook his head helplessly, feeling that the task assigned by the Zhou Emperor was truly too difficult. At this moment Li Hanzhou thought of the upcoming auction where he needed to bid for the qualification to enter the Forbidden Land. Not only for the Fountain of Youth. Furthermore, according to Li Qianqiu, the rebirth disc was still lost within the Forbidden Land. That item belonged to the Changxing Temple and he had to retrieve it. On the way back, Li Hanzhou curiously asked Li Qianqiu how he entered the Tianxian Forbidden Land. As it turned out, Li Qianqiu said he had no idea it was the Tianxian Forbidden Land. He had accidentally discovered an ancient teleportation array and was inexplicably sent inside, but after he was teleported in, that teleportation array was also destroyed. This made Li Hanzhou somewhat suspect that someone had arranged everything in secret. That teleportation array was completely set up, targeting Li Qianqiu using the rebirth disc as bait to lure him in. Not just speculation. After Li Hanzhou deduced some more, he indeed found traces of someone manipulating things behind the scenes. But who exactly it was, Li Hanzhou could not figure out. Logically speaking, the Changsheng Temple had not offended anyone. Why would someone target the Changsheng Temple? As for the qualification to enter the Forbidden Land, Li Hanzhou initially thought his money should be sufficient, but he suddenly realized all his money was in silver notes, which were usable in the divine capital but not in the Great Zhou. The silver on him only amounted to a few thousand taels, hardly enough. Yunqing could not possibly produce that much money, so Li Hanzhou was considering whether to borrow some from the second prince. What is the high priest thinking? Yunqing could not help but ask. Nothing much. Let's wait until the people from Wanshui City arrive before discussing it further. Li Hanzhou already had an idea in his heart. The next morning, Li Hanzhou came to find Li Qianqiu and reminded him of some things, instructing him not to leak their identities. Junior brother, how did you learn the great celestial technique? Li Qianqiu still did not understand why the national treasure of Xinglua Kingdom was learned by Li Hanzhou. I don't know how to explain it to you, just consider it as something I picked up. Li Hanzhou also did not know how to explain. Li Qianqiu shrugged, indicating it was fine, and he was too lazy to pursue the matter further. Are you planning to stay like this forever? Li Hanzhou looked at Li Qianqiu's graceful figure, which was indeed quite alluring. Is there any way to change you back? What can be done? Li Qianqiu sat down and said, although the rebirth disc is a congenital spiritual treasure, each person can only be reborn once in their lifetime. I doubt I can be reborn again. Unless one can find the yin-yang fish. It is said that when the world was born with congenital spiritual treasures, 3 yin-yang fish were born capable of reversing yin and yang, resurrecting the dead and transforming the two genders. If I had a yin-yang fish, I could definitely turn back into a man. Li Qianqiu said seriously. Li Hanzhou also recalled 700 years ago the Buddhist sect of the South Sea transformed an unparalleled relic that had been corrupted by demonic energy using a yin-yang fish. That unparalleled relic is still enshrined in the South Sea Tianlong Temple. 400 years ago, a farmer found a black and white fish in the mountains, went home and cooked it into a fish soup, which unexpectedly made his dying old father rejuvenate into a young man and even married him a stepmother. As of now, only one yin-yang fish remains in the world, but no one knows where it is. We can only wait for fate. Li Qianqiu sighed lightly. Junior brother, master asked me to take good care of you before he left. If in this life you remain single, your senior brother can accompany you until old age. Get lost. Li Hanzhou felt a chill. At that moment, a guard walked in and respectfully said, High Priest, the fourth prince requests your presence. I understand. Li Hanzhou went to find Yunqing. Yunqing, upon seeing Li Hanzhou's arrival, excitedly said, High Priest, I have obtained the manufacturing methods for the water avoidance pearl in the Bai Luo bottle. Take a look. After saying that, he handed over 2 sheets of paper. Li Hanzhou looked and Yunqing continued, I've already prepared the prototypes for the spiritual treasures. You don't need to worry about that, High Priest. Good, once the young master and the others arrive, I will start helping you with it, Li Hanzhou agreed. Observing the manufacturing steps, although the runes seemed significantly more numerous and complex than before, Li Hanzhou felt it was merely a matter of added inconvenience. He did not find this task particularly difficult. Thank you, High Priest. Yunqing hurriedly expressed his gratitude. 2 days later, Shi Ming and Zhou Qianlin arrived in the divine capital from Wanshui City. You are my master. Shi Ming looked at the beautiful girl in the alley before him, utterly incredulous. Master, you haven't been. You know, have you? Shut up, don't say such nonsense. Facing his disciple, Li Qianqiu still maintained a bit of authority, however not too much. Especially in his current state, he felt more like a neighborly big sister. They met and Li Hanzhou went off to find Yunqing. Your Highness, I have some questions for the Zhang Xiaowu we captured earlier, Li Hanzhou said. All right. Yunqing had previously instructed someone to bring them to the divine capital, intending to imprison him, but he had not yet had the chance to do so. Li Hanzhou wanted to see Zhang Xiaowu first. On his way to the dungeon to meet Zhang Xiaowu, Li Hanzhou saw a soldier from the prince's mansion getting beaten with not a single piece of good flesh left on him. Li Hanzhou couldn't help but sigh, realizing that Yunqing was indeed a ruthless character. He recognized that person as the guard who had been colluding with the pyramid scheme and felt he deserved it. High Priest, the person is inside. Leading Li Hanzhou to the dungeon, Yunqing was also curious about what Li Hanzhou wanted with this individual. When Li Hanzhou saw Zhang Xiaowu, he was already on the verge of death, lying in a corner, barely hanging on. His already plump body was now gasping for breath. It's you, Zhang Xiaowu said, somewhat incredulous upon seeing Li Hanzhou. It is I. Li Hanzhou stepped forward and said, I have some questions for you. If you cooperate, I can plead for your life, but if you resist, I can only let the fourth prince treat you well. I will tell you everything. Zhang Xiuhu, seeing a glimmer of hope, hurriedly crawled to Li Hanzhou's feet, pleading, "Brother, oh no, starting today you are my adoptive father. Adoptive father, please don't let them beat me anymore, I will say anything you want." Seeing Zhang Ziya's state, Li Hanzhou knew the boy had truly been beaten severely. "Let me ask you, where did you get that Qian fruit?" Li Hanzhou inquired. "Adoptive father, to be honest, that's not a Qian fruit at all, it's a kind of walnut from my hometown that I dyed with a special dye and it won't fade. I used it to deceive people." Zhang Xiuhu sobbed as he confessed everything. What a rogue merchant! Yun Qing snorted coldly beside him. "High priest, killing someone like him 100 times wouldn't be excessive." "Your Highness, this person is useful," Li Hanzhou said. "Aren't you looking to gather military funds? I also want to auction off the qualification to enter the Tianxian Forbidden Land. Why don't we join forces to make some profits?" "Ah." Yun Chang was taken aback. "How do we earn?" "Just leave it to me," Li Hanzhou replied. Li Hanzhou whispered the plan in Yun Xing's ear, and the more Yun Xing listened, the more incredulous he became, even feeling a bit of fear by the end. He looked at Li Hanzhou before him and thought, this person is truly dangerous. "Your Highness, this person is useful, let him go for now," Li Hanzhou suggested. "Whom?" Yun Cheng nodded. Upon hearing that he would be released, Zhang Xiuhu was so excited that he quickly bowed his head in gratitude. "After you go out, help me with some tasks. If you do well, I will reward you, if not, I will bring you back and ensure you are beaten 10 times worse than before," Li Hanzhou said calmly. Yes, I will do my best, whatever you command, adoptive father, just say it," Zhang Xiuhu said, awkwardly looking at Li Hanzhou. "Just call me sir." "Yes, adoptive sir." Zhang Xiuhu quickly corrected himself. After they exited, Yun Qing began to arrange matters while Li Hanzhou started studying the spirit treasure manufacturing diagram Yun Qing had brought back. A few days later. In the imperial study. "Your Majesty, the High Priest of Xinglua Kingdom is here with the young master," a eunuch accompanying the Zhou Emperor reported. "Whom?" The Zhou Emperor, reading official documents, was somewhat puzzled upon hearing this. Xinglua Kingdom? Why would they suddenly come here? The Zhou Emperor was not averse to the people of Xinglua Kingdom, especially since their enemy was the Divine Abyss, which was also the enemy of Dezhou. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Although Xinglua Kingdom was no longer flourishing, a dying camel is bigger than a horse. The foundation of Xinglua Kingdom still held some weight. "Prepare a banquet." Yes. Since the people from Xinglua Kingdom had arrived, it would be inappropriate not to treat them to a meal. Furthermore, the Zhou Emperor also notified the second prince, fourth prince and sixth prince, along with some less favored princes, to join the feast. In the Great Hall, many princes had arrived, seated on both sides. Yun Cheng sat calmly there. The second prince, Yunpa, stared at Yun Cheng with a fierce look in his eyes. On that day, a sword immortal came to rescue Li Qianshou, and Yunpa was worried that the sword immortal had some connection with the fourth prince, so he had been quiet for these few days. The young master of Xinglua Kingdom has arrived. At this moment, Li Hanzhou entered with Shi Ming. "We pay our respects to the Emperor of Dezhou." Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming bowed to the Zhou Emperor. "No need for formalities," the Zhou Emperor said, looking at Shi Ming before asking, "Is this the young master of Xinglua Kingdom?" "My name is Chu Xinghe." Shi Ming had been posing for several days and was starting to get used to it. "Please take a seat," the Zhou Emperor said with a smile. "Your Majesty, we have come from Yunhuang and brought you some humble gifts. I hope you won't find them lacking," Li Hanzhou said, clapping his hands, and immediately someone outside brought in some items. When the boxes were opened, they contained various jewelry and porcelain items. They did not seem particularly special. The Zhou Emperor nodded. "You have gone to great lengths." However, when the last box was opened, the contents drew the attention of everyone present. Inside was a box containing 10 exquisitely crafted fruits. The box used to hold the fruits was also very delicate. The Zhou Emperor had never seen such a thing before and couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Li Hanzhou gave Shi Ming a glance and then said, "Your Majesty, this is a unique treasure from our Xinglua Kingdom known as the Qian fruit. It is extremely precious, and consuming it can help one comprehend the path of flames. With luck, one may even step into the immortal realm." So miraculous! All the princes present were astonished at this statement and gazed at the Qian fruit. A treasure that could lead one to the immortal realm. The Zhou Emperor's eyes lit up. Could it truly be so miraculous? Originally, this item was a treasure of the Xinglua Kingdom. The great master of the Xinglua Kingdom once consumed the crimson flame fruit for a long time before stepping into the immortal domain. However, now that our Xinglua Kingdom has been destroyed by the Divine Abyss, we can only sell this treasure to other countries to sustain our livelihood in Yunhuang. Li Hanzhou sighed helplessly and said, "I could have brought more for His Majesty, but who would have thought that not long ago someone would steal all the crimson flame fruits from Yunhuang, leaving only a few for me to bring to His Majesty." "Stolen?" the Emperor of Zhou asked in surprise. "Who did it?" "It must be the people from the Divine Abyss." Li Hanzhou said indignantly, "They stole our Xinglua Kingdom's treasure just to take revenge for our earlier actions against their ninth. I came to Dezhou today to seek an alliance with Dezhou to jointly oppose the Divine Abyss." Li Hanzhou continued. Although our Xinglua kingdom is destroyed, we still have significant foundations. I heard that Dezhou dispatched troops to attack Lingyan city, inflicting heavy losses there, so we came to propose an alliance to resist the Divine Abyss together. Our Xinglua kingdom has been longtime rivals with the Divine Abyss. We understand many of their affairs and can provide assistance to Dezhou. Li Hanzhou clasped his fists and said good. The Emperor of Zhou smiled and said that sounds excellent. If we can join forces against the Divine Abyss, then they have nothing to fear. Exactly. Li Hanzhou smiled and said, if there is hope to retrieve the Crimson Flame fruits in the future, our Xinglua will be willing to share the fruits with Dezhou equally. Let's drink. The Emperor of Zhou raised his cup to toast. Li Hanzhou and Shiming also raised their cups in response. After a banquet, the Emperor invited Li Hanzhou and Shiming to stay in the palace for a few days, and they naturally agreed. 2 days later, a merchant suddenly appeared in the capital dressed in the attire of the Beijue kingdom. Merchants from Beijue are quite rare, as Beijue is very far from Dezhou. Although they are both in Dongyan Prefecture, there are 2 smaller countries in between, so it is rare to see Beijue merchants here. However, after this merchant arrived in the capital, he spread the word that he was looking to buy Crimson Flame fruits, offering a high price of 50 taels each. Such a high price attracted the attention of many, but they did not even know what the Crimson Flame fruit was. Gradually, the news also reached the ears of the second prince, Yunpa. Buying Crimson Flame fruits. Yunpa was somewhat surprised. He had heard of the Crimson Flame fruit, as the high priest of the Xinglua kingdom had brought 10 of them as offerings to the Emperor of Zhou a few days ago. He had seen them too. But wasn't that item a treasure of the Xinglua kingdom? It had been stolen by the people of the Divine Abyss. How could one possibly find it in Dezhou? At night, Yunpa came out of the Tianqing building. Recently, he had also been very troubled by the Emperor's indifferent attitude towards him, especially regarding the request to help his younger brother, which made Yunpa quite upset. He decided to come to Tianqing building to vent. Get the sedan chair. Yunpa got onto the sedan chair, preparing to return home. Just as they turned a corner, there was a loud bang as the sedan bearers bumped into someone. Are you blind while walking? The sedan bearer cursed. Is it you who are blind? You knocked my goods over. How dare you? Do you know whose sedan this is? Hearing the commotion outside, Yunpa frowned and lifted the curtain to see what was happening. To his surprise, a young man was squatting on the ground picking up items. However, when Yunpa saw what was on the ground, he couldn't help but be astonished. Wasn't that the Crimson Flame fruit? Bring it to me. Yunpa commanded. The nearby guards immediately rushed forward and captured Zhou Qianlin. What are you doing grabbing me? Zhou Qianlin exclaimed in panic. Where did you get this item? Yunpa asked, taking a Crimson Flame fruit and discovering that it was indeed identical to the one he had seen before. I was sent by my master to the city to sell this, Zhou Qianlin replied. You better let me go. If you offend my master, you won't have good results. Ha! Yunpa sneered. Do you know who I am? Zhou Qianlin retorted. I don't care who you are. My master is a sword immortal. Sword immortal. Upon hearing this, Yunpa was greatly shocked. He thought of the mysterious sword immortal who had rescued someone from his residence not long ago. Could it be that this person's master was the same one? It seemed highly likely. After all, how could so many sword immortals suddenly appear? What is your master's name? Yunpa asked. Is my master's name something you can inquire about? Zhou Qianlin snorted coldly. Let me go. My master sent me to sell the Crimson Flame fruits. If I fail to complete my master's task, I will be punished. How much are you selling this Crimson Flame fruit for? Yunpa asked. 30 taels each, Zhou Qianlin replied. 30 taels. Upon hearing this, Yunpa's eyes lit up. If he could buy them for 30 taels each and the merchant from Beijue was buying them for 50 taels each, wouldn't he make a profit of 20 taels just by reselling them? How many do you have? 300. What's the matter? I'll take them all. You want all of them? Zhou Qianlin exclaimed in surprise. That would be 9,000 taels. I want them all. Yunpa took out a banknote for 9,000 taels and handed it to Zhou Qianlin. Zhou Qianlin counted the banknotes and nodded, saying, all right, these Crimson Flame fruits are yours now. I can report back to my master. Wait, do you have more of these Crimson Flame fruits? Yes, I have many more, Zhou Qianlin replied. My master brought in a lot. Upon hearing this, Yunpa felt that this made sense. After all, the Xinglua kingdom was a place with many experts. Only a powerful being from the immortal domain could steal treasures from the Xinglua kingdom. It seemed that this was indeed the work of the person behind Zhou Qianlin. Also bring the fruits to my imperial palace, I will receive them. Yunpa felt this was a lucrative opportunity. All right, Zhou Qianlin turned to leave. After Zhou Qianlin left, a guard approached and whispered, second young master, should we follow him? No. Yunpa replied his master might be watching from somewhere. Offending a sword immortal is a cost we cannot afford. If we buy his goods it might instead help us befriend this sword immortal. If I can have the support of a sword immortal the position of crown prince will undoubtedly be mine. Moreover tomorrow go find that merchant from Beijue and sell the crimson flame fruits to him. Keep an eye on that Beijue merchant and do not let him come into contact with this person from tonight. Hearing Yunpa's words the guard immediately understood what Yunpa intended to do. The next morning the merchant from Beijue was called to the imperial palace. The plump Beijue merchant was actually Zhang Xiaohua in disguise. Without beating around the bush Zhang Xiaohua directly bought all 300 crimson flame fruits at the price of 50 taels each. Thank you your highness for helping me acquire the crimson flame fruits. However the quantity is a bit small. It was not easy for me to travel all the way from Beijue and I only managed to acquire this little which is not very profitable. Zhang Xiaohua sighed lightly and said if your highness can acquire more I will buy them for 70 taels each. Hearing this Yunpa's eyes brightened. 70 taels. Alright then we shall cooperate long term. This prince will definitely get you more Qi-yin fruits. Yunpa readily agreed. Zhang Xiaohu also patted his chest in assurance. Zhang Xiaohu left. Looking at the banknotes in his hand Yunpa was extremely excited. He made such a profit just by flipping them over. Yunpa did not know Zhang Xiaohu and the person from last night and as long as they did not know each other he could profit from it. There was also the possibility of befriending the sword immortal. The next evening, Zhou Qianlin arrived at Yunpa's residence with a storage bag. Do you still want Qi-yin fruits? Upon entering Zhou Qianlin spoke casually without a hint of respect for Yunpa. However the more it was like this the less Yunpa felt there was a problem. Behind him was the sword immortal not to mention himself even the emperor could afford to be indifferent. Yes how many did you bring today? Yunpa hurriedly asked. 1,000 pieces. Zhou Qianlin sat down took a sip of tea and said but my master said that Qi-yin fruits are in high demand right now selling very well elsewhere and the price is on the rise. So it's no longer 30 taels per piece but 50 taels each. You either take them or I'll leave. 50 taels. Yunpa was taken aback. The price had actually gone up. Why has it suddenly increased? Yunpa couldn't help but say according to our previous price it was already not cheap. Either you buy or I'll sell to someone else we're not short on buyers Zhou Qianlin replied nonchalantly. Previously when I came I saw that there was a prince's residence in the West City I'll go ask if they want to buy. As he spoke Zhou Qianlin got up to leave. West City. Fourth prince. Hearing this Yunpa became anxious and quickly blocked Zhou Qianlin's way. I didn't say I wouldn't buy little brother don't be angry Yunpa said with a smile. 1,000 Qi-yen fruits right. I'll take them all. Regardless even if the price went up he would still profit. Here's the stuff for you. Zhou Qianlin took out all 1,000 Qi-yen fruits from the storage bag. Count them. Zhou Qianlin asked. No need I trust you little brother. Yunpa waved his hand grandly and handed Zhou Qianlin 50,000 taels in banknotes. Zhou Qianlin didn't say anything further took the banknotes and turned to leave. Little brother next time bring me more goods. Yunpa called out from behind. Zhou Qianlin said nothing just waved his hand and left. After Zhou Qianlin had been gone for a while Yunpa immediately had someone find Zhang Xiaohu. Ha second prince is truly impressive. I haven't been able to gather even one in so many days yet the second prince managed to get so many. 1,000 pieces Yunpa said. According to what we discussed earlier it should be 70 taels each. No problem. Zhang Xiaohu casually waved his hand and handed over 70,000 taels in banknotes. Seeing this amount Yunpa was overjoyed earning 20,000 taels in just a few hours. What kind of business could make money so quickly? But it's still too little Zhang Xiaohu frowned and said. Your highness can't you get a bit more? I'll do my best Yunpa replied helplessly Zhou Qianlin only brought this much. Your highness please help me get more. I received a letter from the North Jew side and their business is booming with a high demand for this item. The market is empty. If your highness can get me more I'm willing to pay 100 taels each. 100 taels. Yunpa was shocked upon hearing this. The price had actually doubled. It was only 50 taels at the start. Leave it to me Yunpa assured. I'll take that item with me first. Zhang Xiaohu had someone pack up the Qi-yin fruits and left the imperial residence. After Zhang Xiaohu left Yunpa began to ponder how to get Zhou Qianlin to bring him more Qi-yin fruits. In the palace Li Hanzhou and Ming as visitors from Yunhuang were treated favorably here. Emperor Zhou often invited Li Hanzhou to dinner and Li Hanzhou accepted every invitation. In his past life Li Hanzhou was a swindler with skills in deception far beyond ordinary people. Although he didn't know much about Yunhuang he could talk nonsense convincingly after all Emperor Zhou had never been to the real Yunhuang and since what Li Hanzhou said seemed true Emperor Zhou naturally believed him. In recent days with nothing to do Li Hanzhou had started crafting spiritual treasures. He was making the water avoidance pearl that he promised Yun Qing. After 3 afternoons of effort, Li Hanzhou finally succeeded in creating the water avoidance pearl. The pearl the size of a walnut emitted a glow as countless runes converged into it. It's about to succeed. Just a regular water avoidance pearl will do. Don't add any unnecessary functions. Li Hanzhou thought to himself, looking at the water avoidance pearl that was about to be completed. According to the book's description, at the moment of completion it would become a deep blue pearl resembling the color of the ocean. Additionally, when pressed to the ear, one could even hear the sound of crashing waves. Under Li Hanzhou's anxious gaze, blue light began to radiate from the water avoidance pearl. "It's done!" Li Hanzhou exclaimed in delight. However, gradually the blue light began to fade, changing slowly from blue to blood red. Ultimately, what appeared before Li Hanzhou was a blood red pearl with black patterns flickering continuously on its surface. It looked incredibly sinister. "Li Hanzhou, this thing looks far too villainous, doesn't it? Is this really the water avoidance pearl? What kind of water avoidance pearl looks like this?" Li Hanzhou was baffled and began to recheck his rune code, but no matter how many times he checked, he found no issues with the code. Yet the item produced was entirely different. Li Hanzhou picked up the pearl and held it to his ear, wanting to see if he could hear the sound of waves. To his surprise, upon pressing it to his ear, he heard a series of sinister giggles from inside. It sounded like a pervert laughing lewdly inside. "There's not really a demon inside, is there?" Li Hanzhou began to doubt himself. "Sigh, while my spiritual treasures are always strange, but at least they have the basic functions. At most they just come with some unexpected additional features." Li Hanzhou decided not to think too much about it anymore. Anyway, the water avoidance pearl was successfully crafted. Whether Yun Qing dared to use it would depend on him. He put away the pearl and planned to give it to him after leaving the palace. Li Hanzhou then prepared to continue crafting the Biluo bottle. This item was used to hold the fountain of youth and was extremely important. Li Hanzhou carefully studied the manufacturing manual, eager to see what differences the Biluo bottle had. "I see now," Li Hanzhou realized after a moment of contemplation, that the Biluo bottle was a special container designed to hold unique liquids capable of completely isolating any changes in their properties. Any liquid placed inside the Biluo bottle would remain unchanged. The everlasting spring was a type of special divine water that would change once it left the spring pool, transforming into ordinary spring water within half an hour. Thus only the Biluo bottle could carry the everlasting spring and ensure it would never turn into ordinary spring water. However, the manufacturing of the Biluo bottle was quite troublesome and the materials used were very expensive. Fortunately, it was Yun Qing who had prepared everything, otherwise it would have been quite a hassle for Li Hanzhou to gather the materials himself. Yet the Biluo bottle also had a drawback: its capacity was too small, able to hold only 1 liter of water. Therefore, each time someone entered the heavenly profound forbidden land to obtain the everlasting spring, they could only bring out about 1 liter. Let there be no mishaps, Li Hanzhou began to seriously craft the Biluo bottle. For 3 days Zhou Qianlin seemed to have vanished, not returning to the imperial palace. This left Yun Po in a state of great anxiety, searching everywhere for news, but there was no word from Zhou Qianlin. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiuhu visited daily, urging Yun Pa to acquire the Qi Yin fruit, even raising the price to 120 taels. Yun Pa, eager to earn money, found himself at a loss for leads. He sighed, watching the soldiers under his command train in the martial arts arena, a frown etched upon his face. "Second master." At that moment a personal guard rushed over. "Speak your mind," Yun Pa said, his expression far from pleasant. "The person selling the Qi Yin fruit has arrived," the guard hurriedly informed. "Really?" Yun Pa's expression brightened as he rushed to meet Zhou Qianlin. Upon seeing Zhou Qianlin seated and sipping tea, Yun Pa nearly burst into tears, hastening to say, "Brother, you've finally come. You have no idea how I've been these past few days." "I apologize, Your Highness. My master had some matters to attend to, so I couldn't come," Zhou Qianlin replied, taking out a storage bag. "Your Highness, this time I have brought you 5,000 Qi Yin fruits, but the price is no longer what it was before. It is now 100 taels each, as per my master's instructions." Another price hike. Yun Pa frowned, but even at 100 taels he could still make a significant profit. 5,000 is still a bit too few. "Brother, could you ask Lord Jianxian if he can sell me a few more?" Yun Pa couldn't help but plead. "Still not enough?" Zhou Qianlin asked, raising an eyebrow. "How many do you want?" "As many as you have, I want them all," Yun Pa quickly replied. "You want them all?" Zhou Qianlin laughed at the saying. "Do you know how many Qi Yin fruits my master has?" "I fear you might not be able to afford them." "Then there's no need for you to worry, brother. Whatever quantity there is, I can handle it." Yun Pa patted his chest confidently. "If you really want them, I will ask my master. He has at least 300,000 in stock. If you can handle that, I will bring them to you," Zhou Qianlin stated casually. 300,000. Upon hearing this number, Yun Pa was taken aback. At 100 taels each, that would amount to 30 million taels of silver. Such an amount was indeed beyond his reach. Although he had money, he couldn't possibly come up with that much. Think it over carefully, Zhou Qianlin advised. I will be staying at the Sanshan Inn in the city tonight and leaving tomorrow. If you decide to purchase, I will bring them to you. But I must warn you, if I bring the Qi Yin fruits and you refuse to buy them or try to deceive me, my master will certainly have a word with you about this matter. I wouldn't dare, Yunpa quickly replied. I will consider it and give you an answer tonight. After Zhou Qianlin left, Yunpa immediately summoned Zhang Xiaohu. 5,000 Yunpa handed Zhang Xiaohu 5,000 Qi Yin fruits. Sai Zhang Xiaohu lamented, second prince, after this transaction I plan to leave the great Zhou. What happened? Yunpa asked hastily. I received news from Beijue that Qi Yin fruits have also appeared over there. I intend to check it out. I've been unable to collect many here, so I will see if I can gather more from there. Zhang Xiaohu shrugged, saying, after working here for so many days I haven't even managed to collect 10,000. It's a huge waste of time. How many can you consume? Yunpa asked, fixing his gaze on Zhang Xiaohu. Consume. Zhang Xiaohu smirked, pulling out a thick stack of silver notes, each worth 100,000 taels. Just this stack alone was worth several million taels. Seeing this, Yunpa felt a rush of excitement, even having the urge to kill Zhang Xiaohu and seize his silver notes. Second prince, don't underestimate me. Although I am merely a merchant from Beijue, I hold a significant status there. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call me the wealthiest in the land. Even our emperor treats me with courtesy. Last year, half of the military funds for Beijue were donated by me. Whatever amount of Qi Yin fruits you bring I can consume without issue. Hearing Zhang Ziya's words, Yunpa's heart calmed down a bit. This man wielded considerable influence in Beijue. If he were to die in Great Zhou, a war between Beijue and Great Zhou would likely ensue, and it was uncertain how many people knew Zhang Xiaohu was gathering Qi Yin fruits here. If he were to die, Yunpa would undoubtedly be the first suspect. Should this cause a war between Great Zhou and Beijue, and if his father were to discover the reason, the position of crown prince would forever slip from his grasp. I can acquire 300,000 Qi Yin fruits for you. Do you want them? Yunpa pondered for a moment before asking. 300,000. Zhang Ziya's eyes lit up. Yes, if you can procure them, I can offer you a price of 130 taels each. How does that sound? Great! Yunpa exclaimed with joy, raising the price by 10 taels. Buying at 100 taels each and selling at 130 taels meant a net profit of 30 taels per fruit. For 300,000 Qi Yin fruits he would earn 9 million taels. That was more than his total assets. Yunpa's breathing became heavy. Alright, wait for my news. I will bring you the Qi Yin fruits in the next few days, Yunpa said. Then I will await the good news from you, Your Highness, Zhang Xiaohu said, clasping his fists. After Zhang Xiaohu left, Yunpa immediately instructed his personal guards to find someone. This was a substantial business deal that he couldn't handle alone. However, he had the support of several powerful clans behind him. These clans were wealthy. If his own funds were insufficient, he could have them help cover the expenses and repay them later. With this money he could contribute a portion as military funds. That useless fourth brother can't gather military funds, but I can. My father will surely commend me for this, Yunpa sneered. Fourth brother, just wait. That afternoon the heads of several prominent clans gathered at the residence of the second prince. Borrow money. Upon hearing Yunpa's request to borrow money, the clan leaders displayed expressions of disbelief. The second prince had numerous enterprises in the divine realm. How could he possibly be short on money? Nephew, what do you need to borrow money for? Duke Fu asked curiously. You should have ample funds. What do you need so much money for, nephew? Yunpa's uncle also looked quite curious. You don't need to worry about this matter. Yunpa certainly would not disclose the details. How could he casually mention his plan to quietly amass a fortune of 900,000 taels of silver? What if they wanted to claim a share of his profits? This matter concerns whether I can ascend to the position of the crown prince, Yunpa said gravely. If you lend me the money, I will return it to you within 7 days. This. Hearing that it could help Yunpa ascend to the throne, the clan heads exchanged glances. If that were the case, it would indeed be worthwhile. All right. Several nodded in agreement. They were doing all this not just for themselves, but to see Yunpa take the throne, thereby sharing in the glory. Moreover, it was merely a loan, not a donation. Thus throughout the afternoon several clans joined forces along with Yunpa's own funds, raising a total of 30 million taels in silver notes. 30 million taels. Anywhere else it would be considered a vast fortune. However, thinking about how he could net 900,000 and gain the favor of the sword immortal made Yunpa feel that this opportunity was truly invaluable. He also had no worries that the Qi Yin fruit was a scam. After all, both the high priest of the Xing Luo kingdom and the young lord had stated that it was a treasure of their kingdom, extremely valuable. With official certification, what could he possibly be concerned about? Yun Huang. The high priest of Yun Huang looked at the confidential report in his hand, his expression dark. The intelligence reported that someone was impersonating the high priest and the young lord of the Xing Luo kingdom in Dezhou. He suspected there was a conspiracy behind it, so the high priest had already sent people to Dezhou to expose these two frauds. People from Yunhuang had never even been to Dezhou. He felt that there must be a conspiracy at play. High priest, we are back. At this moment two figures arrived outside the high priest's door. One was dressed in white, the other in black. They were the yin and yang messengers of Yunhuang, both masters of the realm. How did you return so quickly? The high priest was somewhat surprised. The journey from Yunhuang to Dezhou took at least a few days, so how could these two have come back so fast? Wait, what happened to your faces? The high priest noticed that both of them had bruises. Bai Wu Chang had even sustained injuries. The yin and yang messengers were experts from Yunhuang, both at the Tiangang level. When they joined forces they were formidable, and their dual knives could easily overpower ordinary Tiangang experts. High priest, someone is blocking us from leaving Yunhuang, He Wu Chang said helplessly. Who? The high priest asked, surprised. The divine bamboo sword immortal, Bai Wu Chang said with a wry smile. She said she wanted to meditate there for a while and asked us from Yunhuang not to disturb her. We ended up fighting with her and were injured in the process. The bamboo sword immortal Sun Yanyi. The high priest exclaimed angrily, what is she doing suddenly coming to Yunhuang? Meditate, my foot, what is there to meditate on in a place like this? I will go take a look. The high priest said before leaving the ancient town. There was only one road leading out of Yunhuang from the ancient town, a path overgrown with thorns and teeming with swamps, making it impossible for ordinary people to enter, so the people of the Xing Luo kingdom were not worried about any enemy attacks here. Swish! The high priest's figure glided above the swamp, where faint roars of unknown beasts echoed from within. At the entrance a young woman sat cross-legged on a slab of green stone with a bamboo sword resting on her knees. At that moment Sun Yanyi slowly opened her eyes and said flatly, you can't leave, go back. The high priest's figure appeared in front of the green stone, surrounded by flowing winds moving swiftly. He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding the pressure of a powerful figure. Bamboo sword immortal of the Heartless Valley, I have long admired your name. The high priest fixed his gaze on Sun Yanyi. The great celestial technique. Sun Yanyi glanced at the visitor and said, you must be the high priest of Yunhuang, right? That's me. I salute you, the high priest said, clasping his fists. I have long admired the fame of the bamboo sword immortal. You are welcome to meditate in Yunhuang, but my people have urgent matters to attend to. I asked the bamboo sword immortal to allow them to leave first, and I can arrange another more suitable place for your meditation. How about that? No need, this place is just fine. Sun Yanyi shook her head. There are swamps and weeds everywhere, and countless mosquitoes will disturb your meditation, right? That won't happen, mosquitoes won't approach me. Sun Yanyi shook her head. The high priest frowned. The bamboo sword immortal did not need to use her true energy. She had already formed a sword domain around herself with sword chi everywhere, which indeed made it impossible for mosquitoes to come near. Is there no room for negotiation? The high priest squinted. When it's time to leave I will leave on my own. Sun Yanyi closed her eyes. Until then no one from Yunhuang is allowed to leave, otherwise there will be no mercy. You. The high priest was furious. He pointed at Sun Yanyi, wanting to say something fierce, but he didn't know what to say. I have heard that there is a slumbering ancestor in Yunhuang. If you really want to leave you can ask your ancestor to take action. If you win against me you can go out. Sun Yanyi said nonchalantly. Humph. The high priest snorted coldly and turned to leave. There indeed was a slumbering ancestor in Yunhuang, but why was he asleep? It was because the ancestor's lifespan was nearly spent, having used an unparalleled secret method to stop the aging process, only to be awakened at critical times. If they were to wake the ancestor for such trivial matters they would truly lose all their foundational strength. Seeing the high priest leave, Sun Yanyi continued her meditation. The reason she came to Yunhuang was precisely because Li Hanzhou had instructed her to stay there, ensuring that the people of Yunhuang did not leave for a maximum of 2 months. Sun Yanyi thought the task was simple and agreed to it. After all, where she meditated didn't really matter. The high priest knew that someone was impersonating the young lord of Yunhuang in Dezhou, yet he had no way to intervene, which made him extremely frustrated. High priest, why don't we join forces and break out? He Wu Chang spoke up to the high priest at this moment. No way, the high priest directly denied. That person outside is a sword immortal. Even if they all attack together they might be able to drive Sun Yanyi back, but if she truly fought back at least half of them would be lost. High priest. At that moment someone rushed in from outside gasping for breath and said, the young master is missing. The high priest was taken aback. The young master hasn't left the house these past few days. I was a bit worried, so I went in to check and found he was gone, but he left a letter behind. As he spoke the visitor handed the letter to the high priest. The high priest hurriedly opened it. Nonsense. After reading it the high priest angrily said, the young master actually sneaked out to find that person who knows the great celestial technique. What if something happens? High priest, let's go find the young master. He Bai Wu Chang quickly said. How can you go out? The high priest shot a glance at the two. Sun Yan is guarding there and won't let you out at all. This. For a moment the two exchanged glances. I can only hope the young master is safe, the high priest could only pray at that moment. That night Yunpa sent someone to find Zhou Qianlin agreeing to purchase 300000 red flame fruits from him. Zhou Qianlin promised to deliver them the next morning. This made Yunpa so excited that he could hardly sleep through the night. Early the next morning Zhou Qianlin indeed arrived bringing with him a storage bag containing the 300000 red flame fruits which nearly buried the entire room. Your Highness, all the red flame fruits are here, you can have someone count them. Zhou Qianlin said the total is 30 million taels of silver. All the stock of the owner is here, and the owner said that he thanks your Highness for helping him clear out all his goods and that he will visit your residence if there is an opportunity in the future. Hearing this Yunpa hurriedly replied, welcome Sword Immortal. I will surely prepare a warm reception. No need to count, I trust the Sword Immortal. With that Yunpa handed over 30 million taels of silver notes to Zhou Qianlin. Good. Zhou Qianlin looked at the silver notes and said the owner is in the city for business today. I will go back to ask the owner if he has time. If we don't arrive before noon then the owner will not have time and we will have to leave the divine capital. Alright, I will wait. Yunpa quickly agreed. Until Zhou Qianlin left the imperial residence, Yunpa hurriedly had someone put away the red flame fruits and prepare a feast. Your Highness, I will quickly call Zhang Xiaohu. A personal guard said. Wait a moment. Yunpa pondered for a moment and said, not yet, that Sword Immortal might come to the door soon. If the Sword Immortal finds out that I am profiting from him he may be displeased. Let's wait until the Sword Immortal leaves the divine capital before we look for Zhang Xiaohu. Understood. However, Yunpa waited and waited, but after an entire morning the Sword Immortal still had not arrived. Second young master, it has already passed noon and no one has come. It seems the Sword Immortal will not come. The personal guard said. Yunpa felt a bit disappointed. It seemed there would be no chance to see which Sword Immortal it was. Go find Zhang Xiaohu. Yunpa sent someone to look for Zhang Xiaohu. However, half an hour later several personal guards rushed back in a panic and said second young master Zhang Xiaohu is missing. Missing? Yunpa suddenly stood up from his chair exclaiming, how could he be missing? Did you search properly? We searched. We asked the people around the courtyard where Zhang Xiaohu used to stay and they said he left in the morning and has not returned since. What? Go find him for me again. Yes. That day the guards of Yunpa's residence searched everywhere in the divine capital. Until night fell everyone returned without finding any trace of Zhang Xiaohu. It was as if he had evaporated from the world, no one had seen where he went. What should we do? Yunpa looked panicked, slumping in his chair. Without Zhang Xiaohu, who would he sell the 300000 red flame fruits to? He had borrowed money from several clans. If the fruits could not be sold, how could he repay them? Second young master, could it be that Zhang Xiaohu has deceived us? A nearby personal guard cautiously said. Oof. Yunpa's killing intent surged as he said, the goods cannot rot in my hands. Immediately use connections to contact the merchants from Beijue to find this Zhang Xiaohu, and by the way ask if anyone in Beijue is buying red flame fruits. I can offer 100 taels of silver per fruit. At this point Yunpa no longer cared about making a profit, he just wanted to get his capital back. Yes. The fourth prince's residence. Ha ha ha. In the dungeon Yunqing looked at the large stack of silver notes in his hand, laughing so hard that his mouth nearly split to his ears. 30 million taels of silver notes. Such a huge sum of money Yunqing had never seen before. The high priest is truly skilled, he used 300000 walnuts to deceive my second brother of so much money. Yunqing laughed non-stop. The cost of 300000 walnuts was only a few hundred taels of silver, yet he made back 30 million taels. Your Highness, regarding the matter you promised me. At this moment in the dungeon Zhang Xiaohu cautiously spoke to Yunqing. Rest assured, I promise to spare your life and I will naturally fulfill my promise. Once I find a suitable opportunity I will let you go, Yunqing said calmly. After speaking, Yunqing glanced at a stack of silver notes beside him. Yunqing picked it up to take a look and said, these counterfeit silver notes were made by you. They looked quite realistic. If one did not examine them closely they would not be able to tell the difference. The second prince did not have the opportunity to examine them closely that day, so it was easy to deceive him. Zhang Xiaohu replied truthfully. You stay here obediently for now. Once things are resolved I will release you. Yes, yes. Yunqing left the dungeon with 30 million taels of silver notes. Li Hanzhou had long agreed to split this money with Yunqing, a 7,030 split. Yunqing took 10 million taels. The remaining 20 million taels all belonged to Li Hanzhou. Yunqing did consider the idea of pocketing the 30 million taels of silver notes, but such thoughts were fleeting. He felt that Li Hanzhou was too formidable. If he offended him he might not even get a hair of it and his life could be at stake. With just a few walnuts he had managed to scheme against his second brother for 30 million taels of silver, and even the major clans supporting his second brother had been deceived by him. Someone like that he must not offend. At this moment Li Hanzhou in the palace also received news from Yun Qing learning that the plan had succeeded. Li Hanzhou smiled and replied to Yun Qing, telling him not to worry. After all, the second prince had already been tricked once and could be tricked a second time. Upon receiving Li Hanzhou's letter, Yun Qing's heart nearly stopped. His second brother had just been tricked out of 30 million taels of silver, and he was actually going to be tricked a second time. How could one keep pulling wool? Where did such hatred come from? But then Yun Qing thought Yun Po almost slept with the high priest's woman. No wonder Li Hanzhou hated him so much. In the following days Li Hanzhou strolled around the divine capital every day, purchasing many items for Shi Ming. Li Qianqiu also wanted to go out for a walk, but Li Hanzhou did not allow him, fearing that Li Qianqiu might be seen by the people of Yun Po, so Li Qianqiu could only endure and stay in the prince's mansion. Zhou Qianlin had already been secretly sent out of the Great Zhou by Yun Qing and returned to the divine hall. Having been out for so long, Li Hanzhou also worried about home and asked Zhou Qianlin to convey a message to Lu Dongyue and Yun Xianzhuan, reassuring them. However, while Li Hanzhou was at ease, Yun Po was in dire straits, truly unable to think of tea or meals these days. Zhou Qianlin had disappeared. Zhang Xiuhu could not be found either. Guarding the 30,000 Shi Yin fruits, he was restless day and night as the time for the major clans to come demanding payment was approaching, and he still had no money to repay. 30 million taels of silver. Among them 23 million taels were borrowed. Even if he sold all the properties under his name and all the treasures at home, he still couldn't repay such a large sum. Second Master, a letter from Beijua has arrived. A personal guard hurriedly ran in. Let me see it. Yun Pa's crimson eyes flared as he snatched the letter. After glancing at the content of the letter, Yun Pa's eyes turned even redder. Fraud. Yun Pa roared in anger, tearing the letter into pieces. There was no merchant named Zhang Xiuhu in Beijue. All that talk about befriending the emperor of Beijue was complete nonsense. It's all fake. The personal guard was too frightened to utter a word beside him. It's over. It's completely over. No one in Beijue has even heard of this Qi Yen fruit, and we cannot sell it there anymore. Yun Pa sat on the ground, a face full of despair. How could he plug such a huge hole? Second Master, I feel something is strange about this matter. The personal guard cautiously spoke. Of course it's strange. Yun Pa glared at him. How could it not be strange that someone as clever as I am was played? No, what I mean is, Second Master, you mentioned that this Qi Yen fruit came from those two people from Xinglua Kingdom, saying it was their secret treasure, very valuable, and it was stolen. Is that right? What about it? Yun Pa frowned. But things are not as they said. No one in Beijue knows about the Qi Yen fruit, so I suspect that those two from Xinglua Kingdom might also have issues. The personal guard said cautiously. Hearing this, Yun Pa couldn't help but ponder. It seemed his subordinate had a point. This Qi Yen fruit was brought by them, and then inexplicably someone appeared claiming to sell their own Qi Yen fruit, causing him to suffer such a huge loss. There are indeed some issues, but they are from Xinglua Kingdom. Previously the high priest of Xinglua Kingdom performed the great celestial technique for the emperor, so it can't be fake, right? If they are not from Xinglua Kingdom, how could they perform the great celestial technique? Yun Pa asked. This subordinate doesn't know, but I still feel those two have problems. Second Master can give it a try. The personal guard said with a smile. Please elaborate. Yun Pa quickly asked. Did they not say the Qi Yen fruit was lost? Did they not claim it was their secret treasure? Then they would surely want this item very much. As long as Second Master invites them to our home to show them we have so many Qi Yen fruits, and if they buy it, that's naturally not a problem. If they refuse, that would indicate they have issues, and we can capture them, and the emperor will definitely reward you, Second Master. Right. Yun Pa's eyes lit up. Don't they want this? Just say I bought it from somewhere else and sell it to them. Even if I can't sell it at a high price, as long as I can recover the debt, that's fine. Good lad. Yun Pa patted the personal guard on the shoulder and said, I didn't expect your dog brain to actually grow some use. If this succeeds, I'll promote you. Thank you for the promotion, Second Master. The personal guard replied excitedly. I want to see what kind of monster this high priest of Xinglua Kingdom is. Yun Pa said coldly, if he is willing to buy, that's fine. If he is unwilling, then don't blame my sword for being unmerciful. In the palace, Li Hanzhou was finishing up the work on the Bai Luo bottle. The moment the Bai Luo bottle was formed, Li Hanzhou looked at the bottle that should have been emerald green, but it turned out to be black and white. However, Li Hanzhou was not surprised at all. He was used to it. The Bai Luo bottle he made was also strange. At this moment someone knocked on the door. Come in. Li Hanzhou said casually. Your Excellency, the envoy. A eunuch walked in from outside respectfully saying, Your Excellency, I am here to deliver an invitation. Invitation. Li Hanzhou took the invitation that the eunuch handed over with both hands. The second prince invites your excellency to his residence tonight, saying he has prepared something you will be very interested in and asks you to bring the young master along. The eunuch said respectfully. Understood, please inform the second prince that I will attend tonight. Li Hanzhou smiled. Alright then, your excellency, I will take my leave now. The eunuch retreated while closing the door. Li Hanzhou looked at the invitation with a hint of a smile. They were coming to deliver money again. In the second prince's mansion, Yunpo arranged everything, preparing a banquet with hidden knives and axes, and even invited 2 experts from the Jianghu. Their strength had already reached the realm of Tongxian. For the sake of Li Hanzhou, Yunpo laid out a net of heaven and earth. The young master of Xinglua Kingdom has arrived. At this moment a voice announcing the arrival was heard from outside. Yunpo stood up to tidy his clothes and then went out to welcome them. Li Hanzhou arrived with Shi Ming. I greet the high priest of Xinglua Kingdom and the young master of Xinglua Kingdom. Yunpo said politely, cupping his fists. Second prince is too polite. Li Hanzhou smiled and said, I didn't expect the second prince to treat us to a meal. How could I feel at ease? No need for the high priest to be polite. Xinglua Kingdom and our Great Zhou are allied nations. You have traveled such a long distance to Great Zhou, and my father is busy with official matters and has no time to properly accompany the high priest. As a son, I naturally have to help my father share some responsibilities. Yunpo said with a smile, Gentlemen, I have prepared some simple wine, please come in. Then since that's the case, we will not stand on ceremony. Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming walked in. Shirshu, there are quite a few people lying in ambush in this mansion. Shi Ming suddenly whispered. Whom? Li Hanzhou looked at Shi Ming in surprise and asked, How did you know? I sensed it. Shi Ming said, scratching his head, I can inexplicably feel it. Li Hanzhou was somewhat surprised. Could Shi Ming have such a talent in this regard? Master Uncle, it seems the second prince intends to act against us. Shi Ming whispered to Li Hanzhou, Don't say such things. Li Hanzhou chuckled, saying, The second prince is a good person. He called me here today to give you some money, Master Uncle. Ah. Shi Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Please have a seat, the second prince politely said to Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming. Present were some of his own generals, each giving a forced smile as they looked at Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming, feigning politeness. Li Hanzhou paid no mind to it and boldly sat down, casually grabbing a grape from the table to eat. Truly sweet. Li Hanzhou picked up the grape again and stuffed another into his mouth. The high priest is indeed a magnanimous person. The second prince also sat down and began introducing his soldiers to Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou nodded at each introduction. The second prince is arguably the only one among all the princes who holds military power, isn't he? Li Hanzhou asked casually. Hearing this, the second prince puffed out his chest with pride and pretended to be modest, saying, The high priest is joking. This is not military power, just a small escort that Father Emperor allowed me to take out for some training, managing nearly 3,000 soldiers. That's quite impressive. Li Hanzhou nodded, acknowledging that 3,000 soldiers were not insignificant. However, if he intended to stage a rebellion, it would still be insufficient. Yunpo was very enthusiastic, raising a toast with his soldiers to Li Hanzhou repeatedly. As for Shi Ming, the young master of Yunhuang, they completely ignored him, as they could see that Li Hanzhou was the true power in Yunhuang. Perhaps that young master was merely a puppet. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of dishes, Yunpo finally shifted the topic to the main issue. Previously the high priest mentioned that your Xingluo kingdom lost a lot of Qi-Yin fruits, correct? Yunpo smiled and asked, I wonder if the high priest still wishes to obtain those Qi-Yin fruits. Of course. They are treasures of my Xingluo kingdom. Li Hanzhou sighed lightly, saying, It's a pity. My Xingluo kingdom is still relying on those items for survival. I wonder how much the high priest sold them for before. Yunpo seemed to casually inquire. When the price was good, they could sell for around 100 taels each. Li Hanzhou raised his cup and replied. Good. Yunpo exclaimed with delight and stated, To be honest, I bought a lot of Qi-Yin fruits from others. When I heard they were Qi-Yin fruits, I thought they might be the batch you lost, so I spent heavily to buy them. If the high priest needs them, just give me the cost and you can take all the Qi-Yin fruits. Ah. Li Hanzhou was taken aback. You bought the Qi-Yin fruits, he exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Yunpo waved his hand, taking out Qi-Yin fruits from his storage bag, causing them to roll everywhere. Since I thought they were treasures of the high priest, I bought them all. Since the high priest can sell them for 100 taels each, how about I sell them to you for 90 taels each? That would allow the high priest to make a profit of 10 taels. Though it's not much, it could still provide additional income for Xingluo kingdom, right? Yunpo grinned at Li Hanzhou, eager to see his reaction. If Li Hanzhou was willing to buy, that would be ideal. Although selling at 90 taels each would cost him quite a bit, it would at least help him pay off some debts owed to several clans. If he refused to buy, it would indicate that he had some issues, and the 300 axe-wielding soldiers along with 2 experts in the Tongxian realm would immediately seize both Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming. Li Hanzhou's expression gradually turned cold as he quietly raised his cup to take a sip. Second prince, you say you encountered someone selling them, so you bought them all, is that correct? Li Hanzhou inquired. Yes, considering they were from your Xing Luo kingdom, I bought them all. Yunpa observed Li Hanzhou's expression. Good, very good. Li Hanzhou clapped his hands, saying, Second Prince, in front of the emperor, I already stated that all the Qi-Yin fruits of our Xing Luo kingdom have been stolen. This means that the person selling the Qi-Yin fruits is likely the thief of our Xing Luo kingdom's treasures. Why did you not inform us when you encountered such a person? Perhaps we could have caught that little thief, yet you actually bought the items and now come to sell them to me. What is your intention, Second Prince? Hearing this, Yunpa was momentarily stunned. He then realized that what he said indeed had flaws. The high priest is misunderstanding. Yunpa quickly replied, the person selling me the Qi-Yin fruits is extremely powerful, a mysterious sword immortal. I know the high priest's cultivation is not low, but facing a sword immortal there is a high chance of suffering losses, so I did not dare to inform you, fearing you might be in danger, right? So I took the liberty of deciding to buy them, and I hope the high priest won't mind. Oh, I see. Li Hanzhou suddenly understood, so it's a sword immortal. No wonder they could steal treasures from my Xing Luo kingdom. Yes, I don't know which sword immortal it is, but it is indeed a sword immortal. Yunpa said that sword immortal even came to my estate a few days ago and abducted someone. Many people in the city witnessed it. If you don't believe me, the high priest can go ask around. Second Prince, you jest. How could I not trust you? Li Hanzhou smiled. Then high priest, what do you think of these Qi-Yin fruits? Will you buy them? Of course, why not? Li Hanzhou replied, Second Prince, you helped me retrieve the Qi-Yin fruits and even offered to sell them to me. I am grateful and will definitely report to the emperor to reward you well. Good. Hearing that Li Hanzhou was going to buy them, Yunpa's smile widened even more. As long as Li Hanzhou bought the items, he was willing to take a loss. So Second Prince, how much stock do you have? Li Hanzhou asked. 300,000 pieces. Yunpa suppressed his inner excitement and said, the high priest just needs to give me 27 million taels of silver. Alright, no problem. Saying this, Li Hanzhou took out a stack of banknotes from his storage bag. Each one was worth 100,000 taels. Looking at such a thick stack, Yunpa had to swallow hard. Li Hanzhou counted a few notes and said, Second Prince, you have truly helped me immensely. I am so grateful. Where is the stock? The stock is all here. Saying this, Yunpa directly handed over his storage bag to Li Hanzhou. 300,000 Qi-Yin fruits are all inside, not one less. Excellent. Li Hanzhou withdrew a Qi-Yin fruit from his storage pouch and set a stack of silver notes upon the table. High priest, then our transaction is concluded. Yunpa said as he reached for the silver notes. Li Hanzhou had laid out such a sum would more than cover the clan's debts. But just as his fingers brushed the silver, Li Hanzhou suddenly gripped Yunpa's wrist. High priest, what are you doing? Yunpa stared at Li Hanzhou and found that Li's face had turned unexpectedly grim. Second Prince. Ming, who had been silent until now, rose and declared, Second Prince is playing us. Those words were what Li Hanzhou had just coached Ming to say. He thought that since Ming had come to help ensnare the Second Prince, he ought to feel a measure of involvement rather than merely reap the spoils. What do you mean? Yunpa frowned. Is this a Qi-Yin fruit? Ming casually tossed the Qi-Yin fruit into the wine bowl. The moment it touched the wine, the surface coloring dissolved, revealing the plain walnut beneath, while the dye floated off into the cup. At that sight, everyone fell silent. Watch closely, Second Prince, the Qi-Yin fruit of our Xinglua will not lose its color, Li Hanzhou said coldly. He then produced another Qi-Yin fruit and dropped it into a wine cup. The fruit hovered there calmly, its color did not bleed at all. Yunpa's Qi-Yin fruit had already faded nearly to nothing. Li Hanzhou pinched out the walnut beneath and snorted, Second Prince truly has a talent for jokes. How could this be? Yunpa, flustered, produced a large handful of fruits and doused them with a pitcher of wine. One by one they all lost their color. They were nothing more than an ordinary pile of walnuts. High priest, do you believe me when I say this was a misunderstanding? Yunpa said, distraught. A misunderstanding, he said. Li Hanzhou narrowed his eyes and replied, then I shall inform His Majesty of this misunderstanding. His Majesty's beloved son would use a handful of walnuts to swindle Xinglua of 27 million taels of silver. Today the Emperor of Dezhou must give Xinglua an explanation. Although Xinglua has been driven into Yunhuang by Shank, we are not so easily bullied. Farewell. Li Hanzhou said angrily and prepared to depart with Ming. High priest, wait, Yunpa cried in panic. This matter must not reach Emperor Zhou. If he learns of it, Yunpa thought, no explanation will save me. No matter how I spin it, it looks like I tried to cheat them with walnuts, then claimed I was duped. Who will believe that? Zhou Qianlin has fled. Zhang Xiaohu cannot be found. I have no proof to present. My father will berate me severely and then lose all faith in me. The crown prince title will be forever out of reach. Li Hanzhou paused in his steps. Second Prince, any further matters? Or do you intend to send 300 executioners from the shadows to slay us? If so, by all means try. No, High Priest, you misunderstand, Yunpa cried out alarmed. Now his situation grew only harder to explain. High Priest, tonight was truly a misunderstanding, I beg your forgiveness. Yunpa forced a wry smile, stepped before Li Hanzhou, clenched his teeth and produced a thick bundle of silver notes. To make amends for the loss I caused, consider this a token of my apology, please do not tell my father. Li Hanzhou cast a glance at the bundle. Such an amount, perhaps 1,000,000 taels. He reckoned Yunpa would not have much more, this must be his nest egg. Very well. For Emperor Zhou's past kindness I will not press you further. Take care of yourself. Li Hanzhou accepted the silver and slipped it into his storage pouch. You truly fall far short of your fourth brother. In my view your fourth brother is more fit to be emperor, Li Hanzhou said, then led Shiming away from the second prince's mansion. Yunpa stood rooted to the spot, his fists clenched until his knuckles whitened. The murderous intent in his eyes could barely be concealed. Second Lord. A few cautious soldiers edged forward from behind him. Get out. Yunpa barked. Yes sir, they replied and hurried away. They all knew their lord's mood was dark. Li Hanzhou and Shiming slipped out of the second prince's mansion and walked slowly along the street. Not yet sated, Li Hanzhou smiled and said, you still hungry? There's a noodle stall ahead, let's have a bowl. All right, Shiming nodded. He truly had not eaten enough. Boss, 2 bowls of noodles, Li Hanzhou called to the stall owner after they sat down. Very well, the old vendor answered. The stall owner was an old man who greeted them warmly, wiped the table and turned to tend the boiling pot with earnest care. Uncle, you are remarkable, Shiming praised you. Had Zhang Xiaohu prepared 2 varieties of Qiyin fruit long ago, one that loses its color and one that does not. Zhang Xiaohu is indeed a talent, Li Hanzhou said. His pigment blending was rather good. But uncle, why did you mention the 4th prince before you left? Saying the 4th prince is more fit to rule, won't that make him more imperiled? Shiming asked, puzzled. Foolish child. Li Hanzhou ruffled Shiming's hair and continued, though we are close to the 4th prince now, never forget who we are. Dezhou is our enemy. When we arrived you saw the devastation of Lingyan City, the countless families torn apart, lives ruined. This was Dezhou's doing. If they descend into internal chaos it will benefit Shinkei. We are bound together for a time by mutual interest. Once this episode is over, what then? Sooner or later we and Dezhou must clash. Understood, Shiming nodded. At that moment the vendor returned with 2 steaming bowls and set them before the pair, smiling, eat slowly, it's hot. Thank you, sir. Li Hanzhou took a mouthful, the piping broth was exquisite. Only Shiming sat before his bowl in silence. Why aren't you eating? Li Hanzhou asked. Absent-mindedly Shiming replied, if Dezhou and Shinkei truly go to war it will be the common folk who suffer. Delicacies like this might never be savored again. Can't they simply choose not to fight? Shiming fixed Li Hanzhou with a steady gaze and asked. They can. Li Hanzhou looked at Shiming and said, you must cultivate diligently. When your strength becomes decisive you will determine whether war breaks out. Once you are powerful enough they will heed you. They will not dare oppose your will and thus the disputes will be resolved. Understood, Shiming nodded, absorbing the gravity of Li Hanzhou's words. Shiming paused for a moment upon hearing Li Hanzhou's words, then said nothing, merely lowered his head and continued eating his noodles in silence. The next day arrived. Li Hanzhou took his leave of Emperor Zhou, explaining that his young master had formed an instant rapport with the 4th prince and intended to stay at the prince's residence for several days. Emperor Zhou readily agreed, remarking that such interaction among the younger generation was both natural and beneficial. Li Hanzhou and Shiming entered the 4th Prince Yunqing's residence without concealment or hesitation. Grand Priest Yunqing exclaimed upon seeing Li Hanzhou, his voice brimming with excitement, for the water-repelling pearl Li Hanzhou had promised him was finally within reach. My water-repelling pearl must be complete by now, Yunqing said eagerly as he invited Li Hanzhou to sit. It is more or less. Li Hanzhou slowly withdrew the water-repelling pearl from his sleeve, slipped it into a cloth pouch and handed it to Yunqing, his gaze deliberately averted, refusing to meet the prince's eyes. Let me see. Yunqing tore open the pouch with trembling hands. When the blood-red pearl appeared before him he froze, utterly dumbfounded. What is this? The water-repelling pearl. But its color is all wrong. It is one of a kind. Never mind its hue, the pearl will repel water, I assure you. Your Highness may test it yourself if you doubt me. Li Hanzhou held firm to his dignity as a cultivator artificer. One might jest that his spirit treasures lacked solemnity, but never that they lacked efficacy. Indeed, they possess not only function but peculiar inexplicable properties beyond those of ordinary artifacts. Though even Li Hanzhou himself remained unaware of any such additional powers. In secret trials the pearl had demonstrated no ability beyond water repulsion. He began to suspect that this version differed only in color, its core function identical to that of conventional water repelling. Very well, I shall test it at once. Yunqing departed immediately, determined to verify the pearl's power before embarking on his quest to the northern sea for the crown. Senior brother. A delicate melodic voice drifted in from beyond the threshold. Moments later, Li Qianxiu burst through the doorway, a vision of unrestrained vitality. The palace guards nearly choked at the sight. Clad in sheer gauze that revealed far more than it concealed, his figure was dazzlingly pale and fiercely radiant. Even Li Hanzhou barely suppressed a startled gasp. Brother, what on earth are you wearing? Li Hanzhou pointed incredulously at Li Qianxiu's attire. No matter. Li Qianxiu shrugged carelessly before plopping down. Were it not for the skin, I'd wear nothing at all. The weather in Dezhou is unbearable. When do we return? I already miss Lu Dongyue and the others. Return if you wish, I still have unfinished business here in Dezhou. Li Hanzhou poured Li Qianxiu a cup of tea. Li Qianxiu seized it and drained it in 3 swift gulps, then asked, I heard from Shi Ming you plan to seek the fountain of eternal youth, is this true? That fountain lies deep within the Tianqian Forbidden Lands, a place fraught with peril. No matter. If opportunity arises, I will retrieve the reincarnation disc as well. It belongs to our Changqing sect. Li Hanzhou spoke with quiet resolve. Brother, I know your cultivation is formidable, but the Tianqian Forbidden Lands are unlike any other realm of danger. Li Qianxiu fell silent, then murmured gravely, for years I've sensed our Changqing sect is being targeted. My accidental entry into the Forbidden Lands may well have been orchestrated, and the reincarnation disc left there like bait. I've already suffered this transformation, I cannot bear to see you risk the same. A misstep could mean death. And should fortune turn yet darker, you might emerge transformed, and we become sisters instead of brothers. Get out. Li Hanzhou snapped, then added coolly, whoever plots against us does not target the Changqing sect alone, it targets the Taoist lineage itself. He fixed Li Qianxiu with a steady gaze. Do you know the entire Tianqian continent has been sealed beneath the death burial feng shui formation? Its curse blocks the flow of spiritual energy across heaven and earth. I have already unsealed one of its vital nodes. Once the formation is fully undone, our Taoist heritage will awaken anew. I know. Li Qianxiu shrugged. Our sect's phoenix tree stands atop one of those death burial nodes. What? You knew? Li Hanzhou stared astonished. Did I ever tell you? Li Qianxiu gave him a puzzled look. What else do you do all day besides eating, drinking, and gambling? Would I even bother telling you? Fair point, Li Hanzhou conceded. Then Li Qianxiu's expression darkened. There is another death burial node deep within the Tianqian Forbidden Lands. The Tianqian Forbidden Lands grow ever more crowded, Li Hanzhou mused, narrowing his eyes. I urge you once more, brother, stay clear of this affair. True Shi Ming's aptitude is modest, but fate shapes each life differently. With your mastery already secured, our Changqing sect can thrive without confronting the death burial formation. Brother, spare your breath. I swore an oath to the elder to dismantle the death burial formation. The elder. Li Qianxiu blinked. Who is that? Li Qingfeng. Not until dusk did Jun Shang return, bursting in with flushed cheeks and gleaming eyes. Grand Priest. Your water-repelling pearl works flawlessly, far surpassing any I've owned before. Naturally, Li Hanzhou replied with a faint self-satisfied hum. My spirit treasures require no boasting. Then hesitating slightly, tell me, aside from repelling water, did anything else occur? The question caught Yun Qing off guard. Nothing at all. What else could happen? Just idle curiosity. Li Hanzhou inwardly breathed easy. Good. Grand Priest, I depart for the Northern Sea tomorrow. I confirmed the auction for entrance permits to the Tianqian Forbidden Lands begins in 15 days, in Tianghu City. I regret I cannot accompany you. Li Hanzhou nodded. Your Highness attends to your duties, I shall attend the auction alone. At dawn the next day, Yunsheng hurried northward with his retinue bound for the crown. He sought the crown. Meanwhile, at the second prince's residence, my lord the fourth prince has departed. A black-robed figure knelt before Yunpa, voice hushed with reverence. Yunpo's eyes burned with cold, lethal intent. Issue the order, strike him down upon reaching the northern sea. Yes, my lord. Yunpa smiled thinly. Fourth brother, for you I've engaged a Heaven Gang-level assassin from the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion. You are truly honored. On the day Yunsheng left the divine capital, Li Hanzhou departed as well, accompanied by Shi Ming and Li Qianxiu. Staying here held no significance, so it was better to arrive early at Tianghu City and await the commencement of the auction. Additionally, it was said that Tianshan Academy was also located in Tianghu City, and Li Hanzhou was eager to see what this so-called premier academy of the Tianshan realm truly looked like. What are they even teaching? The three of them left the divine capital riding their horses towards Tianghu City. The journey from the divine capital to Tianghu City required traversing 3 cities, taking at least 7 days. However, with ample time, Li Hanzhou also wished to experience the customs and culture of the Great Zhou along the way. Meanwhile, Yun Cheng would require a similar duration to travel from the divine capital to Beihai, albeit in completely opposite directions. Beihai City. After 6 days Yunqing finally arrived at Beihai City. Beihai City is the nearest small city to the Beihai Sea, and beyond it lies the vast expanse of the Beihai. The residents of Beihai City make their living primarily through fishing in the Beihai. "Your Highness, we have arrived at Beihai City," Yunqing's personal guard announced to him from within the carriage. For safety reasons he had brought numerous experts along, including 2 from the Tongxian realm. At that moment Yunqing sat in the carriage, his fingers pinching the water-repelling pearl that Li Hanzhou had given him, observing it with utmost seriousness. Before departing, Li Hanzhou had told him that this water-repelling pearl was unlike others, possessing additional functionalities beyond just repelling water. Yet he needed to explore and discover them on his own. However, after 6 days of travel Yunqing had yet to discern any other uses for the pearl besides repelling water. Is he joking with me? Yunqing suspected that Li Hanzhou was merely teasing him. He stepped down from the carriage and sought out an inn to rest. The other guards remained alert and vigilant. However, across from them at a tea stall a black-clad man wearing a conical hat glanced over with an air of nonchalance, a blade hanging from his waist. His entire demeanor contained a restrained, murderous aura, seemingly lacking any presence. Even the 2 Tongxian experts following Yunqing did not notice his existence. After Yunqing entered, the black-clad man continued sipping his tea, making no move whatsoever. This man was a Tiangang realm assassin from the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion, hired at a high price by Yunpai to kill Yuncheng. However, he refrained from acting in Beihai City as he had just discovered that a Tiangang realm expert was also concealed within this small city. Uncertain of the other party's identity, he realized that if they were from the authorities, executing a murder here would not be so simple. Thus he devised a plan. Tomorrow when Yunqing set out for the Beihai, he would directly slay him in the sea. If Yuncheng were to die in the waters, the blood would attract numerous ferocious beasts, and by the time his body was devoured no one would suspect he had been murdered. Meanwhile, Li Hanzhou and the other 2 had also arrived at Tiangu City. The vast expanse of Tiangu City left a profound impression upon entering. Li Hanzhou and his companions realized that it was indeed unlike any other city they had visited. The streets were filled with scholars, and every building exuded an ancient charm, as if echoing the shadows of bygone eras. "Uncle Master, there's a unique atmosphere in this city." "Very gentle," Shi Ming remarked, gazing curiously at the sky. "Is there spiritual energy leaking into the air?" Li Hanzhou extended his hand, feeling a faint hint of spiritual energy permeating the environment. This energy was minuscule yet undeniably present in the air. "Indeed, it is spiritual energy." Li Qianqiu, slightly astonished, added, "If I'm not mistaken, this spiritual energy should be leaking from the Tianxian Forbidden Land." Such a subtle presence of spiritual energy enveloping the air explains why so many powerful individuals emerge from Tianxian Academy. "It seems I must take a journey to the Tianxian Forbidden Land." Li Hanzhou felt increasingly determined to visit it. To reach the Tianxian Forbidden Land we should first go to Tianxian Academy. Li Hanzhou casually called out to a passerby, "Excuse me, how do we get to Tianxian Academy?" The young man glanced at Li Hanzhou and his companions, then smiled. "You 3 wish to stay at Tianxian Academy, right? Take the street ahead, turn left, and you will see a square. Then head south and you will find Tianxian Academy." "Is it possible to stay at Tianxian Academy?" Li Hanzhou was somewhat surprised. If Tianxian Academy allowed accommodations, wouldn't that mean they could save on lodging costs? Of course. But many wish to stay at Tianxian Academy and very few actually get in. The young man chuckled and walked away. The 3 exchanged glances and headed towards Tianxian Academy. As they approached the academy, the spiritual energy in the air became increasingly concentrated. However, this richness was only relative to the city gate. It remained unlikely to cultivate under such conditions. The sound of reading echoed in their ears, creating a pleasant ambience. Upon reaching the entrance of Tianxian Academy, Li Hanzhou immediately noticed the 4 large characters inscribed Tianxian Academy. These 4 characters exuded a powerful aura of righteousness, seemingly capable of dispelling all evil spirits. At that moment a crowd had already gathered at the entrance of Tianxian Academy, and Li Hanzhou and his companions curiously approached. Coincidentally, just then a young scholar emerged from within, surveying the crowd before speaking. "If you all wish to stay at Tianxian Academy, I will repeat the rules once more. We will assign you corresponding disciples based on your cultivation levels. As long as you can surpass our academy's disciples in any aspect, you will qualify for accommodation. It's that simple. Let's get started. I can hardly wait." An excited young man in the crowd exclaimed. "Is there really such a rule?" Li Hanzhou pondered. "Any aspect. This implies that Tianxian Academy teaches a comprehensive range of subjects." The confidence of the individuals inside was quite striking. "Then you go first." The scholar pointed to the young man who had just spoken. "All right." The young man eagerly stepped forward, following the scholar into a building, the specifics of the assessment unknown to those outside. However, after a while the young man emerged with a dejected expression. His previous excitement vanished. "I concede," the scholar said, smiling as he stepped out. "What happened?" The young man's friend rushed over to inquire. The young man could only shake his head helplessly. "I'm a 5th year and their academy disciple is also 5th year. I lost in just one move. One move. His two friends could scarcely believe it. Though they shared the same 5th-rank cultivation, the disparity between them was staggering. I'll go next. At that moment an elderly man stepped forward. Please master, the scholarly disciple said courteously, ushering the elder into the pavilion. Moments later the elder emerged utterly bewildered. Seeing his expression, the onlookers instantly knew he had lost. Master, your humility honors me, the scholar said, bowing with clasped fists. Your skill at Go is truly commendable. With a few more years of refinement you shall surely achieve greatness. Only then did the crowd realize the elder had been challenged to a game of Go and lost. 2 consecutive defeats weighed heavily upon the others, tightening the air with palpable tension. Senior uncle, what do we do? Shiming asked anxiously, glancing at Li Hanzhou. What is there to fear? Li Hanzhou replied calmly. Let spears meet generals and floods meet dikes. Li Hanzhou remained utterly unperturbed, his meridians held no trace of true qi, rendering him outwardly indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. Should he be matched for trial he would inevitably face another commoner. And striking down an ordinary mortal would be child's play. Master. Shiming turned toward Li Changshou. You consult your senior uncle before your master now. Traitor. Solve it yourself. Li Changshou gave a light snort. Thereafter nearly every challenger who entered emerged crestfallen. Li Hanzhou counted carefully. 46 candidates entered the assessment, but only 2 passed. Li Hanzhou marveled inwardly. Tianxian Academy truly taught everything. Rumor had it even basket weavers had entered contests against its scholars and walked out defeated. Next you, sir. The scholar addressed Li Hanzhou politely. Here, take this, Li Hanzhou said, drawing a cloth pouch from his storage bag and handing it to Shiming. I'll await you inside. Shiming felt inside the pouch and his eyes lit up instantly. So his senior uncle had brought that with him after all. Following the disciple into the pavilion, Li Hanzhou discovered something astonishing. Though modest in exterior, the interior unfolded into vast boundless space. This gentleman possesses no cultivation whatsoever. Thus Tianxian Academy shall field an unranked disciple. What shall you contest? A game of Go? Or calligraphy? Painting? Fishing? Or perhaps basket weaving? The disciple asked curiously. Martial combat, Li Hanzhou replied with a smile. My scholarship is poor, I merely grasp rudimentary martial arts. So please send forth someone capable of a proper fight. Martial combat. The scholar stared astonished. Never before had he encountered an uncultivated mortal requesting hand-to-hand combat. How precisely would such a match even proceed? Would they wrestle like street brawlers, tugging each other's hair? Very well, the scholar sighed, preparing to fetch a physically trained but unranked disciple from the rear. No need for the match, you have passed. At that instant a deep resonant voice echoed from nowhere. Yes, Weisstein. The scholar bowed respectfully toward the distance. Li Hanzhou smiled faintly and returned the bow. My thanks. Inside, the scholar, puzzled. The Weisstein himself had intervened, without precedent. He stole a curious glance at Li Hanzhou. Could this man possibly be kin to the Weisstein? What extraordinary quality warranted exemption from trial? Meanwhile, beside a tranquil lake within Tianxian Academy, an old fisherman sat casting his line, seemingly unremarkable yet profoundly merged with the surrounding heavens and earth. As if his very being had spontaneously manifested the Tao of heaven and earth. In this age, one still finds a body suffused with pure untainted spiritual energy, the elder mused, shaking his head with quiet amusement. What contest remains necessary? I shall enter first, Li Hanzhou said, stepping out to address Li Changshou and Shiming. Both of you, do your best. Next, this young lady. The scholar gestured toward Li Changshou. Very well. She stepped forward, and murmurs of awe rippled through the crowd. For Li Changshou's beauty was nothing short of breathtaking. Inside the pavilion, the scholar bowed and asked, Young lady, what discipline shall you test? I shall test against you, Li Changshou declared, her gaze fixed steadily upon him. Against me? The scholar blinked, then chuckled warmly. Madam, I am chief disciple of the Shu Men, the school of letters. Though I wear scholar's robes, my cultivation stands at 9th rank. You are an ordinary mortal, any contest would place you at grave disadvantage. The school of letters. Li Changshou appraised him leisurely, then smiled sweetly. Tell me, young scholar, what is your name? Su Haoran, at your service. A fine name indeed. Yet you still haven't named your chosen contest. Then let's dispense with it entirely, just quietly mark me as past, shall we? With that, Li Changshou flashed Su Haoran a flirtatious glance. Su Haoran remained unmoved, smiling gently. Madam, such charms hold no sway over me. We of the Shu Men uphold impeccable virtue, even the seductive arts of the Harmony Union Valley cannot stir us. Then I suppose I must improvise. Li Changshou's hands flew to her hair, within seconds it tumbled into wild disarray. With a sharp tug she tore half her robe open, revealing one bare shoulder and the curve of her collarbone. "I told you, it affects me not." "Rape!" Shrieking the word, Li Changshou bolted for the door. Su Haorun paled instantly. To the Shumen, reputation was sacred. Should she burst forth screaming rape, his honor would be irreparably shattered beyond even the cleansing power of the Yellow River. In a flash Su Haorun blurred forward, blocking her path with a phantom step, and clapped a trembling hand over her mouth. "Madam! I declare you passed, I declare you passed. Is that not enough?" "Oh." Li Changshou smoothed her robe with serene indifference. "Thank you, sir." When she stepped outside, Su Haorun's hands were still shaking. What was this person? He'd nearly lost his virtue and his position as chief disciple. Ah! That first candidate was granted exception. Now she is too. Su Haorun stepped out, casting a strangely wary glance at Shi Ming. These three arrived together. The first two were clearly aberrations. This youth seems plain and dutiful, surely he is normal. "Young sir, please enter." "Very well." Shi Ming hurried forward. From the crowd rose hushed speculation. These three are no ordinary folk, they came together and already two have passed. Remarkable. I wonder what disciplines they contested, so effortlessly cleared. Strange. Did anyone else hear a cry of rape just now? Or was it my imagination? A spectator with unusually keen hearing absent-mindedly rubbed his ear. After Shi Ming entered the room, Su Haorun said, "Little brother, you have the cultivation of the third rank, so I will call a third-rank junior brother to compete with you. This is our rule." "All right." Shi Ming nodded obediently. "Finally, I've met someone normal." Su Haorun sighed in relief and asked, "Little brother, what do you want to compete in?" "In chopping firewood." Shi Ming said seriously, "Let's see who can chop firewood faster." Su Haorun nodded. This request was still quite reasonable. After all, there have been competitions in basket weaving, so chopping firewood was nothing unusual. Shortly after, Su Haorun called over a young man whose skin was dark and who held an axe, also possessing the cultivation of the third rank. "This is a disciple from our Tianxian Academy Strength Division at the third rank. I have prepared 50 wooden stakes. Whoever finishes chopping them first wins." At this moment wooden stakes were placed in front of both of them. The deep black wooden stakes looked anything but ordinary. They were much harder than typical wood. "Brother, shall we begin now?" the young man asked Shi Ming. "All right." Shi Ming nodded and took his axe out of his bag. Su Haorun and the young man's expressions were initially normal, but when Shi Ming pulled the axe out of the bag, their faces gradually shifted from calm to astonishment. The Prajna axe. Su Haorun and the young man's jaws nearly dropped. "I misjudged him. None of these three are normal." Su Haorun said helplessly, "Who uses a divine weapon to chop firewood? This isn't a competition at all." The young man, infuriated, threw down his axe and stormed off. Using the Prajna axe to chop firewood is like cutting tofu. How could he compete? All right, you win," Su Haorun said, quite speechless. Since even the junior brother conceded, there was no need for a competition. "You should have mentioned the Prajna axe earlier. I wouldn't even bother moving the firewood." Thank you, brother," Shi Ming said politely before heading in to find Li Hanzhou and Li Changshou. Su Haorun watched Shi Ming leave, and for some reason he felt inexplicably tired from the usual work he did every day. After entering the Tianxian Academy, some disciples came to arrange rooms for Li Hanzhou and the others, allowing them to rest and informing them that most places in the academy were open for them to visit. They could also attend the lectures given by the academy's instructors. This piqued Li Hanzhou's interest. The Tianxian Academy is divided into 4 divisions: Book Division, Strength Division, Martial Division, and Mystic Division. Within these 4 divisions there are various subjects of all sizes, allowing one to learn almost anything here at the Tianxian Academy. But studying at Tianxian Academy is expensive, and there are also requirements for aptitude. However, many strong warriors emerge from here. Li Changshou said to Li Hanzhou. Swordsmen, knife masters, wine immortals, spirit treasure masters, renowned craftsmen and alchemists are all plentiful here. Isn't that a sign of great strength for the great Zhou? Li Hanzhou exclaimed. Not at all. Li Changshou shook his head. The Tianxian Academy is neutral. Although it is located in the Great Zhou, it does not belong to it. The academy accepts all kinds of students, not only humans but even demon races. How amazing. Li Hanzhou thought the Tianxian Academy was indeed remarkable. He decided that after resting he would explore the academy tomorrow to see what interesting things they taught. The next morning Yun Xing rented a boat with his men and had already arrived at the North Sea. It was not until noon that he finally found the location according to ancient texts. Your Highness, that is the deserted island recorded in the ancient texts, so the crown should be beneath it. A nearby guard pointed to a deserted island not far away. Yes, that's right, it's here, Yun Xing said with a smile. With this water avoidance pearl I will definitely be able to retrieve the ancient crown. Your Highness, it's dangerous underwater. Let me go in your place. A strong man stepped forward expressing concern. No need. Yun Xing shook his head. I need to go personally to retrieve it. Then your highness must be careful, the other said. With the water avoidance pearl there's no problem. Yun Chang hung the water avoidance pearl around his neck and then leaped off the boat. As Yun Chang jumped into the water, the surrounding sea parted completely, creating a space around him, and not a single drop of water touched his clothes. Soon Yun Chang arrived at the seabed. Such strong water pressure, yet I feel no discomfort at all. Yun Chang looked around and said with a smile, the water avoidance pearl from the high priest is truly effective. At this moment Yun Chang looked around and spotted a giant sunken ship in the distance. According to legend, the ancient crown was inside that sunken ship. However, Yun Chang did not notice that on the deserted island not far from him a black-clad swordsman had been waiting for a long time. He had originally intended to kill Yun Chang as soon as he entered the sea, but unexpectedly he received a letter from Yunpa the day before. Yunpa decided that he would wait until Yun Chang retrieved the ancient crown before killing him and taking the crown for himself. So now he could only wait for Yun Chang to come out. Yun Chang searched the sunken ship at the seabed for a long time and finally found the ancient crown. It was inlaid with 5 very brilliant gemstones, and surprisingly, after being underwater for so long, the crown still shone with a radiant light, truly a treasure. Yun Chang envisioned presenting this item on his father's birthday. How happy his father would be. The position of the crown prince, could it still run away? Up I go. Yun Chang surfaced with the crown. Your Highness. Many guards, seeing Yun Chang emerge from the sea, quickly called out, feeling relieved. I've found it. Yun Chang said excitedly. Who goes there? However, at that moment all the guards were taken aback and quickly drew their weapons. Yun Chang was also stunned and turned around abruptly, only to find a black-clad swordsman standing not far behind him on the surface of the sea. The almost tangible killing intent pressed down on him like a storm. An assassin. 2 powerful warriors at the Transcendence realm immediately sprang into action, flying to the surface of the sea, standing upright with their lightness skills. Protect the prince. Some guards bent their bows and drew arrows, aiming at the black-clad swordsman, and shot directly. Whoosh! 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 Before the arrows could even get close to the swordsman, they twisted and fell into the sea. In an instant the entire ocean seemed to calm down as the black-clad swordsman slowly spoke forth, Prince, someone wants your life. I am here to take your head. Seeking death. The 2 Transcendence Realm warriors were furious and were about to act. However, in the next moment they felt an overwhelming heaviness in their bodies, as if something was suppressing them. Domain. It's the Tian Gang realm. Heavenly Gang realm. Yun Chang's expression changed dramatically. He never anticipated that a powerhouse from the Heavenly Gang realm would come to kill him. Does that mean I'm doomed? The 2 experts in the Xianjing realm that I summoned could never match a powerhouse from the Heavenly Gang realm. 4th Prince, I apologize. The black-clothed swordsman raised his hand and struck with his sword. It was aimed directly at Yun Chang's head. The speed was as fast as lightning, so swift that even the 2 Xianjing experts couldn't react. Swish! The sword energy surged, carving a deep trench across the surface of the sea. Yun Chang thought he was surely dead. However, he opened his eyes and couldn't help but check his body, touching his neck, only to find he was completely unharmed. He looked at the black-clothed swordsman in astonishment. The black-clothed swordsman said, I didn't expect that the 4th Prince is actually a master, able to dodge my strike. The black-clothed swordsman frowned and said, yet he found it strange how Yun Chang, whose cultivation had not reached transcendence, managed to evade his blade. Yun Chang. Do I really? Am I that impressive? Your Highness. The others, seeing that the 4th Prince was unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. They genuinely thought he was about to die. Your Highness, run. The 2 Xianjing experts felt their bodies heavy and could hardly muster any strength, urging Yun Chang to flee quickly. Yun Chang knew this was not the time to hesitate, so he turned and dashed across the surface of the sea. The water avoidance pearl allowed him to sink underwater without getting wet, and it enabled him to run wildly across the sea. However, seeing the 4th Prince attempt to flee, the black-clothed swordsman showed no sign of anxiety in his eyes, a prey like the 4th Prince could never escape. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the black-clothed swordsman appeared behind Yun Chang, swinging his sword like a thunder. This strike was even more terrifying than the last, unleashing a sonic boom. It was faster. After the strike, the sea surface seemed to have been flattened. 4th Prince, your head. The black-clothed swordsman was shocked at this moment, realizing Yun Chang was still unharmed, having dodged his attack again, and continued to run forward. Yun Chang couldn't believe it either. How had he evaded this blade? He felt as if when the sword came at him, his body instinctively moved to avoid the strike. Could it be that my martial arts have awakened? Am I truly a unseen a million cultivation genius, the child of destiny? Die. The black-clothed swordsman, refusing to accept this, couldn't believe that a mere ant who hadn't even reached transcendence could evade his 2 strikes. What a humiliation. If this got out, how could he? A prestigious gold medal assassin from the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion explained that it took him over 3 strikes to kill an ant below the Transcendence realm without being laughed at. This would damage his reputation. Kill. This time he was serious. The domain fully unleashed sword energy ravaged the heavens and earth, almost every strike darkening the sky. A dark wave of energy pressed down as if it would obliterate this sea area. Yet no matter how many strikes he unleashed, Yun Qing seemed like a slippery eel, always managing to evade his attacks. Come here. The black-clothed swordsman decided to stop using his sword, directly reaching out his hand to grab Yun Chang and strangle him, but just as his hand was about to touch Yun Qing's body instinctively dodged. Impossible. He felt that nothing could be more absurd than this. Yun Qing also felt that the situation was ridiculous. After all, this was a Heavenly Gang realm expert. How could a Heavenly Gang realm powerhouse struggle so much to kill him? Why does his body always manage to evade his attacks? Your Highness, run. Just get to North Sea City. The North Sea General is stationed there. The people behind shouted. Right. Yun Qing remembered that the North Sea General was stationed in North Sea City. He was a Heavenly Gang realm expert, and this assassin may not be able to match him. He must not return to North Sea City. The black-clothed swordsman knew that once Yun Qing returned to North Sea City he would truly have no chance. Binding immortal rope. The black-clothed swordsman used a spirit treasure. A rope shot out, aiming to bind Yun Qing. But just as his binding immortal rope reached Yun Qing's side, Yun Qing dodged the binding effortlessly, his body slipping away like an eel. Thunder bell. The black-clothed swordsman gritted his teeth, took out a bell covered in arcs of lightning and struck it fiercely. In an instant dark clouds gathered over the sea, and then golden lightning continuously struck down. Boom. 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 Countless fish in the sea perished, yet Yun Qing still managed to evade. He kept running and finally reached the shore of the North Sea. North Sea City was just within reach. The black-clothed swordsman also chased to the seaside. After unleashing over 100 strikes and using spirit treasures, he was now panting heavily. Yet he hadn't even touched a hair on Yun Qing. Yun Qing was also gasping for breath. With his cultivation he shouldn't be this exhausted, but it was out of fear. Being chased by a Heavenly Gang realm assassin, Yun Qing felt that not peeing his pants was a testament to his bravery. But he still couldn't understand why he could evade all of this man's attacks. How on earth did you do that? The black-clothed swordsman glared at Yun Qing, feeling his career was ruined. A dignified Heavenly Gang realm assassin failed to kill someone who hadn't even reached transcendence and ended up panting like a dog. If this got out, how could he ever get work again? I don't know, Yun Qing replied helplessly. Stop chasing me. North Sea City is right ahead. You can't kill me. The black-clothed swordsman glanced at North Sea City behind Yun Qing and realized he had no chance. Lin Shishui will remember this debt. One day I will kill you. After saying this, the black-clothed swordsman leaped away, vanishing from Yun Qing's sight. Seeing him leave, Yun Qing finally collapsed onto the ground. So his name is Lin Shishui. Lin Shishui. Lin Shishui. Suddenly Yun Qing froze and took out the red water avoidance pearl hanging around his neck, blinking. No way. Yun Qing was somewhat dumbfounded. Li Hanzhou's words echoed in his ears. My water avoidance pearl not only avoids water but has other special functions. Just wait for your highness to discover. The water avoidance pearl not only avoids water but can also dodge attacks from those with water in their name. Yun Qing was stunned. No way is this real. If it is true, then this pearl is truly a treasure. And this effect was something even Li Hanzhou, far away at the Tianqian Academy, was unaware of. The Tianqian Academy was bustling with activity. Li Hanzhou and the others wandered around observing various disciples engaged in different tasks. The three were dazzled by the array of activities. It truly seemed that there was a teaching for everything. Among the four doors of Tianqian Academy, Li Hanzhou was most interested in the Xuanmen, eager to learn what it taught. Could it be something profoundly mysterious? When Li Hanzhou suggested visiting Xuanmen, it met with opposition from Li Chanshou and Shi Ming. Shi Ming was more inclined to check out the Limen to see what skills the practitioners there possessed. Li Chanshou too was uninterested in Xianmen. He wished to visit Wumen to observe the martial arts being practiced by the disciples of Tianqian Academy. Ultimately, Li Hanzhou had to go to Xianmen alone. Compared to the other three doors, he noticed that the atmosphere in Xianmen was considerably more subdued. Walking along the streets of Xuanmen, he could smell strange scents in the air while a nearby group was engaged in a heated debate. The disciples here paid no attention to Li Hanzhou's arrival, as many lodgers frequented Tianqian Academy and were accustomed to wandering about as long as they did not disturb others' studies. Xianmen Library. As Li Hanzhou strolled, he spotted a library ahead. His eyes brightened. Surely he could browse the books here freely. Li Hanzhou loved reading and wanted to find out what Xianmen truly studied, so he entered. The library had a modest collection consisting of just one floor. At that moment many disciples were reading within the library. Li Hanzhou quieted his footsteps and picked a book from the shelf. Ecology of all things. Seeing the strange title, Li Hanzhou opened the book. As he read, Li Hanzhou was somewhat taken aback. The book detailed various animal traits, plant characteristics and medicinal properties, resembling a comprehensive guide to flora and fauna. Li Hanzhou picked another book nearby which was similar, explaining some bugs and other creatures of the Tianqian realm. Moving to another section, he found yet another book. This is. Seeing the content, Li Hanzhou was flabbergasted. This book discussed the reactions of various materials mixed together, and it even speculated that humans do not suffocate because the air we breathe contains substances we need. Some even proposed that air is likely composed of countless tiny particles. This is literally a chemistry lesson. Li Hanzhou was somewhat dumbfounded. Then he moved to another area and looked at several more books, discovering discussions on how water boils at 100 degrees, yet some had found that at higher altitudes water can boil without reaching that temperature. There were also notions that the effects of force are mutual. After browsing a few books, he realized that all of them were physics-related. Li Hanzhou finally understood what Xianmen was about. It taught subjects related to physics, chemistry, and mathematics. However, after a while, Li Hanzhou found that the content was rather simplistic, akin to middle school level, and much of it was incorrect. Yet as an outsider, he thought it was quite impressive that they could study physics and chemistry. Still, he wondered what use they found in this knowledge, as he had yet to see them utilize it to create anything practical. Wasn't this world still stuck in the past? Transportation relied mostly on walking and communication relied on shouting. Heating was still dependent on shivering. If you can't apply what you've learned, what's the point of studying this? Li Hanzhou chuckled and shook his head. Xianmen was quite uninteresting and he was already prepared to leave. How dare you? At that moment a trembling voice came from behind him. Li Hanzhou turned in surprise to see an elder shaking with rage, holding a book in his arms, pointing at Li Hanzhou and saying, "You dare claim that what we study in Xianmen is useless?" Li Hanzhou was taken aback and quickly replied, "I didn't say what you study in Xianmen is useless. You liar. I heard you say it with my own ears." The elder glared fiercely at Li Hanzhou. What is happening here? At that moment several Xianmen disciples rushed over. Upon seeing the elder, they respectfully greeted, "Greetings, sect master." Li Hanzhou looked at the elder in surprise. He was actually the sect master of Xianmen. "Who are you? Who allowed you to come in here?" The elder stared at Li Hanzhou and said, "I am just a lodger here to read some books." Li Hanzhou replied honestly. A Xianmen disciple snorted coldly, "Shouldn't you go to the Shumen to read? Why come to Xianmen? Do you even understand what you read? Our books are off limits to outsiders anyway, you won't understand them regardless." "Exactly, pretending to read books here only insults our scholarship," another Xianmen disciple said disdainfully. "You say our scholarship is useless." The elder stepped forward haughtily, gazing at Li Hanzhou. "We at Xianmen are dedicated to uncovering the truths of this world, something a mundane person like you cannot comprehend. Leave now and do not return." Hearing their remarks, Li Hanzhou felt his anger rising. Wasn't it just some superficial knowledge? Why act so high and mighty? With your petty knowledge I wouldn't even bother learning it. What's so impressive about it? It's just some elementary stuff that even children understand. Li Hanzhou said, annoyed, and turned to leave. "Stop." The elder was truly angered. "You claim my scholarship is something children can grasp. Alright, I haven't encountered someone so stubborn in many years. I must teach you a lesson today." The elder's blood pressure surged with anger. "Sect master, teach him a lesson." "Yes. Are we going to fight?" Li Hanzhou frowned, looking at the elder. Although the elder had transcended, he was clearly no match for Li Hanzhou. "Fight." The elder sneered, "That's what the warriors of woman do. How about this? I will pose a question to you, and if you can answer it I will give you a spirit treasure. If you cannot answer, you must apologize to us in front of all four doors." "Oh." Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up. "Such a good deal. With your middle school level you think you can challenge me? How about this? If I answer correctly I will pose a question to you. If you can answer I will still apologize. If you cannot, you must give me another spirit treasure. What do you say?" Li Hanzhou stroked his chin. "Arrogant," the elder exclaimed angrily. "If I cannot answer I will give you my position as sect master." "Oh, that's unnecessary. I have no interest in sitting in your position as the master of the Xuanmen." Li Hanzhou shook his head. As the master of the Tianqian Academy he held a prestigious position, yet Li Hanzhou dismissed it, igniting a deep resentment with, "Alright then, I will pose a question. Pay close attention." The master of the Xuanmen forced himself to calm down. The other disciples were also indignant, pitying Li Hanzhou, as the master of the Xuanmen's questions were notoriously difficult, guaranteed to challenge Li Hanzhou's intellect. "Please tell me." Li Hanzhou shrugged. "Sometimes green flames can be seen near graves, commonly known as ghost fire. Do you know why that is?" The master of the Xuanmen posed this question, a cunning glimmer flashing in his eyes. This question was something he had been researching for years, and only last month did he finally understand the reason behind it. People are ignorant. Most believe that ghost fire is produced by spirits after death, hence they are extremely wary of it. The master of the Xuanmen guessed that Li Hanzhou would think the same. "Oh. Ghost fire." Li Hanzhou was somewhat surprised. He did not expect the master of the Xuanmen to ask a question that was not entirely foolish. Considering the technological level of this world, understanding the phenomenon of ghost fire was indeed impressive. You can't answer, can you? The master of the Xuanmen sneered. You wagered you must lose. Now go to the Tianqian Academy Square and apologize to us in front of the 4 sects. Apologize? The other disciples echoed. What are you shouting about? Li Hanzhou said lazily. The question was somewhat challenging, but it's nothing special. It's just ghost fire. What's so hard to understand about that? Then go ahead and explain it. In listening, the master of the Xuanmen said proudly. It's simply that the bodies of the deceased contain a substance called phosphine which reacts with the oxygen in the air to produce flames. Phosphorus has a very low ignition point, around 38 degrees, hence the ghost fire we often see. Li Hanzhou calmly explained the nature of ghost fire to the master of the Xuanmen. Upon hearing this, the master's expression transformed from casual indifference to sheer astonishment. Why? How could he know? He himself had spent years researching this only to recently understand that a substance in the human body reacts with air to create flames. He had not even had the chance to name this substance. Phosphine. No, that wasn't the important part. What mattered was how Li Hanzhou knew this. This person is clearly spouting nonsense. What is phosphine? I've never heard of such a thing, one disciple scoffed. Just concoct a name and try to deceive us. Exactly, master, this person is speaking without basis. Let him apologize to us. Another disciple urged. See? Am I right? Li Hanzhou looked at the master of the Xuanmen, whose face had turned a deep shade of purple. Despite his unwillingness to admit it, the master eventually had no choice but to nod and say, you're correct. What? The other disciples were all taken aback. Li Hanzhou was right. Where's my spirit treasure? Li Hanzhou extended his hand for the spirit treasure, eager to retrieve it before the old man could backtrack. I'll give it to you, the master of the Xuanmen replied, reluctantly producing a spirit treasure from his storage bag. This is a spirit treasure personally crafted by the vice president of the Tianqian Academy. If used well, it can withstand a heavenly gang realm expert. As the master of the Xuanmen spoke, he handed over a scroll. A painting. Li Hanzhou curiously examined the scroll in his hands. Upon opening it, he discovered it was indeed a landscape painting. This is the ink rain in the mortal realm. The master of the Xuanmen said with reluctance. It can seal living beings within the painting. What a treasure. Li Hanzhou's eyes brightened. It sounded very sophisticated. Alright, do I still need to pose a question? Li Hanzhou looked at the master of the Xuanmen. I've already taken one of your spirit treasures. It would feel a bit inappropriate to take another. Arrogant. The master of the Xuanmen exploded with rage. Don't think that just because you answered one of my questions correctly you qualify to test me. You may ask, and if I cannot answer, it's on me. The master of the Xuanmen was furious. This was precisely the reaction Li Hanzhou aimed for. This old man, the master of the Xuanmen, must have many good things on him. Then I shall ask. Li Hanzhou pondered for a moment before posing a question that left everyone dumbfounded. Li Hanzhou casually picked up a book from a nearby shelf, then let it slip from his hand, tossing it to the ground. As everyone stared in astonishment, Li Hanzhou asked, why did this book fall to the ground instead of flying up into the sky? What kind of question is that? A disciple replied, dumbfounded. If you throw something, it naturally falls to the ground. How could it fly? Is that even a question? Another disciple laughed. Isn't that common sense? Kid, are you mocking me? The master of the Xuanmen also expressed his anger. If it doesn't fall to the ground, where else could it fall? Li Hanzhou shrugged. True, it falls to the ground, but have you ever thought about why? Why does it fall to the ground instead of floating up into the sky? This is indeed common knowledge, but what is the principle behind it? The principle is obviously. The master of the Xuanmen began to speak, but suddenly hesitated. He was completely stunned at that moment. Indeed, why does something fall to the ground instead of flying up? Why? Such phenomena have been accepted as natural since birth, thus it seems normal, but what is the principle behind it? He had never thought about such a question. The other disciples exchanged glances, equally perplexed by the question. I refuse to believe you know, one disciple insisted stubbornly. I naturally know, but I can't just tell you for free. Li Hanzhou extended his hand. Since I lost, then another spirit treasure, please. The master of the Xuanmen's face reddened. I have no more spirit treasures. Ha! Li Hanzhou was taken aback. Old man, don't fool me. As the master of the Xuanmen of the Tianqian Academy, you have no spirit treasures left. Just that one. How could you possibly be so poor? Well. The master of the Xuanmen coughed once. Among the 4 sects, we Xuanmen are actually the poorest, as many experiments require funding and we lack channels for income, so I have no choice. Oh, forget it, and Li Hanzhou sighed in resignation. Call it bad luck, and he turned to leave, only for the sect master of the profound gate to suddenly seize his arm. What is it? Li Hanzhou glanced back, puzzled. And, so tell me, why does everything fall to the ground rather than float up into the sky? The sect master gazed at Li Hanzhou with rapt, almost desperate curiosity, while behind him his disciples stood wide-eyed and breathless, all fixated on Li Hanzhou as if awaiting revelation. At first glance the question sounded absurd, like mockery. Yet upon reflection it shimmered with profound implications hinting at hidden laws governing existence itself. Finally Hanzhou relented, seeing their eager childlike expressions. It is called universal gravitation. Universal gravitation. The sect master's eyes clouded with bewilderment at the four unfamiliar words. Within our world flows an invisible force of gravity that anchors us to the earth. Hence all things descend, never drift upward unbidden. Li Hanzhou explained patiently. But that cannot be right, objected a disciple instantly. Willow catkins float upon the air, birds soar freely through the heavens. Every force possesses magnitude. Birds overcome gravity with the power of their wings, but cease flapping and they plummet. Do they not? And willow catkins. Their mass is infinitesimal, carried aloft only by wind, yet even they in time return inevitably to the earth. Is that not so? Li Hanzhou spoke with quiet conviction. And silence fell, sudden, absolute. And how did you discover this? The sect master trembled, overcome with fervent awe. Li Hanzhou nearly named Newton, but feared another cascade of questions. Who is Newton? Where does he dwell? Is he immortal? So instead he said, one day while napping beneath a tree a durian struck my head, and in that moment the truth unveiled itself. May I go now? A single durian, striking your skull, and universal gravitation emerged. Sir, are you perhaps the profound gate's long prophesied chosen one? Accept this humble bow. And with that the sect master clasped his fists and bowed deeply. Ni's disciples, witnessing their master's reverence, hurriedly followed suit, kneeling in unison. We beg you join the profound gate and restore its glory, pleaded the sect master, voice thick with entreaty. And Li Hanzhou. I merely came for a stroll. And why on earth would I join your sect? And I have no interest. Farewell. He turned to leave. Master, and the sect master cried out and dropped to his knees, trembling with fervor. If you refuse, I shall remain prostrate until eternity. Master, we implore you, stay. Ni's disciples knelt as one. And good heavens, how old are you? Still resorting to this? Li Hanzhou stared speechless. An elder of such stature kneeling before him, begging to become his disciple. He'd never imagined a simple walk would land him in such utter absurdity. Just as Li Hanzhou resolved to ignore the eccentric elder and flee the scene, a voice rang out from beyond the doorway. Lu Jinan, what in the world are you doing? How dare you kneel before a junior? And they turned. At the library's threshold stood another elder, his bearing upright, his aura radiant with scholarly integrity, exuding the dignity of a grand Confucian sage. White-haired yet youthful-faced, he commanded awe, not through artifice but sheer unassailable gravitas. His presence eclipsed the sect masters in sheer magnificence. How laughable that the sect master of the profound gate under the banner of the Celestial Xian Academy should kneel before a youth. Were this known abroad, would it not shame our entire academy? The Grand Confucian scoffed. The profound gate remains unchanged, still mud that no staff can lift, and Ni's retinue of scholars burst into mocking laughter. The sect master flushed crimson, then rose, voice ringing with conviction. Wisdom knows no age. This master's erudition surpasses mine by leagues. What shame lies in kneeling to learn? Him none scholar glanced dismissively at Li Hanzhou. And only proves how shallow your gate scholarship has. The Grand Confucian shook his head slowly. And you slander your own master. Lu Jinan thundered. Hu Dongru, you will apologize to my master. And Li Hanzhou blinked, since when was I anyone's master? Yet the sight of this pedantic elder ignited his ire. And who exactly was he looking down upon? And was greatness measured in gray hairs? Apologize to him? Hu Dongru smiled faintly. Enough theatrics. To the matter at hand, I've brought my disciples, having heard your gate developed an ink that dries swiftly in open air. We wish to examine its efficacy. Dream on. And Lu Jinan snarled. You insult my master, and still expect our ink. Be gone. Not a drop shall cross your threshold. Should you refuse to apologize today, nothing the profound gate creates ever again shall grace the book gate's halls. You see now, wretch, you seek confrontation deliberately. Hu Dongru's composure cracked. Year after year your gate ranks last, penniless, talentless. Were it not for our book gate's patronage, your disciples would starve in the northwestern winds. And yet you repay our grace with outrage, for the sake of some ignorant boy. Lu Jinan, have you grown too comfortable, or do you crave discord? Wait. And Li Hanzhou could endure no more. And he stood there, the very subject of their quarrel, silent, unheard, yet thrust center stage without consent. And you old fool, who called whom ignorant? And that ignorant boy, do you mean me? He pointed squarely at himself. A scholar from Hu Dongru's entourage chuckled. That is our gate master. If he calls you ignorant, take no offense, before him all are ignorant. Nonsense. Lu Jinan strode forward, bristling. I've long despised your arrogance, the claim that everyone is ignorant before you. So tell me, why does all matter fall down rather than rise up into the heavens? Hu Dongru paused, stunned. Ni's disciples froze, then erupted in raucous derisive laughter. Stumped. Of course things fall, they have no wings. How could they possibly fly upward? Ah, what a pack of fools. A disciple from the Xian sect puffed out his chest proudly and declared, your logic may hold water, but you have no inkling why. We however do. You know objects fall to the ground, you know men starve without food, yet you grasp not a single principle behind either. That is why you are the fools. Exactly. Unyielding, the Xian sect disciples immediately clashed with their counterparts from the Shu sect. Nonsense. A Shu sect disciple bristled, what use is such knowledge? Will imperial examinations test these trivialities? This so-called knowledge only deepens your poverty, utterly worthless, yet you clutch it like a sacred relic. Indeed. Our Shu sect masters poetry, verse and song, every art refined to perfection. Dare your Xian sect even stand beside us? Just wait, when we step forth from Tianxian Academy, tell me whose disciples shall command greater respect, the cultivated scholars of the Shu sect or the wretched adepts of the Xian sect? A Shu sect scholar sneered coldly. You. The Xian sect disciples flushed crimson, because painfully he spoke truth. Shu sect disciples were held in higher esteem. Yet they pursued the very essence of this world. Does mastery of texts truly elevate you above all others? At that moment an untimely voice rang out. Whom? Hu Dongru glanced at Li Hanzhou, his gaze flashing with icy sharpness. So young sir, you hold our Shu sect in contempt. I hold no contempt for the Shu sect. Li Hanzhou stepped forward calmly. Nor do I disdain scholars, I simply believe you have swallowed your books whole, digesting nothing but arrogance. Did the sages truly teach you to regard yourselves as superior beings? Dare you? Hu Dongru thundered, incensed. Our disciples require no judgment from you. Who are you? A man with not a drop of ink in his heart, wasting time among low-tier Xian sect adepts. How could you fathom the profound truths enshrined in our classics? Apologize, now. How dare you insult scholars? Has Tianxian Academy truly sunk so low as to admit anyone? Master, expel this man at once. Expel him. Shu sect disciples roared in unison. You dare not. Lu Zhennan stepped before Li Hanzhou, shielding him. My master possesses wisdom beyond measure, far surpassing your vulgar minds. He speaks truth, you have devoured your books like dogs. Lu Zhennan, you old scoundrel. This youth has insulted our Shu sect disciples. Even you cannot protect him today, or I shall bring this matter before the Academy's headmaster himself. Hu Dongru pointed a finger at Li Hanzhou. Young man, apologize now and there is still time. Why should I apologize? Li Hanzhou remained unyielding. These Shu sect disciples had gone too far. He would stand his ground today. Lu Zhennan's fierce protection stirred something within Li Hanzhou, a quiet gratitude, and a resolve to repay the old master's loyalty by avenging years of silent humiliation at the hands of the Shu sect. Since you claim I lack even a speck of literary cultivation, let us test that claim. Let us see who truly bears an empty chest. Li Hanzhou fixed Hu Dongru with a steady gaze. Ha! Lu Zhennan froze, then turned slowly toward Li Hanzhou and whispered, Master, what contest do you intend to propose? What contest do you propose? Hu Dongru's expression twisted oddly. If it concerns the Xian sect's chaotic nonsensical arts, we need not bother. Such things hold no interest for us, nor have we ever studied them. Hoof. Li Hanzhou scoffed coldly. To challenge you with Xian sect knowledge would be to trample upon you. Since you pride yourselves on boundless erudition, let us duel in poetry. A collective gasp tore from the Xian sect disciples. Had Li Hanzhou lost his senses? Even the Shu sect scholars paused, then erupted into peals of mocking laughter. Ha 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 ha. To challenge them, masters of verse, in poetry was sheer absurdity. Dare you? Li Hanzhou asked, calm and unwavering. What if we win? What if we lose? Hu Dongru asked, eyes locked on Li Hanzhou. Should I win, I shall bow and apologize to your Shu sect and leave Tianxian Academy forever, never to set foot within its gates again. Should you lose, your Shu sect shall publicly apologize to the Xian sect before all four sects. Li Hanzhou's voice was glacial. Agreed. So be it, your words not ours. We force nothing upon you. A scholar stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute. Master, permit this disciple to accept the challenge. Hu Dongru gave a curt nod. His name was Qian Wanshu, a prodigy in poetic composition famed for several exquisite verses. Hey, you're up against me, Qian Wanshu announced, striding forward with smug confidence. I'll grant you fairness, you choose the theme. We compose verses on the spot, dare you? Very well. Li Hanzhou nodded, then turned to Lu Zhennan. Master, you set the theme. Ah. Lu Zhennan's face darkened. He deemed Li Hanzhou reckless, though the Shu sect was insufferable, its scholars were genuinely learned. Especially Chen Wanshu, renowned even among Shu sect disciples, his verses widely circulated, adored by countless noble. Challenging Chen Wanshu in poetry seemed sheer folly. Yet the arrow was loosed, there was no turning back. Lu Zhennan could only pray Li Hanzhou's defeat would be merciful. The great Zhou dynasty is engulfed in war. Rumor has it a recent battle raged against the Shinkei realm. Let the theme be war. Lu Zhennan reluctantly offered the theme. Then I shall begin. Chen Wanshu stepped forward, paused in thoughtful silence for several seconds, and recited. Flames of war blaze across the heavens, shocking earth and sky alike. Generals brandish swords in fierce dance, heroes unleash bold spirit. Hot blood spills upon the battlefield, loyal souls are etched in history's annals. Victory awaits, peace shall reign across all seas. As Chen Wanshu's verse concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the Shu sect disciples. Brilliant! Hu Dongru nodded approvingly. Generals brandish swords in fierce dance, heroes unleash bold spirit, a masterful evocation of warriors' valor upon the field of battle. Thank you, master, Chen Wanshu replied with a smile, then turned his gaze upon Li Hanzhou. Your turn. One incensestic's time, is that sufficient? Li Hanzhou had not expected Chen Wanshu to be so formidable. Scarcely had the theme been named than the verse flowed forth. In true poetic craft, Li Hanzhou knew he could not match Chen Wanshu, not even tenfold. Yet though he could not compose, he could certainly recite. From his past life studies he had memorized countless masterpieces anyone would eclipse mere imitation. Victory! Effortless! No incense stick required. Composing verse, mere transcription, is done now. Li Hanzhou spoke utterly unruffled. So soon. The members of the Shumen looked at Li Hanzhou with skepticism. Chen Wanshu was able to produce it because he was a talent of their Shumen. How could Li Hanzhou possibly compose a poem in such a short time? All right, recite it for me to hear. Chen Wanshu shook his head, saying it better not be nonsensical or it won't count as poetry. Teacher. Lu Zhennan and the others looked at Li Hanzhou with concern. Then listen carefully. Li Hanzhou cleared his throat, took a couple of steps, pretended to think for a moment, and then began to speak. The nation is broken, the mountains and rivers remain in spring, the city is deep with grass and trees. Feeling the moment flowers splash tears, resentful of parting birds startle the heart. Upon hearing the first two lines, the expressions of the disciples and the Shumen, originally waiting to see a joke, instantly changed to one of shock. Li Hanzhou really can compose poetry. Moreover, these two lines are exquisite. Even Hu Dongru showed a hint of astonishment. Then Li Hanzhou recited the following two lines. The war flames last for 3 months, a letter from home is worth a fortune. With white hair the scratching grows shorter, it feels as if I can hardly bear a hairpin. After finishing the poem there was a silence in the room. Seeing the speechless expressions of the Shumen members, Li Hanzhou couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Better than composing poetry. With my Du family's prowess, wouldn't it crush you little punks? The war flames last for 3 months, a letter from home is worth a fortune. Hu Dongru had a dazed expression, murmuring. The scene of war involuntarily flashed in everyone's minds, with civilians displaced and soldiers dying in battle. Even writing a letter home was a luxury. War brings despair to the common people. No matter how you look at it, it is infinitely better than the poem composed by Chen Wanshu. Absolutely exquisite. Impossible, how could I lose? Chen Wanshu didn't need to wait for others to judge, he already knew he had lost. Li Hanzhou's poem was undoubtedly far superior to his own. Yet the more he felt this way, the more despair he experienced. I actually lost. It is our Shumen. Hu Dongru had no choice but to admit defeat. But before he could finish, a disciple stepped forward and said, I refuse to accept this, I want to compete again. Senior brother Zhou. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chen Wanshu felt a bit ashamed. You've already lost, why should I compete with you? Li Hanzhou shook his head. I can place a bet. Zhou Qilihua took out a stone shimmering with colorful light from his pocket and said, I can bet this spirit crystal against you. Other people looked at Zhou Qilihua in surprise. Did he actually bring out his most treasured item? Spirit crystal. Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what that item was, he could feel the strong spiritual power contained within the spirit crystal. If he could absorb it, it would greatly benefit his cultivation. Alright, if you lose, give me the spirit crystal and then you Shumen will apologize in front of the 4 sects. Li Hanzhou said. If you lose, get out of the Tianxian Academy. Zhou Qilihua stared at Li Hanzhou. Hu Dongru glanced at Zhou Qilihua, wanting to say something but ultimately remained silent. Zhou Qiluo's knowledge surpassed that of Chen Wanshu, and among the disciples of Shumen he could be considered the best at composing lyrics. With him in the fray there was certainly no problem. Hu Dongru also hoped Zhou Qilihua would win, otherwise losing the wager was minor, but making them apologize to the Shenmen would be more painful than death. Then let's compete in composing lyrics. Zhou Qilihua said, first, since the previous topic was war, let's continue with that, using generals as the theme. Are you up for it? Whatever. At this moment Li Hanzhou was indifferent, his gaze fixed on that spirit crystal. Senior brother Zhou, good luck. Let him know the power of our Shumen. The other disciples became tense. Zhou Qilihua played it smart. He happened to have a poem about generals that he had recently written which was quite good, hence he chose this. Indeed, Li Hanzhou's previous poem made Zhou Qilihua wary of underestimating him. The cold moon at the border, the dim lights in the tent. The sound of iron hooves and gold spears shook the ground, swords pointing to the heavens with a chilling intent. The general battles hard 100 times. With passionate blood still warm, the loyal soul remains as red as cinnabar. Ambition soaring to subdue enemies, why fear the battlefield where death is plentiful? His illustrious name shall be remembered through the ages. Good. After finishing the lyrics, the disciples behind all exclaimed in awe, feeling assured of victory. Even Hu Dongru nodded with a smile, thinking Zhou Qiluo's lyrics were impressive. The disciples on the Xianmen side had unsightly expressions. Although their knowledge was not high, they all felt Zhou Qiluo's lyrics were excellent. They couldn't pick out any faults. Their gazes turned to Li Hanzhou, who at that moment was still focused on the spirit crystal in Zhou Qiluo's hands. He was pondering that he definitely needed to ask where this spirit crystal came from. It's your turn. Zhou Qilihua looked at Li Hanzhou and said. Ah. You finished. Li Hanzhou came back to reality. You didn't even listen. Zhou Qilihua was furious, feeling that Li Hanzhou was insulting him. Alright, it's my turn. Li Hanzhou cleared his throat and began to speak. In drunkenness I light the lamp to see my sword dreaming back to the sound of horns in the camp. 800 miles under my command, the sound outside the pass from 50 strings. Autumn on the battlefield I point my soldiers. Horses like the Lu fly fast, bows like thunderstrike. Settling the affairs of the world for the king, gaining fame both in life and after death. Pity the white hair. As soon as Li Hanzhou's poem emerged, it shocked everyone. Hu Dongru's eyes widened as he stared at Li Hanzhou, his lips trembling. What kind of talent is this? Just pondering for a few seconds and he speaks an unparalleled verse. Settling the affairs of the world for the king, gaining fame both in life and after death, pity the white hair. Hu Dongru savored these words as if he could see an unappreciated general. This poem fully depicted a general's life, leaving people sighing with emotion. Even if Hu Dongru wanted to favor his own disciple, he couldn't bring himself to say that his disciple won against such a piece. It was simply not on the same level. How about that? Li Hanzhou looked at Zhou Qilihua. Zhou Qiluo's face had turned ashen. He walked up silently, hesitated for a moment, paid his respects to Li Hanzhou, and then presented the spirit crystal with both hands. Others also fell silent, including Hu Dongru, who took a step back, respectfully bowing to Li Hanzhou. This left Li Hanzhou momentarily stunned. So formal. This gentleman is right, our knowledge has gone to the dogs. Today, meeting this gentleman, I finally realized the vastness of the world. Your poem and lyrics have greatly benefited me. Qian Wanshu said respectfully. Willing to bet and accept defeat, we will prepare to apologize to the Xianmen. The members of the Shumen left. Li Hanzhou looked at their dejected expressions and couldn't bring himself to ask about the origin of the spirit crystal. Many thanks, master. And after the others departed, Lu Zhennan, overwhelmed with excitement, led all his disciples in another deep bow toward Li Hanzhou. And today they had finally reclaimed their dignity. Ordinarily the scholars of Shumen held their noses so high they nearly touched their foreheads, arrogant, disdainful, looking down upon everyone. Yet today they had been thoroughly humbled by Li Hanzhou. And they were even compelled to offer a formal apology to Xianmen before all four sects. Just hearing of it sent shivers of satisfaction down the spine. And without Li Hanzhou they would never in their lifetimes have heard such an apology from Shumen. Li Hanzhou, weary of correcting the master title, simply held up the spirit crystal and asked Lu Zhennan, where did this come from? Master refers to a spirit crystal. Lu Zhennan asked. And yes, Li Hanzhou replied. I sense abundant spiritual energy within it. Where was it obtained? Li Hanzhou asked again. And spirit crystals form naturally. Lu Zhennan explained Tiangu City is the sole place across the entire Tianxian realm enveloped by spiritual energy. Over countless years, spirit crystals occasionally coalesce in secluded corners, crystallizations of heaven and earth itself. Their contained spiritual energy can be refined by cultivators into true qi, aiding cultivation. Yet they are exceedingly rare, exorbitantly priced, and seldom used for practice. Some acquire them as emergency reserves, life-saving talismans when one's qi runs dry. I see. Where might one procure such a thing? Li Hanzhou asked. They rarely appear on the market, even Tiangu City's merchant guild stocks only one or two. Master may wait for the upcoming auction in Tiangu City, surely someone will offer one then. Lu Zhennan pondered earnestly. And oh, thank you, I shall take my leave now, Li Hanzhou said, turning to depart. And Master Shumen's apology to Xianmen is imminent, will you not attend? Lu Zhennan hastily asked. No interest. You may go in my stead, Li Hanzhou sighed helplessly. Please cease calling me master, I am truly unsuited to be your teacher. Then, if I encounter confusion in my studies, may I respectfully seek your guidance? Lu Zhennan bowed once more. Li Hanzhou was utterly daunted by the old man. Life could be in danger at any moment. Fine, then arrange a hospital stay for me. Returning to his quarters, Li Hanzhou found Li Qianqiu and Shiming still absent, off wandering somewhere unknown. Without delay, he settled into meditation, activating his Bei Di Ju, and began drawing spiritual energy from the spirit crystal to augment his cultivation. Within moments, his technique resonated with the crystal's energy. Though small in size, the crystal embodied millennia of condensed spiritual essence, its reservoir vast, even boundless. Li Hanzhou absorbed every trace of its energy without restraint. And the seven-hued spirit crystal hovered before him, shrinking steadily as he drew forth its power, while his own spiritual energy surged dramatically. After an indeterminate span, a sudden rupture shattered the barrier within his body, and his spiritual energy ascended anew. He had advanced from Qi refinement level 3 to level 4. Though but a single tier, the leap was monumental. His spiritual energy grew both vaster and purer, and even the flow of his techniques and arts became markedly smoother. A surge of elation rose in Li Hanzhou's heart. And with sufficient spirit crystals, attaining foundation establishment might yet be within reach. Yet such crystals were vanishingly scarce, acquiring them would prove no simple task. He would have to rely on the auction's fortune. And no sooner had Li Hanzhou opened his eyes than he found Li Qianqiu seated directly across from him. And congratulations, junior brother, your cultivation has advanced once more. Li Qianqiu gazed at him astonished. Junior brother, with spiritual energy waning across the realm, how did you cultivate it at all? And I do not know. It simply arose, naturally. Li Hanzhou spoke truthfully. He had awakened to cultivation the moment he entered this world. And you truly do not know? Li Qianqiu mused. Then perhaps it is the patriarch's blessing made manifest. How long have I cultivated? Li Hanzhou glanced toward the setting sun. A dusk had fallen deeply. In 3 days, Li Qianqiu replied, holding up 3 fingers. So long. Li Hanzhou was startled. Time had felt like mere moments. And how could 3 days have passed? No wonder novels depicted cultivators flicking their fingers to find centuries gone. It seemed all too real. And, junior brother, the more I observe you, the less I comprehend. Li Qianqiu leaned forward until their faces nearly touched. Before Li Hanzhou could speak, Li Qianqiu blurted, Shu Men, the foremost of Tianqian academies for sects, publicly apologized to Xian Men before all 4 sects, claiming you taught them humility through a single poem and lyric. Even Lu Zhennan, Xian Men's sect master, went further, declaring you his teacher before the entire assembly. Your name now resounds throughout Tianqian Academy. Petitioners have flooded your door these past 2 days. Some sought verses, others inquired after your marital status, and Lu Zhennan himself arrived repeatedly begging to consult you, though I turned him away each time, citing your seclusion. Li Qianqiu grinned. My junior brother, what other talents remain hidden from me? Was that carefree pleasure-seeking Li Hanzhou truly you? What then is your true intent and intent? Li Hanzhou inwardly scoffed. That former Li Hanzhou was nothing but a talentless wreck. He was simply exceptional. Brother, speak plainly, no need to press so close. Should others witness this, they might suspect, and he trailed off as a soft plop echoed. They turned to find Xiao Shiming standing frozen in the doorway. 2 steaming buns dropped onto the floor. Seeing their gaze fall upon him, Shiming paled, spun about, and bolted. Master. Seen your uncle. I saw nothing. Li Qianqiu froze, only then realizing how compromising their proximity appeared. And Shiming, wait. Let me explain. Li Qianqiu dashed after him. Li Hanzhou shook his head in resignation. His senior brother was utterly unreliable. Restoring him to his original male form remained an urgent priority. At that very moment, a familiar voice rang from outside. Master, your disciple Lu Zhennan pays respects. And why again? Li Hanzhou winced, a dull ache blooming behind his temples. After all, he is currently residing in the Tianqian Academy, and it would be inappropriate to refuse someone when they come to visit. Therefore he called Lu Zhennan in. Lu Zhennan entered the door and first paid great respect to Li Hanzhou. I'll get up quickly, Li Hanzhou said, showing no interest in a student much older than himself. Master, I have come to seek your guidance on some knowledge. I wonder if you are available now. Lu Zhennan looked at Li Hanzhou with eager anticipation. I'll go ahead and ask, Li Hanzhou replied. Upon hearing Li Hanzhou's consent, Lu Zhennan's face lit up with joy, resembling a child, and hurriedly approached to ask all the questions he had. Li Hanzhou listened to these questions, which were mostly not difficult and primarily at the level of middle school students, covering mathematics, physics, chemistry, and even biology, so he answered them one by one. Lu Zhennan trembled. All over these questions, which he found very difficult to understand, were as simple as eating and drinking to Li Hanzhou. Master is truly talented. Lu Zhennan was at a loss for words. Li Hanzhou snorted inwardly. It was only because the questions you asked were simple. If you touched upon university-level knowledge, I might not know. I have a question for you, Li Hanzhou said to Lu Zhennan. Please speak, master. Sit down. Seeing the elderly man standing before him, Li Hanzhou felt uncomfortable. Thank you, master. Lu Zhennan found a chair to sit down and listened attentively to Li Hanzhou. How much do you know about the Tianxian Forbidden Area? Li Hanzhou was preparing to learn more about the Tianxian Forbidden Area as it seemed quite dangerous. Lu Zhennan looked at Li Hanzhou in surprise. Are you planning to enter the Tianxian Forbidden Area? Yes, I want to obtain the immortality spring. Li Hanzhou did not hide it. Ah. Lu Zhennan examined Li Hanzhou and said, Master, the reason the Tianxian Forbidden Area is called a forbidden area is due to the extreme danger within. I cannot see through your cultivation level, but I still advise you not to enter. Tell me more, Li Hanzhou prompted. When did the Tianxian Forbidden Area first appear? It is beyond any investigation now. However, every person who has entered the Tianxian Forbidden Area has given different accounts upon their return, yet there is one common point in their descriptions. Lu Zhennan said seriously, in search of the immortality spring within the Tianxian Forbidden Area one can only search during the day. Never wait until dark, you must exit before nightfall. Otherwise after dark monsters from the Tianxian Forbidden Area will appear. Monsters? Li Hanzhou asked with interest, what kind of monsters? I don't know. Lu Zhennan shook his head. Very few who stay until dark can come out. Their descriptions are all different. Once a person from our Tianxian Academy's martial arts division named Tang Lin practiced spear techniques and was unmatched in the world. Eventually he even entered the ranks of spear immortals, but he went into the Tianxian Forbidden Area and never came out again. Lu Zhennan sighed lightly. A generation of spear immortal fell within. Even the spear immortal fell. Li Hanzhou's heart shook. What kind of strength did the spear immortal possess? He didn't know Tang Lin, but he had clashed with Sun Yini, who was a sword immortal, and their strengths should be comparable, both being powerful beings at the immortal domain. Such a person with extraordinary strength should be able to escape easily. Even if he couldn't win, yet he ended up dying in the Tianxian Forbidden Area. Li Hanzhou had also inquired about the Tianxian Forbidden Area from Li Chanshou, but Li Chanshou had not provided any clear answers. When he was transported into the Tianxian Forbidden Area by the ancient teleportation array, it was already dark. He didn't even know how he died. Li Hanzhou began to take this matter seriously. He felt that his previous assumptions about the Tianxian Forbidden Area were somewhat naive. Now it seemed that being called a forbidden area indeed had its unique significance. However, with the immortality spring, the rebirth disk, and the dead burial feng shui cavern inside, he must go there. At worst he would finish his business before dark and then exit. As for the immortality spring, Lu Zhennan continued, the immortality spring does not remain fixed in one place, and not every person who enters the Tianxian Forbidden Area can find it. It depends on fate. After conversing with Lu Zhennan for a while, Li Hanzhou had gained a sufficient understanding of the Tianxian Forbidden Area. After Lu Zhennan left, Shiming was brought back by Li Chanshou. Li Hanzhou looked at Shiming and asked, have you been practicing the fist technique I taught you these past few days? Yes, Shiming nodded and then said, Martial Uncle, I went to the martial arts division yesterday and heard the people there discussing you. The people in the martial arts division were discussing me. Li Hanzhou was taken aback. I don't know anyone from the martial arts division. What are they discussing about me? They said that when you entered the Tianxian Academy you were prepared to fight someone, but the vice president exempted you and let you enter directly. It is said that only 2 people in history have received such treatment, and they are all speculating that you might actually be a great expert. They hope you can visit the martial arts division when you have time. The martial arts division, huh? Li Hanzhou became interested. The martial arts division of the Tianxian Academy is indeed a cradle for the strong. Just from the Tianxian Academy's martial arts division there have been numerous powerful beings at the immortal domain. Such a place is certainly worth visiting. Thus Li Hanzhou didn't wait for tomorrow and directly left his residence for the martial arts division. The martial arts division is the largest among the 4 divisions, filled with a sense of battle in the air. As soon as Li Hanzhou entered the martial arts division he could feel countless auras falling upon him as if they were all probing him. However, Li Hanzhou paid no mind. If they like to watch, let them watch. At the same time, Li Hanzhou's divine sense also felt the might of the martial arts division with countless masters stationed there. Li Hanzhou even sensed that there was a powerful being at the immortal domain within the martial arts division. In terms of aura it was comparable to Sun Yini. However, Li Hanzhou had no interest in greeting them. On the way there he had already been thinking about how to improve the Bei Di technique, refining it to support the execution of Taoist martial arts. Thus he needed a wealth of martial arts experience. And the martial arts division was just the right place for that. Therefore for the next 7 days Li Hanzhou hardly left the library, nearly reading through all the martial arts insights within. As he read he also digested the information. The knowledge contained within was immensely beneficial to Li Hanzhou. At the same time, based on these insights, Li Hanzhou discovered that the biggest problem with the Bei Di technique was its operation route, which was not suitable for martial artists. If he wanted to make the Bei Di technique powerful he needed to research a new operation route. The studies he conducted over these days had already given him some ideas. May I ask if this is the esteemed Li Hanzhou? A voice suddenly reached his ears. Everyone. Li Hanzhou had grown accustomed to the new titles he received. He wouldn't be surprised even if someone called him Your Majesty one day. Turning around he discovered it was a young girl sweetly gazing at him, radiating a youthful charm with her adorable dimples. Do you want an autograph? Li Hanzhou asked. He had recently encountered several disciples requesting poetry and signatures. He never expected that even in this otherworldly realm there were fans, and he had become a top figure at Tianqian Academy. No, it's the vice president who requests your presence, the girl said to Li Hanzhou. I hope you can come with me to meet the vice president. Li Hanzhou was somewhat surprised. Why would the vice president be looking for him? It seemed they were not acquainted. However, since it was the vice president of Tianqian Academy, he certainly had to go. Lead the way. Li Hanzhou placed the book he was holding back onto the shelf. Following the girl, she remained silent, bouncing along the path. Even though they walked along a narrow path, it felt as if an invisible barrier surrounded them. The space rippled and the scenery before them changed completely. They emerged by a lake surrounded by distant mountains, and the sound of cranes echoed in the sky. Beside the lake, an old man in a straw hat was fishing. At that moment, Li Hanzhou felt an immense sense of tranquility and nature. Just watching the old man fish made Li Hanzhou feel incredibly comfortable, creating a longing to stay here indefinitely, as if he wanted to gaze at this scene forever. Was it merely the aura that affected me? Li Hanzhou's spirit was powerful, and he naturally did not succumb, while also realizing the vice president's formidable strength. At that moment, the girl unexpectedly soared into the air and transformed into a small blue bird. Flapping her wings, she flew towards the old man and landed on his straw hat. Li Hanzhou was taken aback. He hadn't expected that this girl was not human but a demon. Come sit, the vice president said. Li Hanzhou walked over and sat beside the vice president. Gazing at the tranquil lake ahead, the serenity of this place was captivating. Li Hanzhou did not know where this was, but if he were to find a place to live in seclusion in the future, he thought this would be a good choice. What does the vice president want with me? Li Hanzhou asked. Actually, it's not me looking for you, but an old acquaintance of mine. The vice president looked at his fishing rod and said, upon learning that you arrived at Tianqian Academy, she sent me a message hoping you could meet her, and I shall escort you there. Your acquaintance? Li Hanzhou frowned. I don't think I know her. You may not know her, but she might know you. The vice president continued, she is waiting for you at Tianqian Forbidden Ground. She said she has something to give you. Where is your acquaintance? Li Hanzhou found it strange, but since she wanted to give him something, he felt he had to check it out. What if it was a treasure? At Tianqian Forbidden Ground. The vice president glanced at Li Hanzhou. I know you came here precisely for the Tianqian Forbidden Ground. There's no need for you to purchase a qualification. I will take you in tomorrow. You should prepare well today. Hearing this, Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up. He saved money. He could save several million taels of silver. I don't know why she insists on you going, but remember there are many taboos in Tianqian Forbidden Ground that you must not touch, otherwise even with all your spiritual power you may perish there. The vice president said lightly. Li Hanzhou's pupils constricted. The vice president could even perceive his cultivation of spiritual power. Come back to see me tomorrow at noon. I will take you to Tianqian Forbidden Ground. You can go back now, the vice president said, waving his hand, and Li Hanzhou felt the space around him suddenly fluctuate. In the next moment he found himself outside the martial gate. Such an impressive technique! Li Hanzhou was somewhat astonished. What level of cultivation did the vice president of Tianqian Academy have? He had effortlessly transported him without a trace. If even someone like him considered Tianqian Forbidden Ground dangerous, it seemed he had to prepare well. As for what to prepare, Li Hanzhou had some ideas based on his exchanges with Lu Jinan and others. What, I'm going to Tianqian Forbidden Ground tomorrow? Li Chanshou was incredulous upon learning that Li Hanzhou was going to Tianqian Forbidden Ground tomorrow. Don't worry, I have preparations, Li Hanzhou reassured him. How can I not worry? That place is extremely dangerous. Li Chanshou had a worried expression. He was terrified of Tianqian Forbidden Ground. With his cultivation nearing the transcendence realm, he felt he wouldn't even know how he died facing the dangers there. The unknown terror was the most frightening of all. I will come out alive. Li Hanzhou smiled and said, I am already prepared. What preparations have you made? Li Chanshou was taken aback. I went out to buy things today. What did you buy? Top-tier spiritual treasures. Or divine weapons? Li Chanshou asked. Li Hanzhou chuckled at Li Chanshou's concern and replied, Senior brother, don't worry, I won't joke with my life. There are just some things I wish to clarify for myself, I promised the old man. Seeing Li Hanzhou's serious demeanor, Li Chanshou sighed. He realized he could not dissuade Li Hanzhou any longer. Senior brother is useless at times like this, I can't help it all. Senior brother, don't say that. Li Hanzhou patted Li Chanshou's shoulder. In the past decades you protected me, I committed many mistakes, and it was you who helped me calm them down. In the sect you also tolerated my mischief and kept me alive as a parasite. I remember all of this in my heart. From now on in Changxing Temple I am here. Li Hanzhou said earnestly. Hanzhou. Li Changshou's eyes even turned slightly red at this moment. Previously Li Changshou had felt exhausted due to Li Hanzhou's lack of ambition. If it weren't for the master's dying wish to take good care of his junior brother, perhaps Li Changshou would not have persevered for so many years. Now Li Hanzhou had finally grown up. He saw Li Changshou extend his hand and remove his outer garment. Li Hanzhou was taken aback. Senior brother, what are you doing? Junior brother, I am powerless to help you. You are going to Tianqian Forbidden Ground and I don't know if you can come back alive. This is all I can do before you leave. Let me leave you something. Come, don't treat me as your senior brother. Li Changshou said with affectionate eyes. Get lost. Li Hanzhou raised his hand and threw Li Changshou out of the courtyard. The next morning Li Hanzhou left the small courtyard and went directly to find the vice president, as only the vice president could grant him access to the Tianqian Forbidden Land. It was the same place as yesterday and the same little girl was waiting there. The little girl led Li Hanzhou back to the lakeside once more. However, this time the vice president was not fishing by the lake, he was quietly sitting there seemingly waiting for Li Hanzhou's arrival. Vice President Li Hanzhou approached. Are you ready? The vice president turned to look at Li Hanzhou and asked. Almost ready. Whether I can come out will depend on fate. Li Hanzhou smiled broadly. The vice president nodded and then reminded him, I must warn you that there are many taboos inside that you should not touch. If it gets dark, do not wander around aimlessly. If you find the fountain of youth, come out quickly. The person you wish to meet will find you inside, you need not seek her out. That is all I have to say. I hope you can return safely. Li Hanzhou's expression turned serious. Understood. The vice president looked at the calm lake and pointed with his finger. In an instant it seemed as if the sound of shattering glass echoed and an immense amount of spiritual energy surged from all directions around the lake. This vast spiritual energy was like an ocean, astonishing Li Hanzhou. He had not expected such powerful spiritual energy to exist here, and as he glanced around he was utterly shocked. Countless spirit crystals flew up from the huge lake. So many spirit crystals. Li Hanzhou's eyes widened at the sight of them. With so many spirit crystals, if he could absorb them all, he would likely reach the foundation establishment stage in no time. A glance revealed that there were probably thousands of spirit crystals here. It was no wonder that Tianqian Academy had such a profound foundation. But that was not all. At this moment the numerous spiritual energies converged above the lake, forming 8 characters. The 8 characters of Taoism. Seeing these 8 characters, Li Hanzhou became serious. The entire lake surface was sealed by the 8 characters of the Taoist sect, indicating that this lake surface should be the entrance to the Tianqian Forbidden Land. These 8 characters of the Taoism were left behind by a master from the Taoist sect meant to suppress the Tianqian Forbidden Land. The vice president said at this moment, if the Tianqian Forbidden Land is not suppressed it will surely cause great trouble. The 8 characters of Taoism indeed possess tremendous sealing power. I did not expect a master from the Taoist sect to utilize these characters so well. Li Hanzhou, being a member of the Taoist sect, sensed it as soon as the 8 characters appeared. Although the power contained within these characters had mostly diminished, the Taoist techniques within were remarkably pure, even surpassing what he could arrange. The vice president shook his head. Unfortunately, it has been too long. These 8 characters are no longer what they used to be. They have been reinforced later on. The energy of the original 8 characters was nearly depleted, almost causing chaos. Fortunately, that person left a backup plan. Backup plan. Li Hanzhou looked at the 8 characters, understanding that it was fortunate for them to have suppressed this place for hundreds of years. If it lasted any longer it would be quite dangerous. If it had not been promptly repaired, once the 8 characters broke, the Tianqian Forbidden Land would open wide. Although Li Hanzhou did not know what lay within, it would surely cause chaos. Just as he was speaking, the lake surface suddenly split in two, followed by an ancient aura approaching. Li Hanzhou focused his gaze and discovered that something was rising from the bottom of the lake. That object was of a colorful glass-like hue, about the size of a watermelon. Floating midair, it gave Li Hanzhou a sense of suffocation. It was as if everything was influenced by this object. Even the spiritual energy within him seemed to be trapped in a quagmire. Heavenly treasure Jin Tian lock. Li Hanzhou gazed at the colorful lockhead and spoke. This was the first time he had ever seen a heavenly treasure. The pressure of a heavenly treasure was indeed incomparable to that of a postnatal treasure. The Jin Tian lock is said to be able to bind all things in heaven and earth. I did not expect this object to suppress the Tianqian Forbidden Land here. Li Hanzhou could not help but exclaim. This is the backup plan left by that person. He knew that his 8 characters could not last forever, so he sought out the Jin Tian lock to seal the entrance to the Tianqian Forbidden Land. The vice president said calmly, then raised his hand. He clasped his fists towards the heavens and said, please master, lend me the secret sky key for a moment. Secret sky key. Before Li Hanzhou could recover, the sky suddenly shattered. A key as black as ink flew from the void landing directly beside the Jintian lock. The dark secret sky key emitted a glow that enveloped the Jintian lock. Then came a cracking sound. Li Hanzhou suddenly felt the flow of time and space around him return to normal, and the operation of his spiritual energy also resumed its regular pace. In the next moment the secret sky key flew back into the void, disappearing from sight. At the same time the shattered sky began to heal slowly. Master. Li Hanzhou had heard this name before. The master was the president of the Tianqian Academy, and it was rumored that he had lived for an incredibly long time. No one could specify exactly how old he was now. Using the 8 characters to suppress and even employing the Jintian lock as a backup, it seems there are indeed such masters within my Taoist sect. Li Hanzhou felt a deep respect in his heart. Naturally the vice president replied calmly, this person is also one of your Changsheng temple named Li Qingfeng, the former #1 master of the Taoist sect. Old Taoist. Li Hanzhou's pupils constricted. Was it all the work of the old Taoist? Go, and the vice president said to Li Hanzhou. Be careful in everything. Li Hanzhou looked at the lake surface, and from beneath it an ancient bronze road appeared. The bronze road exuded an unparalleled sense of antiquity, while the other end of the bronze road extended into the darkness. Even with Li Hanzhou's strength he could not discern what lay within that darkness. Thank you. Li Hanzhou took a deep breath and stepped onto the bronze road. However, the moment he stepped on it he found that everything around him had turned into emptiness, as if he had entered another world. Li Hanzhou turned back only to find that he could no longer see Tianqian Academy. Behind him was an endless darkness, and the bronze road behind him had also vanished. He had no choice but to move forward. Li Hanzhou took step by step, and his figure soon disappeared into the darkness. The darkness seemed endless. Even Li Hanzhou himself did not know how long he had been walking. Just when Li Hanzhou began to feel a hint of fatigue, a ray of light finally appeared before him. When Li Hanzhou felt that beam of light, he simultaneously sensed a gentle breeze descending. Then to his astonishment Li Hanzhou discovered that he had unknowingly left the dark ancient bronze road, and at this moment he found himself in a desolate wilderness. Looking around, all he could see was wilderness in every direction. There was nothing at all. Only a dirt road beneath his feet extended into the distance. Uncertain of where it led, Li Hanzhou remarked, what a strange place. He glanced around and saw nothing, though the spiritual energy in this realm was quite normal. Checking the weather, dark clouds loomed overhead. Li Hanzhou attempted to calculate the location of the Fountain of Eternal Youth, but after his calculations he could only deduce that it lay ahead with no precise distance determined. Since he was already here, Li Hanzhou decided to press forward and see what this Tianqian Forbidden Land was all about. After walking for half an hour, some mountains and ancient trees began to emerge around him. The ancient trees here exuded a sense of lifelessness, with leaves of a rare black and white. Just as Li Hanzhou was about to pluck a leaf to examine it, suddenly a sound of bells rang out from behind him. Li Hanzhou turned to look, his pupils involuntarily contracting. In Li Hanzhou's line of sight a donkey cart appeared. On that cart sat a balding old man who was driving the... Li Hanzhou felt a deep shock. This was the Tianqian Forbidden Land, yet there was someone here. From the old man Li Hanzhou felt no fluctuation of true energy. He seemed to be an ordinary person. Young man. The old man approached Li Hanzhou with a somewhat awkward smile on his face and said, it's getting dark, you shouldn't be wandering outside. If you walk so slowly you won't make it to Qingfeng town before nightfall. Do you want me to give you a ride? That would be great, Li Hanzhou replied with a smile. Then I won't be polite, uncle. Come aboard. The balding old man nodded and allowed Li Hanzhou to sit at the back of the donkey cart. The bells jingled as Li Hanzhou sat in the cart and continued onward. Along the way Li Hanzhou tried to inquire about the situation, but the old man's responses were sparse. He hardly answered Li Hanzhou's questions, making him feel a bit bored. We're almost there, the balding old man said at that moment. Li Hanzhou looked ahead and was surprised to see a town actually appearing in front of him. Qingfeng Town. Li Hanzhou read from the large sign at the town's entrance as he followed the old man into the town. This town felt very ancient and there were hardly any people on the streets. Even when he did see someone, they appeared busy with something unknown, moving very stiffly and unnaturally. An eerie atmosphere permeated the surroundings. Young man, night is approaching, don't linger outside. Find a place to stay. The balding old man glanced at Li Hanzhou and said, Uncle, what about your home? Li Hanzhou wanted to suggest staying at the old man's house, but before he could finish the old man interrupted, saying, my home is small, there's no room. After speaking he prepared to drive away, leaving Li Hanzhou feeling a bit awkward. Try the Zhou family, their house is large, the old man advised as he departed. Zhou family. Li Hanzhou walked through the town for quite a while before finally spotting a large mansion with 2 prominent characters written upon it. Zhou Mansion. At that moment the doors of the Zhou Mansion were tightly closed and the surroundings were eerily silent, as if no one were present. Meanwhile Li Hanzhou noticed that white lanterns hung before the mansion. Is someone dead? Li Hanzhou felt puzzled but still approached to knock on the door. Is anyone there? After a while the door of the Zhou Mansion slowly opened, revealing a pale face from within. It was an elderly man, his gaze fixed on Li Hanzhou with a look that was downright chilling. "Who are you looking for?" His voice was very unpleasant sounding, as if it were being scraped out of his throat like fingernails on a chalkboard, making Li Hanzhou frown involuntarily. "I am merely passing through, it's getting late and I would like to request lodging for the night if possible," Li Hanzhou politely asked. "Come in," the old man replied with a strange smile and beckoned Li Hanzhou inside. "Thank you." Li Hanzhou entered. "Let her take you to the guest room." The old man waved his hand, and at that moment a woman dressed in simple clothing approached, cradling a cat in her arms. Li Hanzhou noticed that her eyes seemed quite similar to the cat's. "Guest this way please," the old woman said to Li Hanzhou. Meow. The black cat also meowed. However, when Li Hanzhou looked at the black cat, he was startled to find that it had human-like eyes. It appeared quite strange. Li Hanzhou pretended not to notice as he observed the Zhou mansion along the way. It was quite large and seemed very affluent. However, Li Hanzhou was also scrutinizing the feng shui of the Zhou mansion. He discovered that the feng shui here was exceptionally good. Yet this goodness was not meant for the living. As a burial ground for the dead, the feng shui here was indeed magnificent. A place of gathering in energy. The white lanterns hanging around gave an unsettling feeling. "We've arrived." The old woman turned to Li Hanzhou and said, "Guest, you'll stay here. I must warn you, once it gets dark, do not come out. The night is not peaceful." "Thank you." Li Hanzhou nodded. The old woman holding the black cat left, but Li Hanzhou noticed that the black cat kept looking back at him with a peculiar gaze. What a strange cat! Li Hanzhou entered his room. The room appeared clean and simple. Li Hanzhou lay on the bed, slowly closing his eyes, contemplating the matters of the Tianqian Forbidden Land. Since his arrival, everything had felt eerily strange. He had yet to find the fountain of eternal youth. The person searching for him, he still did not know who it was. As night approached, Li Hanzhou decided to practice for a while to gather his energy. As the Baidu scripture began to operate after reaching the 4th level, Li Hanzhou's spiritual energy circulation speed increased and he faintly sensed a connection to the heavens. While operating the Baidu scripture, Li Hanzhou also utilized the experiences he had recently studied to attempt a new operational route for the scripture. Thus time passed without him being aware. Suddenly a sound of singing drifted into Li Hanzhou's ears. He snapped back from his meditative state and instinctively glanced out the window, realizing that it was already pitch black outside. Checking the time, it's almost midnight, Li Hanzhou estimated internally. Who is singing? He noticed that the sound of the singing grew increasingly clear. However, the sound of the singing felt somewhat unsettling. Within the voice there was a tragic undertone. As Li Hanzhou looked toward the window, he saw red light emanating from within the Zhou mansion. Before the door hung a large red lantern. It seemed as if someone was getting married. Li Hanzhou still remembered that when he arrived, the lanterns hanging in the mansion were all white. Now, however, they had turned red. There was indeed something strange about this place. Li Hanzhou had intended to turn around and go back to rest, but just as he turned, a sudden series of loud knocks echoed from outside his window. Turning his head, Li Hanzhou was surprised to find a basketball. The basketball bounced once on the ground and then lay still unmoving. Li Hanzhou peered outside and the yard was empty. The ball remained there, calmly illuminated by the dim moonlight, creating an eerie atmosphere. Whoosh! With a flick of his palm, the basketball flew into Li Hanzhou's hands. Upon closer inspection, he found that the ball had no remarkable features. "Uncle, have you seen my basketball?" At that moment a calm voice called out. Li Hanzhou looked up and was startled to see a little girl standing in the yard outside, though he couldn't tell when she had appeared. Bathed in moonlight, the little girl wore a light pink dress and stood there with two long braids, her face completely obscured by the light behind her. The voice was that of a child, yet it carried an inexplicable undertone. Li Hanzhou felt as if he could see a sinister expression on the indistinct face of the little girl. Upon seeing the little girl, Li Hanzhou confirmed his suspicions. This Tianqian Forbidden Ground was haunted. As a Taoist, Li Hanzhou was quite sensitive to these matters. It seemed that this place was entirely different between day and night. At night the ghosts began to stir, and those who had entered before must have perished at their hands. In the outside world there seemed to be some rules in place. Although there were also ghosts out there, humans and ghosts rarely crossed paths. However, in this Tianqian Forbidden Ground such limitations appeared to be absent. This Tianqian Forbidden Ground was more like a realm of ghosts than a true forbidden area. Thus it was advised not to wander outside at night. For an ordinary person with no experience dealing with vengeful spirits, encountering such situations would be futile, as there were countless methods by which ghosts could kill, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Even a powerful individual could easily fall victim. "Uncle, have you seen my basketball?" The little girl's voice echoed again. She had already killed several people in this manner, luring them to bring her the ball, and as they stepped outside she would snap their necks. For those who stayed indoors, it mattered not. As long as the ball was delivered to her hands, the person delivering it would fall into the illusion she had set. Unwittingly, some people had met their demise within the illusion. Their deaths were quite gruesome. Just as she speculated about what kind of person Li Hanzhou was, he hid the basketball behind him and said, "I'm sorry, I haven't seen it. You might want to look elsewhere." After saying that, Li Hanzhou shut the window. The little girl outside was momentarily stunned. Why wasn't he following the usual script? I saw the ball in your hand. You say you haven't seen it. Just as the little girl was baffled, she heard Li Hanzhou mumbling inside, "This ball is quite good, I'll take it home for Xiao Qianzhu to play with." Damn it. The little girl was furious. You're deceiving a ghost. Although I'm not human, you're still a real dog. Give me back my ball. Her voice echoed repeatedly as she fixed her gaze on Li Hanzhou's window. There were rules preventing her from entering the room. But that little ball had been with her for decades and she was unwilling to let Li Hanzhou, this dog, take it away. Yet no matter how much she shouted outside, Li Hanzhou acted as if he couldn't hear her. Give me back my ball, you shameless scoundrel. If you have the ability to take my ball, then open the door. Li Hanzhou, however, completely ignored the little girl outside. Instead, he took out talisman paper and cinnabar, drawing some symbols. Li Hanzhou sensed that someone was controlling the happenings in this Tianxian forbidden ground, causing it to be riddled with ghosts. He wanted to see who was behind it all. Moreover, Li Hanzhou had a premonition that the Fountain of Youth might appear tonight. Half an hour later, he had finished drawing several talismans. Open the door. The little girl's voice had grown hoarse. Yet Li Hanzhou showed no sign of opening the door. Just as she felt despair, the door suddenly opened. Li Hanzhou stepped out of the room. Ah, you finally came out. The little girl smiled broadly and rushed toward Li Hanzhou. She harbored immense hatred toward Li Hanzhou, wishing she could snap his neck right then and there. Freeze. Without a word, Li Hanzhou slapped a binding talisman onto her. Before the little girl could comprehend what had happened, she realized she could not move at all. Panic surged within her. What was happening? What had this person done? Why couldn't she move? She had never encountered such a situation before. Do you want the ball? No, I won't give it to you. Li Hanzhou waved the ball in front of the little girl before stepping out. The originally pale face of the little girl turned slightly green with anger. Damn it, this human is so shameless. Release me and I'll bite you to death. But Li Hanzhou couldn't be bothered with the little ghost. He had a feeling that he would gain something tonight in this Zhou mansion. The Zhou mansion was quiet during the day, and at night it took on an even chillier hue. As he rounded a corner, Li Hanzhou barely took a few steps before spotting a familiar figure ahead. Oh, Granny, you're still awake at this late hour. Li Hanzhou approached to greet her. When the old woman turned to see Li Hanzhou, surprise flickered in her eyes as if she was astonished to see him here. Young man, have you seen my cat? The old woman walked slowly toward him, her movements stiff and awkward. What's wrong? Why does everyone in your mansion tend to lose things? I just saw a little girl looking for a ball and now your cat is missing too. Li Hanzhou said helplessly, as soon as I arrive you all start losing things, making it seem as if I'm the thief. Did you see my cat? She slowly lifted her head, her eyes now bloodshot. At that moment Li Hanzhou also sensed something lurking in the shadows watching him. In the next second a dark shadow lunged at Li Hanzhou from the darkness.